What's your beast? Greeny Mane Lion, what about you? Little Redbird. Ha! You must be joking, are you, trying to make me laugh myself to death, so you can inherit my ant flower? The revival of spiritual energy did not change humans, but beasts. Beasts began mutating one after another. Lions in the wild turned into golden-haired savage beasts. Tigers in zoos became Darkfang tigers. Household pet kittens turned into greeny flame cats. Humanity suffered the greatest catastrophe in prehistory. At the brink of civilizational collapse, the profession of beast masters emerged taming. Evolving, fighting Lin Xiaobai decided he would make his mark in this era. Chapter 1. 3 kilometers deeper. Keep up, Lin Xiaobai. This little guy is still looking for a primal beast. Ha! You never know, maybe one day this little fellow will really become a beast master. Dense vegetation surrounded them, with the sound of several men laughing ahead, while a small boy trailed behind, glancing around as though searching for something. The boy's clear, bright eyes shone with intelligence and carried a maturity far beyond his age. Lin Xiaobai was a transmigrator. Both his soul before and after transmigration were named Lin Xiaobai. His soul came from 2018, but now it was 2038. By logic, traveling 20 years into the future should have meant entering a high-tech, advanced world. In 20 years, the pace of human civilization should have completely transformed. But he was disappointed. In 2038, Earth lay in ruins, broken walls, desolation, cities drastically reduced, and the population halved. Civilization had stagnated, not much different from 2018 at all, because of the great cataclysm 10 years earlier. The revival of spiritual energy, this new term arose. But spiritual energy did not alter humans, it transformed beasts. Beasts mutated. Zoo tigers became Darkfang tigers. Wild lions became golden-haired savage beasts. Even household pet kittens turned into greenied flame cats. An entirely new mutated species also emerged. These mutated creatures, called exotic beasts, waged large-scale assaults on human civilization. Countless people perished in battles against them. The war lasted nearly 2 years. Humanity survived only by relying on large-scale, destructive hot weapons. Afterwards, research into exotic beasts began in earnest. Humans discovered that some primal exotic beasts could bond their souls with humans through a special substance, becoming loyal partners in the fight against other beasts. This discovery brought humanity hope. After countless days and nights of research, scientists finally invented a new product of the era of the beast capsule. Thus, a new profession was born: beast masters. Beast masters controlled powerful, primal exotic beasts to protect humanity. They held high status, respected by all, and were the dream of countless youths. Now, Lin Xiaobai was deep in the forest, searching for a primal exotic beast. He had come with his father and a few of his father's old friends. His father's name was Lin Jian. His mother had died during the beast assaults 10 years ago. Lin Jian was a beast master, but the weakest kind. After his wife's death, he fell into despair, drinking heavily, and now possessed only a single rank 1 black spot bull. This time, with rent overdue and father and son nearly penniless, Lin Jian brought Lin Xiaobai and a few old friends into the mountains to hunt exotic beasts. Every part of an exotic beast was valuable: hide, bones, everything could be sold. Though hunting exotic beasts was dangerous, costing many lives each year, poor folk like them had no choice but to risk it. As long as they returned alive, the profit could support their families for months. Fortunately, Lin Jian had his black spot bull. With it, he and his companions had successfully hunted many times before, so they had some experience. Block it! Lin Jian's shout came from ahead. Lin Xiaobai's eyes lit up. A beast? Could be a primal beast? He ran quickly toward the sound. Exotic beasts were classified into 2 types: primal beasts that could be tamed and feral beasts that could not. Lin Xiaobai had been searching for a primal beast. Only by capturing one could he become a beast master. Old Zhang blocked the south side. Don't let it escape. Shoot. Aim for its weak point. Black spot bull, attack. When Lin Xiaobai arrived, he saw Lin Jian and the others surrounding a red-tailed lizard. Lin Jian had already summoned his black spot bull. Seeing it was a red-tailed lizard, Lin Xiaobai felt disappointed. This was a classic feral beast, violent and untamable. He had hoped for a primal beast, but hadn't seen one yet. Bang! Bang! Gunshots rang out. Combined with the black spot bull's attacks, the red-tailed lizard was slain. It was only a rank 1 exotic beast. With the bull also at rank 1, plus the coordinated assault of several hunters, killing it was no surprise. Lin Jian, your bull came through again. Ho Sham laughed, putting away his shotgun. Guns were still tightly regulated, but allowed in wilderness hunts. Hoshan's shotgun was his treasure, the group's backup weapon. Their main force was the bull. Though just over a meter tall, it possessed immense brute strength enough that a dozen men couldn't hold it down. Its horn charges were devastating. The red-tailed lizard had fallen to one such strike. Lin Jian withdrew the bull and rummaged through the lizard's corpse. Don't tell me you think a rank 1 red-tailed lizard will drop a skill card? Joked Wang Qian, another old friend. This hunting trips party included Lin Xiaobai, Lin Jian, Hoshan, Wang Qian, Li Shufu, and Li Shipur, but honest men, without ill intent. There's always a chance, Lin Jian muttered, still searching. Lin Xiaobai knew he was hoping for a skill card. Primal beasts could be tamed, while feral beasts had a small chance of dropping skill cards, which could be taught to similar type beasts very valuable. But rank 1 beasts never dropped them. Only rank 3 or above had a chance. After cleaning up, the group moved on quickly, wary of the blood-drawing stronger beasts. By noon, they had already been in Wangnan Mountain for 5 days. The range was near Wangnan City, medium-sized, and popular for beast hunts. Old Lin, maybe we should head back. Any deeper and well-reach the mountain's inner region. Besides, our harvest these past days is decent, Hoshan said, chewing roasted lizard meat. Beast meat could be sold in the city, but in the summer heat, it would spoil before they got back. So they ate it on the spot, nutritious and energizing. Head back? Lin Jian glanced at their haul. 5 rank 1 beasts over the past days, worth about 10,000 yuan each. Enough for everyone to take home 10,000 yuan, a significant sum, covering half a year's expenses for an average family. But looking at Lin Xiaobai, head down, chewing meat, Lin Jian hesitated, then made a decision. 3 kilometers deeper. Chapter 2. By Ming Yuan. Upon Lin Jian's utterance, an enveloping silence descended upon the group. Lin Xiaobai looked up in astonishment at Lin Jian, fully aware that this decision was made with his welfare in mind. Despite Lin Jian's daily descent into alcoholism and despair, it must be acknowledged that he is a commendable father. Even Lin Xiaobai, having lived 2 lifetimes, can empathize with him. With his beloved deceased, Lin Jian's spirit has withered, and were it not for his son, Lin Xiaobai, he might have already succumbed to despair. Lin Jian, immersed in sorrow and suffering, has never allowed this emotional burden to fall upon his son, Lin Xiaobai. Perhaps he may not be the most dutiful father, but he is undeniably a good one. Henceforth, he shall treat him well. Lin Xiaobai lowered his head once more, silently gnawing on the meat of the red-tailed lizard. If we do not encounter the source beast within the next 3 kilometers, we shall return, Lin Jian stated, his tone both authoritative and pleading. He required the company of these longtime friends, forming a small team. Without them, venturing deeper into the inner circle of Wangnan Mountain with Lin Xiaobai would not be a quest for the source beast, but rather a foolhardy endeavor leading to death. Hoshan and the others remained silent, fully cognizant that Lin Jian had brought Lin Xiaobai along with the intention of finding a source beast for him. As a beast master, Lin Jian's son might inherit some of his innate talents, thus presenting a possibility of becoming a beast master himself. However, they were already at the fringes of the inner circle of Wangnan Mountain. Advancing further would plunge them into a perilous situation, endangering many lives for the sake of one child. It was an unwise trade-off, indeed, as each of them was the backbone of their respective families. Yet, they understood that Lin Jian had achieved significant success in hunting beasts, particularly with his black-spotted cow, lending weight to his words. Consequently, no one voiced dissent for the moment. Very well, let us proceed another 3 kilometers, Hoshan suddenly spoke. The group turned to him as he stood, jesting. We have been cast aside by the times. These descendants represent hope. However, old Lin, you must treat us to drinks upon our return. Agreed. No problem. Lin Jian exhaled in relief, gratefully nodding at Hoshan. He and Hoshan were the cornerstone of this small team, typically making the decisions together. Now that Hoshan had spoken, it represented the consensus of the others. Little one, do your best. Hoshan patted Lin Xiaobai's shoulder. Lin Xiaobai met his gaze with clear eyes and nodded. Haha. Hoshan wore a relaxed expression. Turning to Lin Jian, your son is quite composed. Despite your constant indulgence in taverns, he has matured early. Lin Jian smiled, and soon others joined in laughter. Hoshan's teasing lightening the previously somber atmosphere. Although they were about to enter the inner circle of Wangnan Mountain, maintaining a light-hearted disposition was essential. This was a lesson learned from numerous hunts, remaining relaxed without slackening their vigilance, facing each situation with calmness and composure. Let us set forth. We shall secure a source beast for this young one. After finishing the red-tailed lizard meat, they resumed their journey, intent on entering the inner circle to seek the elusive source beast. Source beasts, though few among the myriad of beasts, bore a striking resemblance to ferocious beasts but possessed a hint of vitality, enabling a connection with humans. The process of subduing a source beast was relatively straightforward. One only needed to communicate using a beast capsule. A successful connection would signify successful subjugation. Yet, this very step had confounded countless individuals. Establishing a connection with a source beast required exceptional mental fortitude, a trait that was largely innate and not necessarily correlated with age. Thus, some individuals were inherently incapable of becoming beast masters. Moreover, substantial financial investment was essential. Subduing a source beast could necessitate multiple attempts, with each communication consuming a beast capsule. These capsules contained a unique substance that linked human and beast spirits, rendering them consumable only once. If a communication attempt failed, a new capsule was required, and the costs would accumulate rapidly. Lin Xiaobai possessed but a single beast capsule, a purchase made at great sacrifice by Lin Jian, costing approximately 5,000 yuan. Lin Jian could only hope for his son's fortuitous success on the first attempt. Lin Xiaobai, relying on the prowess he had accumulated over 2 lifetimes, was not overly anxious about having just one beast capsule. Unless he foolishly endeavored to subdue a high-level beast, failure could lead to dire consequences, including mental backlash. Silence. Ho Shan, leading the front, suddenly issued a warning, signaling the presence of a beast. Instantly, the group tensed, and Lin Jian cautiously moved closer to Lin Xiaobai, summoning his black-spotted cow to protect him. A low growl reverberated through the air, the underbrush rustling ominously, indicating the creature was approaching rapidly. Ho Shan gestured for everyone to conceal themselves within the nearby foliage. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the landscape and flora had transformed dramatically, with the grass now towering over 2 meters, easily concealing multiple individuals. The sound of heavy footsteps grew nearer, accompanied by tremors in the ground, suggesting the approach of a large beast. The group held their breath, eyes fixed on the source of the noise. Within the inner circle of Wangnan Mountain, formidable beasts of level 2 or higher existed. Such creatures were exceedingly dangerous, confrontable only by beast masters of level 2 or above. This was the very reason Lin Jian had advocated for delving 3 kilometers deeper, causing Ho Shan and the others to hesitate. It was indeed perilous. Although they had honed their hunting skills through teamwork, they possessed only Lin Jian's black-spotted cow and Ho Shan's hunting rifle. They could manage level 1 beasts. But encountering a level 2 beast would necessitate a hasty retreat. It's coming, Ho Shan cautioned, and everyone remained silent. The footsteps neared, approximately 5 or 6 meters away, and through the gaps in the grass, they glimpsed faintly brown fur and powerful muscles. A level 2 beast. Shock surged through Ho Shan and the others. They recognized it as a formidable level 2 beast, one that would easily overpower even Lin Jian's black-spotted cow. Lin Jian, however, trembled with exhilaration, consumed by a singular thought. Why such extraordinary fortune? Could this be a divine gift for his son? They had encountered such a beast. This is the Bai Meng Yuan, a top-tier beast, a source beast. Lin Jian's heart brimmed with joy as he suppressed his voice to inform the others. What? Ho Shan and the others gasped in astonishment. The name of the Baiman is certainly well known, resonating like thunder. The Baiman is a remarkably famous and powerful source-type exotic beast, and any creature associated with its name becomes a coveted target for countless beast tamers. The Baiman Yuan is one such creature, representing the initial state of the Baiman, and with proper nurturing, it may evolve into a Baiman beast in the future. Capturing a Baiman beast promises a boundless future. At this moment, within the inner perimeter of Wangnan Mountain, a Baiman Yuan has appeared. Baiman Yuan? Lin Xiaobai was not very familiar with it, but seeing Lin Jian's excitement and the disbelief of Ho Shan and others indicated that they had encountered a rare source-type exotic beast. Having just traversed into this world, he was not well acquainted with some particulars, yet acquiring a rare and powerful source-type exotic beast was indeed fortuitous. Senior, over here. Just as Lin Jian and the others were about to emerge from the bushes, a melodious voice of a young girl rang out, followed by the sound of footsteps and the deep, resonant breaths of exotic beasts. Through the gaps in the grass, he could see 2 boys and 3 girls, all appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, each clad in blue attire adorned with a conspicuous emblem. The emblem, set against a black background, depicted a human and a beast. The Beast Tamer Academy. Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized this emblem as the classic insignia of the only Beast Tamer Academy in Wangnan City, which he had encountered multiple times. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon students of the Beast Tamer Academy here. A fervent excitement surged within Lin Xiaobai, having traversed into the future with aspirations of making a mark. Becoming a Beast Tamer was imperative, and thus the academy was the perfect starting point. They're quite fast, one of the boys remarked. When leopard go? As the boy's voice fell, a tall leopard beside him lunged towards the Baiman Yuan. Lin Jian's face flushed with anger. Moments ago, he He had been thrilled at the sight of the Baiman Yuan, only to see these youngsters act first. This exotic beast rightfully belonged to his son, old Lin. Hoshan whispered, signaling Lin Jian to restrain his fury. Lin Jian's heart simmered with anger. Although he was incensed, he understood the gravity of the situation. These individuals hailed from the Beast Tamer Academy, and he could not provoke them. Moreover, the exotic beasts accompanying them were likely second-tier, indicating that these youngsters were all second-tier Beast Tamers. Even if he rushed out now, he would stand no chance against them. Lin Jian's frustration mixed with a sense of helplessness, making him feel considerably aged. He lamented the years he had squandered on drink. Had he dedicated himself to becoming a Beast Tamer, he would not have to watch helplessly as his son's exotic beast was snatched away. Just having entered the inner perimeter of Wangnan Mountain less than a kilometer and already encountering a Baiman Yuan, he could only console himself that he would surely encounter even better exotic beasts further on. Yet deep down, he knew that such luck was unlikely to repeat. Congratulations to Senior Han for capturing the Baiman Yuan. Haha, I never expected to find a first-tier Baiman Yuan in Wangnan Mountain. Let us head back to the academy. The 2 boys and 3 girls laughed as they departed, taking the Baiman Yuan with them, now captured by the boy. First tier? Upon hearing that the Baiman Yuan was only first tier, Lin Jian felt a tightness in his chest, nearly choking on his own blood. This level was precisely suitable for Lin Xiaobai to capture. Lin Jian, Ho Shan, and the others emerged from the grass, Lin Jian still sighing repeatedly, his gaze fixed on the direction the 2 boys and 3 girls had taken, filled with anger and regret. Lin Xiaobai approached the spot where the boy had stood. Noticing 6 exotic beast capsules on the ground, in addition to the one used to capture the Baiman Yuan. This indicated that the boy had expended 7 capsules to capture the Baiman Yuan. 7 capsules equated to 35,000 yuan. This sum represented half a year's income for an average family, underscoring that being a beast tamer not only conferred high status, but also demanded substantial financial investment. Alas, I never expected to encounter students from the Beast Tamer Academy. Ho Shan sighed, feeling a sense of regret. Let us move deeper. We've just entered the inner perimeter. Perhaps we might still encounter more source-type exotic beasts. As the group prepared to advance further, Lin Xiaobai remained rooted in place. What is that? He unintentionally glanced up to see a small red bird perched on a tree branch, tilting its head curiously at him, remaining calm and unafraid. Somehow, Lin Xiaobai perceived a hint of curiosity in the bird's eyes, akin to that of a human. Is that a Xiaohong Niao? Lin Jian remarked. Looking at the tree, the Xiaohong Niao is also a source-type exotic beast, representing the initial state of a firebird. While it sounded intriguing, in reality, the Xiaohong Niao possessed low intelligence and had virtually no chance of evolving, rendering it an undesirable source-type exotic beast. Is it also a source-type exotic beast? Lin Xiaobai pondered quietly. Let us go? Lin Jian averted his gaze without any lingering attachment. The Xiaohong Niao had never crossed his mind as a potential exotic beast for his son. It was simply too weak and of low intellect. Offering no assistance to a beast tamer, almost akin to an ordinary bird, it was classified as a source-type exotic beast solely because it could emit small flames, and no beast tamer would ever choose it as their companion. Let it be, Lin Xiaobai stated, locking eyes with the small red bird as if they were engaged in a mutual gaze, exhibiting an extraordinary connection. Lin Xiaobai felt an intense intuition that this small red bird might be exceptionally unique, possibly diverging significantly from the conventional understanding of such creatures. Xiaobai, do you wish to choose it? Lin Jian exclaimed in astonishment. I want it, Lin Xiaobai asserted with unwavering determination, the small red bird still perched on the tree, unmoved. He retrieved his sole exotic beast capsule and activated it according to the instructions. A gentle radiance emanating as Lin Xiaobai began to communicate with the Xiaohong Niao. It felt as though another presence emerged within his mind, akin to a parallel self, yet imbued with warmth. Xiaohong Niao. Lin Xiaobai continuously called the bird's name in his thoughts, akin to summoning a spirit. Ji. To his amazement, a response came. The small red bird flapped its wings and flew down from the tree, transforming into a stream of light that entered the exotic beast capsule, which then fell to the ground. This marked a successful capture. Some exotic beasts necessitate defeat before they can be tamed. But this was not the case with the Xiaohong Niao. With Lin Xiaobai's exceptional mental prowess and the simplicity of capturing such a basic creature, any arduous process would have been utterly inconceivable. Ho Shan and the others stood in shock. Choosing the Xiaohong Niao as the first exotic beast was tantamount to self-sabotage. They exchanged sympathetic glances with Lin Jian. Lin Jian was profoundly affected by the demise of his beloved wife, leaving his heart in desolation and halting his journey as a beastmaster. To his dismay, his son followed suit, choosing the diminutive Hong Niao as his first beast. This lowly creature offered little assistance to a beastmaster. The ability to become a true beastmaster hinged upon the successful taming of one's first beast, a feat intrinsically linked to one's mental prowess. Initially, a typical beastmaster could only establish a connection with a single beast, and subsequent growth and advancement were heavily reliant on the first beast. Hence, most individuals aimed to capture the strongest beasts available. However, the Hong Niao resembled more of a pet than a beast, rendering the notion of it being a formidable creature somewhat laughable. As the crowd sighed, the atmosphere shifted. At that moment, Ho Shan jested, remarking that a typical beastmaster would at least be 14 or 15 years old. Yet, Xiaobai, at merely 12, had already become a beastmaster, a noteworthy achievement. Their futures were all too clear, and Ho Shan was merely offering Lin Jian a semblance of hope. Lin Jian had high expectations for his son and insisted on entering the inner sanctum of Wangnan Mountain. Ultimately, however, Xiaobai managed to tame a mere Hong Niao, which not only consumed his mental energy, but almost severed Xiaobai's path as a beastmaster. For Lin Jian, this outcome was akin to adding insult to injury following the loss of his wife. Before Lin Jian could intervene, Xiaobai had already initiated communication with the creature, a process that, once begun, could not be interrupted lest it result in mental backlash. I believe this Hong Niao may be extraordinary. Unlike the conventional notion of such a creature, Xiaobai mused upon observing the expressions of those around him. Indeed, the Hong Niao can be quite formidable. Lin Jian replied with a bittersweet smile, attempting to encourage his 12-year-old son. No one took Xiaobai's words seriously, including Lin Jian, who believed that his son, still a child, may have simply found the Hong Niao appealing or adorable, leading him to make an impulsive decision. This impulsiveness could potentially obstruct Xiaobai's entire future as a beastmaster, yet no one dared to disclose this harsh reality to the young boy. As the group prepared to return, Xiaobai clutched the beast capsule, his thoughts entirely consumed by the sudden emergence of text within his mind. Name, Hong Niao. Level 1. Ability, Fire Breathing. Quality, Black Iron. Level Cap, 2. Can evolve into Firebird. Evolution requirements, feed with Qing Yen seeds, red flame rice, spirit wheat. Evolution requires 500 experience points. Current experience points, 0. Note, experience can be gained through feeding, increasing intimacy, and battling alongside the beast. Chapter 4. The Hong Niao breathes great fire. Is this a system? Xiaobai had never heard of a beast's attributes being displayed in such a manner upon taming. The evolution requirements, including the need to feed it specific items such as Qing Yen seeds, red flame rice, and spirit wheat, were understandable, as beasts typically required specialized nourishment. However, what was this evolution experience? Generally, beast evolution demanded continuous feeding, leading to random transformations, with neither humans nor beasts able to dictate the timing of evolution. Did this experience system transcend such limitations? Would sufficient experience guarantee evolution? Could this be a fortuitous gift from another realm? Xiaobai pondered, though the arrival of such a revelation seemed rather tardy, as he had been in this new world for nearly a month. Xiaobai, hurry up. Lin Jian urged from ahead. Oh, Xiaobai responded, quickening his pace to catch up with Lin Jian and the others, most of his attention still fixated on the attributes panel. After some time, Lin Jian and the others, accompanied by the 12-year-old Xiaobai, successfully returned to Wangnan City and headed straight for the beast market. The beast market was the largest and most bustling marketplace in Wangnan City, where one could procure anything related to beasts, even live ones. However, live beasts came at exorbitant prices, inaccessible to the average person. Lin Jian and his companions had come here to sell their recent acquisitions and convert them into cash, while they haggled with others. Xiaobai ventured alone into a nearby shop dedicated to selling beasts. Little one, what type of beast are you interested in? A rather unremarkable man in his 30s welcomed Xiaobai, his demeanor warm, suggesting he was the shop owner. Typically, such individuals were discreet. As dealing in live beasts required substantial financial resources, this man could very well be a wealthy entrepreneur. Xiaobai remained silent, wandering through the shop. Purple blood mantis, northern golden eagle, bloodthirsty bat, two-headed ice serpent, snowy striped tiger. Fierce beasts were on display. The shop was approximately the size of 2 basketball courts, each superalloy cage housing a formidable creature, totaling several dozen beasts. Both ferocious and elemental beasts were present, predominantly at around level 2. Yet the prices caused Xiaobai's heart to sink. Astonishingly high. A level 1 beast cost 50 to 60,000. Level 2 beasts reached upwards of 100,000. Such figures were overwhelming for Xiaobai, who had been a struggling blue-collar worker in his previous life. As he exited the shop, the proprietor followed him, recognizing that Xiaobai did not appear to be a potential buyer. However, he was puzzled by the boy's demeanor. The occasional glimmer of maturity and shrewdness in his gaze unmistakably suggested he was no mere child. Upon returning, Lin Jian and the others had nearly completed their sales. After distributing the earnings and bidding farewell, they each departed their separate ways. Lin Jian took Xiaobai directly to the eastern part of Wangnan City, which was vast, with extensive impoverished neighborhoods. This area housed the destitute, with affordable rents. Lin Jian and Xiaobai had no permanent residence, living in rented accommodations. Their previous lease had expired, and now they sought a new home, knowing they would likely relocate again in a few months, as was their custom. Eventually, Lin Jian found a relatively inexpensive 2-bedroom apartment for 800 yuan a month, a reasonable price. After moving their bedding and daily necessities, Lin Jian departed once more, returning to his life of indulgence and despair. Before leaving, he handed Xiaobai some money. The path you choose is yours alone. I can only do so much. You mentioned wanting to attend the Beastmaster Academy. Take this money and go if you wish. I've heard they have unique methods to enhance mental strength, which may help offset the disadvantages of taming the Hong Niao. Don't seek me out unless necessary. Lin Jian left, only to return every few days. Xiaobai bore no resentment, even understanding his father's actions, appreciating the freedom it afforded him. Rather than hastily examining the attributes panel in his mind, Xiaobai summoned the Hong Niao, eager to explore and study this first beast of his. The petite crimson bird, no larger than the palm of one's hand, was cradled in Lin Xiaobai's grasp, tilting its head to observe him with a pair of remarkably perceptive eyes. This little avian creature, slightly larger than a swallow, boasted of vibrant red plumage adorned with a tuft of white feathers on its forehead, presenting a strikingly charming appearance. Lin Xiaobai ventured outside to procure a dry wooden stick, presenting it before the little bird, and said, "Little red bird, come, let me witness your prowess." With a sense of anticipation, he wondered what would transpire, for the bird possessed the ability to breathe fire. With a gentle puff, the bird emitted a small flame from its beak, barely larger than that of a lighter's flicker. Lin Xiaobai was taken aback. Was this truly its capability? The feeble flame seemed hardly sufficient to ignite anything. The little bird took deep breaths, its body rising and falling, appearing quite fatigued. Upon inspecting the wooden stick, he noted a tiny charred mark, no larger than a fingernail, with the interior intact. Disheartened, Lin Xiaobai's expression soured. He began to question his judgment. It was evident that this little creature, abandoned by others, was remarkably underwhelming. After a brief pause, the bird regained its composure, still gazing at Lin Xiaobai with an expression that suggested a lack of intelligence, yet it seemed to ponder the reason behind his displeasure. Such a human-like gaze should not belong to something so ordinary. Lin Xiaobai scrutinized the bird and gestured, urging it to unleash a grander flame. Moments later, the bird appeared to comprehend his intent. Its diminutive form began to radiate warmth, and its chest swelled, as if it were harnessing some latent power. Could it be preparing to unleash a more formidable fire? Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened in anticipation, and he hurriedly positioned the bird by the window, pulling it open. With a resounding whoosh, a towering flame erupted from the bird's beak, reaching over a meter high, the searing heat prickling his skin. "Ouch, that is hot," he exclaimed. The blaze persisted for several seconds before dissipating, leaving the little bird limp in his hands. Had it perished? A surge of panic coursed through Lin Xiaobai as he flipped the bird over, relieved to find it still alive, albeit exhausted from expending its fiery breath. How peculiar, he mused. As the bird recuperated, he conducted several more tests, discovering that it could only unleash a significant fire once per hour, after which it would be utterly drained. While this frequency was somewhat disappointing, it provided Lin Xiaobai with a sliver of comfort. At least he had acquired an extraordinary little companion. The vivid crimson of its feathers and those intelligent eyes captivated him, reminiscent of a soul hidden within its petite frame. This evoked memories of a small black dog he had once cared for in a past life, whose gaze mirrored that of the little bird. In the 5th chapter, he contemplated feeding it. Regrettably, that little black dog had met a tragic end in an accident, a loss that left Lin Xiaobai hesitant to raise another dog again. The little red bird flitted joyfully about the room, growing increasingly affectionate toward him. Suddenly, a message flashed in his mind. Experience points, 5. This marked the first elevation of experience, a result of the burgeoning bond between the crimson bird and Lin Xiaobai, with feeding and combat serving as additional avenues for growth. For now, Lin Xiaobai decided to focus on feeding as the means to enhance experience. Every extraordinary creature had specific dietary preferences. For the little red bird, Qing Yen seeds and Hong Yen rice ears were particularly suitable, both of which shared a fiery attribute conducive to its development. The staple food was Lingli wheat, a common sustenance consumed by most beings, including humans. The resurgence of spiritual energy had transformed all flora and fauna. Wheat, once a mundane food source, had evolved into Lingli wheat, rich in vitality. Humans consuming it could bolster their health, while extraordinary creatures thrived on it, making it the most widely consumed food. Currently, most households relied on Lingli wheat, resulting in a significant improvement in human health compared to the past, with illnesses becoming increasingly rare. Even ailments like cancer could now be treated with bamboo shoots from Peiyuan Qingzhu, a testament to humanity's indirect benefits from the revival of spiritual energy. Lin Xiaobai searched online for the prices of Qingyan seeds and Hongyan rice ears, discovering merchants specializing in the sale of extraordinary creature food, a burgeoning market. Lingli wheat, however, was inexpensive and readily available at home. The search results indicated that Qingyan seeds were approximately 200 yuan per gene, while Hongyan rice ears were 180 yuan per gene. Not exorbitantly priced, yet they were not particularly cheap for Lin Xiaobai. When Lin Jian departed, he left Lin Xiaobai with 5,000 yuan, of which 3,500 was allocated for the Beast Tamer Academy's tuition, leaving him with 1,500 yuan to spend. He resolved to purchase 1 gene of each. Lin Xiaobai was determined not to skimp on certain expenses. Investing in becoming a Beast Tamer was a worthy pursuit, one he had resolved to undertake without hesitation. He set out with the little red bird in tow. The online shopping trend from his previous life persisted. Although in this age of rampant extraordinary creatures, delivery costs had risen, making online purchases only marginally cheaper than in-store shopping. Thus, Lin Xiaobai opted to venture out to buy the supplies while also inquiring about the Beast Tamer Academy's enrollment schedule. It was currently August, the season for new students at the Beast Tamer Academy, and he anticipated the commencement of a new round of admissions. Upon entering a shop that sold food for extraordinary creatures, Lin Xiaobai requested 1 gene of Qingyan seeds and 1 gene of Hongyan rice ears. Sure thing, replied a young clerk, momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiaobai's mature demeanor despite his youth, and then by the sight of the little red bird perched on his shoulder. Struggling to suppress a chuckle, he mused, surely, he cannot be a beast tamer at such a young age. It must belong to someone in his family, which is still quite peculiar. Lin Xiaobai's expression darkened. He could discern the clerk's thoughts from his reaction. This was not the first instance. Countless people had cast similar glances at him throughout his journey. For the first time in his life, he felt the sting of discrimination due to the little red bird. The total for 1 gene of Qingyan seeds and 1 gene of Hongyan rice ears came to 390 yuan, and the young clerk retrieved 2 small bags for him. The prices are comparable to those online, merely 10 yuan more. Lin Xiaobai completed the transaction, taking the Qingyan seed and the Hongyan rice ear, and departed without a moment's hesitation. Upon leaving the exotic beast market, his next priority was to inquire about the enrollment dates for the Beast Tamer Academy. This information was easily accessible, with numerous advertisements lining the streets announcing that the enrollment date was August 24th. There were only 6 days remaining. Lin Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Today was already August 18th, and in 6 days, the enrollment for the Beast Tamer Academy would commence. It must be said that Lin Xiaobai's timing for this journey was fortuitous. Had he arrived mid-semester, he would have had to wait several months, or even half a year, to enter the academy. He felt compelled to prepare thoroughly. Lin Xiaobai was quite exhilarated. The profession of Beast Tamer in this era held immense allure for him. If it were 2018, such incredible phenomena as taming beasts would only exist in films and anime. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaobai fed his little red bird, gaining 5 experience points with each feeding. By feeding it twice a day, it would take 50 days to accumulate 500 experience points, without engaging in battles. And considering the time required to enhance his bond with the little red bird, it would take approximately another month. A month is neither too long nor too short, and he found it acceptable. That evening, Lin Jian did not return home, further widening the distance between father and son. Previously, Lin Jian would show some concern for Lin Xiaobai, but since noticing Lin Xiaobai's increasing maturity, he had largely ceased to take an interest in him. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed. During this time, Lin Xiaobai diligently absorbed knowledge related to beast tamers and exotic beasts. Having only recently traversed into this world, his understanding of these subjects was alarmingly scant. The memories of the original Lin Xiaobai also provided little information, compelling him to start learning from scratch. Though attending the Beast Tamer Academy was akin to going to school, possessing basic knowledge was imperative. In his spare moments, Lin Xiaobai followed some simple online tutorials to train the little red bird in combat skills, such as the accuracy of its fire breath, but the results were minimal. The little red bird could only breathe fire once an hour, and after several days of training, the number of fire breaths could be counted on one hand, rendering the effectiveness rather negligible. On the morning of the enrollment day, at 6:30, Lin Xiaobai set off with a backpack containing daily necessities, the Qingyan seed, and the Hongyan rice ear. On this day, it was unusual for Lin Jian not to venture out. He lay drunkenly on the living room sofa. He understood that if Lin Xiaobai were accepted, he would reside permanently at the Beast Tamer Academy. If anything arose, he could find him at Zhang Ye's tavern on Chunlin Road. Lin Jian's voice echoed from within the house. Lin Xiaobai hesitated momentarily at the door, having never inquired where Lin Jian drank, nor had Lin Jian ever divulged this information. Now, however, he had explicitly informed Lin Xiaobai, making his intentions clear, should anything arise. He could seek his father's assistance. A warmth surged within Lin Xiaobai. Though Lin Jian might not be a model father, he was undoubtedly a good one. Committing the address to memory, Lin Xiaobai left home and boarded a direct bus to the Beast Tamer Academy. Chapter 6. Enrollment Assessment. The enrollment assessment commenced at 9 in the morning. Lin Xiaobai departed at 6:30, primarily due to his residence in the eastern part of Wangnan City, while the Beast Tamer Academy lay to the west, nearly 100 miles apart. This vastness of nearly 100 miles underscores the magnitude of Wangnan City, a small world where humanity resides today. Shortly after 8 in the morning, Lin Xiaobai arrived at the Beast Tamer Academy. The first sight that greeted him was the imposing stone gate of the academy, spanning over 50 meters in width, adorned with the statue of a green-eyed lion. Legend has it that this lion was the famed exotic beast of the academy's principal, Jelens. It is said that 3 years prior, during the assault of exotic beasts on Wangnan City, Jelens and this green-eyed lion turned the tide, slaying numerous formidable beasts and safeguarding the city. Following the war, to honor Jelens and the green-eyed lion's valor, an official statue was crafted to serve as the academy's entrance. Even now, throngs of people stood before the grand stone gate, gazing in reverence, while many took photographs, with the area beneath the green-eyed lion statue teeming with spectators, amidst the roars of many exotic beasts. Typically, beast tamers prefer not to confine their beasts within capsules, opting instead to maximize their time spent together, fostering their relationship. Much like Lin Xiaobai, whose little red bird usually perched on his shoulder, it was only in this crowded situation that he would consider utilizing the beast capsule, for it occupied too much space. Staff were calling out to those exotic beasts that had been released. The atmosphere was chaotic. Lin Xiaobai struggled to find a place to stand, but eventually managed to join the queue for the new student assessment amidst the throng. Such a small child, probably only 12 or 13 years old, remarked a beautiful woman, visibly surprised upon seeing Lin Xiaobai, likely a parent accompanying a child. Lin Xiaobai's age certainly stood out among the many young newcomers. It was challenging to find anyone younger than him, drawing the attention of many. He must be here just to soak up the atmosphere. He'll likely slip away when it's his turn, someone speculated. I am already a beast tamer. Why am I deemed inadequate? Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from the front. Everyone turned to look, spotting a boy around 14 or 15 years old who seemed furious for not meeting the enrollment standards of the Beast Tamer Academy. This student, even being a beast tamer does not guarantee you meet our enrollment criteria, which is clearly outlined in the admissions brochure, a polite staff member explained. The plump woman beside the boy flushed crimson under the scrutiny of the crowd, angrily cursing, "What a pathetic school. Aching, let us go, we don't need this." She stormed off with the boy named Aching, grumbling all the way. Following this incident, the atmosphere grew notably tense. It was clear from the earlier exchanges that the boy named Aching had already become a beast tamer but had still failed the assessment. Clearly, the enrollment standards of the Beast Tamer Academy exceeded those of a basic beast tamer. The phrase that had appeared repeatedly in the admissions brochure, stating that the Academy's standards were slightly higher than those of ordinary beast tamers, was now recalled by many. Not qualified, not qualified, not qualified. One after another, candidates were eliminated, plunging the atmosphere into a chilling silence, causing anxiety to grip the hearts of all awaiting their turn. "My goodness, this is far too stringent," exclaimed a girl of about 13 or 14 behind Lin Xiaobai, her brows furrowed in a serious expression that appeared rather comical, especially as her features contorted when she exclaimed, "My heavens." An elderly man stood beside the girl, reassuring her, "My dear, fret not. The sir has assured that you will pass. His words are beyond doubt." "Dear?" Lin Xiaobai couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the young girl beside him. She was quite petite, likely not much taller than his 12 years, with skin as fair and supple as a ripe peach. However, it was her small face that appeared comically expressive, evoking laughter in those who beheld her. Beside the young girl stood a respectful elder, clearly a servant, and considering her title of Miss, it was evident that she hailed from a wealthy family. Lin Xiaobai felt a pang of reflection. In his past life, a society that valued wealth above all else left many yearning to be born into affluence or to become wealthy themselves. Though he was not rich and bore no animosity towards the affluent, he preferred this era, eccentric and enchanting, a time that stirred one's imagination. With this thought, Lin Xiaobai clenched his fists in anticipation. He yearned to become a beast master, a powerful one at that, to encounter the legendary exotic beasts that had left him awestruck. To qualify as a beast master, one needed to possess a mental strength twice that of an average person. Yet it was rumored that the minimum admission standard for the Beastmaster Academy was quintuple that of an ordinary individual's mental strength. A shorter boy ahead of Lin Xiaobai spoke to a taller youth before him. 5 times. The surrounding crowd gasped at the mention of such a figure. The requirement was not merely strict, it was monstrous. Indeed, our academy only accepts the extraordinary. A robust man clad in a suit emerged from the institution, seemingly an official, and approached one of the staff members, seamlessly taking his place. Next, Chu Lanfeng. The shorter boy in front of Lin Xiaobai was soon to be called. The tall youth stepped forward to a sophisticated apparatus, donning a helmet, and moments later, the suited man nodded, signaling the commencement of the assessment. After approximately half a minute, the tall boy collapsed, drenched in sweat. Chu Lanfeng, mental strength 6 times that of an ordinary person. Admission granted. Next, Li Ergu. Laughter erupted at the mention of this name. It's all my grandfather's fault for naming me this. The blushing shorter boy stepped up. Li Ergu. Mental strength 7 times that of an ordinary person. Admission granted. 7 times. The crowd was astonished by Li Ergu's remarkable capability. Humph. He raised his chin, evidently pleased with himself. Next, Lin Xiaobai. Lin Xiaobai approached, where staff began to record his details. If he succeeded, the necessary enrollment procedures would follow. If he failed, the testing would prevent others from causing disruption. Such a small one. The suited man was taken aback upon confirming Lin Xiaobai's registration information. Only 12 years old. Chapter 7. 17 times the mental strength. Although mental strength is not strictly tied to age, there is some correlation. Typically, one must be at least 14 or 15 years old for their mental strength to begin to mature. To aspire to be a beast master at 12 is exceedingly difficult. After a brief hesitation, the man cautioned, do not disrupt the assessment. If any suspicion arises, you will be barred from admission for life. Understand the gravity of this matter. I understand, Lin Xiaobai nodded, smiling. Aren't you seeking the extraordinary? The man's eyes flickered with surprise at Lin Xiaobai's retort, and he nodded to the nearby staff member. Begin. Please wear the helmet, the staff instructed Lin Xiaobai. The helmet resembled devices imagined in virtual gaming, adorned with numerous intricate neural conduits. This high-tech instrument was specifically designed to measure mental strength and was exceedingly costly, only found within the academy. Following the staff's guidance, Lin Xiaobai donned the helmet, and the assessment commenced. All eyes were on him, particularly those who suspected he was merely there to disrupt the process. Who could believe that a mere 12-year-old could meet the standards? As soon as the helmet was in place, a wave of pressure surged into his mind, a weighty force that intensified with time. When the examinee could no longer endure the pressure and collapsed, the test would reveal the limits of their mental strength. Persevere. Endure. As the pressure grew heavier, Lin Xiaobai urged himself inwardly. His past life's experiences taught him the importance of showcasing his talent in such assessments. Waiving tuition fees and obtaining scholarships were merely the basics. Gaining the school's attention would yield numerous benefits. Seconds ticked away, and it felt as though lead filled his head, rendering him motionless beneath the overwhelming weight. Finally, at a critical moment, Lin Xiaobai nearly fainted, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Xiaobai, mental strength 17 times that of an ordinary person. Admission granted. My heavens. 17 times. The announcement captured the attention of the majority gathered at the academy's entrance. The young girl behind Lin Xiaobai gaped in astonishment, her expression comically wide. Oh my. That's incredible. 17 times. Lin Xiaobai clenched his fist slightly, feeling a swell of pride. Indeed, the soul that had lived 2 lives provided him with remarkable advantages, far exceeding the academy's threshold of quintuple mental strength. Very impressive. The suited man nodded, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Yet, beyond the extraordinary mental strength, he was even more impressed by Lin Xiaobai's age. At 12 years old, coupled with 17 times the mental strength of an ordinary person, he would surely be among the top records in the academy's testing history. I am Director Pai. Should you have any matters, feel free to visit me at the administrative building. The man smiled at Lin Xiaobai, then instructed a nearby staff member, take him to complete his enrollment procedures. The young staff member nodded and courteously said, follow me. Amidst envious gazes, Lin Xiaobai walked behind him, passing through the gates of the Beastmaster Academy. The path led to a plaza, beyond which stood exquisite, towering buildings that housed both faculty and students. The young staff member guided Lin Xiaobai into the first office building, where he filled out various forms and verified his identification, a tedious process. Finally, at the payment desk, an instructor with graying hair informed him, Lin Xiaobai, is it? Your tuition is fully waived. No fees required. After a long day, Lin Xiaobai felt a wave of relief. Indeed, showcasing one's talents bore its rewards. This demonstration of ability garnered the school's attention, leading to numerous privileges, a stark contrast to mere ostentation. Subsequently, the young staff member escorted Lin Xiaobai to a dormitory building. Unlike the ordinary dormitory buildings found in conventional schools, the dormitory here appears to be constructed with remarkable fortitude. The walls are 2 to 3 times thicker than standard walls, a characteristic shared by every building within the academy, likely designed to prevent unintentional damage from exotic beasts and the ensuing dire consequences. Here we are, room 440. This is your key. The staff member, Lin Xiaobai, escorted him to the entrance of a 4th-floor dormitory and handed him a key before departing. Lin Xiaobai observed the door, which was painted green, adorned with a plaque bearing the number 440. I will occupy the bed by the door, and you will take the one inside. The remaining space is reserved for our yet-to-arrive roommate. Before Lin Xiaobai could step inside, he heard a familiar, melodious voice emanating from within the dormitory. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of 2 boys, one tall and one short, busily unpacking their belongings. Is it them? Lin Xiaobai was astonished. What a coincidence. These 2 were the very individuals who had been ahead of him during the assessment, with the shorter boy seemingly named Li Ergu. Such a memorable name was easily recalled. Is it you? The 2 boys exclaimed in unison upon seeing Lin Xiaobai. They recognized his face, which had drawn considerable attention due to his age during the assessment, and they had glanced back at him. Who would have imagined they would meet again? What a curious twist of fate, to find ourselves assigned to the same dormitory. The shorter boy laughed heartily as he hopped off his bed, extending his hand warmly. Hello, I am Li Ergu from Chuanmu District, Songwenyuan. I am Lin Xiaobai from Kelly District. Lin Xiaobai replied with a smile, shaking hands. A slum district? Li Ergu expressed surprise. Indeed, Lin Xiaobai nodded. Haha, it's nothing. My aunt also lives in a slum district. We're all in the same boat, Li Ergu chuckled. Greetings, I am Chu Lanfeng from Chuanmu District, Songwengshuan. The taller boy too descended from his bed, smiling as he greeted Lin Xiaobai. Lin Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly. Songwenyuan? Songwengshuan? Li Ergu laughed heartily. Precisely. Our homes are in the neighboring community, but we only just met on the way here, not even 2 hours ago. So that's how it is, Lin Xiaobai understood. Yes, Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaobai surveyed the dormitory, which was spacious, about twice the size of an average school dorm. 3 beds occupied the corners of the room. One near the door belonged to Li Ergu, the one on the left-hand side was Chu Lanfeng's, and the remaining bed was reserved for Lin Xiaobai. A large empty space in the center was presumably designated for the exotic beasts, as this was a Beast Tamer Academy, where the primary focus of education revolved around these creatures. Chapter 8. The Stone Tablet Records. We were the last to pass the assessment, while others were eliminated. How impressive are we, haha? Li Ergu laughed heartily. Lin Xiaobai, what was your mental strength compared to that of an ordinary person? Chu Lanfeng suddenly inquired with curiosity. 17 times, Lin Xiaobai replied candidly. 17 times. Both Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng gasped, their reactions mirroring those of the spectators during the assessment, astonished by the figure. I'm 7 times, just a fraction of your score, Li Ergu lamented. I'm merely 6 times. Why don't you mention that? Chu Lanfeng shot him a scornful look. Generally, a mental strength of approximately twice that of an ordinary person suffices to embark on the path of a beast tamer. With Li Ergu at 7 times and Chu Lanfeng at 6, they already exhibited considerable talent. However, Lin Xiaobai, having lived 2 lifetimes and spent half of his previous life, far surpassed them. Li Ergu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Lin Xiaobai. Lin Xiaobai, we shall call you Xiaobai. You will undoubtedly excel. So make sure to look out for us in school. Chu Lanfeng chuckled. That means we will have a solid ally for the next 4 to 5 years. 4 to 5 years? Lin Xiaobai was taken aback. Yes, don't you know? To graduate from the Beast Tamer Academy, one must reach the 5th level of Beast Taming, which typically requires 4 to 5 years, Li Ergu explained. Only those who graduate as 5th level Beast Tamers can join the Beast Tamer Alliance to protect our homeland. I eagerly anticipate the day I can don the uniform of a Beast Tamer. Li Ergu seemed somewhat wistful. Is that so? Lin Xiaobai realized he had not previously understood these requirements. He was surprised to learn that graduation from the Beast Tamer Academy necessitated reaching the 5th level, rather than being age-restricted. In conventional schools, graduation is based on a set number of years, 3 for high school, 4 for university, where one typically graduates once the time elapses. Now, the graduation criteria have transformed into a stipulation akin to imposing a minimum score for graduation in high school, possessing a somewhat coercive nature. Presumably, the Academy is unwilling to squander any potential talent. After all, those who gain admission to the Beast Tamer Academy are regarded as exceptional among Beast Tamers. Every loss represents a significant detriment to humanity. As for the Beast Tamer Alliance, Lin Xiaobai was aware that it comprised a military force entirely made up of Beast Tamers, serving as the primary guardians of humanity, akin to a special operations unit. Graduates of the Beast Tamer Academy can directly join the alliance, making the academy akin to a training base for Beast Tamers, remarkably similar to a military academy, allowing graduates to enter the military directly, a highly effective system indeed. Come on, let us go. Now that we are all here, let us head out for a meal. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng had already dressed, with Li Ergu enthusiastically throwing an arm around his shoulder as they exited. Li Ergu stood around 170 centimeters tall, while Chu Lanfeng was quite tall, nearly reaching 180 centimeters. Lin Xiaobai, being only 12 years old, stood approximately 160 centimeters. Lin Xiaobai walked alongside Chu Lanfeng, flanking Li Ergu, their height differences creating a charming contrast. Lin Xiaobai, you're about the same height as my younger brother. He is 13, Chu Lanfeng remarked suddenly. Lin Xiaobai, how old are you? Li Ergu inquired. 12, Lin Xiaobai answered. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng were taken aback. You truly encountered a remarkable companion, Li Ergu mused. You appeared quite small, but this is exceptionally small, Chu Lanfeng remarked. Speechless. That's rather disheartening, Li Ergu pouted, but it's all right. Being in the same dormitory means the stronger you are, the better it is for us. No one will dare bully us in the academy. Indeed, Chu Lanfeng grinned broadly. The trio chatted as they strolled. With both Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng being 15 years old, their personalities exuberant and outgoing, while Lin Xiaobai felt comparatively introverted in their presence. Rather than rushing to a nearby restaurant, they decided to explore the academy, wanting to familiarize themselves with the esteemed Beast Tamer Academy that so many yearned for. Exiting the dormitory building, they headed north, turned west, and circled around, taking in the sights of the entire Beast Tamer Academy. The Beastmaster Academy is vast, exceedingly so, comparable in size to several ordinary universities. What captures one's attention the most are the sturdy, thick walls of the lecture halls and dormitories, alongside the numerous ancient trees scattered throughout the campus. These venerable trees, robust and steeped in history, seem to have flourished long before the establishment of the institution. As they stroll along the pathways, they encounter several senior students, many accompanied by formidable exotic beasts, each ranked at least at level 2, with some even surpassing that threshold. Truly, this is the esteemed Beastmaster Academy, Lin Xiaobai muses. A level 2 Beastmaster holds considerable status in the outside world, a rarity indeed, yet here, such individuals are commonplace, with many having attained level 3. It is astonishing to behold. When will I ever possess a high-ranking exotic beast? Li Ergu expresses his envy. Chu Lanfeng shares a similar sentiment, filled with admiration. No Beastmaster harbors any less wish than to own a powerful exotic beast, including Lin Xiaobai. Look over there. Li Ergu suddenly points at a colossal stone tablet. At the heart of the square in front of the academy stands a massive stone tablet, soaring over 30 meters high, crafted entirely from a deep crimson gemstone, vibrant and striking. The trio approaches, observing the intricate carvings of various exotic beasts alongside an array of inscriptions. The inscription reads, Wang Nansheng Beastmaster Academy, established in 2031 under the leadership of Principal Jalinci, has nurtured numerous formidable beastmasters who have played pivotal roles in the Beast Wars. Chu Lanfeng articulates each word carefully, noting the smaller text below that chronicles the illustrious achievements of powerful beastmasters who have emerged from the academy. Su Jian, a level 8 beastmaster, in 2033, repelled the 9-headed bloodthirsty serpent outside Wang Nansheng using the purple-eyed thunderwing beast, earning fame and saving countless lives. Ruo Shuai-chun, a level 8 beastmaster, in 2033, confronted the 3-headed tomb demon ape in the eastern part of Wang Nansheng with the silver-armored lizard dragon, resulting in 2 fatalities and 1 escape. Fording the beast's flank attack, a monumental achievement. Hai Wuji, a level 9 beastmaster, in 2035, battled the Crimson Flame Emperor Crocodile for an entire day and night outside the Dark Forest using the Earth Bear Beast, ultimately slaying the mighty foe and earning widespread renown. Liang Jinyu, a level 9 beastmaster, in 2035, vanquished the Bakun Serpent with the 4-eyed water god beast outside Silver Moon Valley, instilling terror among the beasts. Li Yishui, a level 9 beastmaster, in 2036, ventured deep into the Dark Forest, using the Ghost Pattern Emperor Butterfly to slay the Frost Rampaging Dragon. Time seemed to stand still as the 12-year-old and 2 15-year-olds stared in awe at these records, their hearts racing with an overwhelming sense of shock. Chapter 9, The Beast Wars. Incredible, simply incredible. Chu Lanfeng's skin prickled in response to the formidable names and ranks of the exotic beasts inscribed. They were either level 8 or 9, heights far beyond their reach, levels that rendered them objects of awe for all. Lin Xiaobai's heart pounded as well. Despite his years of experience in the world, which had tempered his composure, he found it difficult to remain unshaken. It was these individuals who had preserved the flickering ember of human survival. With Principal Jalinci's contributions standing unparalleled, he had turned the tide during the Second Beast War. facing the peak exotic beast, the azure-eyed lion, and altering the course of the entire conflict, though his feats were not recorded here. Li Ergu, well-versed in the Academy's history, shared this insight. Li Ergu recounted the Second Beast War, noting that the Beast Wars had erupted 3 times over the past decade. 10 years ago, in 2028, the calamity of exotic beasts struck, wreaking havoc upon humanity as unimaginable beasts descended, resulting in countless casualties and the fall of many cities. This calamity persisted for nearly 2 years, until in 2030, humanity consolidated its forces within massive cities, concentrating its firepower. With the aid of devastating weaponry, humanity barely managed to survive the onslaught of the beasts. This period is referred to as the First Beast War. Then came the emergence of the Beast Masters, brilliant prodigies from across the globe who commanded powerful exotic beasts to fight for humanity. However, in 2033, the beasts returned with a vengeance. This marked the Second Beast War, the fiercest of the 3 conflicts, with Beast Masters becoming the core force in humanity's resistance. Although the Beast Masters had only existed for less than 3 years and had yet to reach their peak, they possessed considerable combat strength, and after paying a heavy price, humanity managed to hold its ground. The beasts were repelled, and the Beast Masters flourished, rejuvenated by new talent. The strong grew stronger. Despite the peak of the third beast attack in 2035, the developed human Beast Masters proved resilient, securing victory in the Third Beast War. These 3 conflicts unfolded as follows. The first was one of despair, the second fraught with hardship, and the third characterized by strength. To read the history of humanity over the past decade is akin to viewing a grand epic, rising from despair, with the emergence of the Beast Masters heralding a new era of human power. The tablet's inscriptions reveal that during the Second Beast War, most were still level 8 Beast Masters, and by 2035, numerous level 9 Beast Masters had arisen. This reflects humanity's growth, while the exotic beasts, too, had evolved but could no longer dominate humanity with overwhelming force. Maintaining a stronghold, nurturing the flame of survival, these are feats humanity can still achieve. It is truly unfathomable that Principal Jelinci had already reached the pinnacle of level 9 during the Second Beast War, and the illustrious accomplishments of these strong figures inspire profound respect. Chu Lanfeng exclaims. The Second Beast War erupted in 2033. A mere 2 years after the advent of the Beast Masters, such rapid progress is astounding. Legend has it that Principal Jelinci was once a patient with mental health issues, lost in a world of his own fantasies, a symptom stemming from his exceptionally strong mental prowess. Li Ergu remarks that the emergence of the Beast Masters seemed tailor-made for him, allowing him to achieve level 9 in such a short time. Those recorded here also possess innate mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, being truly exceptional talents. Under normal circumstances, students at our Beast Master Academy would require 4 to 5 years to reach level 5, and decades to attain level 9, contingent on fortune. Li Ergu douses their hopes with cold reality. Chu Lanfeng, feeling somewhat disheartened, suddenly turns to Lin Xiaobai, suggesting that perhaps Xiaobai could indeed progress rapidly. Li Ergu shakes his head, continuing to pour cold water on their enthusiasm. I acknowledge that Xiaobai possesses exceptional talent. However, when compared to those recorded here or true prodigies, there remains a gap. Not to mention, among the senior students at the Beastmaster Academy, there is already a truly terrifying genius whose mental prowess is 73 times that of an ordinary person. 73 times. Chu Lanfeng nearly bursts out in expletives, but manages to suppress it. Let us leave this place. It is too disheartening, too overwhelming for the heart. Chu Lanfeng pulls Lin Xiaobai away, but he notices Lin Xiaobai lost in thought, asking, Xiaobai, what are you pondering? Truly remarkable. Lin Xiaobai is flooded with boundless admiration. Visibly shaken, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Dean Jellens had already reached the 9th level by the year 2033, merely 2 years after the emergence of Beast Tamers. By 2035, during the Third Beast War, there were already other 9th level Beast Tamers, indicating that only a little over 4 years had passed. Lin Xiaobai had never been one to settle for mediocrity. In his previous life, in an era where wealth was paramount and social classes were rigid, he managed to create ripples. Having been reborn into the present age, armed with the mental fortitude gained from 2 lifetimes and a package akin to a system for traversal, he was even less inclined to remain among the ordinary. Setting aside Dean Jellens, others could also attain the 9th level within 4 to 5 years. Since they could achieve it, so could he. Lin Xiaobai clenched his fair fist, his gaze sharpening. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng were not surprised by Lin Xiaobai's demeanor. Anyone who heard these records would feel a surge of passion. Having ambition is commendable, a great thing. Xiaobai, we wholeheartedly support you. Chu Lanfeng encouraged. Indeed, while talent is crucial, diligence is equally important, and from what I can see, Xiaobai does not seem like someone who would slack off. Li Erge grinned. I support you too. Let's go. It's time to enjoy a meal. Chu Lanfeng urged. The two led Lin Xiaobai away from the stone tablet towards the entrance. It was nearing noon, yet the assessment site at the entrance was still bustling with people, many awaiting their tests. Li Ergu guided Chu Lanfeng and Lin Xiaobai to a food street outside the Beast Tamer Academy with great familiarity. My cousin studied here before. He was among the first batch of students at the Beast Tamer Academy and has since graduated and joined the Beast Tamer Alliance. I used to come here often, so I'm quite familiar with it. Li Ergu smiled, stopping in front of a specialty restaurant. Here we are. The three halted in front of a restaurant that was neither too big nor too small, typically offering local home-cooked dishes that were inexpensive and very suitable for student gatherings. Let's go. Li Ergu entered first. Chu Lanfeng and Lin Xiaobai followed suit, with Chu Lanfeng leading and Lin Xiaobai trailing. Just as Lin Xiaobai was about to close the glass door, a crisp voice called out, Lin Xiaobai. Chapter 10, The Comical Young Girl. Lin Xiaobai was taken aback. Having just arrived at the Beast Tamer Academy, he had not recognized anyone apart from Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng. How could someone call his name? Turning around, he saw a comical little girl looking at him from outside. It's her. Lin Xiaobai instantly recalled that she was the amusing little girl who had stood behind him during the assessment test. What a surprise to encounter her here. It's you. Lin Xiaobai smiled and stepped outside. Yes. The comical little girl nodded, pouting slightly as she complained. Grandpa Do arranged a single dormitory for me. So I have no roommate at all. The academy has single dormitories? No. Grandpa Do found the vice president and specifically arranged it for me. The little girl said with evident dissatisfaction. Lin Xiaobai hesitated. The grandpa Do she mentioned must be the elderly servant who had accompanied her during the assessment. A mere servant could summon the vice president of the Beast Tamer Academy. What a remarkable background this comical little girl possesses. He suddenly recalled a joke from his previous life about someone living in a vast villa and feeling bored. Xiaobai? Chu Lanfeng called from inside the restaurant. Coming. Lin Xiaobai replied, just as he noticed the comical little girl seemed inclined to follow him. Let us go in together. It would be better to invite her directly. Yes. The little girl beamed with joy, following Lin Xiaobai like a little sparrow, chattering away. My name is Xu Xiaoya. What about you? All right, your name is Lin Xiaobai. Now we know each other's names, so we are friends from now on. Lin Xiaobai was somewhat speechless. Her thought process seemed a bit lacking. But this comical little girl was quite interesting. Here we are, Uncle Zhang. Let me introduce you to my roommate, Lin Xiaobai, whose mental strength is 17 times that of an ordinary person. Isn't that impressive? Li Ergu proudly announced to a middle-aged man at the counter, deliberately raising his voice so that many customers on the first floor could hear. 17 times mental strength? That is astonishing. Most of the customers on the first floor were students from the Beast Tamer Academy, many of whom had just completed their assessments and understood the significance of 17 times mental strength, whispering amongst themselves in awe. Many cast envious glances. While Li Ergu stood tall, his vanity evidently satisfied. All right, Uncle Zhang, I won't disturb your business any longer. I'll head upstairs now. Li Ergu waved to the middle-aged man and led Chu Lanfeng and Lin Xiaobai to the upstairs private room, appearing quite familiar with the place. I used to come here often with my cousin, so we're well acquainted with Uncle Zhang. He is a great guy, and this time we'll get a 50% discount. Hey, Xiaobai, why did you bring a little girl with you? Li Ergu chatted as they climbed the stairs, suddenly noticing Xu Xiaoya trailing behind Lin Xiaobai. My name is Xu Xiaoya. I'm pleased to be friends with you all. Xu Xiaoya shyly extended her hand. Hello. Li Ergu greeted her politely, shaking her hand. Xiaobai, you've quickly snagged a girlfriend. Chu Lanfeng whispered in Lin Xiaobai's ear. However, his voice was not low, and everyone heard it. Li Ergu burst into laughter, secretly giving Lin Xiaobai a thumbs up. Xu Xiaoya looked at Chu Lanfeng in confusion, seemingly unaware of what girlfriend meant, and appeared somewhat flustered. Lin Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh. Her little face was inherently comedic and delightful, and he found her amusing. It's all right, let us go. Lin Xiaobai disregarded Chu Lanfeng's teasing and led Xu Xiaoya upstairs, following Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng into the private room. Initially, the atmosphere was somewhat stiff, especially with a girl present, but as the dishes arrived, everyone began to warm up and engage in lively conversation. The four of them drank juice and clinked glasses. And while Li Ergu had likely intended to drink alcohol, they switched to juice and soft drinks due to the unexpected presence of Xu Xiaoya. Comical little sister. How did your assessment test go? Li Ergu casually inquired as he ate. My mental strength is 24 times that of an ordinary person, Xu Xiaoya replied with delight. Uffed. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng nearly spat out their food. Had they not acted quickly, the entire table of dishes would have been ruined. I was just joking. There's no need to react like that. Li Ergu muttered in grievance, recalling how he had mentioned at the stone tablet that another senior student had scored 73 times ordinary strength during their assessment. which was an exceptionally rare occurrence. Generally, those with outstanding talent would have mental strength around 6 to 8 times that of an ordinary person. Someone like Lin Xiaobai, with 17 times, was already quite exceptional. Yet unexpectedly, this comical little sister surpassed him with 24 times. You two are impressive, truly impressive, Li Ergu exclaimed, raising his drink. Comical little sister, I toast to you. How old are you? You seem quite young, Chu Lanfeng asked. 13 years old, Xu Xiaoya replied. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng were momentarily rendered speechless, their heads down as they nearly collided with the wall. Lin Xiaobai stared in astonishment at Xu Xiaoya, scratching his chin in bewilderment. How could it be that his once formidable spirit, honed over 2 lifetimes, seemed diminished? First, there was Li Ergu, boasting a spirit power 73 times that of an ordinary person, and now, the young Xu Xiaoya, with her 24 times the spirit power of a typical individual. Was it possible that the resurgence of spiritual energy had transformed the people of this era, bestowing them with inherently stronger spirit powers? Yet, this notion bore its own contradictions. Lin Xiaobai had merged with the soul of the Lin Xiaobai of this era and received the benefits of the spiritual revival, which should have made him stronger. Alternatively, perhaps the Lin Xiaobai of this era possessed sufficient strength, while his previous incarnation had been too feeble. He hastily dismissed such thoughts, unwilling to admit that his former self was lacking, ultimately attributing it to individual variance. This amusing young lady was indeed a rare prodigy. I never anticipated I could be this impressive, Xu Xiaoya exclaimed with excitement illuminating her small face. Clearing his throat, Li Ergu suggested, let us eat. The expressions of Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng were far from pleasant. Sharing a table with 2 extraordinary individuals was no easy feat. Friendship lasts forever. Cheers. After more than an hour, Li Ergu shouted hoarsely, clearly having had his fill of fun. They finally concluded their meal. As they left the private room, a male student emerged from the opposite room, casting a fierce glare at Li Ergu before sweeping his gaze over Lin Xiaobai and the others, ultimately departing down the stairs. What a mystery, Li Ergu remarked, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 11. The day classes commence. Lin Xiaobai speculated that Li Ergu's loud voice might have disturbed the adjacent room, a common occurrence during mealtimes. Zhangshu, it's time to settle the bill. The 4 descended to the first floor to pay the total of 230 yuan. Lin Xiaobai had intended to cover the expenses, but Li Ergu generously insisted on treating them. Lin Xiaobai did not refuse, at this juncture. Finances were a significant concern for him, and he mentally noted this favor. The group wandered along the street outside the academy, purchasing essential supplies that were inexpensive and commonly available at the school gate during the back-to-school season. Lin Xiaobai also acquired a thin blanket, as the weather remained quite warm, rendering a thicker quilt unnecessary for now. Lin Xiaobai, do come and visit me. After bidding farewell to the amusing young lady, Lin Xiaobai and the others returned to their dormitory. Classes were set to commence the following day, leaving the afternoon free of obligations. Lin Xiaobai settled onto his freshly arranged bed, peering into his backpack where a small portion of Qingyan seeds and Hongyan rice ears remained. It appeared he would need to procure additional Qingyan seeds and Hongyan rice ears soon. This was the 1 kilogram of Qingyan seeds and 1 kilogram of Hongyan rice ears he had purchased a week prior at the exotic beast market. After 6 days, only a small amount remained. Estimating roughly, 1 kilogram of each would suffice for the small red bird for 10 days. 10 days for 390 yuan. And that was merely for the small red bird, the most basic of exotic beasts. Should it evolve, or if Lin Xiaobai were to tame other exotic beasts, expenses would surely escalate significantly. Raising them is akin to nurturing a child. It all requires funding. Lin Xiaobai mused, now that he had become a beast master. He hoped to find opportunities to earn some money. Fortunately, tuition was waived, saving him 500 yuan, which would alleviate financial strain for a while. Xiaobai, what level is your exotic beast? Li Ergu inquired as he sat at the edge of the bed. Beside him was a nearly 50-centimeter-long patterned centipede, his exotic beast, known for its formidable biting force capable of penetrating several centimeters of steel. Chu Lanfeng's exotic beast was a 3-clawed monkey, not defined by the number of claws, but rather, each claw sported 3 fingers, each tip as sharp as a blade, boasting considerable strength among first-level exotic beasts, even slightly surpassing Li Ergu's patterned centipede. What level? Lin Xiaobai questioned, puzzled, believing all freshmen had first-level exotic beasts. Haha, not at all. Li Ergu chuckled, shaking his head. Just because one is a freshman does not mean they are limited to first-level beast masters. Some individuals, endowed with innate talent, possess tremendous spirit power from birth. Much like you, with a spirit power 17 times that of an ordinary person, you might very well be capable of commanding second-level exotic beasts. Is that possible? Lin Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he realized he had spent 6 days preparing before his arrival, yet his understanding remained insufficient. Many fundamentals eluded him due to the lack of knowledge regarding beast masters in both his previous and current lives. Lin Xiaobai summoned the small red bird and declared, "My exotic beast is a first-level small red bird." "What?" Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng exclaimed in unison. Rushing to Lin Xiaobai's bed to see the vividly red small red bird in his hand, their faces reflecting dismay. "Xiaobai, how did you manage to tame a small red bird? It's known to be exceptionally weak," Li Ergu remarked. "Indeed, not only is it weak, but choosing such a feeble exotic beast in its early stages will hinder your growth as a beast master. What a pity for your remarkable talent," Chu Lanfeng lamented. "Is that so?" Lin Xiaobai replied with a mischievous grin. He descended from his bed and moved to a spacious area in the dormitory, ample enough for a demonstration. "Xiaohong, show them your ability," he commanded the small red bird, having affectionately named it Xiaohong. Upon receiving the order, Xiaohong fluttered into the air, inflating its chest as if gathering energy, then unleashed a massive plume of fire over a meter high, raising the room's temperature significantly. Moments later, Xiaohong fell to the ground, exhausted, and Lin Xiaobai picked it up. "Xiaobai, your small red bird has perished," Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng exclaimed in horror. "It's not dead, merely fatigued," Lin Xiaobai clarified, showing them the small red bird in his hands. After confirming it was alive, Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng returned to their spots in silence, their gazes towards Lin Xiaobai filled with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue, as if witnessing something utterly bizarre. They had never encountered a small red bird capable of producing such a large flame, and to see it succumb to exhaustion after expelling fire was utterly peculiar. An hour later, the small red bird revived, brimming with vitality, flitting around Lin Xiaobai's head. Experience points, 5. The bond between the small red bird and Lin Xiaobai strengthened further. During their few days in the academy, Lin Xiaobai had accumulated over 100 experience points through feeding and enhancing their bond, with 70 to 80 points derived from feeding and the remainder from increased intimacy. However, while the initial boost in intimacy was rapid, it would slow down over time. Much like human relationships, the deeper the bond, the more challenging it became to advance. It seemed that to swiftly accumulate experience, he would need to pursue the path of combat. The following day, August 25th, the academy buzzed with energy, marking the first day of classes for the new students. On the square at the forefront of the school, the class assignments for each new student were posted. Lin Xiaobai was placed in Class 3 of Grade 1, while Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng were assigned together to Class 1 of Grade 1. The Beast Master Academy comprises 5 grades, corresponding to levels 1 through 5 of Beast Masters. There is no time constraint, as long as the requisite level is reached. One can apply for a grade advancement. Thus, skipping grades is quite common at the Beast Master Academy, and naturally, repeating a grade is also frequent. Upon entering Class 3 of Grade 1, Lin Xiaobai found the classroom to be exceedingly noisy and boisterous. With the lesson yet to commence, many students were showcasing their exotic beasts or engaging in elaborate tales. Lin Xiaobai, being rather low-key, appeared quite ordinary in this lively environment. Aside from a few who glanced at him in surprise at his age, no one paid him much attention. He chose a corner to sit down and surveyed the class, all of whom were new students. After all, those who entered the Beastmaster Academy possessed some degree of talent, and it was unlikely that they would be stuck at level 1. In the higher grades, there would likely be many repeat students. Lin Xiaobai recalled Li Ergu mentioning that some individuals could stagnate at levels 3 or 4 for several years without advancing. Typically, this could be due to severe psychological trauma or having reached their limit. If faced with such a situation, Lin Xiaobai mused, he would probably seek every possible means to advance. Sometimes, the most daunting aspect is not the length or difficulty of the road ahead, but rather the knowledge that a path exists while one remains unable to move forward. Chapter 12, Meditation. By 8 in the morning, over half of the seats in the classroom were occupied by students, approximately 20 to 30 in number. A class can accommodate a maximum of 40 students. This number is somewhat less than that of an average school class, as the Beastmaster Academy differs from regular institutions. Its total enrollment is smaller, and a class size of 40 optimizes educational effectiveness. A comical young girl entered the classroom, named Xu Xiaoya. Lin Xiaobai had not paid attention to her name before, but was surprised to find they were in the same class. Upon spotting Lin Xiaobai, Xu Xiaoya joyfully rushed over. Lin Xiaobai, sitting in the corner and appearing somewhat aloof to others, had left a few empty seats beside him. Xu Xiaoya sat next to him, beaming with joy. Xiaobai, what a coincidence that we are in the same class. We can play together. Lin Xiaobai nodded with a smile, feeling somewhat uplifted by her crescent moon-like eyes. This lively young girl was indeed very warm and endearing, though not in a romantic sense. Having lived for so long, Lin Xiaobai was naturally not interested in a 13-year-old. Around 9 in the morning, the class was filled to capacity, and the lesson was about to begin. Hello everyone. announced a gentle young man standing at the podium. I am Li Xiaobai, a level 5 Beast Master, and I am honored to welcome 40 new students to Class 3 of Grade 1. As is customary, let us begin with self-introductions. One by one, the students approached to introduce themselves. Hello, my name is Tu Leiche, and I come from the Western Mountain View village of Wangnan City. Upon hearing Tu Leiche's introduction, Lin Xiaobai felt a surge of surprise. Indeed, there were students from outside the city. Nowadays, sprawling cities have been established worldwide to defend against beast attacks, yet some individuals, either nostalgic for their homeland or unable to thrive within the city, choose to reside outside its borders. Typically, their homes are situated in safe areas far from the beasts, and they only enter the city when absolutely necessary. Hello, my name is Xu Xiaoya, and I hail from Swan Castle in Wangnan City. The mention of Swan Castle elicited gasps of astonishment from many. It was renowned as a wealthy district, home to affluent magnates. In this era, where exotic beasts roam freely, those who maintain great wealth undoubtedly possess formidable backgrounds. Discussions buzzed around the room. Hello, I am Lin Xiaobai from Kelly District. While the class was still engrossed in discussions about Xu Xiaoya, no one paid attention to Lin Xiaobai's introduction. However, teacher Li Hanmo cast a deep glance at Lin Xiaobai. As the class instructor, he had already familiarized himself with the students prior to the lesson. He recognized two exceptionally talented individuals in this cohort. One was Xu Xiaoya, with a mental prowess 24 times that of an ordinary person, and the other was Lin Xiaobai, whose mental strength was 17 times that of an average individual. Remarkably, both were very young, one 13 and the other merely 12, indicating substantial potential for future growth. Once the self-introductions concluded, Li Hanmo continued to extol the virtues of the class before commencing the lesson. Lin Xiaobai listened intently, as he was quite unfamiliar with the knowledge pertaining to beast masters in this era, fostering a deep thirst for understanding. This age, while not granting humanity the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth, did allow us to harness the power of formidable exotic beasts. If one wished to soar high into the sky, they would need to tame a flying beast, though caution against altitude-induced hypoxia was advised. Li Hanmo's humorous teaching style invigorated the classroom atmosphere. As a level 5 beast master, his expertise was substantial, and his explanations regarding beast masters and exotic beasts were remarkably thorough, perhaps even surpassing those of higher-level beast masters. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and Lin Xiaobai remained absorbed in contemplating the insights shared by teacher Li Hanmo. The instructor had touched upon numerous topics, including how to better manipulate exotic beasts in combat, the implications of evolution and advancement for beast masters, and much more, all merely skimming the surface, with deeper learning to ensue in the days ahead. Among the topics Lin Xiaobai found most intriguing was meditation, a method for enhancing mental prowess, regarded as a secret technique, only available at the Beastmaster Academy. This was one of the reasons so many aspired to attend the academy. While ordinary Beastmasters might rely solely on communication with exotic beasts for mental enhancement, students of the academy had the additional advantage of meditation as an effective means of mental improvement. The Beastmaster Academy offered only two types of courses, theoretical and practical. Meditation could only be learned during practical classes. Lin Xiaobai eagerly anticipated this, but regrettably, the usual schedule comprised one theoretical class in the morning and one practical class in the afternoon. However, due to the first day of school, there would be no practical class that day, and he would have to wait until the next day. Hello, a boy approached Xu Xiaoya, his face slightly flushed. I'm very pleased to be in the same class as you. My name is Zhang Bingyang. The boy nervously handed Xu Xiaoya a small note before hurriedly leaving. What is going on? The whimsical girl wore a puzzled expression, glancing at the note in her hand, still unsure of its meaning. Already a suitor on the first day? Lin Xiaobai observed with interest as he watched the boy scurry away. Xu Xiaoya possesses remarkable talents and is undeniably adorable, especially with her rich and amusing expressions that endear her to many. On the very first day of school, she attracted admirers. What is this? Xu Xiaoya inquired. Her brow furrowed. It must be a love letter meant for you, Lin Xiaobai responded. A love letter? What is that? Xu Xiaoya pondered aloud, uttering something rather shocking. Just open it and see, Lin Xiaobai retorted, feeling exasperated. How cheesy. After only a few seconds of reading, Xu Xiaoya shivered and discarded the letter, then hurried after Lin Xiaobai as he exited the classroom. As they reached the intersection of the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory, they parted ways. Lin Xiaobai headed straight back to boys' dormitory 440, where he found Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng dressed in new clothes, eager to go out. What are you two up to? Lin Xiaobai asked, puzzled. We're going to chat up some pretty girls at the academy, Li Ergu declared, adjusting his hairstyle. Come along with us, Xiaobai. No, I want to be joining you, Lin Xiaobai decisively refused. I'm heading to the back mountain. The back mountain? Li Ergu exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Lin Xiaobai's shoulders. You don't need to be so diligent. It's only the first day of school. Chapter 13. The Shursher Mouse. Training is much more interesting. You should go have fun and try to charm some girls, Lin Xiaobai replied with a smile, taking a small handful of qingyan seeds and hongyan rice before stepping out. He had no interest in those young girls. A mature and beautiful female teacher would be far more appealing. However, it seems that student-teacher relationships are strictly forbidden at the Beastmaster Academy, even if he could charm a mature and beautiful teacher. His 12-year-old age and physique would prove inadequate. Lin Xiaobai quickened his pace toward the back mountain. The academy was bustling with students, with an estimated 1 to 2,000 across 5 grades. He encountered numerous individuals clad in light blue academy uniforms, many accompanied by formidable beasts. A low growl echoed in the air. Lin Xiaobai turned his gaze and his eyes brightened. A Jifeng wolf. The Jifeng wolf, a level 3 beast, is characterized by its light gray fur, copper head, and iron back, capable of unleashing wind blades and possessing tremendous attack power. They are pack animals, and encountering a group of Jifeng wolves in the wild would send even a level 4 Beastmaster retreating. As one of the more ferocious beasts among source-type creatures, capturing one is exceedingly difficult. Perched atop the Jifeng wolf was a haughty black-haired youth, surveying his surroundings with evident pride in his possession of such a beast. Lin Xiaobai mused that this student was likely a junior or senior, but perhaps a tad too self-satisfied. After passing through the back gate of the academy, Lin Xiaobai arrived at the back mountain, originally a small hill connected to the outskirts of the dark forest. It was incorporated within the expanded boundaries of Wangnan City and subsequently allocated to the Beastmaster Academy. The mountain was home to a considerable number of lower-level beasts, which have been strictly regulated since the academy's establishment. Firstly, outsiders are prohibited from hunting beasts here. Secondly, students may engage these beasts as training opponents, but are forbidden from killing them. Over time, this place has evolved into a training ground for lower-grade students. Lin Xiaobai's purpose for coming here was to facilitate combat for his little red bird. Its intimacy progression was sluggish, and only through battle could he hope to gain more experience and swiftly accumulate the requisite 500 experience points. The little red bird fluttered excitedly upon being summoned, while Lin Xiaobai fed it the qingyan seeds and hongyan rice. After satisfying its hunger, it was time to commence battle. Lin Xiaobai instructed the little red bird to stay within a 2-meter radius, enabling him to issue commands at a moment's notice upon encountering a beast. Delving deeper into the back mountain, Lin Xiaobai was surrounded by towering ancient trees and peculiar stones, devoid of human presence, yet filled with the sounds of combat. The beasts here were generally level 1, with level 2 being quite rare. Upperclassmen scoffed at coming here, leaving it primarily to the newcomers. Suddenly, a faint rustling caught his attention. A beast. Lin Xiaobai's eyes sparkled. Following the sound, he advanced cautiously, the little red bird hovering half a meter above his shoulder. Parting the grass, he spotted a half-meter-long, gray-furred creature crouched on the ground, gnawing on a small rock, its cold fangs sending chills down his spine. The rock bore numerous bite marks, resembling a piece of nibbled cheese. Shursher mouse, Lin Xiaobai exclaimed, intrigued. The Shursher mouse is a level 1 beast known for its sharp teeth, primarily feeding on rocks, and can grow to half a meter in length, making it a common yet ferocious creature. Upon noticing Lin Xiaobai, the Shursher mouse emitted a sharp, alarmed cry, its fur bristling as it slowly retreated. Observing this, Lin Xiaobai sighed. Prolonged regulation has dulled their ferocity. Once notorious for their savage nature, these creatures now recoil from human presence rather than charging into battle. Years of students training here have only harmed them without causing death, and many beasts may have endured countless injuries, resulting in the extinguishing of their fierceness. Nevertheless, combat must proceed. Lin Xiaobai commanded the little red bird to advance. The Shursher mouse sensed the threat and let out an even more piercing cry, raising its forepaws and hissing at the little red bird above. The little red bird circled above the Shursher mouse, intermittently releasing small flames. The Shursher mouse possessed impressive jumping ability, leaping over 3 meters, making it dangerous within that range. Lin Xiaobai observed the little red bird's unimpressive flames with a frown. Its only effective combat method was limited to spewing fire, which was decidedly unvaried. After several minutes of the little red bird circling, Lin Xiaobai seized an opportunity in the Shursher mouse's combat stance and ordered the little red bird to dive down, unleashing a torrent of flames from a height of over 2 meters above the Shursher mouse. Due to insufficient distance, only the tips of the flames singed the creature. This was intentional, otherwise he would risk incinerating the Shursher mouse entirely. The Shursher mouse's fur singed, revealing its bloodied flesh, and it emitted a shrill scream as it darted into the thick underbrush to escape. Lin Xiaobai refrained from pursuing it, as the little red bird tilted its head and fell from the air, exhausted. Experience gained, 5. Indeed, combat yielded experience points. Lin Xiaobai picked up the little red bird, but it would require an hour of waiting before it could fight again, a rather lengthy delay. What a hassle. I hope this issue improves after evolution. The next evolutionary stage for the little red bird was the firebird, renowned for its fire-breathing capabilities. If it could indeed evolve upon accumulating enough experience points, the transformation should lead to significant enhancements. Such a peculiar little red bird. Suddenly, a tall male student emerged from the rear of the forest, accompanied by a peculiar-looking spider with purple markings on its body, making it appear both eerie and fearsome. The secondary purple-striped spider, known for its swiftness, produces silk of remarkable tensile strength and harbors potent venom, marking it as a formidable creature among its kind, with the sole weakness of being averse to fire. It is not commendable to pry into others' affairs, remarked Lin Xiaobai with a hint of disdain. I merely passed by. With no ill intent, the boy responded with a smile. Can your little red bird unleash such a fierce flame for me to witness? He inquired. Not at all, Lin Xiaobai replied coldly, striding out of the thicket. Intriguing. The boy mused, a smirk gracing his lips as he cast a lingering glance in the direction Lin Xiaobai had departed. It was his first encounter at the academy with such a young beastmaster, alongside that peculiar little red bird capable of conjuring such intense fire, a sight to behold. He then turned and ventured in the opposite direction of Lin Xiaobai. Chapter 14 10 minutes. Lin Xiaobai traversed to another grove, awaiting an hour before engaging his little red bird in battle once again. Surprisingly, although the little red bird could only unleash a mighty fire once per hour, it proved effective against typical first-level beasts, serving as a simplified ultimate move, albeit with a lengthy cooldown period. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the sky, a day had passed. The little red bird had fought 5 times, earning 25 experience points, with early battles yielding experience almost with each encounter. Coupled with 2 feedings that day, Lin Xiaobai accumulated a total of 35 experience points, marking a significant improvement over previous progress. Content with his results, Lin Xiaobai departed the back mountain with his little red bird and returned to the dormitory. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng had yet to return, so Lin Xiaobai did not wait for them, opting to browse the Beast Compendium online before retiring for the night. The variety of beasts was vast, and the intricacies of their evolutionary relationships were complex, alongside various traits and behaviors that required long-term memorization. This knowledge was fundamental for any beastmaster, and Lin Xiaobai felt particularly lacking in this regard. The following day, August 26th, Lin Xiaobai took his little red bird to the back mountain for combat once more. With each battle, the little red bird grew increasingly adept at wielding its fire. Beasts are inherently equipped with combat instincts, yet through the training of a beastmaster, their prowess can ascend to new heights, for humanity possesses a heightened level of intelligence. In the late morning, after completing a theory class, the highly anticipated practical training session commenced at 3 in the afternoon. We are about to embark on a mandatory course, meditation, announced teacher Li Xiaobai. This is an exceedingly effective method for enhancing mental strength. The initial meditation carries certain risks. Therefore, summon your beasts, and I shall assess your mental state based on their condition. At this moment, all students of Class 1, Year 1, were seated in the expansive training ground behind the school building. This vast training area was bustling with various classes engaged in practical lessons. As the students absorbed teacher Li Xiaobai's words, excitement coursed through them. Many had eagerly anticipated this lesson, and they began to summon their beasts. A striking green-eyed, red-tailed cat emerged, prompting Xu Xiaoya to beam with delight. Little White, this is my pet cat, transformed into my beast after mutation. Isn't it adorable? It is only 3 years my junior. Quite charming, Lin Xiaobai replied with a smile. The green-eyed flame cat is one of the most common mutated domestic cats, known for its agility and fiery attributes. Each claw, akin to a searing iron, is both razor-sharp and devastatingly powerful, ranking among the elite of first-level beasts. Lin Xiaobai summoned his little red bird as well, drawing laughter from the surrounding classmates. What is this person's name? Their beast is a little red bird? How absurd. Such a weak creature, and they aspire to be a beastmaster? Can someone like this even enter the academy? Is this truly amusing? Lin Xiaobai thought to himself. His mental prowess was 17 times that of an ordinary person, allowing him to potentially tame another first-level beast. Please remain calm, little flower. Xu Xiaoya tenderly stroked the fur of her green-eyed flame cat, then sat cross-legged, closing her crescent-shaped eyes. The little red bird perched upon Lin Xiaobai's shoulder, and he too closed his eyes, as did the others, while teacher Li Xiaobai began to elucidate the method and steps for entering meditation. Meditation is a unique technique for enhancing mental strength, a state of ethereality that fosters mental growth, albeit with inherent risks. Should disturbances arise during meditation, the first to suffer would be the individual's psyche, leading to potential mental harm or even insanity. Proper guidance and methodology are essential for mastering meditation, which accounts for its limited dissemination, taught solely within the confines of the academy. Particularly, the initial meditation is exceedingly challenging and fraught with danger. At this moment, teacher Li Hanmo remained vigilant, closely monitoring the state of each student, as did the instructors of other classes conducting practical training. The students' breaths gradually steadied, as they endeavored to penetrate that enigmatic realm. Unbeknownst to them, 10 minutes slipped by, during which students from other classes exhibited abnormal reactions, prompting their teachers to swiftly extract them from their meditative states. Witnessing this, teacher Li Hanmo felt a tense knot form in his stomach. Despite having guided students into meditation numerous times before, a sense of apprehension lingered. If any student were to experience even the slightest issue, it could lead to psychological trauma or worse. Such an occurrence must be averted at all costs. Fortunately, thus far, none in his class had exhibited any abnormal responses. But caution remained imperative. Typically, the first meditation session requires approximately half an hour, meaning he had another 20 minutes to maintain vigilance, with no room for error. Suddenly, teacher Li Hanmo's expression shifted as he keenly detected an abnormal reaction in one of the students. It was Lin Xiaobai. As one of the two most talented individuals in the class, he was the first to exhibit such an anomaly. Without time for regret, teacher Li Hanmo swiftly approached Lin Xiaobai, preparing to employ a specialized method to restore his mental state. However, upon observing the little red bird perched on Lin Xiaobai's shoulder, he noticed it was in a serene state, its eyes closed, wings neatly folded, with its tail proudly arched, its vivid crimson hue radiant in the sunlight, clearly exhibiting a natural demeanor. The connection between a beast spirit and that of its beast master is profound. Should the beast master's psyche falter, the beast would invariably respond. Conversely, if the beast remains in good condition, it signifies that the beast master is stable. How can this be? Teacher Li Hanmo pondered, refusing to lower his guard. Upon further inspection, he was astonished to find Lin Xiaobai had fully entered a meditative state. Years of experience have solidified his judgment, and he has fully entered the state of meditation. Yet only 10 minutes have passed. Chapter 15. Hong Yan Huashui. Typically, a newcomer requires nearly half an hour to completely achieve a meditative state, with the fastest time being around 20 minutes. To attain such a profound meditative state in just 10 minutes is astonishing. The young Li Hanmo has served at this Beast Master Academy for several years, and in his recollection, the fastest record in the academy was 8 minutes. 8 minutes. 10 minutes. These times are remarkably close. Li Hanmo cast an appreciative glance at the 12-year-old Lin Xiaobai, a commendable young lad indeed. If the strength of one's mental prowess signifies the starting point of a beast master, then the speed of entering meditation symbolizes the potential upper limits of that mastery, reflecting a kind of innate understanding that is the culmination of years of experiences by seasoned beast masters. If there exists an individual with a natural mental strength 50 times that of an average person, with minimal training, they could communicate with second-tier beasts, their starting point far surpassing that of ordinary beast masters. Conversely, an individual with high comprehension will experience rapid mental growth during meditation. Even if their innate mental strength is not exceptional initially, they may still surpass others in due time. This growth potential, coupled with their innate comprehension, opens up infinite possibilities on the path of becoming a beast master. This theoretical perspective is not without merit. As the Academy's assessment of mental strength as a standard is justified, inherent mental prowess indeed represents a certain talent. Generally, those with extraordinary mental faculties achieve notable accomplishments. However, from a teacher's viewpoint, they prefer to nurture students with strong comprehension. In Li Hanmo's eyes, Lin Xiaobai has surpassed Xu Xiaoya, becoming his most valued and admired student. As 18 minutes elapsed, Xu Xiaoya also fully entered the meditative state, greatly satisfying Li Hanmo. Both of his exceptionally talented students demonstrated commendable comprehension, avoiding the pitfall of possessing remarkable innate mental strength coupled with low understanding. When 30 minutes had passed, Li Hanmo awakened everyone. "All right, class. I am pleased to report that none of you exhibited any unusual reactions. Out of the 34 students attempting meditation, 23 have successfully entered the meditative state. Congratulations to you all. Splendid work. Those who did not succeed should not be disheartened. Further opportunities for practice will arise. Now, let us take a brief rest before commencing training related to beast combat." What a marvelous sensation. Lin Xiaobai was still savoring the feeling of having entered meditation completely, akin to returning to the nurturing womb of one's mother, sensing his mental strength growing rapidly, accompanied by an ethereal and profound sensation that was incredibly comfortable and natural. It could replace sleep, he mused, as meditation provides the utmost rest and nourishment for the spirit, while the body remains entirely relaxed. After this brief period of meditation, he felt his mind clearer and his thoughts more lucid than ever, far surpassing the effects of sleep. Xiaobai, how long did it take you to enter the meditative state? The playful girl, brimming with excitement, remarked that the speed of entering meditation is quite significant, potentially indicating an important talent that may allow one to excel beyond others in the future. Oh, I wasn't aware of such notions, Lin Xiaobai replied. I suppose I wasn't particularly slow. It is challenging to accurately perceive the passage of time while in meditation. He only remembered that after Li Hanmo explained the method and steps to enter meditation, he soon found himself enveloped in that extraordinary sensation. The playful girl glanced around before leaning in closely to whisper in Lin Xiaobai's ear, I must tell you. Teacher Hanmo said I entered quite swiftly. The refreshing breath of Shu Xiaoya tickled Lin Xiaobai's ear, eliciting a slight sensation of itchiness. After speaking, she revealed her pearly white teeth, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she looked at Lin Xiaobai with pure joy. This scene touched Lin Xiaobai's heart. What a delightful young girl. How wonderful it would be to have a daughter like her in the future. If Shu Xiaoya were to know of Lin Xiaobai's thoughts, she would undoubtedly be taken aback. For the phrase I consider you a friend, while you regard me as a daughter would aptly describe their situation. A few minutes passed quickly, and the practical training session lasted an hour and a half. The latter half involved Li Hanmo imparting key insights regarding combat, and the students were invigorated. Indeed, practical lessons are far more engaging than theoretical ones, and the beasts were equally exuberant. At 4:30, the practical session concluded, and Lin Xiaobai successfully learned the method of meditation. Strangely, he noticed many of the boys in the class casting glances in his direction, tinged with hostility, which perplexed him greatly. Kid, a mental strength 17 times that of an ordinary person. Impressive, isn't it? No wonder you're so close to Shu Xiaoya. A tall boy approached Lin Xiaobai with an ominous demeanor, chewing gum, his eyes filled with malicious intent. As the other boys observed this exchange, it seemed they had agreed to encircle him, their expressions brimming with schadenfreude. So, this is the allure of beauty. Lin Xiaobai scoffed softly. Shu Xiaoya, with her charming looks and remarkable talent, hailing from the affluent area of Swan Castle, garnered admiration from numerous boys in the class. However, since Shu Xiaoya had formed a close bond with Lin Xiaobai, prior to this revelation, no one regarded Lin Xiaobai, the seemingly honest boy from the impoverished district, as a threat. They merely believed Shu Xiaoya was playing with someone of similar age. But now, knowing Lin Xiaobai's extraordinary talent, 17 times the mental strength of an ordinary person, these boys could no longer remain passive and began to view Lin Xiaobai as a rival, explaining the hostility directed towards him. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaobai held no interest in competing for attention with these childish boys. He merely cast a fleeting glance and turned to leave. The tall boy, incensed by Lin Xiaobai's disdain, flushed with anger and shouted, trying to leave? Ironback Pangolin, attack. A beast? Lin Xiaobai frowned. This individual was audacious enough to summon a beast to attack him. Beside the tall boy, a beast approximately 60 centimeters long, with a sharp head and long tail. Its back covered in hardened, jet-black scales, let out a shriek and lunged at Lin Xiaobai. This was an Ironback Pangolin, a first-tier beast of bronze quality. With a maximum level of 3, renowned for its incredible defensive capabilities and sharp claws, a relatively rare find among first-tier beasts. The presence of such a beast indicated that this boy was not to be underestimated. Humph, a villain, Shu Xiaoya glared at the tall boy, muttering a few words under her breath. At that moment, her Bai Yin Mao sprang into action with astonishing speed, its retracted claws extending outward, radiating intense heat as it lunged toward the Ironback Pangolin. A sharp sound echoed as the claws of the Bai Yin Mao struck the hard scales of the Ironback Pangolin, creating an ear-piercing noise accompanied by sparks. As the two beasts separated and faced each other, the Bai Yin Mao arched its back like a great bow, its fur standing on end, emitting aggressive sounds, while the Ironback Pangolin continued to roar defiantly. Shu Xiaoya, what are you doing? The tall boy, upon seeing Shu Xiaoya's extraordinary beast take action, was instantly filled with indignation. Chapter 16. The unique little red bird. Who permitted you to lay hands on Xiaobai? Shu Xiaoya continuously hummed in protest, her fierce defense evoking envy among the surrounding boys. The emerald-eyed flame cat let out a sharp cry, causing the iron-backed pangolin to retreat instinctively. The crowd was astonished by the prowess of this emerald-eyed flame cat, which could even suppress the iron-backed pangolin, proving to be significantly stronger than the average of its kind. Make way, make way. At that moment, many individuals from the training ground gathered around, and two boys emerged from the throng. Zhao Zijuan, what do you intend to do? Li Ergu stood protectively in front of Lin Xiaobai, glaring at the tall boy. Are you all right, Xiaobai? Chu Lanfeng approached Lin Xiaobai, enveloping her in a protective embrace. What are you doing here? Lin Xiaobai looked at Chu Lanfeng and Li Ergu in surprise. We came to protect you. Upon seeing you here, we rushed over. Rest assured, with both me and Ergu around, this fellow cannot bully you. Chu Lanfeng held Lin Xiaobai tightly, his eyes radiating a confident sense of duty and fierce protectiveness. Lin Xiaobai nearly choked from the embrace of the nearly 1.8-meter-tall Chu Lanfeng, feeling an overwhelming surge of embarrassment. These two truly considered themselves her guardians. And such protective gestures were typically reserved for little girls. Although Lin Xiaobai was only 12 years old and just reaching 1.6 meters, her soul was mature enough to be their elder. Being held in such a manner by Chu Lanfeng sent chills down her spine. Ahem. Lin Xiaobai wriggled free from Chu Lanfeng's grasp, just as Li Ergu was confronting the tall boy named Zhao Zijuan. Ergu, what are you here for? Looking for revenge for yesterday? Zhao Zijuan sneered. You, Li Ergu, are feeling humiliated, your face flushed with anger. This fellow, Zhao Zijuan, was brazenly arrogant due to his wealth. Having stolen the affections of both Ergu and me yesterday, Chu Lanfeng quietly informed Lin Xiaobai. Wealthy. Lin Xiaobai keenly seized upon the key word in Chu Lanfeng's statement. Surveying Zhao Zijuan's attire and concluding that he was indeed a privileged young master from an affluent family, Lin Xiaobai chuckled. He was in dire need of money at the moment, and a clever scheme began to formulate in his mind. Zhao Zijuan, do you not wish to show off before Xu Xiaoya? I offer you an opportunity. Let us engage in a duel using our extraordinary beasts. The loser shall sever all ties with Xu Xiaoya and present the victor with 1,000 yuan. What say you? Do you dare to accept? Lin Xiaobai's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's words, Xu Xiaoya grew anxious, but Lin Xiaobai halted her. Ha! Zhao Zijuan erupted in laughter upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's proposal, laughing uproariously. You actually wish to pit your little red bird against my iron-backed pangolin? Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Some remarking, the little red bird is already a disregarded extraordinary beast, let alone in combat against an iron-backed pangolin. It is utterly unrealistic. Faced with such ridicule, Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng's expressions darkened. Yet Lin Xiaobai remained unperturbed. With his vast experience, facing thousands at a symposium was no challenge for him. This was merely a minor affair. You brought this upon yourself. Although winning may cause Xu Xiaoya to resent me, it will ensure you can never associate with her again. I accept this duel. Zhao Zijuan's gaze was dismissive, but for 1,000 yuan to cross your lips, you truly are a product of the impoverished district. If we are to wager, let us wager big, 100,000 yuan. 100,000? This declaration caused an uproar among the crowd. Such a sum was not trivial. Most families spent only a few thousand a year, and 100,000 could easily procure a second-tier extraordinary beast. Few in attendance could casually produce such an amount. Lin Xiaobai chuckled inwardly. As expected, this tactic was effective against this fellow. Very well, let us wager 100,000. Lin Xiaobai agreed. The crowd quickly retreated, creating a large space for the two contenders, while circles of onlookers formed around them. It was now the time when practical training classes had concluded, and all first-year students were present. The wager of 100,000 yuan was a rare sight at the Beast Tamer Academy. Chu Lanfeng and Li Ergu exchanged glances, silently agreeing that should any issue arise during the duel, they would intervene to protect Lin Xiaobai from losing that sum. Xu Xiaoya's face was filled with anxiety. Her concern was not the 100,000 yuan, but rather that if Lin Xiaobai lost, he would no longer be able to associate with her. Why would Xiaobai make such a statement? Does he no longer wish to be friends with me? As these thoughts crossed her mind, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Iron-backed pangolin, go! At Zhao Zijuan's command, the iron-backed pangolin roared and charged towards Lin Xiaobai's little red bird. The little red bird flapped its small wings, soaring in the air and evading the iron-backed pangolin. Although the pangolin possessed formidable defensive capabilities, it was slow-moving. If the little red bird could seize an opportunity to unleash a fiery attack, it could claim victory in this duel. Lin Xiaobai exhibited remarkable patience, allowing the little red bird to flutter in the air, teasing the iron-backed pangolin as it leapt repeatedly in attempts to catch it. A prime opportunity. Lin Xiaobai's eyes sparkled. After numerous leaps, the iron-backed pangolin's movements finally slowed. The little red bird seized the moment, darting towards the airborne pangolin and unleashing a torrent of flames. The pangolin let out a pained howl, its back scorched and its head and tail in disarray. Zhao Zijuan, distraught, cried out, "Iron-backed pangolin! I concede." He hurried to the ground where the severely burned pangolin lay, retrieving it into the extraordinary beast capsule. This capsule not only housed extraordinary beasts, but also nurtured them. As long as the injuries were not fatal, the beasts would gradually recover once returned to the capsule. Lin Xiaobai caught the exhausted little red bird and, before anyone could notice, returned it to the extraordinary beast capsule. When did the little red bird become so powerful? It can breathe such intense flames? The onlookers were astonished. The little red bird was notoriously known as the weakest extraordinary beast, with its fire barely producing smoke. Yet now, it exhibited remarkable strength. Could it be a rare breed of little red bird? Speculation rippled through the crowd. Ha ha ha, Zhao Zijuan, what do you have to say now? Liurga laughed heartily, stepping forward with a sense of triumph. Zhao Zijuan glared furiously at Liurgu and Lin Xiaobai, but having lost the duel, he was at a loss for words. Come with me to the bank. Zhao Zijuan, infuriated, stormed out of the school, followed closely by a throng of onlookers. With such a crowd, he could not attempt any underhanded tactics. At the bank, Zhao Zijuan begrudgingly handed Lin Xiaobai 100,000 yuan before departing in disgrace. Lin Xiaobai's name swiftly spread throughout the first year, with everyone aware of the extraordinary little red bird that could unleash such formidable flames. Chapter 17, Evolution. Firebird. Hehe. It truly feels exhilarating to have won 100,000 yuan from that fellow Zhao Zijuan. Chu Lanfeng grinned broadly, revealing his teeth, and continued to laugh. Let him snatch our girls. This guy was quite arrogant during our freshman year. After such a significant loss, let us see if he dares to act so boastfully again. Haha, he never anticipated that the little red bird would be so formidable, capable of roasting an armadillo. Liurga laughed heartily. Let us go treat everyone to a grand feast, Lin Xiaobai smiled. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai, Chu Lanfeng, Liurgu, and Shu Xiaoya gathered at the bank entrance. Great! Shu Xiaoya was the first to leap up, and Liurgu and Chu Lanfeng were equally overjoyed. I want to feast on seafood. I want the finest Li Shui perch. Winning 100,000 yuan from Zhao Zijuan was an unexpected gain. Lin Xiaobai treated a few friends to an extravagant meal and transferred 20,000 yuan to Lin Jian's account, which should suffice for him to indulge in drinking for a while. Together with his original funds, he likely had around 80,000 yuan remaining. Such a sum was quite ample, sufficient for a first-tier beastmaster to sustain themselves for some time, especially while attending classes at school, where such wealth was hardly necessary. Following this incident, Lin Xiaobai was no longer overlooked in class as he had been previously. Many eyes frequently turned towards him, albeit with a respectful distance. After all, having defeated Zhao Zijuan's ironback armadillo made him a force to be reckoned with among his peers. Additionally, there were other ramifications. The number of suitors for Shu Xiaoya dwindled, as they all assumed that she and Lin Xiaobai were a couple. Lin Xiaobai's prowess deterred many, which delighted Shu Xiaoya, as she no longer received perplexing notes from admirers. Thus, the sun rose and set, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Lin Xiaobai's life was fulfilling. He meditated at night. And during the day, aside from attending classes, he spent time on the back mountain, allowing the little red bird to engage in battle repeatedly. In the hour of waiting, Lin Xiaobai also meditated. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on a slab of blue stone, eyes closed, in a state of serene tranquility. With a meandering stream before him and the back mountain behind him, a picturesque scene indeed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaobai opened his eyes. After numerous sessions of meditation, he could roughly perceive the passage of time. It had been about an hour. He felt a clarity in his mind, even sensing the subtle sounds of insects crawling several meters away. This heightened perception was a product of his formidable mental prowess, though it was only fleeting, occurring just after meditation. If such perception were to persist at all times, one could only wonder how immensely powerful one's mental strength would need to be. With my current mental capacity, I should be able to tame 2 more first-tier exotic beasts, Lin Xiaobai mused aloud. He already possessed mental strength 17 times greater than that of an ordinary person, and aside from the little red bird, he could certainly tame another first-tier exotic beast. After half a month of diligent meditation, it was not surprising that his mental capacity had increased to the point where he could tame an additional 2 first-tier beasts. Moreover, due to his exceptional talent, the effects of his meditation were remarkable, and the enhancement in his mental prowess over the past 2 weeks was quite substantial. More importantly, Lin Xiaobai was nearly obsessive, spending nearly 20 hours a day in a meditative state. This dedication earned him the nickname Meditation Maniac from Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng. Chirp. An hour ago, the exhausted little red bird gradually awoke. As usual, Lin Xiaobai prepared to take the little red bird out for another battle against an exotic beast. Suddenly, a message appeared in his mind indicating an experience point increase of 5. This was the last experience point increment, derived from an increase in intimacy. It's time to evolve. Lin Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement. He had long awaited this moment. With 500 experience points gathered, would evolution truly occur? The little red bird, having just recovered from exhaustion, stood unsteadily on the blue stone. Its body began to emit a brilliant light, enveloping it in a fiery aura, so radiant that Lin Xiaobai instinctively shielded his eyes. It was indeed time for evolution. The next stage for the little red bird was the firebird, which was far from the humble little red bird. The firebird was an exceptional exotic beast, ranging in quality from bronze to silver, capable of unleashing searing flames, placing it among the elite of exotic beasts. The fiery aura grew increasingly dazzling, maintaining its brilliance for several minutes before finally receding, revealing the form of a firebird, resplendent in red, approximately the size of a goose. Its body, bathed in crimson, was reminiscent of blood, and its proud head gazed imperiously downward, with captivating red eyes. A plume of flames danced behind it, exuding a formidable presence. Name: Firebird. Level: First Tier. Ability: Scorching Flames. Quality: Silver. Level cap: 5. Can evolve into Blazing Peacock. Evolution requirements: Feed Desert Fire Dragon Fruit, Fire Essence Dew, Spirit Wheat. Evolution needs: 1,000 experience points. Current experience points: 0. Note: experience points can be gained through feeding, increasing intimacy, and battling alongside the exotic beast. The firebird let out a couple of sharp cries, its piercing voice resonating like the sound of metal shattering stone, echoing far and wide. Even its call carried immense strength, proving it to be an extraordinarily exceptional exotic beast. Thud, thud, thud. The firebird flew to Lin Xiaobai's head and pecked at him a few times, leaving him momentarily dazed. Huh, are you hungry? Oh right. Lin Xiaobai snapped back to reality. Having been so caught up in his excitement that he had neglected the firebird's intent, it was indeed calling out because it was hungry. Lin Xiaobai opened his backpack and retrieved the Desert Fire Dragon Fruit, Fire Essence Dew, and Spirit Wheat. Having anticipated the impending fullness of experience points, Lin Xiaobai had gone out to purchase the Desert Fire Dragon Fruit and Fire Essence Dew in advance, carrying them with him, which underscored his eagerness for the little red bird's evolution. These two exotic beast foods were quite pricey. A single Desert Fire Dragon Fruit cost nearly 100 yuan, while Fire Essence Dew was even more expensive at over 100 yuan for a small bottle, containing only 20 to 30 milliliters. Unlike Qingyan seeds and Hongyan rice, which could last several days, the Firebird required a dragon fruit and a small bottle of Fire Essence Dew for each meal, totaling over 200 yuan per feeding, nearly matching the cost of sustenance for the little red bird for many days, were it not for the 100,000 yuan won from Zhao Zijuan. Merely feeding the firebird would have posed a significant challenge. After a while, the firebird was satisfied and flapped its wings to perch on Lin Xiaobai's shoulder. It hesitated for a moment, and Lin Xiaobai chuckled. It seems you can't stand on my shoulder anymore. Previously, the little red bird was small enough to perch comfortably on Lin Xiaobai's shoulder, but now the firebird was the size of an adult goose. Attempting to balance on Lin Xiaobai's shoulder would be quite a challenge. The firebird appeared to contemplate this, circling around Lin Xiaobai's head, before finally landing atop it with a soft thud, gripping his hair tightly with its claws, standing upright, and gazing forward with its sharp eyes. Chapter 18. Father will definitely return safely. The firebird perched on Lin Xiaobai's head, resembling a magnificent rooster, far more splendid than any ordinary rooster. Its sleek body, adorned in vibrant red, was not only beautiful, but also comically amusing in its appearance. Lin Xiaobai grasped the fiery bird's leg and lifted it down. Xiaohong. From now on, you shall be known as Dahong. Come, unleash your flames and showcase your prowess. The fiery bird's attack method, the burning flames, is a renowned fire assault, rarely withstood by beasts of the same tier. Lin Xiaobai wished to observe just how much stronger Dahong's flames were compared to Xiaohong's fierce fire. With a whoosh, the fiery bird soared to the stream, opening its sharp beak to unleash a torrent of flames. The crimson flames scorched the entire water's surface, enveloping it in a thick veil of steam, significantly elevating the air temperature. Such intensity. Typically, the flames emitted by a first-tier fiery bird reach just over 2 meters, nearly 3. Yet Dahong's flames stretched nearly 4 to 5 meters. Indeed, the evolution of Xiaohong into Dahong was extraordinary, surpassing ordinary fiery birds. Satisfied, Lin Xiaobai called Dahong back and left the back mountain, though Dahong remained perched on his head, standing like a golden rooster, seemingly having chosen Lin Xiaobai's head as its resting place. As Lin Xiaobai traversed the academy's path, the majestic fiery bird atop his head drew gasps from passing students. Fiery birds are exceedingly rare among low-tier beast tamers, costly and difficult to find in the wild, typically only encountered by those of 3rd or 4th tier status. Lin Xiaobai's academy attire revealed his year, capturing even more attention. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng present. Upon seeing Dahong atop Lin Xiaobai's head, they both exclaimed, "What a unique appearance! Is that a fiery bird?" Indeed, Xiaohong has evolved into Dahong. Lin Xiaobai replied with a smile, not concealing the truth from his friends. I'm about to faint. I can't believe someone actually managed to evolve Xiaohong. Chu Lanfeng exclaimed, covering his forehead and giving a thumbs up. Xiaobai, you are truly remarkable. And this fiery bird is enormous. It hardly resembles one that just evolved from Xiaohong, Li Ergu remarked, circling Lin Xiaobai's head. Generally, a first-tier fiery bird is roughly the size of a chicken, but this one was nearly the size of a goose. Xiaohong was indeed exceptional, so naturally, Dahong is extraordinary as well, Chu Lanfeng affirmed. Li Ergu nodded in agreement. After marveling for a while, the two friends dragged Lin Xiaobai to Uncle Zhang's restaurant outside the academy, ostensibly to celebrate. In truth, both were eager to drink. Lin Xiaobai had never realized these two shared such a common interest, being not only lecherous but also fond of libations. In a private room at Uncle Zhang's restaurant, Lin Xiaobai, Li Ergu, Chu Lanfeng, and Xu Xiaoya sat together. A splendid feast lay before them. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng indulged in alcohol, while Lin Xiaobai and Xu Xiaoya savored fruit juices. I've decided to embark on a journey outside the city for some training the day after tomorrow, Lin Xiaobai suddenly declared. So soon? That seems too perilous. Li Ergu replied, startled, as the alcohol sobered him up. Besides, next month our teachers will take us out for training. Let us wait a while. Chu Lanfeng added. I want to wait. Lin Xiaobai shook his head. That training lacks significance. I prefer to venture out on my own. Each year, within approximately a month of the semester's commencement, the teachers of the Beast Tamer Academy organize an outing for the new students to experience the outside world under their protection, ensuring they do not encounter genuine danger. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to participate. It's still too early. You are only a first-tier Beast Tamer. You should wait until you reach second tier before venturing out, Li Ergu suggested after some contemplation. Where do you plan to go? Chu Lanfeng inquired. Wang Nanshan. Entering from the western side, Lin Xiaobai responded. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng fell silent, abandoning their drinks. Then I shall accompany you. My little flower is formidable. Xu Xiaoya pouted. No need. Lin Xiaobai chuckled and shook his head. Li Ergu frowned. Typically, individuals from the academy who venture out alone should be at least second tier. Your decision does not seem wise. Perhaps my Dahong is even stronger than second-tier beasts, Lin Xiaobai replied with ease. In truth, he had contemplated the notion of training outside for some time. After numerous battles in the back mountain, he had not experienced a true sense of crisis or urgency. The beasts there were akin to those raised in the academy, lacking the ferocity of wild beasts. He yearned for authentic combat. Following Dahong's evolution and demonstration of its formidable burning flames, Lin Xiaobai's resolve solidified. Like in his previous life, he was a person unbound by comfort. Travel beckoned him to witness the beauty of the world and confront the essence of life. In this life, he longed for the pinnacle beasts akin to deities and the thrill of exhilarating battles. Ultimately, no amount of persuasion from Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng could alter Lin Xiaobai's decision. Listening to their animated debate, the little girl grew anxious and nearly cried. Don't cry, dear. Father will return safely. Lin Xiaobai affectionately stroked Xu Xiaoya's head. Father? The atmosphere instantly froze, and Xu Xiaoya ceased her tears, staring wide-eyed at Lin Xiaobai, mirroring Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng's expressions. Ahem, just a slip of the tongue. Let us settle the bill. This meal is on me. It's time to go. Lin Xiaobai coughed awkwardly as he rose to exit the room, feeling embarrassed at having let slip his heartfelt words. The following day, when Lin Xiaobai approached teacher Li Hanmo to request permission for his training outside the city, he encountered considerable resistance. Li Hanmo vehemently opposed allowing Lin Xiaobai to venture out alone as a first-tier beast tamer. He presented countless reasons for the dangers involved, yet ultimately, he could not withstand Lin Xiaobai's determination. After Lin Xiaobai made numerous assurances, such as avoiding perilous situations and not overestimating himself, Li Hanmo reluctantly consented to Lin Xiaobai's request. Subsequently, Lin Xiaobai began preparations for this venture, first visiting the beast market. He anticipated encountering some formidable beasts on his journey, necessitating beast capture capsules. Due to limited funds, he purchased only 5, costing 25,000 coins, and then bought ample provisions for Dahong to ensure it would not starve along the way. Previously, Lin Xiaobai had around 40,000 coins remaining from the winnings he garnered from Zhao Zijuan. With 40,000 coins at his disposal, Lin Xiaobai pondered how best to convert his existing wealth into tangible strength or benefits. Just then, from a shop in the beast market, an advertisement blared. Newly arrived skill cards, poison attack, bloodthirsty bite, ice arrow penetration, and other rare skill cards await your selection. Discounts on old cards. Chapter 19. Purchasing skill cards. Skill cards? Lin Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Skill cards are items that drop from defeating ferocious beasts and can only be obtained from third-tier or higher ferocious creatures, significantly aiding in enhancing a beast's power. Previously, Dahong was merely a Xiaohong, small in stature and unable to sustain a powerful fire. Thus Lin Xiaobai had not considered acquiring skill cards for it. Now that it had evolved into a fiery bird, skill cards presented an excellent means of augmenting its strength. Lin Xiaobai decisively entered the shop, where two sales assistants and a plump middle-aged owner awaited him. The jovial owner approached with enthusiasm, inquiring, "Young friend, what type of skill card are you interested in? We offer a variety including avian, beast, insect, wind, and fire types." "Young friend?" Lin Xiaobai smirked, producing a beast capsule to release a firebird. The firebird screeched, soaring above Lin Xiaobai's head, then defiantly spouted flames at the owner, causing him to retreat in alarm. Firebird. As the proprietor of a skill card shop, he recognized the creature immediately and quickly altered his tone. "Esteemed Beast Master, what skill card would you like to purchase?" Lin Xiaobai felt a surge of frustration. He wished to transform this stout man into a slimmer version. Being a mature soul inhabiting the body of a 12-year-old brought not only the joy of youth, but also its accompanying troubles. Lin Xiaobai's sole desire was to grow up quickly. Under the watchful eye of the cheerful owner, Lin Xiaobai began to peruse the skill cards. These cards were categorized by levels, albeit somewhat differently from the quality tiers of the beasts. The beasts were classified into 8 quality levels: black iron, brass, silver, gold, black gold, heritage, epic, and legendary. In contrast, skill cards were divided into 5 levels: common, rare, heritage, epic, and legendary. In the beast market, skill cards were primarily available in only 2 grades, common and rare, as those above rare were exceedingly scarce and quickly snapped up by eager buyers. Among common and rare skill cards, there was no significant distinction regarding the learning of specific skills by beasts. For instance, if a red-eyed bull dropped a furious charge skill card, even a steel beast, which bore no relation to the bull, could learn it. This was because both shared a particular characteristic or attack method. Consequently, selecting skill cards depended on the unique traits and attack styles of one's own beasts. For example, the firebird, capable of unleashing flames and possessing sharp talons and a beak, would be suited to choose skill cards associated with fire, claw, and beak attacks. Thus, Lin Xiaobai needed only to focus on the flame and avian attack categories. He first approached the flame attack skill card section, while the cheerful owner continued to provide insights. Dance of the Fire Python? Lin Xiaobai's eyes lit up upon spotting a particularly appealing skill card. Ah, the discerning eye of a young beast master. The Dance of the Fire Python is a newly arrived card, dropped by a level 5 fire python. It wields tremendous power, making any beast of flame invincible at the same level, and it is effective for both single-target and area attacks, the owner explained with a grin. Invincible at the same level? Lin Xiaobai scoffed inwardly, suspecting the owner was exaggerating. Nevertheless, the card's potential seemed formidable. The label indicated it was exclusively for beasts capable of producing significant flames, making it ideal for the firebird. "How much is this?" Lin Xiaobai inquired, feeling a twinge of excitement. "This is a rare skill card, priced at 800,000, the owner replied with a smile. Before he could finish, Lin Xiaobai snapped the card back into its place and turned to explore other sections. 800,000. Are you joking? Even if I sold myself and the firebird, we couldn't afford it. It's far too expensive. Afterward, he browsed the avian attack category, where each skill card was priced astronomically, with even the common level cards starting around 100,000. If the young beast master is short on funds, perhaps you might consider these older cards, the owner suggested. Noticing Lin Xiaobai's predicament. Older cards? Right this way. The owner led him to a plastic basket at the shop's entrance, resembling those found outside discount shoe stores, filled with dusty skill cards. These older cards are currently available at a 2/3 discount. Young beast master, see if you find something appealing, he said with a chuckle. Lin Xiaobai sifted through the meager selection, which comprised only a dozen or so cards, all of ordinary quality, remnants left behind by others. Gale Wings, he exclaimed, finally selecting one that seemed somewhat decent. The Gale Wings card allowed winged beasts, preferably avian, to significantly enhance their flying speed for a brief duration of 3 seconds. 3 seconds? Lin Xiaobai thought, feeling disheartened. 3 seemed rather inadequate. 3 minutes would have been more reasonable. Despite its brevity, it could prove effective for dive attacks or low-altitude strikes, making it a suitable choice for the firebird. A gentle and melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Xiaobai turned to find one of the sales assistants. A charming young girl of about 10, with a delightful figure and sweet features, having appeared beside him. Quite nice, he remarked, his gaze lingering on her form as he nodded appreciatively. Esteemed Beastmaster, are you considering purchasing the Gale Wings skill card? She inquired. How much is this? Lin Xiaobai asked while holding the Gale Wings card. These older cards are priced at 20,000 each, the girl replied with a smile. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiaobai made up his mind. He could still afford another card. He selected one more from the basket, a card named Frenzied Peck, which utilized beak attacks and was learnable by the firebird. After purchasing the 2 skill cards, he had nearly depleted his funds. Having spent all his savings on beast capsules, food for the Firebird, and skill cards for this upcoming venture. With everything prepared, the following day, as the sun rose, Lin Xiaobai embarked on his journey. Behind him, Li Ergu, Chu Lanfeng, and Shu Xiaoya watched him depart from the academy's entrance. "Be careful on the road, Xiaobai," Shu Xiaoya shouted tearfully. "Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it," Lin Xiaobai called back, waving his hand without looking back. As the passing traffic separated him from Shu Xiaoya, Li Ergu, and Chu Lanfeng, he boarded a bus heading toward the outskirts of the city. Chapter 20. Entering Wangnan Mountain. On September 13th, outside Wangnan City, the weather was clear. Lin Xiaobai arrived at the edge of Wangnan City and headed westward. Geographically, Wangnan Mountain lay directly south of Wangnan City, with a road leading south from the city straight to the mountain. This route had been established over time by many who ventured to hunt beasts in Wangnan Mountain. However, Lin Xiaobai intended to enter the mountain from the western side. Most people entered from the southern route, which had significantly reduced its danger over time. For instance, during Lin Xiaobai's previous venture with Lin Jian and others, they encountered only a few first-level beasts along the way. Lin Xiaobai arrived with the intention of honing his skills. Encountering only a few first-tier beast masters was hardly satisfactory. To the west of Wangnan City lies the Silver Moon Valley, a haven teeming with exotic beasts, predominantly below the third tier, ideal for novice beast masters to embark on their training. However, the journey traverses a vast wasteland devoid of established paths, necessitating a trek on foot. Lin Xiaobai set off in the morning and, after walking until mid-afternoon, finally caught sight of the towering ancient trees and lush vegetation of Wangnan Mountain in the distance. With renewed vigor, after 20 minutes, a boy of around 12 or 13 appeared at the western edge of Wangnan Mountain, burdened by a backpack nearly a meter tall. This backpack was specifically prepared by Lin Xiaobai to carry the skins and body parts of the exotic beasts he would hunt in the mountains. Although training was the primary aim, earning money was equally important. Being a beast master is an insatiable money pit. The 100,000 yuan he had won from Zhao Zijuan had vanished in the blink of an eye, illustrating the immense financial drain. Thus, another purpose of this expedition was to hunt some exotic beasts to earn a bit of money, a few hundred meters away. 4 young individuals also aimed to enter Wangnan Mountain. Among them, the only woman caught sight of Lin Xiaobai from afar and, with a delicate tone, pointed him out to the man beside her. "Changge, look. Such a young age." The man, known as Changge, expressed surprise. "What an unsuspecting little brat. I should have a bit of fun with him before sending him back," remarked a blonde-haired youth dismissively as he prepared to approach. "Xiaolong, come back," Changge admonished, casting a casual glance at the top of the boy's head. "A firebird?" The blonde youth squinted and then, filled with jealousy, cursed. "I wonder which rich kid has sneaked out. He'll probably meet his end in Wangnan Mountain. Better to avoid trouble, we're not in the city. Let us head into the mountain," Changge said, wrapping his arm around the woman and joining the 2 other men as they ventured into Wangnan Mountain. Lin Xiaobai noticed them and felt slightly astonished. It was not uncommon for young beast masters to come here for training. But bringing along such a delicate woman in this scenario was akin to carrying a burden. He shook his head inwardly, realizing that if those 4 encountered any peril, it would likely be due to this woman, though it was of no concern to him. Lin Xiaobai meditated for a moment to regain some stamina before plunging into Wangnan Mountain. Wangnan Mountain, a moderately sized range, was filled with countless mutated, towering trees and rampant weeds. Vines twisted everywhere, and dried leaves crunched underfoot, creating a rustling sound. The firebird, upon entering, seemed to return to nature, flitting through the trees. Its vibrant red figure a striking contrast against the sea of green. "Dahong, come back," Lin Xiaobai called, recalling his companion. With such dense vines and weeds, it would be challenging to spot any hidden exotic beasts, and vigilance was paramount, he pondered. During the past half-month at the academy, he had acquired substantial knowledge, such as the art of camouflage employed by exotic beasts. In his previous life, a chameleon that blended into its surroundings was deemed a master of disguise. However, in this era, the camouflage of exotic beasts far surpassed that of unaltered animals. For instance, the Qing Shi, a common exotic beast, was virtually invisible amidst weeds and rocky terrain, perfectly blending in with its surroundings. Even at a distance of half a meter, it would be challenging to discern the danger posed by a Qing Shi. Fortunately, this creature was merely a first-tier beast. Otherwise, humans would pay a dire price to tread upon the wilderness of these endless mountains. Suddenly, Dahong chirped from above Lin Xiaobai's head. "Is there an exotic beast?" Though Lin Xiaobai could not communicate verbally with Dahong, he could sense its meaning. Following Dahong cautiously, he soon spotted a stout, completely black Haichi wild boar leisurely foraging among the grass a few meters ahead. The Haichi wild boar, a fierce first-tier exotic beast, possessed 2 formidable tusks and, while generally timid, could become incredibly aggressive when provoked. Information about the creature flashed in Lin Xiaobai's mind. Just right for dinner, he licked his lips. Given that he had entered the mountains late in the day and night was approaching, this Haichi wild boar was the perfect meal. Dahong swift winds. With a command, Dahong dove swiftly, like a bolt of lightning, startling the Haichi wild boar into a panicked retreat. Dahong pursued it, unleashing scorching flames. The Haichi wild boar squealed in terror before becoming enraged, revealing its sharp tusks to attack Dahong. Yet, it succumbed within seconds to the overwhelming heat of the flames, collapsing heavily to the ground. Firebirds are already among the superior exotic beasts, and Dahong, having evolved from a unique little red bird, was even more formidable than the average firebird, rendering the hunt for a Haichi wild boar effortless. Lin Xiaobai quickly instructed Dahong to grasp the Haichi wild boar's carcass and fly away. Both the flames Dahong had emitted and the boar's cries could potentially attract other exotic beasts, hence a swift relocation was essential, an important survival tactic in the forest. Upon reaching a safer spot, Dahong set down the Haichi wild boar, now cooked from the flames. Perfect, no need for roasting, Lin Xiaobai thought. He then retrieved his pre-prepared seasonings and knife, slicing off tender, succulent pieces of boar meat and sprinkling a bit of seasoning before indulging in his meal. Dahong chirped again. Hungry again? Lin Xiaobai, feeling a pang of sympathy, retrieved a desert fire dragon fruit and a small bottle of fire syrup from his backpack to feed it. 2 meals a day, each costing over 200. What a drain on finances. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Xiaobai removed the 2 large tusks from the Haichi wild boar and stowed them in his backpack. They were the only valuable parts of the beast, potentially worth around 10,000 yuan. With these tasks completed, he needed to consider where to sleep. Sleeping on the ground was not an option due to the presence of venomous snakes and insects. Instead, he instructed Dahong to use frenzied peck to carve out a 1-meter-high hollow in a large tree encircled by 2 others. Lin Xiaobai crawled inside, comfortably sitting in the hollow and reflecting. The frenzied peck skill card was a worthy investment. It fulfills my childhood dream of residing in a tree hollow. Beside him, Dahong lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily. As night deepened, Lin Xiaobai meditated, while Dahong nestled beside him, emitting soft snores. The night breeze grew cooler, rustling the grass on the forest floor, flowing into the hollow and swirling about, ensuring a continuous supply of fresh air. In the dead of night, enveloped in darkness, the sound of rustling bodies and grass scraping echoed. 3 powerful, muscular Huiyan wolves, their fur a glossy gray, stealthily prowled through the woods. Their luminous gray eyes alert to their surroundings, while their strong limbs tread quietly along the path, their pale teeth glinting ominously in the moonlight. In a state of meditation, Lin Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes, and at that very moment, Dahong awoke from its slumber. The 2, 1 human and 1 bird, peered out of the tree hollow towards the south, where a tangled thicket of thorns stirred slightly, accompanied by faint sounds. An exotic beast. A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Xiaobai's heart as he stealthily emerged from the tree hollow, climbing higher up the trunk. There, 30 meters away in the thicket, 3 gray rock wolves, with their eyes gleaming ominously, advanced quietly, their trajectory aimed directly at Lin Xiaobai. Gray rock wolves are predominantly first-tier exotic beasts, with the most exceptional among them reaching second tier. Their tough fur can withstand severe damage, and their fangs are capable of shattering steel. Swift in movement, they represent the initial form of the Tempest Wolf. Although their quality is merely bronze, they rank among the elite in the realm of first-tier beasts. Dahong, we cannot use the blazing flames this time, Lin Xiaobai whispered to Dahong. The fur of the gray rock wolf is immensely valuable, fetching prices between 20 to 30,000. It must not be singed by Dahong's flames. With a chirp, Dahong nodded in agreement. Go forth. Utilize the gale wings and frenzied peck, Lin Xiaobai commanded. Dahong, filled with enthusiasm, soared into the air, while the 3 gray rock wolves continued their silent approach. The sound of their movements barely perceptible. In a flash, Dahong darted towards one of the gray rock wolves, launching a frenzied peck aimed at its skull. Dahong's beak, incredibly hard and particularly lethal when employing the frenzied peck skill, struck the wolf's head, creating a gaping wound that did not, however, result in an instant kill. After the strike, Dahong swiftly retreated, hovering in midair. The other 2 gray rock wolves immediately distanced themselves, lowering their heads and glaring at Dahong with bared, chilling fangs that sent shivers down one's spine, particularly the wolf that had been attacked. Its forehead, now adorned with a conspicuous wound, continued to bleed, revealing its flesh and brain matter, yet it remained undeterred, fixating its fierce gaze upon Dahong. Indeed, it is no wonder these are the initial forms of the Tempest Wolf, with iron heads and steel backs, capable of surviving a single strike. Lin Xiaobai marveled. Dahong eyed the 3 gray rock wolves, tempted to incinerate them all, yet remembering Lin Xiaobai's command, refrained from doing so. A low growl emanated from the trio of gray rock wolves. They surged forward at full speed, scaling the nearby robust tree trunk, and leapt from it, jaws agape, aiming to bite Dahong in midair. Dahong, swift as lightning, adeptly evaded the attacks of two wolves and landed a claw on the head of the third gray rock wolf, propelling it downward at great speed, scraping against the sharp branches and thorny vines, before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The sound of bones cracking echoed. That gray rock wolf, as if unaffected, scrambled back to its feet, growling ominously, its ferocity intensified. These creatures are even more brutal than the average ferocious beast. It's no wonder their kind is scarce. Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. The gray rock wolves launched another assault, yet Dahong was swifter, letting out a long cry as it dove downwards, activating the gale wings. Although it lasted only a brief 3 seconds, it afforded Dahong remarkable speed. The frenzied peck skill was employed once more against the previously wounded gray rock wolf, this time cleaving its skull open, ensuring it was utterly defeated. With one gray rock wolf down, the remaining two showed no signs of retreat. Rather, their aggression was heightened. After a fierce battle lasting 2 to 3 minutes, Dahong successfully dispatched the other two wolves. The wolves, with their tough copper heads and iron backs, were formidable foes. Had Dahong been able to attack their undersides from the sky, the resolution would have been swifter. Descending from the tree, Lin Xiaobai cast an appreciative glance at Dahong, who stood proudly, its spirit unyielding. Lin Xiaobai retrieved the prepared skinning knife to strip the gray rock wolves of their valuable pelts. But before he could act, his expression shifted drastically. Oh no! The deep growls of gray rock wolves echoed ominously, reverberating from all directions. Lin Xiaobai glanced into the distance, where pairs of glowing gray eyes began to emerge, accompanied by the sounds of rushing footsteps as they swiftly approached. A pack of gray rock wolves. Panic tightened Lin Xiaobai's chest, while Dahong, previously brimming with pride, instinctively fluffed its feathers, alert to the encroaching danger. We must flee. There is no shame in retreating under such circumstances. However, with gray rock wolves surrounding them, where could they escape? How could they evade? Lin Xiaobai's gaze fell upon Dahong, who, upon noticing Lin Xiaobai's peculiar expression, clasped its claws tightly and drew its wings in, seemingly apprehensive of Lin Xiaobai's intentions. It rests upon you, Dahong. Lin Xiaobai solemnly nodded to Dahong, then swiftly retrieved a rope from his backpack, binding the 3 gray rock wolf carcasses together and securing them to one of Dahong's legs. Afterward, he hefted his backpack, gripping Dahong's other leg tightly. Fly quickly, Dahong. The combined weight of the 3 gray rock wolves was at least 400 to 500 pounds, in addition to Lin Xiaobai's own weight, all resting upon a firebird no larger than a goose. I can't fly. Who said that? Lin Xiaobai scanned his surroundings, but found no one. It seemed to be a thought from Dahong's mind. A cacophony of howls erupted as the pack of gray rock wolves charged towards them, shattering the tranquility of the forest. In this life and death moment, Dahong flapped its wings with all its might, its head reddening with exertion, its neck swelling. Beneath it lay the carcasses of 3 gray rock wolves, along with Lin Xiaobai, a living human. Chapter 22. Truly dead. Lin Xiaobai felt an intense urgency. If Dahong truly could not take flight, they would be doomed here. Even if Dahong were victorious, escape from the overwhelming number of gray rock wolves would be nearly impossible. In desperate circumstances, he would have to abandon the 3 carcasses. Suddenly, a loud plop echoed. Something had fallen onto his head from Dahong's rear. Could it be excrement? Lin Xiaobai touched it, discovering his hand covered in a grayish substance. Indeed, it was feces. Dahong had relieved itself. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai felt himself rising into the air. Dahong had finally taken flight, ascending higher and higher. They reached a sufficient altitude just before the horde of gray rock wolves arrived. Dahong strained to carry Lin Xiaobai southward, not stopping until they had reached a considerable distance, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted, resembling a lifeless bird. What a narrow escape. Lin Xiaobai, still shaken, had not anticipated encountering a pack of gray rock wolves in this southern mountain range. I owe you my life, Dahong. He gently patted the exhausted Dahong, then retrieved a desert fire dragon fruit and fire essence from his backpack, placing them at Dahong's beak while affectionately patting its small head, saying, as a reward, I shall treat you to a meal, my dear. Dahong groaned weakly. Lin Xiaobai surveyed the surroundings, swiftly using his skinning knife to strip the pelts from the 3 gray rock wolves before departing with Dahong, leaving behind the haunting howls of wolves echoing through the forest. After a moment of peril, a peaceful night ensued. The following day, Lin Xiaobai and Dahong embarked once more on their journey. His training plan involved traversing the western flank of Wangnan Mountain, crossing its inner area, and then emerging from the eastern side. This ambitious task was expected to take nearly half a month, and they had only just begun. He vividly recalled the location of the gray limestone wolf pack that had appeared behind him. The presence of these wolves posed a dire threat to both the practitioners of Wangnan Mountain and those who hunted exotic beasts. It was uncertain how many lives would be claimed due to this wolf pack. Suddenly, a green creature sprang forth from less than 3 meters in front of Lin Xiaobai, aiming directly at his throat with astonishing speed. In a critical moment, the vigilant Dahong descended swiftly from above Lin Xiaobai, resembling a streak of red lightning, so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. By the time it soared back into the air, it had clutched a struggling blue-green snake in its beak. Lin Xiaobai's eyes sparkled. It was a Qing Shi. This particular exotic beast was renowned for its remarkable camouflage abilities, having concealed itself in the grass just 3 meters ahead of Lin Xiaobai before launching a surprise attack. Under normal circumstances, a Qing Shi could almost guarantee a fatal strike at such close range. Fortunately, Dahong possessed the Gale Wings skill, enabling it to intercept the snake just in time. Lin Xiaobai marveled at the value of the Gale Wings. They had repeatedly saved him from peril in low-altitude, short-distance combat. Dahong pecked several times, dispatching the Qing Shi, and Lin Xiaobai extracted its gallbladder, which held considerable value, approximately a small fortune of 10,000 yuan. He placed the gallbladder into his backpack and continued onward. Upon reaching a picturesque riverside, Lin Xiaobai halted. Ahead loomed a blackwood scorpion poised to attack. As a first-tier exotic beast, the blackwood scorpion was ferocious, possessing a venomous tail used in medicinal applications and a hard shell of notable worth. Ultimately, the blackwood scorpion succumbed to Dahong's fiery onslaught, yielding a significant bounty. In a lush jungle, Lin Xiaobai encountered a fire chicken. This rare mutated poultry was known for its delectable meat and the versatility of its eggs, far exceeding the value of a typical first-tier exotic beast. This time, I want it alive, Lin Xiaobai declared, licking his lips. Chaos ensued as he and Dahong chased the fire chicken through the mountains. Although they successfully captured it alive, Lin Xiaobai lost half of his hair to the flames. A steep price indeed. He crafted a basket from the grass spirit vine, placing the fire chicken inside to carry on his back. As days passed, Lin Xiaobai adapted to the wilderness, subsisting on wild fruits and meats, drinking dew and beast blood. He became increasingly adept at living in the wild, while Dahong transformed into a seasoned warrior, radiating an aura of lethal determination. This was the true essence of combat, far surpassing the experiences at the school's back mountain. Yet, Lin Xiaobai felt he still had much to learn. On a large light blue stone, he emptied his backpack, estimating the market value of the gathered items to be around 300,000 yuan, excluding the fire chicken. He continued to ponder the elusive skill card, Dance of the Fire Python, coveting it despite its exorbitant price of 800,000 yuan, a sum hard to amass. I hope it appreciates in value, he thought, glancing at the fire chicken, teasing it as it fluffed its feathers and threatened to peck him. Dahong attempted to intimidate the fire chicken with flames, but it remained undeterred, displaying its arrogance. Collecting his belongings, Lin Xiaobai, accompanied by Dahong, pressed forward, nearing the inner area of Wangnan Mountain, where the danger level would undoubtedly increase. Yet, with heightened danger came an exhilarating thrill for Lin Xiaobai. Half an hour later, as they approached the inner area, a chilling sight caused Lin Xiaobai to gasp. 2 male corpses lay sprawled on the ground. One had its chest ripped open, exposing a bloody heart and internal organs, while the other's throat was slit, with just a sliver of flesh connecting it, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Another body hung from a tree, cleanly torn in half. Lin Xiaobai recognized them as 3 of the 4 men he had encountered before entering Wangnan Mountain. They were truly dead. Their exotic beasts and the woman had vanished, leaving behind these horrifying corpses. Lin Xiaobai felt a chill run down his spine. It appeared that these 3 men had been slain in an instant, their wounds remarkably precise, as if inflicted by a sharp weapon. What manner of exotic beast possessed such lethal capabilities? Lin Xiaobai searched his memory for any beast that matched this description. Suddenly, Dahong squawked anxiously, pointing in a certain direction. In the distance, a shadowy figure flickered through the jungle with astonishing speed, almost undetectable to the naked eye, and it was charging towards Lin Xiaobai. This figure was extraordinarily swift, approaching with a clear intent aimed directly at Lin Xiaobai. Dahong's feathers stood on end as it let out a piercing cry, activating its gale wings to shield Lin Xiaobai. The 2 forces collided with a resounding impact. Dahong was sent flying, its strength insufficient to withstand the blow, but the shadow was momentarily halted. It was a monkey, its short fur a pale yellow, and its graceful, streamlined body exuded an aesthetic beauty, with lively eyes that kept darting towards Lin Xiaobai. This was a Duan Maoho. Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. The Duan Maoho, a species of monkey beast, varied between 2nd and 3rd tier, renowned for its incredible speed and claws as sharp as steel blades. It was a rare and formidable creature, a nightmare for those who ventured to hunt exotic beasts. No wonder these men had met such a bizarre fate. They had encountered the Duan Maoho. Lin Xiaobai felt a surge of alarm. Despite its seemingly adorable appearance, this monkey possessed razor-sharp claws and an incredible velocity, making it a perilous predator. Around its neck hung a glimmering pendant, unmistakably a trinket worn by a woman, suggesting that she too had fallen victim to the Duan Maoho. As for the exotic beasts of the three men, it was likely they had met a similar fate, slain by the monkey as well. Such brutality is intriguing, Lin Xiaobai thought, his eyes gleaming. The Duan Maoho was indeed a rare exotic beast. Its capture would be of immense value, but it posed a significant challenge. These monkeys were at least second-tier and possessed formidable strength. It was evident that the three men, likely second-tier beast masters, had failed to withstand the might of the Duan Maoho, underscoring its prowess. The short-haired monkey is, after all, a monkey adorned with fur, fearful of fire, and subdued by the entity known as Dahong. It appears my mental fortitude is nearing the second level of beast mastery, allowing me to attempt taming it. Although the endeavor may prove arduous, one must harbor dreams. Who knows when they might manifest? After careful consideration, Lin Xiaobai resolved to take the plunge. Should this short-haired monkey possess the strength of the third level, I would concede my defeat. Given its propensity for aggression, even with Dahong by my side, the odds would be dire. If, however, the short-haired monkey is of the second level, I would first celebrate my fortunate survival. Although Dahong remains a first-level extraordinary beast, its prowess nearly rivals that of a second-level creature, and it should be capable of shielding Lin Xiaobai from harm amidst the flames that counter the short-haired monkey. The most favorable outcome would align with Lin Xiaobai's aspirations. After a fierce confrontation, he would vanquish the short-haired monkey, allowing Lin Xiaobai to successfully tame it. This is, of course, an endeavor fraught with challenges. Lin Xiaobai's fervent gaze scrutinized the short-haired monkey, which reciprocated with its own large eyes, seemingly assessing him as well. One sought to subdue, while the other aimed to attack. Abruptly, Lin Xiaobai issued a command: ignite the flames. Dahong opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of searing flames toward the short-haired monkey. The creature, alert to the impending danger, instinctively raised its head and began to evade at great speed. Despite its swiftness, the element of surprise proved its undoing, as it was grazed by the flames, singeing a patch of fur on its rear, eliciting a grimace of pain. Lin Xiaobai's heart soared with excitement, deducing that it must be a second-level beast. His gaze intensified. Excellent. I've reclaimed a life. Now, to defeat it and claim it as my own. Dahong, swift gale wings. Lin Xiaobai commanded. Dahong activated its swift gale wings, transforming into a streak of red lightning as it charged toward the short-haired monkey, the roaring flames erupting without granting the creature a moment's respite. The short-haired monkey bared its fangs, eyes ablaze with fury as it narrowly evaded the inferno, launching itself into the air to swipe at Dahong with its claw, the steel-like talons glinting ominously in the sunlight. Lin Xiaobai's heart raced as he shouted, "Swift gale wings." Dahong once more summoned its swift ability, narrowly dodging the monkey's lethal claws. The short-haired monkey's strike missed, landing instead on a towering rock, which was effortlessly cleaved in two, the surface smooth as glass. Lin Xiaobai gasped in horror. The destructive potential was unimaginable. If Dahong were to suffer even a slight graze, it could meet a gruesome fate. With the short-haired monkey's formidable lethality in mind, Lin Xiaobai urged Dahong to adopt a balanced strategy, blending offense with defense, and to avoid the sharp claws at all costs. As time elapsed, Lin Xiaobai remained on edge, watching as Dahong battled the short-haired monkey for countless rounds. The ground was littered with scorch marks from the flames, alongside debris cleaved by the monkey's claws. Lin Xiaobai had underestimated the short-haired monkey's strength, despite Dahong's advantage. The level disparity was significant, and the monkey was no pushover even at its level. After the initial assault, the short-haired monkey had deftly evaded further flames, forcing Dahong into a defensive posture. After a prolonged struggle, the short-haired monkey, revealing its fangs in a menacing display, retreated at lightning speed, leaving only its tail in sight. It escaped? Lin Xiaobai felt a pang of regret and, gritting his teeth, grabbed Dahong's leg and flew after it. After pursuing for half a mile, the short-haired monkey paused, and upon noticing Dahong and Lin Xiaobai in pursuit, let out a furious cry before slipping into the inner sanctum of Wangnan Mountain, vanishing from view. It got away, costing me a fortune. Lin Xiaobai halted at the spot where the monkey had lingered, staring at the direction it had fled, his heart heavy with frustration over the substantial loss. His ambition had been overly grand. For a first-level beast master to survive an encounter with a short-haired monkey was a stroke of luck. Yet he had dared to contemplate taming it, an insatiable greed akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Defeating it would be a challenge, even with my mental prowess. I would struggle to tame it. Lin Xiaobai consoled himself with this thought. His mental strength had yet to attain the second level of beast mastery, and the short-haired monkey, being formidable among its peers, would likely resist taming even if Da Hong managed to defeat it. Da Hong emitted a series of calls and gestured toward the inner sanctum of Wangnan Mountain. That cunning monkey has sought refuge within. I can only hope for another encounter on this journey. Lin Xiaobai understood Da Hong's intent, grinding his teeth, his mind fixated on the short-haired monkey. Suddenly, a distressed voice, tinged with tears, called out, "Brother, save me." Lin Xiaobai turned to see a beautiful woman, appearing just over 20, ensnared by vines around a sturdy tree. Her garments torn into tatters, revealing her delicate skin. It was she, alive. Lin Xiaobai gasped in astonishment. She was the woman who had accompanied the deceased men. "Brother, please save me. I'll do anything you ask." The woman sobbed, her attire barely covering her, revealing wounds inflicted by sharp objects. Lin Xiaobai recalled the short-haired monkey's lethal claws, but found himself perplexed as to why she had survived while her companions had not, her garments in tatters. Could it be that the short-haired monkey had a peculiar fixation? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Lin Xiaobai directed Da Hong to ascend and rescue the woman. She clung to Da Hong's leg as she descended, weeping profusely. "That beast is merciless. Strong Gu, Xiao Long, and Away, along with their 3 second-level extraordinary beasts, were all slaughtered. I was left bound here. Brother, you must help your sister. Get me out." The woman threw herself at Lin Xiaobai, tightly embracing him, her softness overwhelming. As an ordinary person with no extraordinary beasts, she seemed accustomed to relying on men, and in her state of fear and helplessness, she clung to Lin Xiaobai, who was merely 12 years old. "Brother, please help me," she cried, deliberately writhing in his embrace. Lin Xiaobai felt a surge of agitation, a black cloud of confusion hovering over him. He had come for training. How could he focus with such a woman in tow? Suddenly, a flash of green light shot forth from a distance of just over a meter. Lin Xiaobai's pupils constricted in alarm. It was a Qing Shi snake, but it was too close, and the speed too rapid for Da Hong to intervene in time. A piercing sound echoed as a bloodied hole appeared in the woman's head, her tear-streaked face frozen in shock as she collapsed to the ground. A Qing Shi snake slithered from the wound, flicking its tongue, while Da Hong's piercing gaze turned deadly as it swiftly dispatched the snake. Lin Xiaobai stood in a daze, gazing at the woman's lifeless body, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sister, for saving me." Without a backward glance, he ventured into the inner perimeter of Wangnan Mountain. The previous encounter with the Qing Shi snake had been alarmingly close. Under such an assault, even Da Hong's swift wings would have been inadequate to intervene. Had the Qing Shi snake chosen him as its target, Lin Xiaobai would have met his demise today. The sound of rustling footsteps echoed as Lin Xiaobai traversed the inner perimeter, with Da Hong perched alertly just above him. He had been in this vicinity for nearly 2 hours, and had yet to catch sight of the short-haired monkey he sought. His pace had significantly slowed. The inner perimeter was fraught with peril, far surpassing the outer regions in danger. Moreover, it was rumored that creatures of the 3rd tier roamed this area. If he were to encounter one, Lin Xiaobai could only cling to Da Hong's leg and flee. A faint vibration in the air caught his attention. Could it be a beast? Lin Xiaobai instinctively became vigilant as Da Hong soared higher to scout for any signs of danger. A couple of soft chirps escaped Da Hong's beak. Following the direction of the sound, Lin Xiaobai spotted a creature, nearly a meter long, gliding through the foliage. It appeared to be a moth, its body a pristine white adorned with exquisite golden filigree patterns on its wings, winding into a mesmerizing and somewhat unsettling design. Lin Xiaobai's eyes brightened. The Jinsi Hua Yi. The Jinsi Hua Yi is a second-tier beast of bronze quality, known for its ferocity. In battle, it releases a powder from its wings that confounds the will of its enemies, and with its uniquely patterned wings, it can ensnare foes in illusions or induce sleep, ultimately delivering a lethal bite with its pincers. The golden threads on its wings possess a captivating quality, making them highly coveted by the affluent, fetching at least 100,000 in the market. Da Hong, go! Lin Xiaobai commanded. Da Hong let out a fierce cry and lunged forward. Having transformed into a fierce combatant, relishing the challenge of battling second-tier beasts, believing only they were worthy adversaries. Boom! A blaze of flames erupted, incinerating the Jinsi Hua Yi's mesmerizing powder. The moth, drawn to the fire, was unable to escape Da Hong's swiftness, ultimately perishing in the inferno. 2 glimmering strands of gold emerged from the ashes, radiating an extraordinary light, unmistakably treasures. Lin Xiaobai collected them and stowed them in his backpack. Another sum of wealth secured, drawing him closer to his goal of acquiring the Huamang dance. Content with his fortune, Lin Xiaobai mused. glancing westward as the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling dusk and the need to find a place to rest for the night. He relocated to a sturdy tree, where Dahong, with a reluctant wail, pecked a hole into the trunk. Satisfied, Lin Xiaobai squeezed himself inside, knowing that in Wangnan Mountain, Dahong's only grievance was the repeated task of creating these tree hollows. As night deepened, the moonlight bathed the world in a silvery glow, and countless stars twinkled above. Lin Xiaobai sat in meditation within the hollow, his rhythmic breathing harmonizing with Dahong's gentle snores. Morning dawned, the first rays of sunlight casting a golden hue over the earth, awakening myriad slumbering beings. The initial light graced Lin Xiaobai's face within the tree hollow. He exhaled deeply, his youthful countenance brightening with delight. I must now meet the mental fortitude standards of a second-tier beast master. When a beast master's mental prowess ascends to the next level, it feels as though they have stepped up a rung on a ladder. Just moments ago, Lin Xiaobai had transitioned from the first to the second tier. Possessing 17 times the mental acuity of an ordinary person, coupled with nearly a month of diligent meditation, reaching the second tier was hardly surprising. However, attaining this level did not automatically designate him a second-tier beast master. The true source of power lies in the beasts, and one's rank is contingent upon them. Now, he could either seek to tame a second-tier beast or nurture his own to ascend to that level. Due to the unique bond between beast masters and their beasts, the latter are confined to their master's rank. Should the master's mental strength stagnate, so too will the beast. This often leads to intriguing occurrences, such as beasts typically maturing faster than humans, reaching the threshold for advancement before their masters. Yet at present, Dahong showed no signs of such growth, lagging behind Lin Xiaobai's rapid advancement. It was worth noting that Dahong had undergone evolution for less than a month. Lin Xiaobai's swift progress could be attributed to his extraordinary initial mental capacity, exceptional meditation results, and diligent practice, accomplishing what most students would take nearly half a year to achieve. With a sudden leap, Lin Xiaobai sprang from the tree hollow, landing gracefully on the forest floor. His heightened mental acuity sharpened his senses. The fresh forest air filled his lungs, invigorating him. Dahong squawked incessantly, and Lin Xiaobai looked down to see the Hua Yanji languishing in the Qingling tongue basket. The creature lay limp, its eyelids drooping, even the flames on its tail flickering weakly, as if they might extinguish at any moment. It dawned on Lin Xiaobai that he had neglected to feed the Hua Yanji for 2 days. He hurriedly retrieved a small vial of fire essence to nourish it, murmuring, "My golden nugget, you must not perish." The optimal sustenance for the Hua Yanji would be Hong Yin Dao Sui, one of its favored foods. However, lacking that, Lin Xiaobai had to resort to the fire essence. After consuming a little less than half of the vial, the Hua Yanji regained its vitality, the fiery energy within the essence far surpassing that of the Hong Yin Dao Sui. Just a small amount allowed the creature to overflow with energy, its tail as flames blazing brightly, larger than usual. Lin Xiaobai wore a satisfied grin, realizing that although the Hua Yanji was merely a first-tier beast, it was weak and could not consume much fire essence. If he could keep it alive until he returned to sell it, he would make a considerable profit. With preparations complete, he advanced once more into the inner perimeter of Wangnan Mountain. Due to the sparse human presence, there were even more beasts than in the outer regions. Should he encounter one, he would command Dahong to engage in battle. If victorious, they would reap rewards, and if not, he would flee. Days passed, filled with countless battles between Lin Xiaobai and Dahong. Had anyone been watching, they would frequently witness a firebird the size of a goose flapping its wings fiercely, with a 12 or 13-year-old boy dangling beneath, his large backpack almost towering over him, while he clutched a Qingling tongue basket, a comical sight indeed. Meanwhile, as Lin Xiaobai honed his skills, a rumor began to circulate in Wangnan City. Someone was offering a high price for the Hua Yanji. Although no specific amount was mentioned, it was said to start at a minimum of 7 figures. 7 figures. That meant at least $1 million. Regardless of the past or present, it remains an exceedingly high figure. In a fleeting moment, many individuals began searching for Huynj, fire chicken, a type of poultry. Numerous farmers in Wngn City raised Huynj, and when they brought them forward, they were informed that it was unacceptable. Only wild ones were sought. How absurd. Huynj is a domesticated bird. Where could one find a wild version? One farmer, exasperated, expressed his frustration. When the animals first mutated, some Huynj escaped from their enclosures into the wilderness. However, being relatively weak, they would have become prey for other exotic beasts and likely perished long ago. Thus, the notion of acquiring wild Huynj seemed merely a jest. Some raised valid questions, such as why only wild ones? If one desires to consume Huynj meat, the farm-raised variety, cultivated with the latest methods, would likely be far superior in taste. And if one were to seek Huynj eggs, would eating a wild one grant immortality? It was rumored that the individual seeking to purchase was in dire straits due to a close relative's severe illness. And the prescribed remedy happened to include 2 ingredients: raw wild Huayanj eggs and a unique internal organ from the wild Huayanj, which could not be substituted with any other medicinal materials or mystical objects. The buyer, in his frantic search for wild Huayanj, was nearing despair. After a citywide mobilization yielded no results, a new announcement was made. The reward would triple, with a 10-day limit to procure wild Huayanj, accompanied by sincere requests and expressions of gratitude. Tripling the reward. My goodness, that could amount to several million. Could it even reach 10 million? Wild Huayanj. If found, one would surely become wealthy. The fervor escalated. The prospect of obtaining nearly 10 million in reward was a figure that no esteemed beast master could afford to ignore. Yet, despite the relentless searching by countless individuals, no wild Huayanj was discovered, not even through inquiries to friends in other cities. Though the reward was substantial, without locating a wild Huayanj, it remained unattainable. Interest began to wane, and just as the commotion was about to subside, a voice emerged online. The individual claimed to have seen a wild Huayanj in WNGN Mountain, only a single one, and from a distance. All he could do was catch a glimpse before it vanished. Yet he was certain it was indeed a Huayanj. Could there truly be a wild Huayanj? Many were quick to question the authenticity of this revelation, wondering why he had not spoken up sooner or sought it out himself. Was there such a benevolent soul? Ultimately, after various individuals verified the truth of the claim, it was confirmed that the speaker was a wealthy heir, lacking financial concerns, who had only recently recalled this incident. Instantly, the entire WNGN city erupted in chaos as countless individuals rushed toward WNGN Mountain. However, while some were skeptical of the announcement's accuracy, others, holding a better safe than sorry attitude, had already ventured into WNGN Mountain ahead of the crowd. They were the pioneers, likely to seize the chance for nearly 10 million in reward. Within the inner region of WNGN Mountain, Lin Xiaobai was honing his skills. He had fortuitously found a safe and tranquil spot to carefully tally his gains. 680,000, 690,000, 700,000, only 100,000 short of the 800,000 needed for the dance of the fire python. In truth, his harvest was considerable. The essence and treasures from first-tier exotic beasts could fetch around 10,000, while second-tier ones might yield several tens of thousands. The rare golden silk moth could bring in up to 100,000, so his accumulated total was barely 70,000. This was thanks to D'Heng's exceptional prowess. Second-tier exotic beasts were difficult to defeat, some fleeing, while others could not be incinerated, risking the loss of valuable items. This 70,000 was his utmost achievement from tireless effort. Now, he could only hope for a higher valuation. Lin Xiaobai pointed toward the QNGL basket containing the Huayanj. Ah, you still wish to bother me. Have you grown bold? Do you believe I won't let you starve for 2 days? Just as Lin Xiaobai enjoyed a rare moment of rest. He heard voices nearby, compelling him to pack up and relocate. He pondered why so many had suddenly flocked to WNGN Mountain, as if in search of something significant. As Lin Xiaobai traversed through the dense forest, he could hear voices everywhere, which was unusual. This was the inner region of WNGN Mountain, where few dared to venture without being a second-tier beastmaster. Now, there were throngs of people, and he had even observed a group that included ordinary civilians. Truly, it was unprecedented. What could compel ordinary individuals to risk their lives in the inner region of WNGN Mountain? Lin Xiaobai refrained from inquiring, understanding well the adage that wealth should not be flaunted, especially in the wild, where he carried a heavy backpack and a valuable Huayanj. One could never be too careful against potential malice. As he pushed through the lush greenery, Lin Xiaobai was taken aback to find another group of individuals blocking his path. About 10 people were searching the area, and one man stared intently at the spot where Lin Xiaobai had just vanished, as if in disbelief. After a few moments, the man exclaimed, Huayanj, that is a Huayanj. A wild Huayanj is with that boy. With that, the forest erupted into a frenzy, as both ordinary citizens and beast masters with their exotic beasts began to pursue. At the forefront was a boy of 12 or 13, sprinting away. Hey, little brother, don't run. I'm willing to pay a high price for your Huayanj. I have great use for it. Little thief, don't run. Hand over the Huayanj, or you won't escape WNGN Mountain. Behind him, around 20 to 30 individuals were in hot pursuit. Alongside those Lin Xiaobai had encountered earlier, another group had joined the chase. They shouted as they recklessly chased him down, their eyes gleaming with greed, much like one would see in a predator. Lin Xiaobai, noticing their avaricious gazes, felt a chill run down his spine and began to curse while running. You fools. The Hu-Yinj is worth at most several 100,000. Is it worth this commotion? Little did he know how immensely valuable this wild Hu-Yinj truly was. Otherwise, he would have hastily concluded his training and rushed back to Wngn City to claim his reward of 10 million. Seeing that shouting had no effect, the relentless pursuers continued, some of their exotic beasts catching up swiftly. Lin Xiaobai's expression turned grim, and he commanded D'Ing, ignite the flames. With a resounding roar, Dahong suddenly turned, his sharp gaze fixed upon the approaching. From his mouth erupted a towering inferno of flames. The screams of the filled the air. Most were of the first and second ranks, lacking the strength to withstand Dahong's blazing onslaught. The scene descended into chaos, providing Lin Xiaobai the opportunity to vanish into the dense forest. Minutes later, he reappeared atop a towering tree, concealed amidst its broad leaves. With trepidation, he gazed in the direction of the commotion, astonished that these people were indeed after the Hu-Yinj. Was there not a breeding ground for them in Hu-Yinj City? Why venture into the mountains? The throng was considerable. Throughout Wngn Mountain, people swarmed. Even within the inner circle, seduced by countless temptations, many among them were low-level beast tamers or ordinary folk. Lin Xiaobai surmised that these individuals would soon meet dire consequences for their reckless behavior in the mountains. Indeed, less than half an hour later, the anguished cries of those who had pursued him echoed from the direction he had just fled. A deep, menacing growl accompanied the sounds. What a formidable! Lin Xiaobai was taken aback, the mere sound sending shivers down his spine. Driven by curiosity, he stealthily made his way back. After several minutes, he concealed himself in the shadows, observing a magnificent standing not far ahead amidst a sea of corpses. It was a tiger, reminiscent of the prehistoric saber-toothed variety, with elongated fangs extending from its upper jaw. Its ebony body was interwoven with patterns, as if forged from obsidian iron, and its powerful limbs radiated explosive strength. This was the Anheichi. Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. The Anheichi, a third tier, could ascend to the fifth tier, boasting immense power. With few rivals among creatures of its kind, its massive jaws and elongated fangs could effortlessly sever the throat of any, while its claws could rend through steel plates as if they were mere paper. Once the king of beasts, a titan of the forest, creatures such as tigers, lions, and leopards became exceptionally formidable post-mutation, retaining their regal aura. The emergence of the Anheichi undoubtedly established it as the monarch of Wngn Mountain. Lin Xiaobai quietly departed, not casting a single glance at the deceased. The Anheichi was no jest, and he had no desire to linger near such a terrifying entity. Retreating was the wisest choice. The commotion at Wngn Mountain intensified, yet amid the carnage, many of those who entered were woefully weak, ordinary people. They ventured into the inner circle, falling prey to the overwhelming. The tables had turned, with the now becoming hunters, and the mountain was drenched in blood, with significant casualties. Soon after, a chilling report emerged. A pack of Hu-Yin wolves roamed Wngn Mountain. One wolf might not invoke fear, but a pack could instill terror in any adversary. The bloodshed escalated, with many perishing at the jaws of the Hu-Yin wolves, inciting panic and retreat among the masses. Those of lesser strength finally awoke to the grim reality. When weighed against life, wealth paled in significance. It was as if a filter had been applied. Those remaining on Wngn Mountain were either reckless enough to risk their lives for riches or genuinely formidable individuals. The group that had pursued Lin Xiaobai encountered the Anheichi, and whether someone managed to survive to spread word of the wild Hu-Yinj remained uncertain. Consequently, Lin Xiaobai's location became the focal point of attention, drawing many towards him. How many waves had it been? With a sigh, Lin Xiaobai emerged from the thicket, only to find another group of people across from him. Frustration mounted as the frequency of encounters increased. These individuals were scouring the area from all directions, conducting a thorough search. Was it truly necessary to create such a stir over one Hu-Yinj? His training was utterly thwarted. Chaos reigned over Wngn Mountain, all due to a single bird. Lin Xiaobai pressed eastward, intending to exit the mountain from that direction, as the eastern side was relatively distant from Wngn City and typically less populated. He clung to hope that the eastern side would be free of these wolfish hunters in pursuit of the Hu-Yinj. However, dishearteningly, there were indeed people there as well. These individuals formed a tightening encirclement, trapping Lin Xiaobai within the area of his emergence. He found himself ensnared, unable to escape. Chapter 27. The Anheichi's Domain. The rustling sound of Lin Xiaobai's body brushing against the undergrowth echoed through the forest. He darted through the mountains with haste, the encroaching circle diminishing his range of movement, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. He had previously attempted to have Dahong carry him away, but to no avail. Some individuals wielded firearms, and certain could fly, making the skies more perilous, a living target. Remaining on the ground offered a sliver of hope for an escape route. Where had that kid disappeared to? They claimed he was in this vicinity. Voices approached, compelling Lin Xiaobai to change direction once more. His frustration mounting as he yearned to break free. Yet, most of those still searching WNGN Mountain were Beast Tamers, many even of the second rank. Recklessly charging out would be akin to courting death, as numerous individuals openly declared their intent to kill for the HUYNJ, showing no regard for ethics. As for surrendering the HUYNJ, that was unthinkable. Lin Xiaobai's disposition would never allow him to relinquish what he had claimed. He would rather face death than hand over the HUYNJ. Wealth is sought through peril. The encirclement tightened, yet Lin Xiaobai remained eerily composed. Making an astonishing decision, he retraced his steps. These individuals were spread across the vast area surrounding him, conducting a relentless search, and the typical second tier within the inner circle could not withstand their onslaught. The only entity capable of deterring them was the third tier Anheichi. The Anheichi was extraordinarily powerful. Even typical third tier were feeble in its presence. If he could provoke the Anheichi into a confrontation with these individuals, perhaps he could exploit the ensuing chaos to escape the encirclement. This was the only escape plan Lin Xiaobai could conceive. He immediately set off towards the Anheichi. Suddenly, while running, Lin Xiaobai's arm was snagged by thorns in the underbrush, a common occurrence in such dense foliage. However, this time was markedly different. A sharp pain radiated from the wound, causing even the resolute Lin Xiaobai to gasp in shock, followed by a wave of dizziness washing over him. This was bad. Lin Xiaobai's heart raced in alarm. The thorns were toxic, but it was too late to realize this, as the venom's effects were severe. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, he rapidly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. It was over. My HUYNJ is doomed. I can only hope that the noble soul who discovers my body will take the chicken and spare my life. This was Lin Xiaobai's final thought before succumbing to unconsciousness, prioritizing the chicken over his life. Typically, the poison from thorns merely induced dizziness rather than death. His concern was that someone might kill him. In the city, such fears were unfounded due to the stability of order, but in the wild, taking a life was trivial. At this critical juncture, Lin Xiaobai collapsed, prompting Da Hong to frantically call out. In a surge of desperation, it soared high, casting a fierce gaze around, ready to encircle its master with unwavering resolve should anyone approach. In the distance, the encircling search was tightening, with countless individuals scouring the area as if to excavate the very ground of Wangnan Mountain, executing a genuine carpet search that brought them gradually closer to Lin Xiaobai. Fortunately, the meticulousness of their search resulted in a slow advance, leaving them still at a considerable distance, ensuring that they would not arrive imminently. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaobai regained consciousness, confirming that the fire chicken was still by his side and that he was unharmed. He let out a sigh of relief, thankful that the toxin's effects did not linger long. Otherwise, being unconscious for a day or two could have dire consequences. Just as he prepared to make his escape, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned back to search for the thorn that had previously scratched him. About 30 meters behind him, amidst a cluster of grass he had just traversed, he spotted a dark green thorn bush, its sturdy vines twisting like a dragon, adorned with sharp spikes, some of which bore traces of his own blood. Intriguingly, the leaves of this thorn were crescent-shaped, an exquisite emerald green, reminiscent of precious gems. Lin Xiaobai's eyes brightened. Crescent thorn. The crescent thorn is a rare variety among thorn species, possessing a toxin that is among the swiftest acting of all poisonous thorns. Though its effects are short-lived, those struck by it typically succumb to unconsciousness within mere seconds, and even many extraordinary beasts cannot withstand the onslaught of this toxin, rendering it a super-enhanced anesthetic. Lin Xiaobai severed a length of the crescent thorn with a sharp tool and affixed it to his backpack, muttering to himself that such a rare item might prove useful. At this juncture, even after having fainted for half an hour, he remained remarkably composed, his thoughts clear. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached his ears, chaotic and numerous, indicating that more than one person was traversing the grass, having tracked him to this location. Lin Xiaobai cursed softly under his breath before swiftly moving forward. He first returned to the spot where the dark black tooth tiger had killed, which was quite close to the location where he had initially been pursued, and still within the current encirclement. However, he found no sign of the dark black tooth tiger. Its lair was not here. Following the general direction where the dark black tooth tiger had previously appeared, he searched uncertainly and, fortunately, made a discovery about 2 kilometers away against a mountain wall. At this moment, Lin Xiaobai concealed himself behind a dense thicket, holding his breath as he observed. Before him stood a towering cliff with a cave several meters high at its base. A deep, rumbling growl emanated from within, unmistakably that of the dark black-toothed tiger. This growl carried an unsettling authority, marking the dark black-toothed tiger as the sovereign of Wangnan Mountain, instilling fear with both its power and majesty. Lin Xiaobai watched quietly from the shadows, spotting an excellent hiding place not far from the tiger's den, a small slope that was obscured from view, its depths unknown. He cautiously advanced towards it, careful to make no sound. To avoid alarming the dark black-toothed tiger, he even stowed Dahong away in the beast capsule. He tightly bound the fire chicken with qingling vines, stuffing its mouth with the ice core of the ice ball beast to prevent it from making any noise that might betray his presence. Moving silently, traversing this distance felt like walking a tightrope, with an abyss below that promised certain death upon a fall. The dark black-toothed tiger seemed to be dozing, allowing Lin Xiaobai to reach the slope unhindered. Contrary to his expectations, the space beneath this slope was quite ample, capable of accommodating several individuals. And with the mountain wall at the back, it was impossible to see the slope's depths from above. Adjacent to the lair of the dark black-toothed tiger, this spot was an ideal hiding place. Who would have imagined that a formidable third-tier dark black-toothed tiger, a pinnacle among extraordinary beasts, would have someone concealed so close to its lair? Outside, chaos ensued as the search intensified, yet Lin Xiaobai remained elusive, and the encirclement continued to contract. When several groups of individuals reached the vicinity of the dark black-toothed tiger, shock rippled through all present. Remarkably, a dark black-toothed tiger truly existed in Wangnan Mountain. The survivor who had previously spread news of Lin Xiaobai had mentioned the dark black-toothed tiger, but everyone's attention had been solely focused on the fire chicken. Now, the existence of a dark black-toothed tiger in Wangnan Mountain was confirmed. This revelation spread like wildfire, and after a day and night, the encirclement had narrowed to encompass only the area of the dark black-toothed tiger's den. Yet none dared approach. Countless individuals crowded at a considerable distance from the cave, fearful of provoking the dark black-toothed tiger, which would spell disaster. After a prolonged silence, an irritable voice finally broke through. Don't tell me that kid is hiding with the fire chicken in the dark black-toothed tiger's cave. Otherwise, I'll smash your head in. That kid seems to be a second-tier beast master, possessing a fire bird, and he appears quite young. His future accomplishments are boundless. Someone lamented. Humph. Even if he's a second-tier beast master, daring to encroach upon the dark black-toothed tiger's territory is tantamount to a death wish. That kid is either dead or has long since fled Wangnan Mountain with the wildfire chicken, another scoffed. Is that so? Then have we all labored in vain? Otherwise, news from Wangnan City would not indicate that no one has claimed the exorbitant reward, and it seems the buyer can no longer wait. A close relative is gravely ill, and the reward has tripled, rumored to reach nearly 30 million. A well-informed individual interjected. 30 million. Gasps of astonishment resonated through the crowd. Indeed, this price has attracted the attention of formidable experts. Rumors suggest that some exceptionally skilled beast masters will enter Wangnan Mountain, such as Zheng Yuli from the Northwater region. The speaker continued. Zheng Yuli, a fourth-tier beast master. He is a renowned expert from the Northwater region. Lin Xiaobai listened intently. Though he was far away and could not catch every detail, he gleaned enough fragmented information to understand the essence. At last, Lin Xiaobai comprehended the frenzy surrounding the search for wildfire chickens. It turned out that a wealthy individual in Wangnan City had a close relative in critical condition and was offering a staggering reward for a wildfire chicken, amounting to 30 million. 30 million. This figure was enough to rattle even Lin Xiaobai, who had lived 2 lives. His lips trembled with excitement as he gazed at the fire chicken nestled within the qingling vines, exclaiming in awe, "A golden nugget. Truly a golden nugget. This chicken is worth 30 million. The fire chicken sensed Lin Xiaobai's fervent gaze, flames flaring from its tail feathers, appearing to want to protest fiercely. However, the ice core lodged in its mouth silenced it, preventing any outcry. Additionally, Lin Xiaobai caught wind of other key phrases, such as fourth-tier beastmaster. This revelation weighed heavily on him, for since the Beast War, the absence of senior beastmasters from the Beastmaster Alliance meant that a fourth-tier beastmaster carried significant weight. At the very least, for the third-tier beastmaster Wang Nanshan, sweeping through the highest tier of extraordinary beasts is a trivial task. However, should a fourth-tier beastmaster arrive, his predicament would escalate to a perilous degree, as he is far from being able to contend with a fourth-tier beastmaster. In the distance, a crowd murmurs. Although they are far away, Lin Xiaobai can faintly catch snippets of conversation, and the dark-toothed tiger, too, can hear. Suddenly, a roar reverberates through the forest, sending a shiver down Lin Xiaobai's spine, as if his eardrums might shatter, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Following this, a powerful gust of wind sweeps past from his left side, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that chills the soul, making one instinctively tremble with fear. It is clear without a doubt that the dark-toothed tiger has emerged. The dark-toothed tiger charges forth, and in the next moment, the forest is filled with incessant cries of agony. A third-tier dark-toothed tiger is nothing to be trifled with, and its entrance into the crowd is akin to a killing machine. The cacophony of frantic screams and the chilling sound of bones shattering fill the air. Lin Xiaobai remains hidden beneath the slope, never daring to peek out, merely discerning the chaos through sound. He strives to remain calm, patiently gauging the level of carnage by the noise, for the turmoil has only just begun. The moment the dark-toothed tiger spreads its rampage further, that will be his prime opportunity to escape. It must be said that his chosen hiding spot is indeed perfect, situated right beside the tiger's lair. Moments ago, the dark-toothed tiger barely brushed past him, just a few meters away, yet he remained undetected. Others would never suspect that someone was concealed here. Suddenly, a resounding crash interrupts the chaos, and the screams cease. It appears the dark-toothed tiger has encountered a formidable opponent. A man's hearty laughter echoes. I never expected there to be a dark-toothed tiger in Wangnanshan. Haha, to be able to laugh in the face of such a terrifying creature. Has he lost his mind, or is he a master in his own right? It is Zheng Yuli, accompanied by his most formidable beast, the purple lightning ferret. To think he has truly come, and so swiftly. Many gasp in astonishment. And Lin Xiaobai hears clearly that a fourth-tier beast master has arrived. A fourth-tier beast master. This is a realm that remains quite distant from Lin Xiaobai at present. He yearns to peek out, but ultimately restrains himself. Escaping is of the utmost importance now. With the dark-toothed tiger wreaking havoc and a fourth-tier beast master arriving at this juncture, it could indeed bode well for Lin Xiaobai. Should they engage in battle, it will undoubtedly draw the attention of all, providing Lin Xiaobai with the perfect moment to flee. He has been meticulously prepared, having already mapped out his escape route, which involves circumventing the mountain wall to the north, ensuring the swiftest exit from this vast area. However, as he waits, another expert arrives. From the fragments of conversation, it appears this newcomer is merely a third-tier beast master, yet he instills considerable apprehension in the fourth-tier Zheng Yuli. Lin Xiaobai speculates that this individual likely possesses an exceptionally powerful third-tier beast, much like his own Dahong, which, despite being but a first-tier beast, can easily handle weaker second-tier beasts. This touches upon the issue of quality. Dahong, being a special creature, has evolved into a form that surpasses ordinary firebirds. Additionally, the silver quality of the firebird enhances its capabilities, making it an exceptional specimen among its peers. Thus, Dahong's prowess allows it to overcome those of higher tiers. In a surprising turn, Zheng Yuli and this newcomer seem to have no intention of targeting the fire chicken, not even mentioning it. Instead, they have both set their sights on the dark-toothed tiger. Without further ado, they engage in combat, and the sound of fierce fighting erupts, accompanied by the roars of the dark-toothed tiger, which also joins the fray. The scene descends into chaos as everyone's attention is captivated by this clash of immense power, providing Lin Xiaobai with a rare opportunity to slip away unnoticed. No one notices him, much like a man engrossed in a blockbuster film, oblivious to the monumental events occurring around him, especially as Lin Xiaobai stealthily escapes. While the commotion continues at Wangnanshan, news has already reached Wangnanshan. The 30 million reward has been claimed. Chapter 29, Beilu Kelt. At this moment, Lin Xiaobai finds himself in a luxurious estate within the affluent district of Swan Castle in Wangnanshan. The surroundings are opulent and extravagantly adorned, yet harmoniously blended with an air of antiquity and elegance, creating a sense of noble and understated beauty, indicative of the remarkable status of the estate's owner. Seated at the dining table, Lin Xiaobai is presented with a sumptuous feast, with an array of delectable dishes, while a servant stands by in attendance. Yet he remains the sole occupant of the table. In this moment, Lin Xiaobai seems transformed, despite having gone hungry for an entire day and night beneath the slope. His stomach grumbling, he maintains an air of elegance and grace, comporting himself with decorum befitting a cultured young gentleman of wealth. In his previous life, Lin Xiaobai had mingled with the upper echelons during his prime, grasping certain etiquettes, and thus, when visiting such affluent households, it would be unbecoming to appear like a provincial bumpkin. Even if the host were forgiving, the servants would undoubtedly harbor disdainful thoughts. Thus, this scene unfolds with Lin Xiaobai attempting to portray the persona of a noble scion. Yet it is evident from the scornful gazes of the nearby servants that his performance falls short. Mere minutes pass, and just as Lin Xiaobai has barely made a dent in the lavish spread, a hearty voice resounds. I hear from the steward that the fire chicken was delivered by a 12-year-old young master. I wonder whose brilliant offspring possesses such skill. It truly commands my admiration. A golden-haired, blue-eyed Western man enters with a smile, accompanied by a kindly older gentleman with graying hair. This amiable elder, known as Steward Lee, is the very one who received Lin Xiaobai earlier, delivering the fire chicken to the estate's owner and setting the table for Lin Xiaobai's enjoyment. Now, he returns with the golden-haired gentleman, who is presumably the master of the estate. Lin Xiaobai rises, somewhat taken aback. 10 years ago, when extraordinary beasts began their rampant assaults, people around the world scattered in panic, leading to a mingling of various races on the streets of Nanqing. Initially, Lin Xiaobai found this surprising upon his arrival, but he has since grown accustomed to it, though he did not expect the purchaser of the fire chicken to be a Westerner. Greetings, I am Belu Kelt, the owner of this estate. Thank you for the timely delivery of the fire chicken, which has saved my father's life. I apologize for my tardiness, as I was preoccupied with my father's well-being. Please do not take offense. The golden-haired gentleman approaches, expressing his apologies, seamlessly integrating Eastern conversational habits into his speech. His face embodies a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western aesthetics, handsome and approximately 30 years old, exuding a natural, noble grace in his every gesture. And his smile feels like a refreshing breeze. From the moment he entered, he has been casually yet courteously assessing Lin Xiaobai. Upon first laying eyes on Lin Xiaobai, Baru was taken aback. Having endured the trials of living in Nanqing for over half a month, Lin Xiaobai had become disheveled, his clothing tattered and marred by the scratches of thorns. Some garments even bore marks where the thorns had grazed his skin, while others exhibited clear scars from the attacks of otherworldly beasts, rendering him a veritable tapestry of wounds. Yet, it was precisely these scars that imbued Lin Xiaobai's 12-year-old frame with a resolute strength that belied his youth. Baru's initial surprise transformed into profound respect as he earnestly expressed his gratitude, addressing Lin Xiaobai as Sir. Thank you for saving my life. He may have surmised that Lin Xiaobai's injuries were incurred during his endeavor to retrieve the Huoyinji, though he was well aware that Lin Xiaobai and his companions were motivated by the generous rewards he had promised. Nevertheless, he felt a deep sense of reverence, as this act had ultimately saved his father's life. Hello, Mr. Baru, I am Lin Xiaobai. No need for such formality, Lin Xiaobai replied with a smile. No, this is something I must express my gratitude for, Baru insisted, continuously thanking Lin Xiaobai with great courtesy. He then instructed the steward, Li, prepare a feast. I wish to properly entertain Mr. Lin Xiaobai and provide him with a new set of clothes. Understood, Li responded. Lin Xiaobai did not decline, as he was still only partially satiated, and Baru appeared to be a warm and hospitable individual. In a previous life, he would have relished the opportunity to befriend someone of such character. As Lin Xiaobai stood beside him, a servant instinctively reached to assist in removing Lin Xiaobai's backpack. But before they could touch it, Lin Xiaobai's voice rang out. Do not touch. Mr. Lin Xiaobai, what is the matter? Baru's expression shifted slightly, fearing the servant had inadvertently offended Lin Xiaobai, and shot a displeased glance at the two servants. Lin Xiaobai chuckled. It is not their fault. The thorns on my backpack are from the Kanyu Jingji. I shall remove them myself. Kanyu Jingji? Baru gasped, clearly recognizing what it was. Observing Lin Xiaobai crouched on the ground, delicately extracting the thorns entwined around his backpack, the glinting, sharp spikes seemed to pierce Baru's heart, evoking a sense of trepidation. Baru's gaze turned serious, regarding Lin Xiaobai with increased admiration. At merely 12 years of age, he possessed such courage and experience, wearing the Kanyu Jingji and managing to stand out amidst the throngs of Nanqing to return with the Huoyinji. Additionally, the natural maturity and shrewdness in his eyes were remarkable. What kind of family could cultivate such an exceptional youth? Once Lin Xiaobai had removed all the thorns from his backpack and handed it to the servant, he felt no concern about others coveting it, for this was Swan Castle. And even the smallest trinket within Baru's estate was likely far more valuable than the contents of his entire backpack. Mr. Lin Xiaobai, please follow me. The servant led Lin Xiaobai to the bathing area, where several garments and sizes befitting his stature had been procured, ensuring at least one would fit him well. After staying in Nanqing for so long, he finally had the chance to wash himself clean. Lin Xiaobai reclined in the expansive circular bathtub, and after bathing, he felt rejuvenated as he made his way to the hall. As he casually glanced out the window at the vast and opulent estate, he paused momentarily, recalling that Shu Xiaoya's home was also located in Swan Castle, wasn't it? Upon entering the hall, Li had prepared a splendid feast, and Lin Xiaobai and Baru engaged in delightful conversation, growing increasingly fond of one another as their dialogue progressed. Such maturity was hardly what one would expect from a mere 12-year-old. Yet, the truth was that Lin Xiaobai was not just a boy cloaked in the guise of youth, but rather a seasoned individual in a youthful form. After the sumptuous feast, when the topic of the Huoyinji's reward arose, Baru responded readily. Saving my father's life is worth far more than 30 million. However, I have something even better to offer you. Baru seemed to possess a secret as he winked, subsequently guiding Lin Xiaobai deeper into the estate, to a realm that appeared to be his private domain, where even the servants were forbidden to enter, save for Li. From a cabinet, Baru retrieved a pale golden card and presented it to Lin Xiaobai with a mysterious smile, saying, "This is something you will surely appreciate." Chapter 30, The Spirit of the Yi. Lin Xiaobai took the card and examined it. It resembled a skill card, yet bore the image of a fearsome beast. The creature stood on two legs, its body a light brown hue, muscles rippling like steel, and its eyes burned with a fierce intensity that sent a chill down one's spine. Apart from this, the card bore no indications of skills or actions, clearly marking it as something other than a mere skill card. "What is this?" Lin Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. "Have you ever heard of a creature known as the Yi?" Baru replied. "E." Lin Xiaobai rummaged through his mind, seeking information on beasts he had studied, but found nothing familiar and shook his head. "I have not heard of it." Haha, Baru seemed to anticipate Lin Xiaobai's response, explaining mysteriously, "The E is a type of fierce beast, akin to the Baiman, yet its ferocity surpasses that of the Baiman. While it is inherently powerful, its numbers are far fewer, making it an elusive and mysterious entity. In fact, sightings in the world are exceedingly rare, even over the past decade. So formidable, even stronger than the Baiman?" Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. The Baiman was universally acknowledged as a powerful beast, and any creature even remotely related to it would incite frenzied competition among countless individuals. Lin Xiaobai vividly recalled how he and Lin Jian had encountered a Baiman ape at Wangnanshan, only to have it snatched away. An incident that had left Lin Jian seething with anger. The reputation and strength of the Baiman were beyond question. The Yi, being a relative of the Baiman and even stronger, what a remarkable beast it must be. Then what is this? Lin Xiaobai held the card aloft. "The most recent appearance of a Yi was during the Beast War 3 years ago, during which my father had the fortune to be the one to slay it. This card is a drop from the Yi upon its demise." Baru continued. "However, this card is not a skill card, but rather represents the true essence of Yi." "The true essence of Yi?" Lin Xiaobai gasped, hardly able to believe it. He understood that beasts could drop skill cards, but the notion of obtaining the actual essence of a beast was unprecedented. Baru elucidated, "To be precise, this is the spirit of the Yi. My father once mentioned that it can be fused with bipeds such as monkeys or apes, potentially allowing the Yi's might to be manifested once more." To manifest the might of the Yi? Lin Xiaobai licked his lips, feeling a surge of excitement. The average person would fight tooth and nail over a beast, even tangentially related to the Baiman. Yet this was a super beast, even more powerful than the Baiman. If its might could truly be restored, it would undoubtedly wield an unparalleled strength. "If I take this card, can I still receive the 30 million? Lin Xiaobai asked. Baru shook his head, smiling gently. "One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Mr. Lin Xiaobai seems a tad greedy. Then I will take the 30 million. Lin Xiaobai stated resolutely, returning the card to Baru. Baru appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing between the card in his hand and Lin Xiaobai. He never anticipated that Lin Xiaobai would resolutely choose 30 million, especially when it involved AN, a superlative beast even mightier than the BMN. How could anyone forego such an opportunity? Are you truly committed to this decision? Bella still felt a tinge of disbelief. Indeed, Lin Xiaobai nodded emphatically. No matter how formidable the N beast is, it pales in comparison to 30 million. With that sum, I can acquire exceptionally powerful skill cards and extraordinary beasts. The possibilities are endless. How could I relinquish 30 million for a mere fragment of the N's soul? Lin Xiaobai's resolve was unwavering. Having experienced the supremacy of wealth in his past life, he understood profoundly the significance of money, even if he were to be transported back to his previous existence. Faced with the choice between 500,000 in cash and an acceptance letter from a prestigious institution, he would unhesitatingly opt for the cash, prioritizing better knowledge and a more enlightened worldview. Bellu sighed gently, advising, "I hope you do not allow money to cloud your judgment. If a seasoned beast master were here to make a choice, I am confident he would choose the N's soul without a second thought. For a beast master, the potential of a mighty beast far outweighs the allure of mere currency. This card, once treasured by my father and passed down to me, has become a symbol of my failure to become a beast master. After our extensive conversation today, I have come to admire your talent, and your act of saving my father's life by bringing the fiery chicken has compelled me to present this card to you. I sincerely hope you will choose it." "Is that so?" Lin Xiaobai observed Bellu's earnest demeanor. "Ultimately, it is a matter of immediate gain versus future investment. Opting for the N soul may yield a powerful beast in the future, while the 30 million would facilitate Lin Xiaobai's rapid advancement, albeit at the cost of losing a formidable creature. In his previous life, Lin Xiaobai had faced many such dilemmas between the present and the future. Each choice served as a crucible for his heart. He hesitated, torn between 30 million and a beast rivaling the BMN, a challenging decision indeed. What do you choose? After a prolonged silence, Bellu inquired again, his eyes brimming with hope. Very well. I choose the end soul. Lin Xiaobai gritted his teeth, as if making a monumental decision. In this scenario, regardless of the choice, it felt like a tremendous relief. He chose the future. Yet, 30 million, just like that, vanished. The thought of losing such an amount caused a pang of anguish in his heart. Excellent. Bella's admiration intensified as he instructed, Li Guanjia, transfer 2 million to Mr. Lin Xiaobai's account. Understood, Li Guanjia responded, turning to execute the transaction. Huh. Lin Xiaobai was perplexed. Wasn't it said that choosing the end's soul meant forfeiting the money? Why was he still receiving 2 million? Bellu's face radiated with a smile. At the tender age of 12, to possess such resolve, courage, maturity, and talent. I hold great admiration for you. Consider these 2 million a gift, and I hope you will become a powerful beast master in the future. I also thank you once more for saving my father's life. Oh, Lin Xiaobai, feeling somewhat dazed, departed from Bellu's estate with the end soul and 2 million as consolation. The loss of 30 million left him in a state of bewilderment. Turning back to glance at Bellu and Li Guanjia, who were smiling as they bid him farewell. He clutched the end soul and murmured, I hope you truly are as formidable as Bellu claimed. Do not disappoint me, or I shall regret this decision terribly. Chapter 31. Acquiring the Short-Haired Monkey. Upon leaving the Swan Castle, Lin Xiaobai made his way directly to the beast market, intending to first dispose of a backpack full of items, while also purchasing the long-coveted dance of the fire python. Along the way, he meticulously studied the end soul card. But regrettably, he could not decipher its secrets. It is not a skill card, yet according to Bellu, its usage resembles that of a skill card. It simply needs to be affixed to the beast's forehead. Hopefully, it proves as powerful as Bellu suggested, or I shall suffer greatly. Upon arriving at the beast market, Lin Xiaobai first rushed to the skill card shop where he purchased Dance of the Fire Python with the 2 million consolation fund, a card he had long coveted. Thank you for your patronage, the charming salesgirl said with a radiant smile, her graceful figure leaving Lin Xiaobai in awe. He then proceeded to the establishment that procured various beast essences, and as anticipated, he managed to sell the contents of his backpack for approximately 730,000. A substantial fortune. Along with the remaining 120,000 consolation fund, Lin Xiaobai now possessed 193,000, and he pondered whether he should invest in a superior beast. The end soul necessitates the fusion with a bipedal beast, such as a monkey or ape. The mere thought of the short-haired monkey he encountered in Wangnanshan made Lin Xiaobai's heart race. The short-haired monkey was indeed well suited to his current phase, and he adored its assassin-like combat style, which would pair excellently with Dahong. Dahong's blazing flames attract the attention of other beasts, while the short-haired monkey could execute stealth attacks on land, creating a formidable synergy between air and ground. A visit to Wangnanshan was imperative. Lin Xiaobai felt increasingly restless. However, he also harbored concerns. With so many people flocking to Wangnanshan in search of the fiery chicken, if they discovered the presence of a short-haired monkey, it would undoubtedly spark a frenzy of capture. Given the sheer number of individuals searching in Wangnanshan, the likelihood of the short-haired monkey being captured was nearly 100%. In that case, he would have no choice but to purchase a short-haired monkey from the beast market. Such creatures are exceedingly rare, and scouring the wilderness for a second one would take an eternity. Yet, acquiring a beast also posed certain drawbacks. If captured and confined for too long, the beast might lose its instinct and ferocity, although there is also the chance of obtaining a recently captured beast, which is not an absolute certainty, but rather a matter of luck. I shall first explore the market, hoping to be fortunate enough to purchase a short-haired monkey that has not been captured for long. If not, I will consider other beasts. Lin Xiaobai resolved. A few minutes later, he entered the bustling area of the beast market, where the most shops selling beasts were located. The atmosphere was vibrant, with various sizes of superalloy cages lining the paths, each housing a ferocious beast of diverse species, ranging from first to third-tier beasts, with first and second-tier beasts being the most common and third-tier beasts being quite rare. Fourth-tier beasts were exceptionally scarce here, generally. Any fourth-tier beast captured would be snatched up immediately. As one strolls through the bustling market, the sight of numerous individuals transporting exotic beasts via carts is a common occurrence. Although purchasing captured creatures comes with its drawbacks, it spares one from braving the perils of the wilderness, thus garnering the favor of many beast tamers, particularly those of the lower ranks. These novice beast tamers, often lacking in prowess, rarely venture beyond the city unless accompanied by mentors from the Beast Tamer Academy for field training. Consequently, it is not uncommon to see young beast tamers accompanied by family members, selecting suitable creatures, which has led to a thriving market for first and second-tier exotic beasts. Lin Xiaobai, rather than perusing each shop meticulously, made his way through the throngs of people to a store named Lao Ding Exotic Beasts, the largest establishment in the market. Easily identifiable from afar by its grand sign, the storefront itself stretched nearly 100 meters, rivaling that of 3 or 4 other shops combined. Inside, numerous staff members were busily attending to customers, who comprised nearly 30% of the crowd. Those seeking the elusive, short-haired monkey often found their way to such large establishments, where serendipity might favor them. Upon entering, Lin Xiaobai noticed a middle-aged man, presumably an employee, concluding a transaction with a pair of young boys and an attractive woman who were in search of a swift rabbit. The middle-aged man spotted Lin Xiaobai and approached with enthusiasm, inquiring what exotic beast he was interested in. "Do you have short-haired monkeys?" Lin Xiaobai asked. Surprised, the middle-aged man scrutinized Lin Xiaobai, noting that children of his age typically sought smaller pets like swift rabbits or canaries, and short-haired monkeys were quite rare. He shook his head regretfully, stating, "You've come too late. The last one was sold a few days ago. You should return in 10 days or 2 weeks. Such rare beasts may not even appear once a month. Is there none left?" Lin Xiaobai felt a twinge of disappointment and pondered briefly before turning to leave, realizing he would have to explore other shops. "Don't bother looking elsewhere. I am Ding Hua, the owner of this shop, and I can assure you that I have no short-haired monkeys. Other shops are even less likely to have them," the middle-aged man confidently asserted. "You are the owner?" Lin Xiaobai was taken aback and leaned closer to ask quietly, "Boss Ding, your business is quite expansive. You must be well informed. Have you heard of the beast known as the Ni? Ni?" Ding Hua was momentarily startled, gazing at Lin Xiaobai, and sighed. Impressive for one so young to know of such a creature. "You possess quite a bit of knowledge." Lin Xiaobai, slightly embarrassed, pressed on, "Is the Ni powerful?" "Indeed. It is formidable, even more so than the Bai Bai Meng, but exceedingly rare. The last one appeared 3 years ago at the Beast battlefield," Ding Hua confirmed. Lin Xiaobai nodded, reassured by Ding Hua's words that aligned with those of Bei Lu, alleviating some of his concerns. While attending to his duties, Ding Hua lamented, however, "No matter how powerful it may be, it is a ferocious beast that cannot be tamed for human use. What if one could tame an eye?" Lin Xiaobai abruptly interjected. Ding Hua's expression shifted, his work abruptly halting as he vigorously shook his head. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Such a beast cannot be tamed. Those who attempt to do so have met with fatal mental backlash. No exceptions." At that moment, 3 rugged men, pushing a cart, approached, evidently returning from the wild. "Why, you brothers, back so soon? Did you find the fiery chicken?" Ding Hua greeted them with a hearty laugh, clearly familiar with the trio. "Don't even mention it." One of the robust men, presumably the leader with black hair, sighed and lamented. A boy just over 10 snatched the fiery chicken. In the end, thousands surrounded him. "We still haven't searched the lair of the dark-toothed tiger." Zheng Yuli and Gu Yuanquan started fighting over it, and everyone was too preoccupied watching them to notice that the 30 million bounty had already been claimed. "I suspect that boy is hiding near the dark-toothed tiger's lair." What audacity! Who would have thought such a thing? The presence of a dark-toothed tiger in Wangnan Mountain is astonishing. "Let us hope it's not a sign of unrest in Yinyu Valley," Ding Hua remarked as he circled around the cart the 3 men pushed, which was semi-enclosed, concealing its contents. "What have you brought this time?" Ding Hua inquired. "Short-haired monkey, just captured from Wangnan Mountain," the black-haired man replied. "Short-haired monkey." Lin Xiaobai's eyes lit up. What incredible fortune! Just as he was lamenting the absence of a short-haired monkey, one had now been delivered, likely the very one he had encountered earlier. Short-haired monkeys are exceedingly rare, and to find one in Wangnan Mountain, a mere hill, is remarkable, though exhilarated. Lin Xiaobai refrained from acting impulsively, waiting for Ding Hua and the trio to conclude their discussion. Etiquette dictated that he not disrupt their transaction, and it was clear that the camaraderie between Ding Hua and the brothers would preclude any immediate sale to him. This second-tier, short-haired monkey is exceptionally fierce, far more so than the average second-tier variety. Had I not taken advantage of its momentary distraction to hit it with a powerful tranquilizer, I would never have captured it. Even after being struck, it ran 2 kilometers before collapsing. Utterly disoriented, the black-haired man narrated as he opened the cart. Inside lay a diminutive monkey, unconscious and sprawled within the cart. Its body is soft yellow, exuding a streamlined aesthetic, with large closed eyes that rendered it quite adorable. However, those familiar with short-haired monkeys would never underestimate it, for it is a skilled predator, nearly impossible to withstand without the prowess of a 3rd-tier beast tamer or higher. "All right, Ding Hua, you carry on. Quickly secure the short-haired monkey in a super alloy cage. The effects of the tranquilizer will wear off in about an hour." The black-haired man concluded his transaction with Ding Hua, offering a few final reminders before departing with his companions. Lin Xiaobai listened intently, noting that the black-haired man had sold the short-haired monkey to Ding Hua for a staggering 500,000. Such a price far exceeded that of many third-tier exotic beasts, which typically range between 300 to 400,000, while second-tier creatures usually fetch around 100,000. The hefty price of 500,000 for the short-haired monkey underscored its rarity and exceptional nature. Didn't you want a short-haired monkey? Perfect timing. Here's one for you. Ding Hua gestured toward the monkey, addressing Lin Xiaobai. Lin Xiaobai regarded him, yet before he could respond, Ding Hua continued, as you heard, I acquired it for 500,000, but I will sell it to you for 600,000. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Lin Xiaobai considered the offer and nodded in agreement with Ding Hua's price. At 600,000, the cost for the short-haired monkey was indeed fair. Had he not been present, it might have been sold for 70 or even 80,000. Even if a short-haired monkey remains unsold for an extended period, the passage of time within its confinement will inevitably lead to a decline in its price, though it shall never fall below 600,000. Lin Xiaobai considers himself fortunate in this regard. More significantly, this short-haired monkey has just been captured, retaining its primal instincts and ferocity, which is precisely what he values most. After transferring 600,000 to Boss Ding, Lin Xiaobai approached the dazed and unconscious short-haired monkey. The shop was bustling with numerous employees, allowing Boss Ding to observe with keen interest without being overly occupied. If you wish to tame the short-haired monkey, it is best to act swiftly. The effects of the tranquilizer will dissipate after an hour, and the difficulty of taming it will significantly increase, Boss Ding cautioned. Indeed, Lin Xiaobai nodded. Fully aware of this principle, he promptly produced 5 beast capsules he had previously purchased, while Boss Ding lit a cigarette and observed from the side. Generally, there are 2 methods for taming beasts. One involves establishing a mental connection through direct communication, while the other entails forcibly creating a mental bond. The former, a more harmonious approach, is suitable for less aggressive, lower-tier beasts, or those that have been personally defeated. Less aggressive lower-tier beasts, akin to Lin Xiaobai's small redbird or the more docile beast he had acquired, can usually be tamed with repeated communication, provided one's mental strength meets the required standard. Conversely, beasts that have been personally defeated are somewhat inclined to yield to the Beastmaster's authority, making the taming process considerably simpler, though one must not discount the possibility of encountering steadfast beasts, which would necessitate a forceful establishment of a mental connection. The forceful method of establishing a mental bond is predominantly employed by higher-tier Beastmasters on lower-tier beasts. For instance, a Level 4 Beastmaster attempting to tame a Level 3 beast can resort to this approach, given a sufficient disparity in mental strength, which is a rather brute method, contingent upon possessing considerably stronger mental prowess than the beast. In summary, the former method applies to beasts that exhibit some interest or lack resistance, while the latter is akin to a powerful figure forcibly recruiting a subordinate. Given Lin Xiaobai's intention to tame the short-haired monkey, it is evident that the first method is inapplicable, thus he must resort to forcibly establishing a connection with the creature. The short-haired monkey is a notably prominent second-tier beast. Without the mental strength of a Level 3 Beastmaster, successful forcible taming is out of the question. Fortunately, the short-haired monkey is currently in a dazed state, significantly reducing the difficulty of the task. Lin Xiaobai possesses the mental strength of a Level 2 Beastmaster, and having not yet tamed even a single second-tier beast, his big red having evolved from a weaker small red bird, implies that his mental energy has been minimally utilized by beasts, presenting a glimmer of hope for success. After a moment of preparation, Lin Xiaobai commenced the process, activating a beast capsule to utilize its unique substance as a medium, attempting to perceive the mental state of the short-haired monkey. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Lin Xiaobai set aside the beast capsule. His initial attempt at taming had failed. After a brief rest, he began the second attempt. It is quite normal for the taming of beasts to fail several times. Successes on the first attempt are rare unless one is exceedingly fortunate or possesses vastly superior mental strength. As time inexorably passed, Lin Xiaobai had already experienced 3 consecutive failures, causing even Boss Ding, observing nearby, to feel an involuntary pang of anxiety. Suddenly, the short-haired monkey stirred slightly. Oh no! Boss Ding's complexion changed dramatically, dropping the cigarette he had been smoking, unsure of how many he had already consumed. Wasn't it said that the tranquilizer would last for an hour? How could the short-haired monkey begin to awaken after only 20 minutes? Lin Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim, hastily activating another beast capsule for his 4th attempt at taming the monkey. If he did not succeed before the monkey fully awoke, given the current situation, Lin Xiaobai's hopes of taming it would likely be dashed. Boss Ding rushed into the shop, instructing 2 employees to bring over a super alloy cage to secure the short-haired monkey, fearing that should it awaken, it might escape from the iron cage amidst the throngs of people in the market. An inherent killer, if freed in such a crowded area, could wreak untold havoc. Watching Lin Xiaobai, whose forehead glistened with sweat, Boss Ding found himself inexplicably tense. Time slipped away, and the signs of the short-haired monkey's awakening became increasingly apparent. Lin Xiaobai set down the fourth beast capsule. The fourth attempt had failed. There remained only one beast capsule. Observing the short-haired monkey's signs of awakening, it seemed that he had but one more chance before it fully regained consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaobai resolutely activated the fifth beast capsule, focusing his mind intensely on establishing a connection with the short-haired monkey's spirit. The monkey's limbs began to move, the effects of the tranquilizer nearing complete failure. Its eyelids fluttered. The moment it opened its eyes would mark its full awakening, at which point Lin Xiaobai would find it impossible to tame the creature. The market was noisy, but none of it could distract Lin Xiaobai. His singular thought was to tame the short-haired monkey. A faint sound escaped the monkey's lips. "It's over, there's no hope," sighed Boss Ding, standing up and lighting a cigarette, watching as the monkey began to awaken, internally resigned to Lin Xiaobai's impending failure. Indeed, if he had failed to tame the monkey while it was completely dazed, how could he hope to succeed now that it was almost fully conscious? Yet Lin Xiaobai persevered, sweat pouring down his face, his expression resolute and composed. Boss Ding nodded in admiration. At such a young age, possessing the mental strength of a level 2 Beastmaster and displaying such unwavering resolve is truly remarkable. He longed to intervene, knowing that if the short-haired monkey awoke before Lin Xiaobai succeeded, the latter could very well suffer a mental backlash. However, he could not interrupt, as interference during the taming process could lead to an even greater risk of mental harm. Now, he could only hope for Lin Xiaobai's success, or that he would not sustain too severe a mental injury. The short-haired monkey's reactions grew increasingly intense, its cries echoing as its sharp claws extended like steel blades, glinting ominously, just as the monkey's eyelids were about to part. Suddenly, Lin Xiaobai felt a wave of relief wash over him as he slumped onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Had he succeeded? Boss Ding's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Lin Xiaobai's face, glistening with perspiration, radiated uncontainable joy as he nodded vigorously. Chapter 33, Conditions for the Fusion of Souls. He had succeeded. Taming the short-haired monkey alleviated a considerable weight from Lin Xiaobai's mind, though he still felt a lingering dizziness. The exertion of taming the short-haired monkey had placed immense pressure on his psyche, a strain that would likely persist for some time until Lin Xiaobai's mental strength grew sufficiently to handle the monkey with ease. Lin Xiaobai rose from the ground, sealing the short-haired monkey within the beast capsule, and remarked with a smile, "Thank you, Boss Ding, but your super alloy cage is no longer necessary." Lin Xiaobai smiled at Boss Ding and turned to leave, leaving the dumbfounded Boss Ding behind. It took a long time for him to regain his composure. This young man possesses an extraordinary audacity and determination, successfully taming the creature at the last moment. His level of prowess is almost comparable to that of the young man mentioned by the Huayi brothers. This young man hissed. Suddenly, Boss Ding seemed to recall something and hurriedly took a few steps forward, but Lin Xiaobai had already vanished into the throngs of people. Could these two young men possibly be the same person? An astonishing thought crossed Boss Ding's mind. Having swiftly exited the exotic beast market, Lin Xiaobai felt a profound sense of fulfillment from his expedition to Wangnanshan. He had elevated his mental prowess to the level of a second-tier beast tamer, earned nearly 3 million yuan, acquired the desired skill card, Dance of the Fire Python, obtained a divine soul card of the NI, and tamed the short-haired monkey. More importantly, he gained invaluable experience and training from battling alongside Da Hong in the blood-soaked skirmishes at Wangnanshan. As Lin Xiaobai had previously contemplated, true growth necessitates genuine combat. The mundane and controlled days at school, although rich in knowledge, would not yield such significant progress and rewards for an indeterminate time. Both knowledge and combat are essential. One must pursue both avenues. The current reality serves as ample proof, now that Lin Xiaobai has tamed the short-haired monkey. If he were to merge it with the divine soul of the NI and teach Da Hong the Dance of the Fire Python, his abilities would undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights. With his mental prowess already at the second-tier level, Da Hong would soon evolve as well. When that time comes, with a second-tier Da Hong and a short-haired monkey infused with the Ni's divine soul, Lin Xiaobai's combat capabilities as a second-tier beast tamer would reach astonishing levels. Perhaps he could even contend with third-tier exotic beasts. With this thought in mind, a smile graced Lin Xiaobai's face as he boarded the vehicle back to the Beast Tamer Academy. Along the way, he overheard discussions about the flaming chicken and 30 million yuan, while the mysterious young man mentioned by the townsfolk became the center of attention. Though no one knew his identity, Lin Xiaobai kept his head down, embodying the essence of humility and discretion, perfectly illustrating the principle of concealing one's talents and wealth. Upon returning to the Beast Tamer Academy, he found that Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng were not in the dormitory. They were likely accompanying their class on a freshers expedition. Each year's new students embark on their trials a month after the semester begins. This year's semester commenced on August 25th, making the start of the new student trials September 25th. The trials last for a week, and today was October 2nd, the day of their return. Lin Xiaobai did not wait for them in the dormitory, but instead headed straight to the back mountain. Due to the new students' expedition, the back mountain appeared desolate and quiet, devoid of people. This suited Lin Xiaobai perfectly as he summoned Dahong and the short-haired monkey. Chirp! As usual, Dahong flew out and landed atop Lin Xiaobai's head with a plop, gripping his hair tightly while standing upright, chest out, and surveying the surroundings with keen eyes as if claiming his proud territory. The short-haired monkey, however, appeared somewhat shy, perhaps still unfamiliar with Lin Xiaobai. Its large eyes darted around, and its small hands and feet timidly circled around him. The short-haired monkey was a classic example of a seemingly unassuming creature. Its retractable steel claws resembled those of a sci-fi wolf. When its claws were retracted and in a calm state, it appeared to be an adorably large-eyed little monkey, akin to a pet. However, once it revealed its fangs and its claws extended from flesh, it transformed into a formidable killer emerging from the depths of hell. As Lin Xiaobai contemplated, text appeared in his mind. Name, short-haired monkey. Level, Tier 2. Ability, Steel Claw Assault. Quality, Silver. Level cap, Tier 3. Evolves into Darkfoot Phantom Monkey. Evolution requirements, feed with Heavenly Fragrant Peach, Purple Lotus Fruit, and Wudong Lotus Seed. Evolution requires 3,000 experience points. Current experience points, 0. Note: experience points can be earned through feeding, increasing intimacy, and battling alongside the exotic beast. 3,000 experience points. Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened. This required an excessive amount of experience. Initially, the little red bird needed only 500 experience points to evolve, and even Dahong required just 1,000. Now, the short-haired monkey's evolution demands 3,000 experience points. That's 6 times more than the little red bird and 3 times more than Dahong. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiaobai surmised that the system likely determines experience requirements based on the strength and level of the exotic beast. Otherwise, if the short-haired monkey still required only 500 experience points for evolution, it would be utterly outrageous. Lin Xiaobai pouted slightly in dissatisfaction with the system and withdrew 2 cards. One was the Divine Soul card of the NI, and the other was the Dance of the Fire Python skill card. First, he had Dahong learn Dance of the Fire Python. With a breath of flame, 2 nearly 3-meter-long fire pythons manifested, composed entirely of fire, appearing as real as could be, their scales distinct and their writhing and roaring forms instilling awe. The fire pythons were under Dahong's control, and with a lunge, they melted a large hole in the mountain wall ahead. The 2 fire pythons remained for nearly 5 minutes before dissipating. This scene left Lin Xiaobai utterly astonished, exclaiming that the 800,000 yuan was truly worth it. Each of these fire pythons possessed strength comparable to a formidable second-tier exotic beast. Though the duration was only 5 minutes, this skill equated to 2 second-tier exotic beasts. Moreover, they were the kind that were fearless, requiring no feeding and not consuming the mental energy of the Beast Tamer. The 800,000 yuan was indeed a worthy investment. Now, it was time to see the outcome of the other card. Lin Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he gazed at the pale gold card in his hand. Having already been sufficiently amazed by the Dance of the Fire Python, he wondered what kind of power the Ni's Divine Soul card, even stronger than that of the BB Meng, would possess. Unable to contain his excitement, he gently placed the card against the short-haired monkey's forehead. A soft glow emanated, but after a few seconds, it faded back to tranquility. Fusion failure. What was happening? Lin Xiaobai was puzzled and attempted several more times, yet the result remained unchanged. The Ni's Divine Soul should successfully fuse with bipedal exotic beasts like the short-haired monkey. Why was the fusion failing? Just as he was musing over this, text appeared in his mind. Fusion of Divine Soul failed. Required for fusion: Thunderheart Wood, Greenheart Leafgrass, Celestial Jade Dew. Chapter 34. The Return of the Freshman Expedition. What the hell? Fusion of the Divine Soul actually requires additional items? Lin Xiaobai cursed under his breath. He had initially thought that taming the short-haired monkey would be sufficient for the fusion, but now a requirement for items had suddenly arisen. What is the meaning of this? 30 million was truly a staggering sum. Lin Xiaobai was seething with frustration, taking a considerable amount of time to compose himself as he scrutinized the names of the 3 peculiar items that had appeared in his mind: Lei Xinmu, by Xingye Chao, and Xian Eugene Liu. Having studied at the Beast Tamer Academy for nearly half a month, he had become acquainted with most of the rare herbs. Yet these 3 were entirely unfamiliar to him, clearly not mundane in nature. Conflicted emotions surged within him. He felt sorrow for being unable to fuse his soul, yet elation at the extraordinary nature of this soul card. It was truly a predicament. Lin Xiaobai felt as if he had swallowed an immense quantity of bitter herbs, an overwhelming discomfort enveloping him. Beilu, oh Beilu, you have led me into a dreadful situation. Previously, Beilu had never mentioned that other items were required for the fusion of the soul card, and now 3 completely unknown items had emerged. Was this a test to complicate his life? Yet, complaints aside, it was likely that Beilu was unaware, as this was merely the system's prompt for Lin Xiaobai. With a grim expression, Lin Xiaobai returned to his dormitory accompanied by a short-haired monkey and Dahong, his mind incessantly revolving around the names Lei Xinmu, by Xinye Chao, and Xian Eugene Liu. Although he regretted the unsuccessful fusion of the soul card, Dahong had learned the skill, Dance of the Fire Python, enhancing his strength considerably. Coupled with the formidable prowess of the short-haired monkey, Lin Xiaobai's abilities among the second-tier Beast Tamers were undoubtedly impressive, at least at this stage. He had surpassed his peers by a significant margin. Within just a month, he had ascended from a first-tier Beast Tamer to this level. It would be challenging to find another individual in his grade who had achieved such progress. As he walked along the academy path, he noticed a surge of people. Groups of 2 or 3 walking together. Could it be that the new students returning from their trials were back? Lin Xiaobai felt a flicker of joy. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found that Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng had indeed returned. Xiaobai is back. At the moment Lin Xiaobai pushed open the door, Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng embraced him with the delight of parents welcoming a long-absent child, examining him closely as if fearful of losing a piece of him. Xiaobai, how was your journey? Did you encounter any dangers? Chu Lanfeng eagerly inquired. None, Lin Xiaobai replied sincerely. What about you? We merely camped at the edge of the wilderness for a few days and returned. Our teacher forbade us from entering the mountains. Chu Lanfeng shrugged. Lin Xiaobai was left speechless. Indeed, this new student trial was even simpler than he had imagined. Well, it's not a major issue. Though your hair seems a bit shorter, as if it has been singed, Li Ergu remarked as he playfully removed Dahong from Lin Xiaobai's head, patting his hands as he completed his thorough inspection. This time, all the first-year students participated in the trial except for you. Now everyone knows that there is a first-tier Beast Tamer who ventured into the wilderness alone, Li Ergu said. Everyone is discussing whether he managed to return alive or if he left in peace. Is it really that serious? Lin Xiaobai questioned, his forehead creased with confusion. Absolutely. Both Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng nodded in unison. Just then, the slightly ajar door of the dormitory was pushed open, revealing a charming monkey head, his companion, the short-haired monkey. Short-haired monkey. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Whose short-haired monkey is this? This building is meant for new students. Chu Lanfeng cautiously summoned his beast. The short-haired monkey had a fearsome reputation. Even though this particular one appeared to be tamed, it was wise to remain vigilant. If it were to suddenly attack them, at least they could defend themselves while awaiting rescue from the academy. Of course, the most likely scenario was that they would be swiftly defeated. The curious, short-haired monkey approached Chu Lanfeng's three-clawed monkey. Being closely related, both creatures bore sharp claws, yet the three-clawed monkey was significantly weaker, not on the same level. The three-clawed monkey sensed a threat, growling ferociously, and it seemed a conflict was imminent. Lin Xiaobai called out gently, prompting the short-haired monkey to obediently sit beside him. Gazing up at Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng with wide eyes. Is this your beast? Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng stared in disbelief. Yes, Lin Xiaobai nodded. What? Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng's mouths dropped open in shock, exchanging looks before turning back to Lin Xiaobai, astonished. Did your trial yield a monster? Half a month prior, he had been merely a first-tier Beast Tamer, and now he had even tamed a short-haired monkey. If this were to be publicized, people might think him foolish. You've reached the second tier of Beast Tamers? Chu Lanfeng asked, utterly astounded. Indeed, Lin Xiaobai affirmed. Incredible. Li Ergu gulped, momentarily at a loss for words. At the entrance of the Beast Tamer Academy, at Uncle Zhang's restaurant, in their usual private room, Lin Xiaobai treated his companions, the 3 from the dormitory and the amusing girl Xu Xiaoya gathered for a meal. They shared tales of their experiences during the trials, with Lin Xiaobai primarily recounting his adventures, while Li Ergu, Chu Lanfeng, and Xu Xiaoya had little to share since they hadn't ventured into the mountains. By the way, Xiaobai, it seems there has been a commotion in town over a high-priced bounty for a flaming chicken. I heard it's located at Wangnan Mountain. Did you encounter it? Chu Lanfeng inquired curiously. Yes, my hair was scorched by that very chicken. Lin Xiaobai indicated his hair. What happened next? Chu Lanfeng gasped. I received a reward of 30 million, Lin Xiaobai disclosed without reservation. He knew that it would be impossible to keep this a secret from them. A little context would lead them to deduce that the boy who captured the wild flaming chicken was indeed him. However, there were certain matters he chose not to disclose, such as the soul card, which would become his trump card in the future. Until the fusion was completed, he preferred not to share it with them. Mentioning 30 million was inconsequential, as the difference between 30 million and 2 million was negligible for Li Ergu and Shu Lanfeng, at most. It would mean treating them to a meal and adding a couple of dishes. As for Xu Xiaoya, that was even less of a concern. She resided in Swan Castle. Which said enough. Wow. Shu Lanfeng was about to exclaim in astonishment when Li Ergu swiftly covered his mouth, fearing that if he shouted, they might attract unwanted attention. Cough. Cough. Li Ergu attempted to regain his composure, though his flushed face betrayed the shock of the 30 million figure. He boldly strode out of the private room, calling downstairs. Uncle Zhang, add a few more dishes. Bring the most expensive ones on your menu. Li Ergu's voice was soon drowned out by the clamor from other private rooms, and Lin Xiaobai did not catch Uncle Zhang's response. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaoya was quite excited. Xiaobai, you're amazing. 30 million. That's enough to buy a toy robot from my house. Xu Lanfeng, feeling somewhat disheartened, placed a chicken leg into Xu Xiaoya's bowl. Xiaoya, eat your vegetables, and refrained from talking. In the ensuing conversation, no one mentioned the 30 million again. Instead, they spoke extensively about Lin Xiaobai's prowess as a second-tier beast tamer and his short-haired monkey. If we include you, there will be 7 second-tier beast tamers among this year's new students by the end of the month. As Li Ergu sipped his drink, he remarked to Lin Xiaobai that the first month of each academic year marked the most vibrant period for newcomers. Those who progressed to the rank of a level 2 beast master within this month were undeniably exceptional individuals, far surpassing their peers, endowed with extraordinary mental strength and insight. The classmates would often evaluate who among them possessed the greatest talent of the cohort. In my opinion, this year's standout is Xiaobai, with a mere short-haired monkey. He is invincible. Once he defeats the others, our dormitory will boast the most gifted individual of the entire cohort. And we shall hang plaques to commemorate the brilliance of our predecessors for future generations to behold. Xu Lanfeng laughed heartily. Xiaobai, shall we challenge them tomorrow? His eagerness was palpable. No, I am not interested, Lin Xiaobai replied decisively. How many bottles do you want? Xu Lanfeng was taken aback. What a waste. With the short-haired monkey, victory is assured. Claiming the top spot would be a cinch, and you are willing to forfeit such a splendid opportunity. Why not let Xiaoya take the lead and defeat them all? Xiaoya? Lin Xiaobai looked astonished at the quirky girl beside him. Has she also advanced to level 2 Beastmaster? Xiaoya possesses 24 times the mental strength of an ordinary person. She achieved level 2 just 2 days after our return, Xu Lanfeng explained. Allow me to introduce you to my little flower. Xu Xiaoya grinned, her crescent-shaped eyes radiating a certain whimsy as she summoned out her Bai Yin Yin Mao. The Bai Yin Yin Mao had grown considerably, cradled in Xu Xiaoya's arms, resembling a large plush bear. My little flower is truly formidable, a phrase Xu Xiaoya had repeated numerous times. The Bai Yin Yin Mao, a common variant of a domestic cat, was not exceptionally powerful but not weak either. However, Xu Xiaoya's seemed rather special. According to her, this Bai Yin Yin Mao was merely 3 years her junior, now a decade-old cat that had remained with her since its mutation and had chosen to follow her willingly. If the relationship between ordinary beast masters and their beasts is akin to that of friends or brothers, then Xu Xiaoya's bond with her little flower resembled that of a junior with a senior, albeit this senior was a cat. In terms of strength, little flower was also distinct from regular Bai Yin Yin Maos. It had already demonstrated its prowess during a previous encounter with Zhao Zijuan's ironback pangolin, showcasing remarkable speed and attack power that surpassed that of its peers. Now that it had ascended to level 2, it appeared even more formidable. I wonder who is stronger, little flower or the short-haired monkey? This thought emerged in Lin Xiaobai's mind. Their attacking styles were characterized by speed and strength. The prowess of the short-haired monkey is self-evident. Had it not been for Dahu's gale wings during their encounter at Wangnanshan, Lin Xiaobai and Dahu would likely have perished. As for little flower, Lin Xiaobai had already equated it with the little red bird, both being unique entities among their kind, far from ordinary cats. After their meal, on the way back, Xu Lanfeng continued to encourage Xu Xiaoya to challenge others, clearly invested in the pursuit of the top title. Yet, like Lin Xiaobai, Xu Xiaoya replied flatly, not interested. When classes commenced the following day, Lin Xiaobai finally comprehended Xu Lanfeng's fervor. It was not solely his enthusiasm, but that of all classmates, including the teachers, who were keenly engaged in the contest for the title of the most gifted individual. This was not an official competition organized by the academy, but rather a private evaluation by the students, a tradition that had evolved within the Beastmaster Academy over the years. Level 2 Beastmaster Ma Shulong challenges Level 4 Tang Wei. With a resounding declaration, many students rushed downstairs to observe. Among the throng, 2 youths faced off, with a Level 2 fire snake and a Level 200 armed centipede battling fiercely in between. Such confrontations were commonplace, with several prodigies who had achieved level 2 Beast Master status becoming the center of attention, challenging one another. Amidst the fervor of the title battle, Lin Xiaobai quietly slipped out of the Beastmaster Academy. Lei Shimu, Bai Xian Yi Chao, Xian Wang Jin Lu. Sitting on a bus, Lin Xiaobai recited these items to himself. These were the materials required for the fusion of souls. Although he had searched online, he could only find scan information on Bai Xian Yi Chao, merely stating it was a type of spiritual herb that enhances mental strength. The enhancement of mental strength can be achieved not only through meditation and growth alongside beasts, but also through certain external substances, which are typically inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Being both exorbitantly priced and exceedingly rare, and only beneficial to beast masters, as ordinary people cannot withstand the energy of such rare treasures. The mere description of a herb that can enhance mental strength implies a certainty of its high cost. Lin Xiaobai was now deeply troubled. He had sacrificed 30 million for the soul card, only to find he could not fuse it and required 3 items he had never even heard of. Bai Xian Yi Chao was likely not the only expensive item. Lei Xinmu and Xian Wang Jin Lu would surely not be any less costly. Calculating this, it seemed he stood to lose rather than gain. The businessman in Lin Xiaobai felt he had made a harrowing transaction. One step back would mean a loss of 30 million, while one step forward could lead to bankruptcy. Truly exhilarating. Half an hour later, he arrived at his destination. Clutching the soul card in his pocket as he disembarked, he had come to the spiritual herb market, where many spiritual items were sold, primarily spiritual herbs. The likelihood of finding Bai Xian Yi Chao here was slim, as sufficiently rare herbs typically entered auctions, with only those of lesser efficacy or value available in the public market. However, Lin Xiaobai's main objective was to inquire about Bai Xian Yi Chao in detail, as the online information was far too brief. He also needed to ask about the elusive Lei Xinmu and Xian Wang Jin Lu. Upon entering the spiritual herb market, he found it considerably smaller than the beast market, consisting of just one street, with shops resembling ordinary pharmacies, as they did not require the space that beasts occupied. Nonetheless, it was bustling, filled mostly with ordinary people seeking herbs for healing various ailments, as the primary use of spiritual herbs lay in medical treatment. Navigating through the crowded throng, Lin Xiaobai strolled and paused, ultimately not encountering a suitable herb shop until he reached the end of the street, where a shop with a wooden sign caught his attention. Lin Xiaobai's eyes lit up. This is precisely the type of shop I need. His primary purpose was inquiry, so he certainly could not choose a shop that was too busy, otherwise, with too many customers, even if the proprietor had the intent. There would be no time for casual conversation. He needed a shop with fewer patrons, where the owner would have the time to chat with him. This shop fit the bill perfectly, as not a single customer had entered in several minutes. Lin Xiaobai stepped inside, finding it quite desolate. An elderly man was behind the counter, and Lin Xiaobai cheerfully asked, "Old man, do you have Bai Xian Yi Chao?" He was prepared for the elder to say no, after which he would think of ways to endear himself to the old man before posing further questions. Otherwise, if he asked directly and encountered someone less amiable, they might simply dismiss him with an indifferent "I don't know" or ignore him altogether. Yes, the old man nodded. Huh. Lin Xiaobai was astonished. Is there really Bai Xian Yi Chao for sale here? Could it be that the old man is a hidden expert in the field? Or is it that Bai Xian Yi Chao is not a particularly rare spiritual herb? The old man rummaged behind the counter for a while, and then produced a small plant, covered in dust, yet still visibly vibrant and green. Do you need anything else? He inquired. Lin Xiaobai widened his eyes, his lips trembling uncontrollably, feeling as though his entire worldview was on the brink of collapse. Tentatively, he asked, "Do you have Xian Wang Yulu?" Bang! A large box was placed on the counter, the clinking of glass bottles resonating inside. All the bottles appeared identical, filled with a rich, white liquid. "How many bottles do you want?" the old man asked. Chapter 36, The Exotic Beast Apothecary. Crack. This was the sound of Lin Xiaobai's world shattering, followed by an overwhelming collapse, leaving no remnants behind. This dusty little plant, seemingly pulled from a corner, was indeed Bai Xian Yi Chao, a spiritual herb capable of enhancing mental strength. The box filled with bottles contained Xian Wang Yulu, essential items for the fusion of the divine soul of the Yi. Yet, they were displayed as if they were mere street vendor goods, treated even worse than such wares. Fake. Absolutely fake. This was Lin Xiaobai's instinctive thought. "Little one, do you want it or not? If not, I'll take it back. It doesn't look good on the counter?" the old man asked. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaobai, somewhat flustered, cautiously asked, "Old man, are these truly Bai Xian Yi Chao and Xian Wang Yulu?" He fixed his gaze on the old man, who, under Lin Xiaobai's scrutiny, seemed to want to nod but suddenly shook his head, sequentially pointing. "This Bai Xian Yi Chao is genuine, but the Xian Wang Yulu is diluted." "What do you mean?" Lin Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. "Haha, The old man chuckled at Lin Xiaobai's expression, saying, "This is an exotic beast apothecary. The two items you asked about are not for human use. They are for exotic beasts." Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened in shock. He turned to look again at the sign at the entrance and indeed found the words exotic beast apothecary, which he had overlooked in his earlier haste. Now it all made sense. This also explained why the business here was so poor. Who would buy spiritual herbs for exotic beasts? At least he had never heard of such a thing. Lin Xiaobai shook his head, self-deprecatingly laughing. This was undoubtedly the biggest joke he had ever encountered in both this life and the last. Because he had never heard of it, when he saw the online explanation of by Xian Yi Chao as a herb for enhancing mental strength, he instinctively assumed it was for human use. The fusion of the Yi's divine soul was for exotic beasts, not humans. Naturally, Lei Xian Mu, by Xian Yi Chao, and Xian Wang Yu Lu were meant for exotic beasts. Spiritual herbs for enhancing human mental strength might be quite expensive, but what about those meant for exotic beasts? With everything falling into place, Lin Xiaobai re-entered the store, where the old man awaited him, knowing he would return. "Old man, what exactly are by Xian Yi Chao and Xian Wang Yu Lu used for regarding exotic beasts?" Lin Xiaobai asked, resembling a child eager for knowledge. The old man kindly explained, by Xian Yi Chao strengthens the mental connection between exotic beasts and humans. Some exotic beasts are inherently fierce and may break free from their tamer's control when provoked. By Xian Yi Chao effectively resolves this issue. "And what about Xian Wang Yu Lu?" Lin Xiaobai pointed to the box filled with bottles. The old man replied, "Xian Wang Yu Lu is a rare healing treasure, said to revive those on the brink of death. Unfortunately, its energy is too peculiar for human use, but it can be employed on exotic beasts. No matter how severe the injury, it can restore them, even if they are missing limbs. Pure Xian Wang Yu Lu is exceedingly precious, and no one needs it. So it is diluted into what is now called the exotic beast restoration Yu Lu, which can quickly heal external injuries of exotic beasts." The old man laughed, pointing at the Bai Xian Yi Chao. "This last plant is one of the 3 I acquired 3 years ago. I've only sold 2 in that time. If you hadn't shown interest, I'd have likely forgotten about it, gathering dust in the corner." Now it all made sense to Lin Xiaobai. The name of the diluted Xian Wang Yu Lu had even been changed, and the fact that only 2 plants of by Xian Yi Chao had been sold in 3 years suggested that very few knew about them. No wonder he found no detailed information online. The half-hearted explanation about by Xian Yi Chao had led him astray. "What about Lei Xian Mu? Do you know what that is?" Lin Xiaobai, like a thirsty seeker of knowledge, inquired about the last item needed for the fusion of the divine soul. After pondering for a moment, the old man replied, "Lei Xian Mu is not something for human or exotic beast use. It is a peculiar item formed during intense lightning strikes, containing astonishing lightning attribute energy. I don't have any here. But Lei Xian Mu can only be found in the Thunderstrike Abyss." Lightning attribute energy? Lin Xiaobai was taken aback, beginning to grasp how these 3 items fit together. The old man cheerfully asked, "Do you still want by Xian Yi Chao and the Restoration Yu Lu?" "Yes," Lin Xiaobai affirmed. "But I want by Xian Yi Chao and the genuine Xian Wang Yu Lu." "Xian Wang Yu Lu?" The old man was surprised. "How much for the by Xian Yi Chao and Xian Wang Yu Lu?" Lin Xiaobai inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the old man said, "Xian Wang Yu Lu is the raw material I use to make the Restoration Yu Lu. If you truly need it, I can sell it to you. 1 bottle of Xian Wang Yu Lu and 1 plant of by Xian Yi Chao will cost you 2 million. Upon hearing the price, Lin Xiaobai felt a sharp pang in his heart. It was still so expensive. He felt as if he were constantly threatened by money. "Can you hold it for me? I'll come back to buy it later," Lin Xiaobai pleaded, as he still had over 100,000 yuan left on him, insufficient for the purchase. "All right." The old man readily agreed, setting aside the by Xian Yi Chao and the Restoration Yu Lu. Lin Xiaobai turned to explore the peculiar exotic beast apothecary, the likes of which he had never heard of or visited before. What kind of items would such a shop sell? Stamina recovery liquid? Lin Xiaobai picked up a test tube containing a light blue liquid. The label read, "Stamina recovery liquid, which allows exotic beasts to quickly regain stamina. Suitable for those below level 3. Such items exist?" Lin Xiaobai was astonished, putting down the test tube and picking up a small bottle containing a substance similar to the Restoration Yu Lu that the old man had mentioned. Restoration Yu Lu can rapidly heal the injuries of exotic beasts in a short time, eliminating the need for prolonged nurturing in exotic beast capsules. Emotional stabilizer allows exotic beasts to overcome fear and anxiety. Such a plethora of peculiar items? Lin Xiaobai marveled, discovering that the shop primarily sold emergency supplies for exotic beasts. "I only have those who frequently enjoy outdoor adventures or hunt exotic beasts coming here. It can effectively enhance the combat capabilities of exotic beasts in the wild. If you ever venture out, feel free to stop by. It might just save your life," the old man explained with a smile. Lin Xiaobai nodded. agreeing with the old man's perspective. Although these items may seem rather trivial at first glance, upon deeper contemplation, one can discern their boundless utility. For instance, the stamina recovery potion, if utilized during battles in the wilderness, would significantly enhance the endurance of the YSHU. Other items, such as the restorative Jade Dew, are equally beneficial. In Chapter 37, titled The Uprising of Inu Valley, Lin Xiaobai wandered through the store with keen interest. Aside from emergency supplies there were numerous practical gadgets, such as the capsule belt, which serves as an alternative to a conventional belt and can accommodate several capsules, allowing for convenient access. More importantly, its aesthetic appeal was quite commendable. Lin Xiaobai purchased a capsule belt, deciding to acquire other necessities when the need arose for excursions into the wilderness. Upon returning to school, a significant event unfolded, the uprising in Inu Valley. Lin Xiaobai promptly accessed the internet, and indeed, news regarding Inu Valley flooded the screens. Signs had been evident prior, such as the appearance of the gray stone wolf pack and the dark-toothed tiger, which had led some to speculate that an uprising was imminent. Now, that speculation had manifested into reality. However, this uprising did not herald a crisis for Wangnan City. Rather, it brought forth great tidings. Inu Valley, located in the southwest of Wangnan City and to the west of Wangnan Mountain, is an exceedingly perilous area, home to numerous high-level, which only the most skilled beast tamers dare to enter. It is also the most unstable region in the vicinity of Wangnan City, experiencing 1 or 2 uprisings annually. These uprisings can be categorized into 2 types, one led by high-level, which poses a targeted threat to Wangnan City, and another, more benign type, characterized by small-scale uprisings. The latter often arises from an overpopulation in Inu Valley, where lower level are displaced by their more formidable counterparts. These lower-tier beings, typically below level 3, do not launch assaults on Wangnan City. Instead, they wander in the adjacent forests, prompting many to hunt them for profit, akin to a fish surge in a river. This particular uprising was of the latter variety. Lin Xiaobai's expression radiated excitement. A small-scale uprising was splendid news, especially as he was in dire need of funds. Seizing this opportunity to hunt would be quite lucrative. Many shared his sentiment, as the online community erupted with enthusiasm. The uprising in Inu Valley was set to commence in 3 days, with lower level expected to swarm the area within a 50-mile radius for approximately 10 days before dispersing into the surrounding mountain ranges. Preparations for the hunt were underway, with the entire Black Rock Expedition team already deployed and the South Mountain Expedition team also on the move, live-streaming their journey. A post appeared on the forum from a man proclaiming himself Zhao Long, a second-level beast tamer with a second-level long-tailed earth dragon as his companion. He boasted of his capabilities, claiming to be able to contend with third-level foes and promising to return with a formidable catch. Another individual informed their friends on social media that they were at the edge of the Inu Valley forest, waiting for the to appear, accompanied by a second level. The atmosphere in Wangnan City was electric, with many forming teams to venture out, while others opted for solitary expeditions, creating a veritable festival of activity. Yet, a red warning notice emerged. Satellite reconnaissance indicated that a significant number of third level or higher would appear during this uprising, urging caution and rationality in decision-making. This official warning prompted many to reconsider, particularly those planning to embark alone. After all, these were, and with their overwhelming numbers, the probability of death for those lacking top-tier second-level combat strength soared to 80%. The fervor online momentarily waned as many impulsive adventurers returned, including several who had initially intended to venture out alone. Meanwhile, the number of team formations continued to rise, with some openly recruiting powerful allies online, as teaming up is traditionally a wise choice for wilderness excursions. Danger and reward coexist. Thus, Lin Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with determination. This rare opportunity promised substantial rewards, and the influx of low level during the uprising could yield considerable wealth. Moreover, he was no longer the same Lin Xiaobai who had traversed Wangnan Mountain. De Hong had learned the formidable fire python dance, and with the addition of the powerful short-haired monkey, their combat prowess had significantly increased. As long as they avoided third level during this uprising, the risks appeared manageable. With his resolve firm, he began to scour the internet for detailed information regarding the Inu Valley uprising, such as hunting locations and predictions for distributions. He preferred to venture forth alone, confident that De Hong could whisk him away in times of peril. As for the 3 items needed for soul fusion, he had acquired 2, leaving only the final, Lix and M. Lin Xiaobai planned to pursue this item after the uprising concluded, prioritizing the acquisition of sufficient funds to procure by Xian Yichao and Xian Wang Yulu, thereby replenishing his resources. Additionally, he aimed to allow De Hong and the short-haired monkey to gain experience. De Hong had already amassed considerable evolution experience from their previous expedition, Though they were still distant from evolution, the short-haired monkey also required extensive experience, necessitating prolonged combat engagements to facilitate their growth. Unexpectedly, the Beast Tamer Academy announced a mission related to the uprising, sending ripples of excitement throughout the school. The spilling out from Inu Valley would soon traverse the surrounding forests and gradually spread into the nearby mountain ranges. During their journey, some might pass through outlying villages, prompting the academy to assign a task to protect these settlements. This mission served as an excellent opportunity for students to hone their sense of responsibility and strength. Importantly, as they had already dispersed, the associated risks were significantly diminished. Regrettably, this task was exclusive to second-year students, as first-year students lacked the requisite strength, making their participation exceedingly perilous. Conversely, third-year students possessed too much power to derive any meaningful training from the experience. Thus, only second-level Beast Tamers were deemed suitable for this mission. A first-year student lamented this exclusion. Furthermore, the top prize for this mission was a rare quality skill card said to be applicable to any, although its exact nature remained undisclosed. Whispers from the academy hinted at its exceptional potency. The prospect of a rare quality skill card astonished many. Such items are invaluable, typically dropping from high-level ferocious. With a baseline value of approximately 1 million, the Academy's ability to offer a rare skill card indicated that it was indeed a premium selection among its kind. In Chapter 38, titled Preparation, Departure, at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Academy, Uncle Zhang's restaurant hosted Lin Xiaobai and his two roommates, along with a comical young girl. As they enjoyed a hearty meal of homestyle cuisine, Lin Xiang is indeed remarkable. His extraordinary beast, the Thunder Leopard, utterly dominates others. I have heard that he has advanced to the second year and is preparing to participate in the Silver Moon Valley Uprising mission. Although he has only recently attained the second level, his strength is certainly on par with other second-year students, remarked Chu Lanfeng while eating. Who is Lin Xiang? Inquired Xu Xiaoya with curiosity. He's the one from Class 5, that ordinary fellow with 32 times the mental strength. He is the highest scorer in our cohort's mental strength test, quite terrifying indeed. He effortlessly secured victory in the first-place match, replied Li Ergu, sipping his drink. Since returning from the freshman training, the Academy has initiated the first month's competition for those advancing to second-level Beast Tamers, which has stirred quite a commotion within the school. Based on what Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng have mentioned, the competition for the top spot must have concluded. That was because Xiaobai and Xiaoya did not participate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so imposing, Chu Lanfeng scoffed, believing that Lin Xiaobai and Xu Xiaoya are superior to him. Not necessarily. The Thunder Leopard is a top-tier extraordinary beast, not much inferior to the short-haired monkey. Furthermore, that fellow has taught his beast numerous skills, which is simply outrageous. Li Ergu offered a more objective analysis. However, Xiaobai possesses both the short-haired monkey and a Hong. If they fought together, they would undoubtedly defeat the Thunder Leopard, as any extraordinary beast belonging to one individual can engage in battle simultaneously. Too bad Xiaobai didn't participate in the top match, sighed Chu Lanfeng. Lanfeng, what did you mean about upgrading to the second year to participate in the Silver Moon Valley Uprising mission? Asked Lin Xiaobai, puzzled. You mean Lin Xiang? He applied for a grade advancement. As long as one's strength meets the requirement, one can progress to a higher grade. I suspect he is after the rare skill card reward, mumbled Chu Lanfeng, his mouth full of chicken leg. Lin Xiaobai pondered. He certainly intended to join the Silver Moon Valley Uprising, but he could also advance to the second year like Lin Xiang to participate in the Academy's mission, allowing him to hunt extraordinary beasts and perhaps contend for that much-discussed rare skill card. What could a skill card applicable to all extraordinary beasts be? Lin Xiaobai contemplated. It is said that this rare skill card can be utilized by all extraordinary beasts, categorized by the form of attack. A skill card that applies to all extraordinary beasts seems almost impossible, yet the Academy has no reason to deceive its students. It is quite strange, very peculiar. It is difficult to envision what kind of skill card it could be. Xiaobai, why don't we also advance to the second year and participate in the mission? Xu Xiaoyan nudged Lin Xiaobai, her face brimming with excitement. Do you want to go? Lin Xiaobai inquired. Hum. Xu Xiaoyan nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. No way. If you both advance to the second year, what will happen to me and Ergu? Chu Lanfeng lamented with a glum expression. Advancing grades doesn't mean we will be separated in dorms. Besides, we are not even in the same class. What difference does it make? Lin Xiaobai responded, exasperated. If you two go to the second year, Ergu and I, as first-year students, wouldn't even dare to speak to you. Chu Lanfeng exaggerated. You may not, but I would. Li Ergu scoffed at Chu Lanfeng, encouraging, Xiaobai, you two should go. It seems that the top few in the mission can obtain a rare skill card. Although it won't be as good as the first place, it is still a rare skill card. With your strength, you will certainly achieve a good ranking. It will also let that Lin Xiang know who the strongest first-year student is. All right, Then let us go, Lin Xiaobai reflected for a moment before nodding. Yay! Shu Xiaoya exclaimed joyfully. Shu Xiaoya's Bai Yin Yin Mao is extraordinary, exceeding the typical second-level Bai Yin Yin Mao. And the Academy's mission difficulty is not as perilous as directly plunging into the extraordinary beast horde in Silver Moon Valley, making it perfectly acceptable to have Shu Xiaoya accompany him. The next day, Lin Xiaobai and Shu Xiaoya sought out Teacher Li Hanmo to request a great advancement. Teacher Li Hanmo was astonished. He knew that Shu Xiaoya had reached the second level of Beast Tamers, but he did not expect Lin Xiaobai to have achieved the same. To have two students from the same class advance to second-level Beast Tamers in a month is indeed an honor for the teacher. Though reluctant to see them go, he agreed, knowing that such rapid advancements would earn him a monetary reward from the school. After a series of tedious procedures, Lin Xiaobai and Shu Xiaoya officially became second-year students, both assigned to Class 2 of the second year. Their new teacher, a beautiful mixed-race woman with golden hair, consented to allow Lin Xiaobai and Shu Xiaoya to participate in the Silver Moon Valley mission, instructing them to gather at the Academy's square the day after next. Finally, it is done. Advancing a grade is such a hassle. Shu Xiaoya stretched lazily. Is this truly troublesome? Lin Xiaobai chuckled. You have no idea how many more difficult situations I have navigated in my past life. Where are we going now? Shu Xiaoya asked with her big, watery eyes. I'll take you to a wonderful place. Lin Xiaobai smiled mysteriously. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaobai brought Shu Xiaoya to the extraordinary beast elixir shop. The comical little girl was far more astonished by the peculiar items than Lin Xiaobai had been upon his first visit. My goodness, there are such things? Extraordinary beast happy fruits. Eating one can keep an extraordinary beast happy all day, dispelling boredom and negative emotions. Shu Xiaoya exclaimed, holding a red fruit. Wow! Extraordinary beast appetite potions. They can make an extraordinary beast eat any food it dislikes, even its own excrement, suitable for dire situations without food. Extraordinary beast reboot pills, allowing an extraordinary beast to restart in half an hour. Lin Xiaobai felt a headache coming on. What on earth had this little girl stumbled upon? He then turned to the shopkeeper and said, Sir, I would like 10 bottles of healing jade dew, 20 bottles of stamina recovery liquid, and an extraordinary beast capsule belt, in a size suitable for this little girl. The shopkeeper chuckled continuously, recognizing that some of the bizarre items Shu Xiaoya found were indeed from his stock, while others were his own creations. Clearly, he was a playful old man. What? Are you also heading to Silver Moon Valley? The shopkeeper asked, surprised by Lin Xiaobai's words. Yes, Lin Xiaobai nodded. The shopkeeper hesitated momentarily, but said nothing further. Today, Lin Xiaobai and Shu Xiaoya wore their academy uniforms. And since they were students of the Beast Tamer Academy, he assumed a teacher would accompany them. The shopkeeper gathered the items Lin Xiaobai wished to purchase, and Lin Xiaobai hesitated. Sir, please also add those 2 extraordinary beast happy fruits. The shopkeeper handed him 2 more, and the total came to approximately 60,000 coins. As they exited the extraordinary beast elixir shop, the comical girl remained exuberant. I never expected there to be such an elixir shop. Even Grandpa probably doesn't know. Fun, isn't it? Very fun. Here is your extraordinary beast capsule belt. Lin Xiaobai handed it to her. The 2 extraordinary beast happy fruits were an impulsive purchase, but they might prove useful in the future. Even if not, they would surely entertain De Hong and the short-haired monkey. Lin Xiaobai and Shu Xiaoya then ventured to the extraordinary beast market, purchasing essential extraordinary beast capsules for their expedition outside the city. Although he currently lacked the excess mental strength to tame more extraordinary beasts, having some capsules on hand is always prudent. They are essential items that could prove beneficial in unforeseen circumstances. I visited the skill card shop again, yet I could not find any suitable skill cards. Shu Xiaoya had no intention of purchasing skill cards for her by Yin Yin Mao, as it seemed she had already mastered formidable skills. After all, as the affluent daughter of Tiani Castle, she undoubtedly possessed high-quality skill cards. Lin Xiaobai only needed to consider his own needs. Subsequently, the two returned to the Beastmaster Academy. On September 8th, the square in front of the Beastmaster Academy was teeming with armed youths, the second-year students preparing for their mission. Today marked their departure. In fact, it was already the second day since the upheaval at Inyu Valley, and the teams from Wangnan City had been battling ferocious beasts for an entire day. The Academy had arranged for departure on the second day to allow those teams to gauge the danger level and ensure it was manageable. Furthermore, the mission site was a cluster of villages situated between Inyu Valley and other mountain ranges, which would take the first wave of beasts emerging from Inyu Valley a day or two to reach there, thereby not being late. Suddenly, a stir arose in the crowd as a robust and proud young man approached the square. His deep-set eyes captured the attention of many, making him appear destined for distinction. He was Lin Xiong. Lin Xiaobai looked over, mildly astonished. As soon as Lin Xiong arrived, the crowd erupted into a commotion. capturing everyone's gaze. Not only the first-year students gathered nearby, but even the second-year students. He was hailed as the most gifted individual of his cohort, a title that carried significant weight, as such individuals often possessed limitless potential. Lin Xiang arrogantly made his way to the front of the crowd, with many second-year students clearing a path for him, much like a monarch. He felt justified in his pride. For history had shown that every most talented individual eventually ascended to the pinnacle of Beastmaster proficiency. He believed his future would follow suit, earning admiration and reverence as he safeguarded humanity. What an ostentatious display, Lin Xiaobai scoffed. With 10 minutes remaining until departure, everyone prepared themselves as a leader in his 50s addressed the crowd from a platform. Upon spotting Lin Xiang at the forefront, he nodded in appreciation. Lin Xiaobai recognized a familiar figure beside the leader, Director Pai. He had encountered him during his entrance examination at the Beastmaster Academy, where he had given him a few words of guidance, suggesting he could seek him out at the administrative building if needed. It seemed that his responsibilities extended beyond recruitment, indicating a significant position within the academy. A total of 768 individuals were participating in this mission, with 765 being exceptional second-year students and 3 being outstanding first-year students who had advanced. Just as the leader mentioned this, a wave of commotion swept through the crowd. Could there really be 3 first-year students who had ascended? Wasn't it only Lin Xiang? Were they perhaps contenders from the top talent battle? No, it was the 2 youngest individuals, a boy and a girl. Someone pointed out Lin Xiaobai and Xu Xiaoya. Who were they? Many wondered, having never seen them during the top talent battle. That was Xu Xiaoya from Class 3 of the first year. She had long been promoted to the second level, but had simply not participated in the battle. An informed individual explained to the crowd. Silence. I will now outline the specifics of the mission, declared the leader. This mission is to protect approximately 30 villages situated between Yinyu Valley and the Daowu Mountain and Qinghu mountain ranges. These villages are seldom plagued by beastly threats, but the beasts from Yinyu Valley may disperse towards the 2 major mountain ranges, potentially passing through these areas. Your objective is to safeguard these villages from any harm inflicted by these beasts. You will be divided into groups, with 24 individuals forming a larger group to protect one village. Each small group will consist of 3 individuals tasked with guarding the 8 directions of the village. The mission ranking will be based on a group point system, independent of the larger group. You must collect the essence of any slain beasts, which will serve as proof of your points. The group with the highest points will be declared the winner. If the level of harm to the village exceeds 30%, it will be deemed a failure. A critical prohibition is that you must not disregard the lives of the villagers in pursuit of points. We must strive to protect every life. This encompasses the fundamental rules. Prepare yourselves to board the vehicle, as we will depart in 5 minutes, concluded the leader. Such straightforward rules. Xu Xiaoya exclaimed happily. Straightforward? Lin Xiaobai chuckled, feeling exasperated by Xu Xiaoya's naivety. While the rules appeared simple, merely protecting the villages and accumulating points, the absence of restrictions on the most crucial aspect, the points themselves, suggested that acquiring points could be far from simple. Such a situation could lead to numerous possibilities. Trade? Theft? These scenarios might very well unfold, perhaps even aligning with the academy leader's intentions to cultivate a sense of responsibility in students while also honing a ruthless disposition, qualities essential for the beastmasters of today. Silence enveloped the crowd, yet many were mentally weighing the implications. Among the several hundred people present, aside from the innocent Xu Xiaoya, most discerned the underlying significance of the mission rules. Many gazes glinted with cold determination, particularly those who were confident in their strength, knowing they would excel in this mission. A dozen buses parked beside the square slowly opened their doors, and everyone began boarding. Alas, we should also depart, sighed Li Ergu, observing Lin Xiaobai and Xu Xiaoya as they boarded, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he watched others draw attention. Having only arrived at the academy a month prior, Xiaobai and Xiaoya had already left them far behind. Chu Lanfeng's expression turned bitter, but he soon resolved not to allow this to continue. We must diligently practice and catch up to their pace. Let us go meditate. The buses gradually started moving, heading out of the academy. Lin Xiaobai and Xu Xiaoya settled into seats at the back of one bus when suddenly, someone turned around to look at him and smiled. Good to see you again, the person said with a smile. Lin Xiaobai, puzzled, wondered if the individual was addressing him. After a moment of daze, he suddenly recalled. It was him. During Lin Xiaobai's initial visit to the Beastmaster Academy, while he was battling with the Shaohong Niao in the back mountains, he had encountered this individual, who had appeared when the Shaohong Niao unleashed its flames against a second-level purple-patterned spider. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai had felt as though he was being watched, which had left him quite unsettled. He never expected to run into him again here. He must be a second-year student. Noticing Lin Xiaobai's silence, the individual turned back, settling into his seat, a knowing smile playing on his lips. as if whispering to himself. What kind of secret could lead him to successfully evolve the Xiaohong Niao into a firebird? Xiaobai, do you know him? Shu Xiaoya inquired curiously. I don't know him. Ignore him, Lin Xiaobai replied, harboring a deep-seated aversion to this individual, who exuded an unsettling aura, making him feel uncomfortable. At that moment, the entirety of Wangnan City was engulfed in the grim news emanating from the upheaval at Inyu Valley, but it was not good tidings. Rather, it was a series of dire reports. The Yin exploration team encountered a formidable level 3 beast, resulting in their complete annihilation. The Nanshan exploration team suffered the loss of half its members and retreated in disarray, rumored to have been besieged by the level 3 beasts. The brothers of the African descent have gone missing in the vast, dense forest, with ominous predictions regarding their fate. What was initially a minor upheaval has led to a series of grim reports, prompting the populace to realize the severity of the official red alert. Even those in exploration teams or groups have either perished or sustained severe injuries one after another. All were rendered speechless, and no one dared to venture near Inyu Valley. Individuals from outside the city began to return, as the multitude of level 3 beasts was no mere fabrication. This upheaval at Inyu Valley was undoubtedly unprecedented. A band of ineptitude. Danger signifies opportunity, and the weak are destined to flee in disgrace. A brazen proclamation surfaced online, inciting widespread condemnation, with some even calling for a doxing. Yet, within half a day, news emerged that silenced all dissent. The shadow hunting squad has departed the city, intent on exterminating all level 3 beasts and restoring honor to the strong. Chapter 40, Xiaohuang Village. The Shadow Hunting Squad. They are a renowned quintet. It is said that their abilities complement each other seamlessly, making them the ultimate hunters of beasts. It is no wonder that such audacity was displayed. They are indeed members of the Shadow Hunting Squad. Rumor has it that they nearly succeeded in hunting a level 4 beast, their power deemed terrifyingly invincible. The emergence of the Shadow Hunting Squad instantly captivated public attention, as their illustrious past achievements were recounted, instilling awe in the hearts of many. Whether it be the current hunting squad or exploration teams, they are the brave who delve into the great mountains, living and taking pride in the hunt of beasts. In their defense against the beast's onslaught on the human world, they contribute their share of strength. Such teams are not uncommon, and they are bound to attract public interest. The upheaval at Inyu Valley has unleashed an unprecedented number of level 3 beasts, which poses both danger and opportunity. The value of such beasts is considerable, and their abundance will surely attract formidable teams that are usually reticent to engage, not limited to just the Shadow Hunting Squad. Indeed, shortly after the Shadow Hunting Squad departed, news spread of other powerful teams leaving the city. The esteemed Rui Meng exploration team, renowned as the best in the Central District, has set its sights on Inyu Valley. Astonishingly, the Snakebone 10, presumed lost in the dark forest, have resurfaced, emerging from a secret location in Wangnan City, coldly declaring their intent to hunt beasts worth 100 million. Zheng Yuli and Gu Yuan Quan from the Northern Water region have also left the city, having recently clashed over the dark-toothed tiger in Wangnan Mountain, and they seek to contest once more. The level 3 beast master Wang Gu has also ventured out independently, eager to partake in the spoils. Not only are there powerful teams setting forth, but numerous formidable beast masters are also making their way there. The entirety of Wangnan City is abuzz, rather than being deterred by the grim tidings. More powerful teams and individual beast masters are drawn to the challenge. Furthermore, reports of individuals and teams departing the city continue to surface. In the Beastmaster Academy, within an office, numerous leaders convene to discuss the situation regarding the upheaval at Inyu Valley. Director Liu, this upheaval at Inyu Valley is extraordinary. The number of beasts has increased significantly, and there are a considerable number of level 3 beasts. Will it be too dangerous for the students on this mission? Should we recall them? A somewhat senior youth inquired of the leader who had spoken to the students during their morning departure. Despite the abundance of level 3 beasts, the presence of many capable beast masters from Wangnan City should mitigate the danger. Moreover, the students are stationed on the outskirts of the forest surrounding Inyu Valley, making encounters with level 3 beasts highly unlikely. I believe there should be no issues. What does everyone think? Director Liu pondered thoughtfully. I believe there is no need to recall them. A certain level of danger can be beneficial, better honing their skills and revealing their true potential, remarked Director Pai, whom Lin Xiaobai recognized. I concur with Director Pai's viewpoint, another voice chimed in. I too agree. Half a day later, 300 miles west of Wangnan City, a bus came to a halt in front of a village. The doors swung open, and precisely 24 individuals, along with a leading teacher, disembarked. Among them were Lin Xiaobai and Shu Xiaoya. The leading teacher gestured towards the village behind him, stating, "This is your task location, Xiaohuang Village." It lies between Inyu Valley and the Qinghu mountain range, approximately 50 miles from the outer forest of Inyu Valley. The village houses about 300 residents, and your mission is to protect them to the best of your abilities. Form groups of 3 to guard the 8 directions of the village. At around 4 in the afternoon, the first wave of beasts is expected to pass through here. I hope not to hear any grim news from you. Additionally, ensure that the damage to the village does not exceed 30%. If it does, all of you will be deemed to have failed your mission. After the teacher's reminder, he boarded the bus and departed without further instructions. The 24 individuals were somewhat restless, with no one speaking as they formed small groups and dispersed. They were all second-year students, familiar with one another, and soon only Lin Xiaobai, Xu Xiaoya, and a girl around 15 or 16 years old remained. It appears we can only team up, the girl cheerfully remarked. Don't worry, I'm quite capable and can offer some assistance while resisting the beasts, she boasted, patting her chest, treating Lin Xiaobai and Xu Xiaoya as younger siblings. Lin Xiaobai and Xu Xiaoya exchanged glances but chose silence, turning to leave instead. This left the girl, taken aback, staring at the 2 seemingly arrogant younger siblings, her lips pouting in displeasure, yet she chased after them. Are you 2 promoted from the first year? I'm Lu Xiaoing. What are your beasts? The girl called out as she followed. Sister, you're quite noisy. Xu Xiaoya retorted, sticking out her tongue. The girl's face flushed with embarrassment. She had been humiliated by such a young girl, making her stomp in frustration. The rewards for the top 5 groups in this mission include a rare skill card suited to each member. However, the special skill card applicable to all beasts is limited to just 1, meaning that even the first place group will have only 1 recipient for that card. Lin Xiaobai contemplated the reward mechanism for this mission while glancing at the irate girl trailing behind him and Xu Xiaoya. Competition will also exist among groups. Lin Xiaobai furrowed his brow as he observed the girl. While he would not actively comment on others, he remained vigilant about protecting himself and Xu Xiaoya. Let us head that way. Lin Xiaobai suddenly pointed towards the west, a direction that other groups had not taken, positioning Inyu Valley to the south. The west would be a lateral approach. In truth, any direction would suffice, as the beasts passing through would inevitably advance towards them, not targeting a single direction exclusively. Thus, the direction held little significance. Xiaobai, look. Xu Xiaoya suddenly tugged at Lin Xiaobai's sleeve. They are currently traversing the central road of the village, which stretches across to the west side, flanked by dilapidated houses. Behind each door, faces peer out, predominantly those of the elderly and children. Their expressions are neither fearful nor welcoming. They are simply the elderly who lack the means to reside in the city or are nostalgically rooted in their rural homes. According to the teacher who led them on the bus, every time there is a disturbance in Inyu, students are dispatched to these villages to safeguard the inhabitants. Thus, they are aware of Lin Xiaobai and his companion's purpose, and they also know that with such visits, the ferocious beasts are sure to follow. Chapter 41, The Red-Eyed Bull. Here we are, Lin Xiaobai announced, halting as they reached the western edge of Shaohuang village, approximately 50 meters from the village itself. Behind them lay Shaohuang village, while in front sprawled a desolate expanse. Look over there, Xu Xiaoya exclaimed, pointing. To their right stood a modest bamboo house, constructed entirely from bamboo, with parts appearing worn and others remarkably new, as if the old structure had just been repaired. That bamboo house was built for us by the villagers. Whenever the academy sends people here to protect them, they can stay inside, and the villagers will provide meals. It seems this bamboo structure was recently restored after being damaged by beasts, Lu Xiaoing explained. Indeed, Lin Xiaobai nodded, moving toward the bamboo house, with Xu Xiaoya hastily following. Lu Xiaoing, trailing behind, huffed in frustration at Lin Xiaobai's aloof demeanor. However, she understood the necessity of unity within their group for the time being. Upon entering the bamboo house, which resembled more of a watchtower due to its height and panoramic view extending hundreds of meters, it was evidently constructed by the villagers as a precaution against beastly invasions. At approximately 4 in the afternoon, the first wave of beasts was expected to pass by. It was currently 3 o'clock, leaving them with an hour to prepare. Lin Xiaobai calculated as he opened his backpack to inspect his supplies. This time, in addition to provisions for the short-haired monkey and Dahong, he had brought 10 bottles of restorative jade dew, 20 bottles of stamina elixir, and 2 beastly pistachios. Moreover, he carried 7 or 8 beast capsules, along with those for Dahong and the short-haired monkey, filling his beast capsule belt. Besides some knives, he had reserved space for the essence of the beast's body parts. Xu Xiaoya's inventory mirrored his. Apart from some food, she had also allocated space for storing the essence of the beasts, which was standard for everyone. Upon noticing the various bottles in Lin Xiaobai's backpack, Lu Xiaoying's eyes widened in curiosity. What are those? However, before she could scrutinize further, Lin Xiaobai zipped up his backpack. At that moment, a villager from Shaohuang village approached with water for the trio. A rare sight as he was a young man, around 20 years old, the only young person they had encountered in the village. Xiaohuang village had fallen eerily silent, with villagers retreating into their homes, afraid to come out, while the students from the Beast Tamer Academy awaited the beast's arrival. Approximately an hour later, Lin Xiaobai's attention sharpened. "They are coming," he announced, as distant sounds of beasts charging could be heard. Not many, perhaps 3 or 5, but they had yet to come into view. Lin Xiaobai summoned a Hong and the short-haired monkey, while Shu Xiaoya called forth her by Yen Mao. Lu Xiaoying gasped, "Short-haired monkey? Firebird?" Both the short-haired monkey and the firebird were exceptionally formidable beasts. It was already a source of pride for an ordinary person to possess one, yet he had two. Wasn't Lin Xiang supposed to be the most powerful in the first year? Why did it seem that Lin Xiaobai was even more astonishing? Lu Xiaoying's attention was entirely fixated on Lin Xiaobai, overlooking Shu Xiaoya, considering her by Yen Mao to be rather unremarkable. She too summoned her beast, a second-tier flower vine beast. This creature, a peculiar mutation of plant life, primarily attacked by ensnaring its foes with vines, suffocating them, or releasing hallucinogenic pollen to disorient them before delivering a fatal blow. Before long, 3 massive creatures appeared in the distance, barreling toward the village. Each stood over 2 meters tall, sporting twin horns on their foreheads and crimson eyes, resembling tanks in their charge. Red-eyed bull. Lin Xiaobai's eyes gleamed as he quickly recalled the information about the red-eyed bull. It was the initial form of the red-eyed fierce bull, a second-tier ferocious beast, endowed with immense strength, attacking relentlessly with its horns, capable of devastating destruction. If these 3 red-eyed bulls were to charge into the village, they would likely obliterate everything in their path, Lin Xiaobai speculated. One for each of us. At that moment, Lu Xiaoying commanded her flower vine beast to engage. Having been consistently overlooked by Lin Xiaobai and Shu Xiaoya, particularly annoyed by Lin Xiaobai's cold demeanor, she was determined to showcase her prowess and assert her authority over her younger companions. Lin Xiaobai and Shu Xiaoya exchanged glances, prompting their beasts to spring into action. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures, swift as lightning, darted forward, by Yen Mao and the short-haired monkey, both renowned for their extraordinary speed and formidable attack strength. Clang, clang. The Bai Yen Mao extended its sharp, searing claws, while the short-haired monkey unsheathed its talons like swords. In an instant, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, the 2 charging red-eyed bulls abruptly halted, and moments later, they were reduced to mere chunks of flesh scattered across the ground, blood gushing forth like a small stream, as if expertly cleaved by a razor-sharp blade. Flower vine beast. Entangle them, Lu Xiaoying commanded, fully focused on directing her creature in battle. From within the flower vine beast, 3 lengthy vines, reminiscent of serpents, emerged to engage the red-eyed bulls. Ultimately, one of the bulls, caught off guard, became ensnared by the vines, which constricted with tremendous force, causing the beast to burst apart, its innards spilling forth. Very well, that took only 10 seconds. Lu Xiaoying clapped her hands, a triumphant smile gracing her lips, her hands resting on her hips, embodying the essence of a proud young queen. The red-eyed bull, known for its colossal strength and inherent ferocity, possessed remarkable resilience, and resolving it within 10 seconds was indeed commendable. However, upon turning to observe Lin Xiaobai and Shu Xiaoya, her expression shifted to one of shock. The 2 had already crouched down, meticulously extracting the essence from the red-eyed bull's horns, surrounded by the gruesome remains of their slaughter, blood pooling beneath them like a small stream that flowed to Lu Xiaoying's feet, while she reveled in her 10-second victory over the red-eyed bull. They had not only slain a red-eyed bull, but were already in the process of harvesting its remains. The sheer magnitude of the disparity was utterly disheartening. What kind of strength did it take to vanquish a red-eyed bull with such swiftness? Lu Xiaoying felt a sudden sting at the tip of her nose, tears welling in her eyes, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of grievance. After all, they were merely 2 children who had just graduated from the 1st grade. Why were they so extraordinarily formidable? Lin Xiaobai and Shu Xiaoya had utilized their super alloy tools to extract the essence from the core of the red-eyed barbarian bull's horns, packing it into their backpacks before silently returning to the bamboo hut to await the arrival of the alien beasts. The Silver Moon Valley was besieged by a multitude of alien creatures. Since the first beast appeared, there had been a continuous wave of attacks, and their task was to endure for 10 days until the turmoil subsided and the village was safe, marking the completion of their mission. Chapter 42, The Assault. Flower Vine Beast. Released the hallucinogenic pollen. Flame Claw Cross Slash. Hiss. A massive second-level long-tailed giant lizard fell slowly under the combined assault of the Flower Vine Beast, the emerald-eyed flame cat, and a dancing fire python. This was by no means the first alien creature to attack the village. Every 15 minutes, 2 or 3 beasts would assault them, totaling over 100 attacks in a single day, predominantly from first, second, and third level creatures yet to make an appearance. What an impressive long-tailed giant lizard. Lu Xiaoying wiped the perspiration from her forehead. The long-tailed giant lizard was enormous and possessed incredible strength, far surpassing the typical second-level alien beast. If not for its slower speed, it could easily be deemed the king among second-level creatures. Lin Xiaobai remarked calmly as he approached the long-tailed giant lizard with his super alloy tools. Lu Xiaoying gazed at Lin Xiaobai and Xu Xiaoya, who were meticulously extracting the vertebrae from the lizard's tail, her eyes filled solely with admiration. Initially, she had considered playing the role of an older sister due to their youthful appearance, but that notion had dissipated entirely. These two youngsters were astonishingly powerful. If the short-haired monkey was impressive, the emerald-eyed flame cat was simply beyond logic. Not only did it surpass the typical speed and attack power of its kind, but it also boasted an array of formidable skills, rivaling the short-haired monkey in prowess. And that firebird, goodness! A first-level firebird was capable of unleashing such powerful abilities, and the fire python's strength rivaled that of a formidable second-level beast, leaving her utterly astounded. Xiaobai, we should be able to secure first place by now. We've collected so much. Xu Xiaoya exclaimed cheerfully. First place? Lin Xiaobai scoffed, tossing the lizard's vertebrae essence into his backpack. Observing the three bulging backpacks lined up from largest to smallest, those belonging to Lin Xiaobai, Xu Xiaoya, and Lu Xiaoying. With Lin Xiaobai's being the largest and Xu Xiaoya's the smallest, he noted that they were brimming with the essence of alien beasts. Due to the sheer number of creatures, they had only harvested the most concentrated parts to conserve space, though this diminished their resale value. The combined essence within these three backpacks could fetch several million if sold. Yet to assume this would guarantee first place was a naive thought. Alien beasts surged from all directions, with many attacking from each flank, and the bounty collected by all was relatively comparable. The decisive phase had yet to commence. Today marks our 5th day, it should be nearing the end. Lin Xiaobai murmured to himself. Xiaobai, why have you been so contemplative lately? It's quite eerie. Xu Xiaoya furrowed her brow, her expression comically exaggerated. He means that others might come to seize our alien essence. Lu Xiaoying interjected as she approached. Seize? Why would they do that? Xu Xiaoya gasped. Lu Xiaoying hesitated, concerned for the innocent naivety of the young girl. Today is our 5th day here, and the turmoil in Silver Moon Valley has reached its 6th day. The peak has passed, and the number of alien beasts attacking the village will significantly decline. At this point, 1 or 2 individuals can defend a flank, while the others may venture to other teams to seize their alien essence. This is common knowledge among all participants in the mission, Lu Xiaoying elaborated. Oh, I see. Xu Xiaoya pondered. Then you all go ahead and seize it. I'll hold the fort here. Xu Xiaoya was brimming with excitement. Lu Xiaoying felt a wave of frustration. She had expected Xu Xiaoya to be frightened, yet the girl was more enthusiastic than anyone else. Xiaoying, how many villages are within a 30-mile radius? Lin Xiaobai inquired. Do not call me Xiaoying. Lu Xiaoying retorted, placing her hands on her hips and glaring. Sister. Lin Xiaobai felt utterly speechless, finding it embarrassing to call a girl who could be his daughter's sister. Satisfied, Lu Xiaoying nodded and replied. There are 3 villages within a 30-mile radius, 2 to the north and 1 to the west. Each village has exceptionally strong individuals from our 2nd grade, especially Han Yang from the western village, whose strength surpasses that of the mighty Bai Meng Yuan. As for the 2 northern villages, their inhabitants are somewhat weaker, yet still formidable. The strongest among them are Yi Xian and Gong Changshan, with alien beasts being a 2nd-level stone essence and a 2nd-level land-walking elephant, respectively. We need not worry about our village for now. Until the final moment, there will be no incentive for theft. Unity is essential, for if we provoke others and allow alien beasts to invade our village, causing damage exceeding 30%, all our tasks will be deemed failures. Lu Xiaoying spoke at length. Yet Lin Xiaobai's attention was solely captured by the mention of the Bai Meng Yuan. He had encountered a first-level Bai Meng Yuan with Lin Jian and others at Wangnan Mountain, which had been captured by a 2nd-level Beastmaster from the Beastmaster Academy. Could it be him? Lin Xiaobai speculated. Sharing the same surname, and despite the Bai Meng Yuan being only 1st level at that time, such inherently powerful creatures, even at the 2nd level, could easily surpass most of their peers, making it plausible that he was rarely matched among 2nd graders at the Beastmaster Academy. If so, that would be splendid. Lin Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with excitement. He bore no grudge against the individual with the surname Han, and to be fair, even without him, Lin Jian and the others would have struggled to tame the Bai Meng Yuan. However, given their past connection and current rivalry, there was little left to discuss. He wondered just how strong a 2nd-level Bai Meng Yuan was, and whether it could withstand the onslaught of 2 fire pythons and a short-haired monkey. Lin Xiaobai smirked. The fire pythons fought fiercely in battle, sustaining no injuries, and possessing the ability to melt anything with their searing heat, making their true combat strength exceedingly formidable, far exceeding Lin Xiaobai's initial expectations. In these 5 days, he had only revealed one fire python, yet it had already proven capable of assisting Xu Xiaoya and Lu Xiaoying in overcoming the majority of alien beasts. What would be the combined power of 2 fire pythons unleashed simultaneously? Lin Xiaobai had yet to test it, but was confident it would yield satisfying results. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced the air. "Oh, quite a bounty you've gathered." 2 boys sauntered out from the wilderness beyond the village. They were individuals from another village. Su Sheng, Lu Wang, Lu Xiaoying's exquisite features turned fierce as she shouted their names upon sighting the 2 newcomers. At a time when the peak of alien beast attacks had just passed, how could they dare to begin their plunder, especially in pairs? Did they not fear a counterattack from the alien beasts? As 2 young men approached, Lin Xiaobai narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 43. The Desire to Dominate All. How intriguing. Lin Xiaobai observed the pair with keen interest, surprised that before he could make a move, they had already come to challenge him. The 2 boys, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, walked side by side, emerging from the Dahuang region, accompanied by a level 2 griffin and a level 2 golden ring snake. The griffin, with its lion's head and expansive wings, boasted feathers as hard as iron, renowned for its sharp claws and fearsome jaws, signifying formidable strength. The golden ring snake, adorned with ring-like patterns, possessed potent venom and could spring from the ground with lightning speed, delivering devastating strikes. Both of these extraordinary beasts were considered powerful among level 2 Beast Tamers, and now, the serpent and the griffin advanced like merciless reapers from the depths of hell. Lu Xiaoying, thank you for gathering so many for me. Today, all the essence of your beast shall belong to me. The 2 youths wore faint smiles, exuding an air of arrogance, as if they were invincible, drawing near. Lu Xiaoying gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes glaring at them. You truly are ambitious. Coming here to rob me at the first opportunity. One of the boys chuckled. It is a well-known, unwritten rule. You are simply the closest to us. Besides, you're accompanied by 2 first-year newcomers. Aside from Lin Xiang, I haven't heard of any other first-year students who are formidable. A soft persimmon is, of course, meant to be squeezed. The boy's words dripped with disdain towards Lin Xiaobai and Xu Xiaoya, exuding extreme arrogance. Humph, a soft persimmon? Lu Xiaoying scoffed. Is it not so? The boy replied with a gentle smile, dressed in white, exuding an air of refined elegance, resembling a kind-hearted youth. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged as a remarkably adorable, short-haired monkey peeked out from behind Lin Xiaobai. Short-haired monkey. The boys' expressions changed drastically, their eyes widening in shock, momentarily frozen in astonishment. The short-haired monkey stood affectionately beside Lin Xiaobai, revealing its master's identity. This is his beast. A torrent of astonishment surged within them. In the second year, a short-haired monkey was a rare sight, and now it appeared on a first-year newcomer? How could this be possible? Prior investigations had quietly revealed that these 2 newcomers were students from Class 3 of the first year. The girl was a level 2 Beast Tamer with an ordinary bi-eyed flame cat as her beast. The other, previously unknown to be a level 2 Beast Tamer, was likely newly promoted, with merely a level 1 Firebird. Now out popped a short-haired monkey. Are you scared? Ha! Lu Xiaoying laughed triumphantly. Scared? You think too much. The golden ring snake, attack. The 2 boys, with fierce expressions, did not retreat. Instead, they commanded their beasts to strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden ring snake and the griffin surged forward with impressive speed, particularly the snake, which leaped with the swiftness of lightning, charging towards the short-haired monkey. Not as previously stated to pick on the weak, but aiming directly at the most formidable opponent. Thud! Thud! 2 sounds of impact resounded as the griffin and the golden ring snake both fell to the ground, while a proud bi-eyed flame cat stood tall, gazing down upon them like a regal feline. No! They both shouted, rushing towards their beasts. Fortunately, neither was injured, yet the stark disparity in strength was evident. Their gazes returned to the bi-eyed flame cat, filled with terror as if they had seen a ghost. How could there be such a powerful bi-eyed flame cat? One boy's expression turned bitter, feeling as though a sharp blade had pierced his heart. Despair washed over him. A short-haired monkey was already a formidable foe, but now, with the emergence of an even stronger bi-eyed flame cat, how could they possibly contend? Haha, Su Sheng, Lu Wang, do you still dare to call us soft persimmons? There are more formidable first-year students than just Lin Xiang. Lu Xiaoying beamed with delight, grateful to be grouped with Lin Xiaobai and Xu Xiaoya. They were no mere younger siblings. They were indeed 2 powerful allies. Lin Xiaobai stepped forward, treading upon the yellow earth, causing the 2 boys to involuntarily step back in fear. What do you intend to do? We do not possess any essence from our beasts, and killing is not permitted. Which village do you hail from? Lin Xiaobai asked coldly. From the western Wulu village, one boy, named Su Sheng, replied, his voice trembling. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai appeared to him as a figure of icy resolve. Which direction does Han Yang guard in Wulu village? To the east, came the response. Very well, Lin Xiaobai said with a faint smile. Soon, astonishing news spread across several nearby villages. Someone was challenging the Beast Tamer Academy students of various villages. To be precise, it was not merely a challenge, but a declaration of power. After defeating his opponents, he would take not a single drop of essence from the beasts. Departing in silence and cold detachment, Lin Xiaobai was certainly not a benevolent soul. His actions were driven by the intent to enter the Yin Valley's great forest. With only 4 days remaining until the upheaval in Yin Valley, the city of Wangnan was abuzz with excitement. As countless beast tamers flocked to partake in this grand event, how could he possibly resist joining the fray? Moreover, should he attain any bounty within the great forest, it would surely surpass the essence of those low-level beasts from the first and second tiers. Thus, in order to establish a formidable reputation before his departure to the Yin Valley's great forest, ensuring that Xu Xiaoya and Lu Xiaoying would not become targets, he needed to project an intimidating image, one that would deter others from setting their sights on their group. In simpler terms, he aimed to sweep through the surrounding villages. As for the essence of the beasts these individuals possessed, he could easily reclaim it upon his return from the great forest, especially since the most intense battles would occur in the final days, perfectly coinciding with his departure. Lin Xiaobai, you, a mere first-year newcomer, dare to be so arrogant? You wish to dominate all. Even Lin Xiang is not as audacious as you. A voice thundered from atop a bamboo house. At this moment, Lin Xiaobai had arrived at Ding Village, situated to the north of Shaohuang Village. He did not seek out the strongest, Han Yang, immediately. Instead, he began with the 2 northern villages, leaving the formidable Han Yang of the western village for last. The individual shouting from atop the bamboo house was named Wang Qian, the second strongest in Ding Village, with his beast being a formidable Jiang Wei giant crocodile. The strongest was Gong Changshan, whose beast was the renowned landwalker elephant. Chapter 44, The Might of the Fire Python. Lin Xiang is Lin Xiang, and I am I. Lin Xiaobai wore a smile, his step steady, akin to an ancient pine traversing the land, exuding a tranquil yet unyielding aura, devoid of bloodlust, radiating an unstoppable momentum. All right, I shall see just how strong you are. Wang Qian, furious, leaped down from the bamboo house, summoning a magnificent Jiang Wei giant crocodile with a swift gesture. A formidable creature of silver tier quality. Boasts a robust carapace that grants it extraordinary defensive capabilities. Its immense maw poses a grave threat. Once bitten, no beast can escape the deadly grip of this titan's twisting strength. The sheer terror of its might is undeniable. With a deep breath, Lin Xiaobai summoned Dahong. The defensive prowess of the is so formidable that even the short-haired monkey's attacks are insufficient to overcome it easily, and a single bite could spell disaster. Though the is not particularly swift, its explosive power is remarkable, akin to a portly individual who may struggle with endurance but excels in short bursts. When it strikes, the ferocity is akin to a warrior's swift swordplay. Thus, employing a short-haired monkey against the is ill-advised. It is not that the monkey cannot contend with the creature, but rather that victory will not come easily. Dahong, being merely a level 1 beast, would struggle to inflict significant damage against such formidable defenses. In this scenario, only one entity is suitable, the dance of the fire python. Sizzling, as if flames were igniting, the temperature of the atmosphere seemed to rise. Dahong soared into the air, radiating a brilliant red glow, resembling a blazing sun. In the darkness of night, devoid of any light, the village transformed into a crimson spectacle, all thanks to the resplendent Dahong. With a thunderous roar, torrents of flames erupted from Dahong's maw, coalescing into a fiery form just meters ahead, much to Wang Qian's astonishment. A fire python, seemingly alive, manifested. Its serpentine head raised high, cold red eyes fixed ahead. Is this a rare skill? Wang Qian was taken aback. While rare skill cards are not particularly hard to acquire, finding one that perfectly suits one's beast is a daunting task. This fire python, with clearly defined scales, requires a substantial and pure amount of flame to manifest, harmonizing flawlessly with the burning flames of the firebird. Jealousy and helplessness stirred within Wang Qian. It appeared that before he could engage in true combat with Lin Xiaobai's beast, he must first contend with this terrifying fire python. No amount of lamentation would change the reality before him. With a steely gaze, he bellowed, "Attack!" With a ferocious roar, the lunged forward, its massive body crashing onto the ground, sending tremors through the earth as it charged towards the fire python. The python responded with a low growl, and the 2 titanic beings collided with a resounding crash. This tail struck the fire python, bending its form with incredible force, yet the contact point of their clash darkened. The python radiated an astonishing heat. Wang Qian's focus sharpened. The fire python roared, rolling over to continue its assault, its battered form swiftly mending. This was the python's advantage. It was not a living being, but a manifestation of flame, capable of endless regeneration as long as it possessed sufficient fiery energy. With a resounding impact, the two tails met, one from the and the other from the fire python. They gained the upper hand, momentarily halting the python's advance, and pressed its advantage. With another roar, they sank its jaws into the python's midsection, its formidable bite nearly severing the creature, even as its flesh sizzled under the python's intense heat. This exemplified the brutal nature of the. Wang Qian smirked coldly, a hint of disdain tugging at his lips. It seemed victory was assured for the. Yet, Lin Xiaobai remained composed, devoid of any visible concern. At that moment, the fire python suddenly let out a triumphant cry, unleashing a torrent of fiery essence. To Wang Qian's astonishment, the fire python severed a section of itself, its rear half falling heavily to the ground, collapsing into a molten-like substance. The remaining upper half of the fire python coiled around its savage flames scorching the creature's body, causing smoke to rise and signs of melting armor to appear. They roared incessantly, thrashing in an attempt to escape the python's grip, devastating the surrounding foliage. Its bellowing echoed throughout the village, causing the villagers to cower indoors, peeking out only cautiously. Each time such battles erupted, they were mere spectators, unable to intervene, relying on their protectors. Like a frenzied beast, the fire python refused to relent, tightly constricting around steadily tightening its hold. A faint cracking sound resonated. This carapace could no longer withstand the unbearable heat and pressure, fracturing under the combined onslaught. Wang Qian exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward. The creature's anguished roars were chilling, its armor shattered, and the intensity of the heat had begun to char its flesh. Even a creature as fierce as the could not endure such torment and began to scream in agony. In mere moments, they collapsed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Stripped of its fighting spirit, the fire python, akin to a victorious champion, let out a triumphant roar before its form began to dissipate, energy nearly exhausted. It was merely a beast's skill, yet it had proven overwhelming. They had yet to engage in a true battle, and this defeat felt disheartening. You are too arrogant. Even if you surpass me, you will never best Gong Changshan. Wang Qian shouted, tears brimming in his eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy for the. Is that so? Lin Xiaobai replied coolly. Each beastmaster shares a bond with their creature. If a short-haired monkey or De Hong were to suffer grave injuries, he too would feel the sting of sorrow. This sentiment is universal among beastmasters, unaffected by the actions of their opponents. As Lin Xiaobai's words hung in the air, a chilling voice echoed from behind. In that instant, it felt as though the final battle had commenced, as figures gradually emerged around them, other guardians of Ding Village, drawn to witness this climactic confrontation. Chapter 45, The Walking Elephant. A youth emerged from the village's entrance, bathed in moonlight, his black hair cascading like a maiden's, exuding a demeanor of calm elegance as he traversed the earth. It was Gong Changshan. To Wang Qian's astonishment, he had approached voluntarily, preempting any challenge from Lin Xiaobai. Though his expression appeared neutral, it concealed a simmering fury. Lin Xiaobai had brazenly traversed Ding Village, explicitly targeting him. It was no wonder he felt incensed. Uncertain whether the LX Angxi Ing of G Ing Ch Ngshn can withstand that fiery python. It is truly inconceivable how such a first-level firebird is capable of unleashing such formidable skills. The crowd buzzed with speculation. While Lin Xiaobai turned to face the approaching G Ing Ch Ngshn, the short-haired monkey, standing quietly by his side. Its slowly extending claws glimmered with a chilling light under the moon's glow. Dhing circled above Lin Xiaobai's head, its vibrant red form occasionally exhaling flames, demonstrating its power and might. He is G Ing Ch Ngshn. Lin Xiaobai's gaze sharpened. This was one of his three major targets. The other two being Y Xian from the nearby CH New Jersey village and HN Ying from WLU village to the west. The first, Lin Xiaobai inhaled deeply, eager to witness the true prowess of a second-year prodigy. He fed the short-haired monkey and Dhing a vial of stamina-restoring liquid, as both beasts had exhausted considerable energy after a day of battles. Faced with the LX Angxi, they needed to maintain their peak condition. It must be noted that the restorative Jade Dew and stamina elixirs Lin Xiaobai had brought along proved invaluable during this mission, particularly in prolonged combat. The stamina elixirs were worth their weight in gold, enabling the beasts to sustain their optimal fighting capabilities. However, supplies were running low. After days of continuous skirmishes in Shi Ohuing village, 6 of the 10 vials of restorative jade dew had been consumed, alongside 14 stamina elixirs. Lin Xiaobai had left 3 vials of restorative jade dew for Shi Oi and the others, retaining 3 vials of stamina elixirs for himself. Now, having used 2 stamina elixirs, he had 1 remaining, along with 1 vial of restorative jade dew and a beast's happy nut. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. All eyes turned in horror towards Chn, where a colossal Lin, towering 4 to 5 meters high, had been summoned. Its massive form delivered a profound visual impact, resembling a mountain standing resolutely, with its limbs akin to 4 towering pillars. Its sharp tusks curved upwards, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, and its trunk emitted a low, thunderous call that reverberated throughout Diying village, inducing sheer terror. How fearsome! This is the Lin. The crowd gasped, many witnessing Chn's Lin for the first time, leaving them utterly awestruck. The Lin, a silver quality, origin beast renowned for its colossal size and innate divine power, was said to be unassailable by any beast of equal rank. Its earth-shattering stomp was a fitting description, marking it as a nearly invincible creature. With each step, the Lin caused tremors akin to earthquakes. Chn stood coldly beside it, his stature dwarfed by the beast, yet exuding a regal aura. The Lin flanking him as a loyal guardian. The short-haired monkey bristled with fur standing on end, baring its fangs and preparing its razor-sharp claws for action. Ding, too, appeared as if facing a grave threat, conjuring the dance of the 2 fire pythons. The heat generated by this fiery spectacle crackled against the scorched earth, reminiscent of ancient relics emerging from a molten abyss, exuding an intimidating presence. 2 fire pythons. My heavens! Lin Xiaobai has hidden strength. The crowd was taken aback, astonished that this first-year newcomer had such concealed capabilities, causing many seasoned students to feel ashamed. Chn was surprised but did not utter a word, launching directly into battle. The 2 fire pythons roared, crashing into the Lin, their combined roars echoing throughout the village, reminiscent of an ancient war reigniting. The short-haired monkey darted like lightning towards the Lin, its speed unimaginable, reaching the beast's flank in an instant, its claws striking with terrifying force, tearing a sizable chunk from the Lin. Yet, this wound was trivial compared to the beast's vast bulk. The Lin trumpeted loudly, swinging its body to one side. The impact of such a large creature was inconceivable, likely capable of demolishing even a steel wall. And the short-haired monkey's lackluster defense would surely lead to severe injury if struck. In a critical moment, the short-haired monkey exhibited almost supernatural agility, evading the Lin charge in a heartbeat, its speed ghostly. Truly terrifying. One creature seemingly born invincible, the other possessing exaggerated speed and ferocity. Both were rare and formidable beasts. As the battle commenced, the 2 fire pythons clashed with the Lin, its elongated trunk becoming a potent weapon. 1 fire python was struck, staggering from the force, nearly disintegrating under the impact. What a terrifying assault! We cannot withstand it. Lin Xiaobai was astonished. The 2 fire pythons roared defiantly, charging again at the Lin, this time adopting a more evasive combat style, dodging the beast's attacks while countering. The cacophony of python hisses and elephantine roars filled the air as the 3 formidable creatures engaged in a fierce struggle, leaving spectators in awe. The short-haired monkey continued to assist, each strike carving out more flesh from the Lin, yet the effect was minimal, given the colossal size of the beast, which barely registered the attacks. Lin Xiaobai snorted softly, while the short-haired monkey possessed exceptional speed and attack power. It lacked the ability to inflict lethal damage on such a vast creature. If that is the case, then a change of target is necessary. A glint of determination shone in Lin Xiaobai's eyes. In the next moment, the short-haired monkey charged straight towards the Lin's eye, the only vulnerable point on the creature heavily guarded by its trunk. Chn, observing from afar, smirked, realizing Lin Xiaobai's intent. Suddenly, the Lin leapt high on its front legs, its thunderous trumpeting echoing across the land. As the spectators watched in shock, the Ling's feet came crashing down, its speed akin to a mountain falling from the sky, leaving no creature capable of reacting in time to evade. Meanwhile, the short-haired monkey was directly charging towards the Ling's eyes. Chapter 46. Fusion. Self-detonation. This is bad. Lin Xiaobai gasped. If that foot lands squarely, the the short-haired monkey would undoubtedly be reduced to a pulp. Furthermore, the speed of the Lin Xiaobai's stomp was not solely its own ability. It must have learned a skill perfectly suited to its nature. At a critical moment, Ding let out a piercing cry, commanding the two fire pythons to swiftly entwine around the Lin Xiaobai's front legs, applying force in opposite directions. As if two fiery chains were attempting to pull down a mountain. Boom! The Lin Xiaobai ultimately stomped down, causing the earth to quake violently, even toppling many of the dilapidated houses in the village. Those watching were unable to maintain their footing. In a flash, the short-haired monkey narrowly escaped from beneath the Lin Xiaobai's foot, the terrifying sensation of imminent danger igniting its fury, baring its teeth in rage. If not for the two fiery pythons causing a slight deviation in the position of the land-walking elephant's foot, the short-haired monkey would have met its demise beneath that very foot. Lin Xiaobai felt a lingering dread. The two fiery pythons deftly slithered away from the side of the land-walking elephant, positioning themselves beside the short-haired monkey, their cold crimson eyes fixed forward. Their tails striking the ground, scorching black grooves into the earth. Time seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath. Witnessing the standoff at the village's edge, on one side stood Lin Xiaobai's short-haired monkey and the two fiery pythons. On the other, the terrifying land-walking elephant. From the previous skirmish, it was evident that the land-walking elephant held the upper hand, a near-invincible beast that had caused the short-haired monkey and the pythons great distress. Gong Changshan smirked, asserting that while ambition is commendable, one must know their limits. Today, you shall taste the bitter fruit of defeat, which will benefit your future growth. Gong Changshan's arrogance was palpable, his words reminiscent of an elder imparting wisdom to a younger generation, suggesting that experiencing failure would foster future development. Such words from Gong Changshan were utterly disheartening, enough to make one feel like spitting blood. Yet, he truly possessed formidable strength. The land-walking elephant was indeed fearsome. Even with the two fiery pythons and the short-haired monkey combined, they were at a disadvantage. It seemed Lin Xiaobai might truly face defeat today, gaining a painful lesson that would serve him well in the future. Everyone whispered amongst themselves, and Lin Xiaobai's gaze was grave. It must be said, the land-walking elephant was powerful, immense in size, possessing innate divine strength, and that recent stomp was akin to a mountain crashing down, rendering it nearly invincible. It was hard to fathom any creature of equal rank being able to contend with this formidable land-walking elephant. However, it was not entirely invincible. Lin Xiaobai closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he exhaled deeply, as if undergoing a spiritual cleansing, achieving a state of profound calm. With a faint smile, he expressed gratitude for the thoughtful lesson but declared he would not accept this defeat. With that, Dahong let out a resounding roar, and to everyone's astonishment, the two fiery pythons drew closer until they made contact. Boom! Energy collided, a scorching heat surged forth, and the essence of flames erupted like radiant celestial light. Illuminating the entire village, the two fiery pythons emitted blinding brilliance, eventually transforming into a luminous sun that was difficult to behold. This fellow. Gong Changshan's eyes widened in shock, though he did not comprehend Lin Xiaobai's intentions for the two fiery pythons. It was clear Lin Xiaobai had even more formidable tactics at his disposal. The arena fell silent, no one daring to speak, all astonished by the actions of the two fiery pythons. Only from within that brilliant sun could the unsettling sound of energy colliding be heard, as if a tremendous force were brewing. Soon, moments later, the radiance receded, revealing an enormous creature within. A gigantic fiery python, more than twice the size of before, raised its head high, its crimson eyes as large as lanterns, an overwhelming heat radiating from its surface like rolling waves, causing all nearby to feel waves of warmth wash over them. My heavens! Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The two original fiery pythons had transformed into such a colossal creature. Moreover, judging by the aura of this fiery python, it was evident that this was not merely a sum of parts. It represented a sublime fusion of power and size. Very impressive, Gong Changshan praised. The true battle was only just beginning. Lin Xiaobai smiled faintly. Indeed. Without further ado, the massive fiery python and the land-walking elephant simultaneously roared, charging fearlessly towards one another. Boom. A terrifying force collided. The fiery python and the land-walking elephant clashed like titans from the depths of hell. The land-walking elephant stood 4 to 5 meters tall, resembling a mountain, but the fiery python was no less formidable, stretching an alarming 7 to 8 meters in length. They were evenly matched in battle. Lin Xiaobai focused intently on the combat between the pythons. The merging of the two fiery pythons was an ability he had discovered by chance, and he could not discern whether it was a hidden power of the fiery python dance skill, Dahong's ability, or a combination of Dahong and the fiery python dance that had birthed this new power. This ability significantly amplified the fiery python's strength, but it also drastically reduced the duration it could be maintained. Typically, a single condensed fiery python could last around 5 minutes, while the fused giant fiery python could only endure for a maximum of 2 minutes, compounded by the time the two pythons had already battled the land-walking elephant. Thus, Lin Xiaobai estimated that this gigantic fiery python would last for less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes, he calculated. Whoosh! The short-haired monkey attempted to advance and attack, but Lin Xiaobai halted it, wishing for the fiery python to engage the land-walking elephant in a one-on-one duel. This was a matter of confidence and a means to gauge the fiery python's true combat potential. Boom, boom, boom. The titanic collisions continued as the fiery python and the land-walking elephant engaged in a furious battle, wreaking havoc from one location to another, destroying countless trees and ground along the way. Everyone was riveted, captivated by this rare spectacle. Even villagers could not resist climbing onto their rooftops to witness the confrontation at the village's edge. The earth-shaking roars echoed. The fiery python and land-walking elephant clashed like two monsters emerging from the depths of hell. Time ticked away, and before long, nearly 2 minutes had passed. The fiery python's form began to flicker, as if on the verge of dissipating. Yet, it continued to fight ferociously, even though the land-walking elephant was overwhelmingly strong. Facing such a fearless creature, immune to injury and bearing the ability to melt everything with its heat, was no easy task. The land-walking elephant bore numerous wounds, its body marked by the searing burns of the fiery python's flames, with even some areas exuding the scent of charred flesh. Roar! The scarred land-walking elephant let out a mighty cry, raising its front legs high before bringing them down with tremendous force. Once again, that fateful stomp, carrying unimaginable power. Beneath its front hooves lay the body of the fiery python. It was over. This was the thought that crossed everyone's mind. The fiery python had inadvertently given the land-walking elephant the opportunity to end its existence with this stomp. Gong Changshan exhaled in relief, believing the troublesome fiery python was finally about to be dealt with, and that the subsequent fiery bird and short-haired monkey would pose no threat, as neither could stand against the land-walking elephant. Just as everyone resigned themselves to this fate, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, accompanied by unimaginable force. Like a wave sweeping away sand, a torrential inferno engulfed the scene. The fiery python had self-destructed. Chapter 47. Altogether, everyone stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. At the very moment before the land-walking elephant's stomp, the fiery python had chosen to self-destruct, revealing the creature's ferocity and terror. More accurately, it showcased the terrifying capabilities of the fiery python's controller, Dahong. In that instant of the fiery python's explosion, Dahong let out a mournful cry as it retreated into the exotic beast capsule, as if drained of excess mental and physical energy. At that moment, the raging flames surged like a tide, resembling a mountain of fire cascading from the heavens, exuding a temperature and power that could melt all, illuminating the entire village and casting a glow across half the sky. In a spectacular display of ferocity, the fire python detonated with a force rivaling that of a formidable weapon of mass destruction, capturing the attention of all present, particularly the mighty Lin Xiaobai. The village square, spacious and open, bordered the vast wilderness, and the majority of the explosion's power was concentrated upon the Lin Xiaobai. Fortunately, it was the colossal creature that bore the brunt of the blast. Had it not been for its immense size, the consequences for the onlookers and the village could have been dire. Is the Lin Xiaobai dead? Someone finally ventured, swallowing hard. It was not a matter of doubting the creature's strength, but rather the sheer terror of the fire python's explosive force. Even Gshn's countenance paled, though he was too apprehensive of the lingering flames to act. Amidst the ceaseless glow of fire, time ticked away, and more villagers emerged to witness the spectacle, crowding the trees, walls, and stacks of firewood. At last, a resonant trumpet of an elephant's call erupted from the flames, though it was impossible to discern whether it signified triumph or despair, leaving all in a state of speculation. Minutes later, the remnants of the explosion began to dissipate, revealing the imposing figure of the Lin Xiaobai standing resolutely upon the ground. It remained there, akin to a mountain rooted in place. Its skin and flesh scorched away, exposing raw, bloodied muscle, some areas charred black, a truly horrifying sight. Suddenly, a thunderous trumpet rang out, the Lin Xiaobai raising its trunk to the sky, proclaiming its defiance like a victorious champion. My heavens! The Lin Xiaobai has withstood the explosion. Someone shouted in disbelief. Observing its formidable presence, others surmised that its combat prowess remained intact. Indeed, it is terrifying. This is the Lin Xiaobai. Absolutely astonishing. Everyone stood in a daze, fixated on the Lin Xiaobai, now stripped of its flesh. Gngshngshn laughed maniacally, exulting. This is the LXNCing. My invincible LXNCing. Like the triumphant cadence of a battle hymn, he approached the LXNCing. The two of them resembling demonic entities emerging from the depths of hell. He had triumphed. The colossal fire python, fused from two, had failed to defeat the LXNCing even in self-detonation, an alarming reality. Yet, it was indeed the truth. Lin Xiaobai stood quietly, expressionless, staring at the advancing Gngshngshn and the LXNCing, remaining silent and motionless, his thoughts a mystery to all. Beside him, the short-haired monkey stood on edge, bristling with fur, baring its fangs, its razor-sharp claws fully extended, instilling a chill in the hearts of onlookers. For a freshman to achieve such a feat was already commendable, yet it was unfortunate that he had set his sights upon Lin Xiaobai. Gngshngshn smiled faintly, his lips curling upwards, while each step of the LXNCing caused the ground to tremble, resembling a prehistoric beast. Suddenly, the LXNCing halted. It let out a mournful cry, and before the astonished eyes of all, its front legs buckled, collapsing to the earth with a tremor reverberating around it. No. Gngshngsh's eyes widened in disbelief. No. LXNCing. Stand up. He bellowed in a fit of despair, as the LXNCing, on the brink of collapse, struggled even to blink. The sight of its bloodied flesh, devoid of skin, sent chills through the spectators. Indeed, the power of the fire python's detonation had proven too great. Even the LXNCing could not completely withstand it. It appears the LXNCing has reached its limit, someone lamented. Does that mean Lin Xiaobai has won? He still has the short-haired monkey, another queried. Truly, this is a dramatic turn of events, hard to believe. A freshman, with a first-level Firebird skill, has managed to defeat the LXNCing. It seemed Lin Xiaobai had finally encountered a worthy opponent. And many wondered from whence he had emerged. No, I will not be defeated. Gngshngshn roared, shedding his previous air of refinement. Resembling a madman as he withdrew the LXNCing into his beast capsule, summoning forth another beast, a rodent-like creature reminiscent of a gray wolf. However, his expression soon darkened, revealing the signs of defeat, like a battered loser. Though the rodent was also a second-level beast and possessed commendable strength, it paled in comparison to the short-haired monkey and stood no chance. He had already lost. Gngshngshn, a standout among second-year students with a powerful LXNCing, had been bested by a first-year newcomer. This was an unfathomable occurrence. Yet it stood as an undeniable truth. Lin Xiaobai departed, having gained a clearer understanding of the capabilities of the exceptional second-year students. He could not deny that he had previously underestimated their strength. This victory, albeit not without its challenges, was still precarious. Had the fire python's explosion not occurred precisely beneath the LXNCing, the outcome could have been uncertain. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. He continued to seek challenges. And soon after, he triumphed over Xian. Xian's beast, a second-level stone spirit, was not as formidable as the LXNCing and ultimately succumbed before the short-haired monkey and the mighty red beast. As for the final opponent, Hnying. Lin Xiaobai, I learned through Liu Xiaoyang's whispers that he was not in WLU village, but had likely ventured into the YNU Valley Forest. With this, the potential dangers surrounding him were eliminated. Lin Xiaobai had achieved his first step, and after bidding farewell to Sh Xiaoy and Liu Xiaoyang, he set forth toward the YNU Valley Forest. His illustrious victories were not merely recognized by the neighboring villages, but resonated even further afield, near a village nearly 100 miles from Huing Village. In the southeastern direction, 3 young men stood at the village's edge, seemingly parting ways. Lin Xiaobai, are you truly intending to enter the YNU Valley Forest? Is that not too perilous? There are rumors of third-level beasts within, one cautioned. Fear not. You need only guard this place, and I shall return before long. The seemingly departing prideful youth replied nonchalantly. What of that rumored Lin Xiaobai? It is said he has vanquished Gngshngshn and Xian, hailed as a hidden genius among first-year students. Many are comparing you to him. I shall deal with that upon my return. Lin Xiaobai responded without turning back, his tone imbued with dominance and confidence. All matters will be addressed. Be it the first place, Lin Xiaobai, or the outstanding second-year students, they shall all be accounted for. The 2 young men sighed in resignation and returned to their bamboo hut, quietly guarding the village. Though they were second-year students, they could not sway Lin Xiaobay's decisions. He was a dragon among men, destined to rise above all others, rendering the distinction of seniority irrelevant, as all would ultimately yield to him. Chapter 48. the Brotherhood of Color, Lin Xiaobai, Lin Xiang, and Hn Ying ventured into the Ynu Valley Forest. They were not alone. Each year, during this time, students bold enough or confident in their strength would enter the Ynu Valley Forest. Those who garnered rewards would gain an advantage on the final leaderboard and could participate in the ultimate contest upon their return from the forest. This matter indeed pertains to an unwritten rule regarding the Tier 3 exotic beasts. The essence of a Tier 3 exotic beast is roughly valued in the hundreds of thousands, and the worth of a dozen Tier 2 exotic beasts can equate to that of one Tier 3, at least from the perspective of market value. In terms of academy tasks, Tier 3 exotic beasts primarily appear in the Silver Moon Valley's vast forest, a locale fraught with peril for students tasked with missions. Only those possessing both courage and strength dare to venture into the Silver Moon Valley's forest. Students who manage to return with the essence of a Tier 3 exotic beast will earn a substantial amount of points, far exceeding those accrued from a mere handful of Tier 2 exotic beasts. This represents a hidden task reserved for the elite students. Acquiring the essence of a Tier 3 exotic beast is no simple feat, particularly amidst the tumultuous circumstances of a beast uprising, where all Beast Tamers of Wangnan City are deployed. It is akin to traversing a treacherous path, and each year, some outstanding students lose their lives in the process. Nonetheless, the Beast Tamer Academy does not explicitly prohibit entry into the Silver Moon Valley's forest. Only those who have endured trials of blood and danger can emerge as true Beast Tamers of the future. On the first day of entering the Silver Moon Valley, which marks the 7th day of the Academy's tasks and the 8th day of the uprising, the time is drawing to a close. Those who have entered the Silver Moon Valley's forest to hunt exotic beasts, whether in teams or solo, are beginning their final hunt, hoping to gather more treasures. Indeed, treasures abound. Lin Xiaobai laughed heartily as he stowed the essence of a slain Tier 2 exotic beast into his backpack. This marked his 13th kill of a Tier 2 exotic beast since entering the Silver Moon Valley, rivaling the number he had defended against in his village in a single day. While one could slay hundreds of beasts in a day within the village, the majority are Tier 1, with only a mere 10 to 20 Tier 2 beasts encountered daily. Clang, clang. The short-haired monkey clashed its steel claws, standing tall and proud, as if to flaunt its accomplishments. Da Huang, feeling competitive, flapped its wings and soared ahead, eager to hunt exotic beasts as well. However, after flying a few meters, a voice calling out ahead caught their attention. Da Huang screeched, rapidly flying to Lin Xiaobai's side to protect him as the voice grew clearer. Ah, it's a monster. It's a monster. Lin Xiaobai furrowed his brow, finding the tone quite peculiar. The Mandarin sounded odd. Soon, Lin Xiaobai understood why. Two figures, as black as coal, burst through the underbrush, babbling incoherently as they ran towards him. Black people? Lin Xiaobai was startled. Help us, help us! The two individuals exclaimed, resembling lost souls in need of salvation. A thunderous roar from a beast echoed, shaking the ground as if a colossal creature were charging forth. A similarly dark, enormous figure emerged from the direction the two were fleeing. A black bear? Lin Xiaobai marveled. This was indeed a massive black bear, resembling a typical black bear but far larger than its pre-mutation counterpart, standing 3 meters tall with its fur a deep black, imposing like a small mountain, delivering a powerful visual impact. Yet, it was merely a fade. The great black bear was rumored to be an unsuccessful mutation, possessing an enormous size but minimal strength, barely classified as a Tier 1 exotic beast. How could such a creature chase the two individuals so relentlessly? The beasts at our nest have all been slain. The two black individuals explained, their words fragmented. They were among the earliest group of black brothers to enter the Silver Moon Valley's forest. Many had speculated that they were lost, presumed dead, yet here they were, miraculously alive, albeit with all beasts gone. They recounted their encounter with a formidable Tier 3 exotic beast, which had decimated the other beasts, leaving them to wander lost in the forest until they were pursued by the black bear. Such unfortunate brothers. Lin Xiaobai felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed their lives had been a continuous flight from danger, having escaped from far-off Africa, only to find themselves perpetually in flight during every expedition into the wild. Now in a similarly dire predicament. Fear not, my brothers. With me, you shall be safe, Lin Xiaobai reassured them, thumping his chest. We are immensely grateful to you. The two black brothers expressed their appreciation. Da Huang, short-haired monkey, Lin Xiaobai commanded, and they charged at the black bear, pecking and striking it relentlessly until it submitted. Recognizing the bear as a prime mount, Lin Xiaobai climbed onto its shoulder. The black bear, subdued by Da Huang and the short-haired monkey, was now his steed. A notable advantage in the Silver Moon Valley despite its larger target profile. The two black brothers clambered up as well, trembling slightly, given that this was the very creature that had pursued them for so long. Do you know where the Tier 3 exotic beasts are being besieged by the Beast Tamers of Wangmin City? Lin Xiaobai inquired cheerfully. The Academy's top students, besides slaying numerous Tier 1 and Tier 2 exotic beasts, sought to acquire the essence of Tier 3 exotic beasts by opportunistically targeting those already engaged in combat or pursuit. Alternatively, they might be fortunate enough to stumble upon a severely injured Tier 3 beast. In any case, direct confrontation was implausible given that the students were primarily Tier 2 Beast Tamers. Even the most exceptional Tier 2 Beast Tamers could not hope to match a peak Tier 3 beast unless they possessed an extraordinarily powerful exotic beast, such as a Bimon, and had reached the later stages of Tier 2, not merely at its initial threshold. However, the potential rewards were staggering. Acquiring a part of a Tier 3 beast's essence would yield a substantial point total in this task. I do not know, the two black brothers replied, shaking their heads. Lin Xiaobai, frustrated, kicked them to the ground. If you don't know where the Tier 3 beasts are, why should I take you along? The two brothers were struck with fear, realizing their exotic beasts were gone, leaving them as mere mortals, vulnerable and desperate. It was a stroke of luck to have encountered Lin Xiaobai, their lifeline, and the thought of being abandoned again filled them with dread. A Tier 3 beast was responsible for the death of our exotic beasts, but we are unsure if it still lingers there, one brother stammered in broken Mandarin. Chapter 49, Thicket Armored Beetle Beast. Take me there. Lin Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with determination. The two black brothers were subsequently allowed to mount the massive black bear, which now carried them alongside a young boy, as they pressed onward. At this moment, the news of the uprising in Silver Moon Valley had flooded Wangtian City, yielding mixed emotions. However, it was undeniable that humanity had suffered significant losses during this tumultuous event. The Serpent Bone Tin Man team had lost 7 members, utterly torn apart by the beasts. The Rue exploration team faced devastating casualties, yet rumors suggested their gains were astonishing. The Shadow Hunting Group dominated the Silver Moon Valley's forest, unparalleled in their might. In the final 2 days, the hunt for a level 4 exotic beast intensifies. In the northern expanse of Yin Yugu's vast forest, a thorny beetle beast has been spotted, prompting the likes of Gu Yuanquan, Zheng Yuli, and nearby hunting teams to take action. The chaos in Yin Yugu rages fiercely, with countless lives lost within, yet the fervor of the Beast Tamers remains undeterred. As the climax approaches, most level 3 exotic beasts in the forest have been vanquished. Thus, the appearance of a single level 3 exotic beast now draws many eager hunters. Amidst the forest, Lin Xiaobai rides atop a great black bear, dispatching every level 1 and 2 exotic beast encountered along the way. His companion, a brother of African descent seated on the bear's shoulder, is filled with trepidation. Despite Lin Xiaobai's youth, his ruthlessness surpasses that of the others, with a readiness to kill that chills their hearts, as they fear he might perceive them as beasts themselves. Lin Xiaobai has scrutinized them with an intensity that resembles the gaze directed at a creature of the wild. Indeed, venturing into Yin Yugu has proven fortuitous. With level 2 exotic beasts abound, should he acquire the essence of a level 3 beast, victory would be assured. Lin Xiaobai's anticipation of a grand harvest is palpable. Suddenly, his companion exclaims, "This is the place." Startled, Lin Xiaobai tenses. He releases the great black bear, recognizing the need for utmost caution in the face of a level 3 beast. Yet, after a prolonged watch, no signs of movement are discernible. The level 3 beast is still ahead. We called out in fear, one brother remarks. Just then, a resounding thud reverberates, not from Lin Xiaobai, but from a short-haired monkey that has sprung into action, delivering fierce blows to the two brothers. Ultimately, Lin Xiaobai proceeds on foot, intent on stealthily advancing, while the battered brothers, after much hesitation, choose to follow. Previously, they had faced dire straits in this vicinity, their beast companions slain by a fearsome level 3 creature. Having narrowly survived, they hid in a nearby ravine for many days, now haunted by an inexplicable dread of the area. Suddenly, a thunderous clash echoes, reminiscent of 2 mountains colliding, sending shockwaves that rattle eardrums, accompanied by a piercing cry. A battle between level 3 beasts ensues. Lin Xiaobai's eyes brighten as he discerns the nature of the commotion. This is no ordinary encounter, but a clash between 2 formidable level 3 beasts. The ground trembles as if a golden war chariot were rolling through, or as if 1,000 steeds were charging forth, while 2 enormous, pitch-black creatures wreak havoc, uprooting ancient trees and rare flora. The awe-inspiring display instills fear in all living beings. More darkness? Lin Xiaobai reflects, noting the peculiar pattern since encountering the 2 brothers. Despite the impending danger, he maintains his composure, much to the distress of his companions. Over here, Lin Xiaobai expertly guides the brothers to conceal themselves behind a cluster of rocks and grass, observing as the 2 colossal creatures charge past, demolishing everything in their path. A level 3 thorny beetle beast. A level 3 blackwood water bug. Lin Xiaobai's eyes widen as he identifies the formidable adversaries. Both the level 3 thorny beetle and the level 3 blackwood water bug belong to the insectoid category of exotic beasts, known for their ferocity and aggressive nature. The former, however, possesses greater strength, explaining the latter's current disadvantage. Moreover, the thorny beetle beast holds immense value. Its bones harbor a unique essence that is both rare and highly sought after, promising to create quite a stir if discovered. Let us go. Lin Xiaobai decisively leads the short-haired monkey and a Hong toward the battle between the thorny beetle and the blackwood water bug, with the brothers instinctively trailing behind. As the two level 3 beasts engage, one is bound to sustain injuries, presenting Lin Xiaobai with a potential opportunity to harvest the essence of a level 3 beast. The cacophony of their clash reverberates far and wide, startling countless other beasts, causing a frenzy among the birds and cries of the wild. I hope this doesn't attract the hunting teams and beast tamers from Wangnan City, Lin Xiaobai muses. If only one beast were present, the allure would surely draw the attention of those from the city. However, with both beasts locked in combat, he can afford to patiently await the outcome, reaping the benefits when the victor emerges. Suddenly, the roars of beasts intermingle with human voices, indicating the approach of controlled beasts. Indeed, the commotion has drawn attention. Lin Xiaobai sighs softly, swiftly concealing himself within the dense underbrush, with the brothers closely following, believing that this is their best chance for survival. At that moment, the thorny beetle launches a lethal strike against the blackwood water bug, resulting in a horrific wound that leaves the latter lifeless, its body collapsing into the depths of a ravine beyond sight. Joy surges through Lin Xiaobai as he recalls the ravine where the brothers had previously sought refuge. It is indeed the same place. How fortuitous that the blackwood water bug's corpse has fallen here. As human voices draw nearer, the forest buzzes with excitement. The roars of beasts echoing in chorus, with an unknown number of individuals converging upon the scene, their target being the thorny beetle beast. Chapter 50. The Unique Essence. A thunderous roar reverberates through the mountains as a formidable tiger leaps from the forest, followed closely by a remarkably handsome young man. It's the Darkfang tiger. Lin Xiaobai gasps in astonishment. Gu Yuanquan has also arrived. Who would have thought that a thorny beetle beast could lure him out? Gasps of admiration ripple through the crowd. The arrival of this striking young man instantly captures everyone's attention, reminiscent of Lin Xiang's debut amidst the throng. Those present are the surviving teams and beast tamers who have fought through bloodshed in Yinyugu, and to command such attention signifies the young man's formidable prowess. His name is Gu Yuanquan, Lin Xiaobai murmurs to himself. It was he who contended with Zheng Yuli for the Darkfang tiger on Wangnan Mountain. Now, with the Darkfang tiger present, it is curious that his other beast is nowhere to be seen. Zheng Yuli, a level 4 beast tamer, had been wary of Gu Yuanquan, who, despite being a level 3 tamer, managed to secure the Darkfang tiger from him, indicating that he must possess an astonishing beast of his own. Regrettably, in his haste to escape, Lin Xiaobai had failed to observe the creature. After a brief interval, Zheng Yuli arrives, accompanied by a violet lightning mongoose that commands considerable respect, marking him as one of the few level 4 beast tamers present. In addition, there exist several renowned hunting squads, all bloodied from days of slaughter in the Silver Moon Valley's vast forest, now gathered here to contest for the thorn beetle beast. Upon witnessing the multitude, the African brothers were elated and rushed to greet them, only to be halted by Lin Xiaobai. Why are we not allowed to go out? The African brothers questioned, puzzled. You have all lost your beasts. They will not regard you highly and may even kill you. Lin Xiaobai fabricated a reason, regardless of whether the brothers believed him. He grasped them and proceeded downwards. With so many contenders, the thorn beetle beast was undoubtedly doomed. It could not withstand this many foes. But the greatest battle would likely ensue among these individuals. The bones of the thorn beetle beast contained a special essence, highly valuable and worth vying for. More importantly, they had arrived at the final stage of the upheaval in Silver Moon Valley, where everyone stood to gain significantly, and those who emerged victorious would reap even greater rewards. Lin Xiaobai decided to first extract the essence from the Haimu Shui Chong in the ravine, necessitating the temporary confinement of the two African brothers. This ravine was well concealed, shrouded in verdant shade, making it nearly impossible to detect from above. Only from the sides could one glimpse a portion of it. This very concealment allowed the throngs that followed to remain unaware of the deceased Tier 3 beast lying below. As they descended into the ravine, they encountered rampant vines and peculiar stones, which had formed resplendent stalactites. In a corner of the ravine, traces of previous habitation could be discerned, remnants left by the African brothers, while on the opposite side lay the massive, nearly 10-meter-long black insect, the deceased Haimu Shui Chong. This was a Tier 3 beast, Lin Xiaobai rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation. A Tier 3 beast was invaluable for both his task's points and its intrinsic worth, especially since it was already lifeless. Fortune favored him, and he felt unstoppable. Lin Xiaobai approached the Haimu Shuichong. The African brothers hesitated at the sight of the enormous, grotesque creature, refraining from following. They had lost their beasts, and should the Haimu Shuichong not be entirely dead, it could easily dispatch them. Life was exceedingly harsh in the Silver Moon Valley following the death of their beast, and the two brothers were cautiously on edge. The Haimu Shuichong appeared akin to a black larva, its body swollen with a liquid known as Haimu Shui, which bore toxicity and could be medicinal under specific conditions. The most precious aspect was the internal sac within the Haimu Shuichong, containing a significant amount of special essence. Lin Xiaobai pondered, could this essence elevate Dahong to Tier 2? The essence within the internal sac could catalyze the enhancement of lower-tier beasts. And it was not the true essence of the Haimu Shuichong. The true essence resided within its mouth, where two fangs capable of crushing anything were located. That was the most precious part of the Haimu Shuichong's body, while the internal sac was merely another relatively valuable component. The essence within the sac had a peculiar effect, reputed to elevate lesser beasts. Dahong's progress lagged behind Lin Xiaobai, and its Tier 1 strength was becoming insufficient. If it could ascend to Tier 2, its power would experience a remarkable leap, especially with the dance of the fire python, which would become even more formidable. Lin Xiaobai licked his lips, suppressing his excitement, and proceeded to detach the two fangs from the Haimu Shuichong before extracting the internal sac containing the special essence. With a laborious effort, he sliced open the Haimu Shuichong's flesh, causing greenish slime to erupt, making a peculiar sound accompanied by an unpleasant odor. How revolting! Lin Xiaobai grimaced, compelled to allow the slime to drain before retrieving the internal sac. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated from above, revealing a massive purple lightning bolt dancing wildly. Accompanied by the roars of various beasts, a battle had erupted above. Lin Xiaobai's heart raced, hastening his actions while ensuring his skin remained untainted by the slime. Inching closer to the internal sac, the two African brothers trembled in fear from the commotion above. They were now ordinary mortals, powerless, with their spirits diminished. Unable to subdue other beasts for the time being, they squeezed into the corner where they had previously hidden. At last, Lin Xiaobai, drenched in sweat, successfully extracted the internal sac, a green, glowing organ now held in his grasp. Dahong, consume this. Lin Xiaobai gasped. Dahong emitted two mournful cries, mimicking a retching motion. Seemingly repulsed by the grotesque offering. Be good. Eat it quickly. It can help you level up. Lin Xiaobai pried open Dahong's beak and gently placed the internal sac inside. Watching Dahong consume the sac, Lin Xiaobai felt a wave of relief. The internal sac of the Haimu Shuichong was not a panacea, but it bore a chance to elevate lower-tier beasts. Dahong had lingered at Tier 1 for quite some time and was due for an upgrade. With the internal sac as a catalyst, the likelihood of success seemed promising. As Lin Xiaobai focused intently on Dahong, faint sounds emerged. A sinister boy descended from the upper ravine, making minimal noise, undetectable within a few meters of his vicinity. However, while Lin Xiaobai remained oblivious, others had noticed. The African brothers, concealed in their corner, stared in shock at the sinister boy passing before them, exchanging glances while simultaneously picking up a rock the size of a brick. Chapter 51, Ancient Sail. Silently, the sinister boy approached Lin Xiaobai from behind, his expression chilling, as he summoned a purple-patterned spider, which prepared to strike. Suddenly a thud. The sinister boy staggered, collapsing to the ground, while the nearby spider hissed in agitation. Lin Xiaobai whipped around to see the fallen boy and the agitated spider, spotting the African brothers, who were wide-eyed, clutching a brick-sized rock. Is that him? Lin Xiaobai recognized the individual. It was indeed the same person he had encountered behind the academy, and he had also seen him on the bus for this mission. What was this person doing here? Did you come down from above? The African brothers pointed towards the ravine. Lin Xiaobai's expression darkened. It seemed other students had arrived as well. This individual on the ground marked their third encounter, each time leaving Lin Xiaobai with a less than favorable impression. Now, having silently appeared behind him, it was evident he harbored ulterior motives. Just as Lin Xiaobai was absorbed in observing Dahong's reaction, he had momentarily failed to notice the approach from behind. A surge of animosity welled within Lin Xiaobai. This person was exceedingly bothersome. Yet before he could take action, the individual had already regained consciousness. Who hit me with a brick? He cursed, clutching his head. Upon seeing the African brothers behind him, he was suddenly startled. Did you just crawl out of the coal? The African brother remained silent, his gaze falling upon the sullen-faced Lin Xiaobai, and a shock coursed through him as he realized his previous attack had failed. He quickly restored his usual calm smile, addressing Lin Xiaobai. So, It's you again, Lin Xiaobai. Lin Xiaobai smirked slightly. Indeed, we meet again. It seems you have thoroughly investigated me, even knowing my name. The man momentarily appeared taken aback, but soon smiled. I merely wish to befriend you. My name is Gu Fan. He extended his hand, but Lin Xiaobai ignored it. Glancing instead at the large red creature behind him that was digesting its meal, then subtly signaled to the African brother. The African brother nodded, stepping back with a brick in hand, creating a formation that enclosed Gu Fan in the middle. Gu Fan observed the situation, his expression shifting slightly before returning to normal. What do you mean by this, Lin Xiaobai? What do I mean? Lin Xiaobai scoffed. It's nothing of consequence. I simply wish to understand what it is about me that captivates you so, to the point that you disregarded the corpse of this level 3 He Mu Shui Chong behind me. You intended to strike at me just now, did you not? Gu Fan's countenance shifted dramatically, yet he quickly masked it, revealing a profound composure. Since you have already claimed the He Mu Shui Chong, there is no reason for me to concern myself. You think too much. I only wish to befriend you. Gu Fan smiled lightly, presenting himself as a cultured and indifferent individual, as if nothing had transpired. Is that so? Lin Xiaobai replied with a faint smile, retrieving a capsule from his belt. The short-haired monkey was summoned, its outwardly cute demeanor now transformed into a fearsome sight, with steel claws extended. Lin Xiaobai, Gu Fan's face paled, losing his calm demeanor. I detest being watched from behind. Lin Xiaobai's expression darkened, the murderous intent in his words unmistakable, sending a chill down the spine of any who heard. Gu Fan was startled, yet instead of fear, he broke into an unusual laugh. You are indeed a difficult person to deal with. It is a pity. Had it not been for those two dark-skinned fellows, you would have already fallen into my hands. Indeed, he had intended to directly attack Lin Xiaobai. A deep chill filled Lin Xiaobai's heart, and his eyes radiated a fierce, killing intent, the short-haired monkey also baring its teeth. The sound of its steel claws clashing echoing ominously. You wish to kill me? How fortuitous, for I too seek to uncover certain secrets from you. Gu Fan smiled lightly, while the purple-striped centipede beside him hissed menacingly, shooting out two strands of webbing that bound the African brothers against the cliff wall, rendering them speechless. Secrets? Lin Xiaobai questioned, perplexed. Indeed, it is exceedingly rare for a Xiaohong Niao to evolve into a Huan Niao. Yet, from my observations, you seem to have completed this process effortlessly. Truly astonishing. I wish to know what method you employed. Gu Fan gazed at Lin Xiaobai with avarice. You have been monitoring me. Lin Xiaobai seethed with anger. Haha. Gu Fan laughed heartily. Indeed, I know everything about you, including the 30 million you obtained from the Wangnan Mountains Huayanji. But that is merely 30 million. In comparison, I am far more intrigued by the secret you carry. You are truly courting death. Lin Xiaobai's expression was colder than ever, infused with murderous intent. This man, like a lingering specter, had touched upon his greatest secret. The matters concerning the system, which even Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng were unaware of, were now in this man's sights. The short-haired monkey roared beside him, poised to strike at any moment. Huh. Gu Fan smirked. Whether you live or die is not for you to decide. That secret of yours is mine. As his words fell, a beast capsule opened, summoning a towering ice beast that landed thunderously before Gu Fan. Ice beast. Lin Xiaobai gasped in astonishment. The ice beast, a formidable creature said to be formed from ice and snow, possessed silver quality. Capable of expelling rapid ice spikes from its mouth, and its body bore the characteristics of absolute zero. Any life that touched it would be instantly frozen. How could he possess such a creature? Lin Xiaobai had initially thought this sinister individual merely owned a purple-striped spider, an average foe among second-year students. But now he had summoned a powerful ice beast. Clearly, this man had concealed his true strength, consistent with his profound nature. In terms of battle prowess, Gu Fan's strength undoubtedly ranked among the top of the second-year students. A fierce battle was imminent. Lin Xiaobai felt the tension rise. Currently, De Hong was in the midst of an upgrade, and only the short-haired monkey possessed combat capability. The outcome of a confrontation between the short-haired monkey and the ice beast was uncertain. The African brothers, bound against the cliff, exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. They were entirely unaware of the unfolding situation, having previously saved Lin Xiaobai's life. Amidst the chaos above and the tense standoff below, Lin Xiaobai and the short-haired monkey stood firm, while Gu Fan commanded the purple-striped spider and ice beast, both sides poised for confrontation. This was no ordinary beast duel. The loser could very well lose their life. Kill. After a brief pause, a fierce glint flashed in Gu Fan's eyes as he uttered a single word. Chapter 52, Murder. The purple-striped spider and ice beast simultaneously roared and charged at Lin Xiaobai. The ice beast, resembling a four-legged lion or leopard, had an enormous mouth and was composed entirely of icy material. With a swift movement, the ice beast opened its mouth. unleashing a rapid ice spike aimed directly at Lin Xiaobai, the absolute zero temperature freezing the air in its wake, leaving a faint white trail. Lin Xiaobai was taken aback, realizing Gu Fan had targeted him directly rather than the short-haired monkey, clearly intending to eliminate him. The ice spike shot forth like a lethal arrow, impossibly fast. But at the critical moment, the short-haired monkey intervened, transforming into a blur as it dashed forward. The clang of steel claws clashing with the ice spike rang out as the ice spike was deflected, yet the point of contact began to freeze, rapidly spreading towards the short-haired monkey's claws. The short-haired monkey screeched, using its other claw to strike repeatedly until the ice was dispelled, showcasing the formidable nature of Absolute Zero. Before a moment could pass, another shriek pierced the air as a strand of silk shot forth. The short-haired monkey pushed itself to the limit, severing the silk mid-flight. The two attacks were unleashed almost simultaneously, both aimed at Lin Xiaobai, leaving even the short-haired monkey appearing somewhat overwhelmed, while Lin Xiaobai staggered back in shock. I never imagined the famed Lin Xiaobai, who swept through Gongchang Mountain and outshone Yi Xian, could find himself in such a predicament. How rare. Gu Fan laughed, his words dripping with provocation and sarcasm, demonstrating his thorough surveillance of Lin Xiaobai's recent exploits. Lin Xiaobai gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. But the more he seethed, the more Gu Fan reveled in his laughter. Hand over the secret you possess, and perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise, the short-haired monkey will find it difficult to protect you from the onslaught of the ice beast and purple-striped spider. Gu Fan's words were imbued with a menacing undertone. And indeed, the glacial beast was an extraordinarily formidable creature, in alliance with the purple-striped spider. The chances of the short-haired monkey safeguarding Lin Xiaobai's life were less than 30% under the deliberate attack aimed at him. The mountain gorge was densely overgrown with vines, vibrant with greenery, while the thunderous sounds of battle echoed from above. The Black brothers were ensnared in spider silk, firmly bound to the cliff, as Lin Xiaobai faced a life-threatening crisis. Suddenly, a peculiar smile graced Lin Xiaobai's lips as he remarked, "Look behind you." Gu Fan was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Lin Xiaobai's implication at first, but the intense heat that engulfed him from behind soon rendered him aghast. Whirling around, he beheld a striking crimson bird, nearly a meter in length, fixating its sharp gaze upon him. Its streamlined form radiated elegance, hovering less than a meter behind Gu Fan, exhaling searing flames that sent shivers down his spine. Fire, the firebird. Gu Fan gasped in horror. It turned out that while he had been conversing and battling with Lin Xiaobai, the firebird had undergone an upgrade, ascending from a level 1 beast to a level 2 beast, now positioned behind him. Lin Xiaobai's prior display of fear had merely lulled Gu Fan into a false sense of security. With this realization, Gu Fan's expression twisted into one of malice. A surge of hatred swelling within him, wishing nothing more than to eliminate Lin Xiaobai immediately. The glacial beast and the purple-striped spider roared, rushing to defend their master. But Da Hong's cold glare ignited flames that engulfed the webbing ejected by the purple-striped spider. Purple-striped spider. Gu Fan screamed in despair. The glacial beast was poised to retaliate, yet the short-haired monkey sprang into action simultaneously, letting out a fierce howl. The glacial beast roared in fury, and the short-haired monkey's formidable offensive capabilities were on full display, leading to a fierce skirmish among the three parties. With a crack, the temperature throughout the gorge seemed to plummet, the ground around the glacial beast crystallizing into solid ice before shattering amidst the fray. The Black brothers, trapped against the cliff, were further affected by the chilling drop in temperature, sneezing and trembling involuntarily, yet their eyes remained glued to the unfolding battle. They were merely level 2 Beast Tamers. Yet Da Hong, the short-haired monkey, and the glacial beast were all top-tier entities of their rank, fully captivating the Black brothers. A sizzle accompanied the intense heat as a colossal fire serpent, stretching 6 to 7 meters in length, suddenly materialized. The fire serpent's imposing stature, with its crimson eyes, instilled an icy dread, while the extreme heat emanating from its body caused the temperature in the gorge to rise once more, with an inclination to escalate further. Under Gu Fan's horrified gaze, the fire serpent stirred, igniting a tumultuous clash of ice and fire, resonating with thunderous roars, accompanied by the short-haired monkey's relentless assaults. After a protracted engagement, even the elite glacial beast succumbed to the combined onslaught of the short-haired monkey and the now more powerful fire serpent, collapsing to the ground. Stripped of its combat capabilities, Lin Xiaobai approached Gu Fan with a smile, his tone nonchalant. "It seems you shall not have the opportunity to discover my secret." In the midst of Gu Fan's astonished stare, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Xiaobai's eyes as the short-haired monkey's gleaming claws struck, separating Gu Fan's head from his body, which rolled aside, stained with crimson. Gu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, He had never anticipated that Lin Xiaobai would truly kill him. Gu Fan was astutely cunning, lurking in the shadows since their first encounter with Lin Xiaobai's little red bird, monitoring his every move. Possessing a glacial beast, a pinnacle creature, he had remained under the radar throughout the second year, much like a hidden serpent, illustrating the depths of his treachery and the terror it invoked. Being targeted by such a person was akin to being pursued by a snake, difficult to shake off and always at risk of being struck down. For instance, had the Black brothers not intervened to distract Gu Fan, Lin Xiaobai might have already met his demise at Gu Fan's ambush. More critically, Gu Fan had set his sights on Lin Xiaobai's system, the latter's greatest secret. Thus, even if he were a fellow student, eliminating him would eradicate a significant threat. The Black brothers remained ensnared by the spider's silk against the cliff, gazing in horror at the coldly indifferent Lin Xiaobai. In the wilderness, murder was not uncommon. Yet Lin Xiaobai appeared merely to be a boy of a mere 10 years, and the fact that he had killed without the slightest reaction was chilling. Lin Xiaobai first liberated the Black brothers from their confinement against the cliff, subsequently ending the life of the glacial beast, extracting a vital essence known as the ice core from its body. This ice core represented the essence of the glacial beast, akin to a heart, in its later stages. If the ice core remained intact, the glacial beast would not perish. This indicated that the glacial beast was indeed a rare and powerful creature, now tragically extinguished. As the fire serpent began to dissipate, Lin Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Dahong, having ascended to level 2, not only increased in size, but also significantly augmented its power, the fire serpent it had conjured being larger than before, nearly rivaling the size of the two fire serpents that had previously merged. Curiously, despite Dahong and the fire serpent's dance of flame skill being perfectly synchronized, the fire serpent unleashed by a newly evolved level 2 firebird should not have been this potent. After much contemplation, without arriving at a conclusion, Lin Xiaobai could only attribute this to the firebird's uniqueness, which had allowed it to surpass its peers in strength. Chapter 53, Another Behemoth. The absolute zero of the ice core surpassed even that of the glacial beast itself, making direct contact inadvisable. Fortunately, the gorge was home to mystical vines, allowing Lin Xiaobai to gather some to wrap and encase the ice core, placing it in his backpack. As for the purple-striped spider, it had long since been reduced to ashes beneath Dahong's scorching flames, leaving nothing in its wake. Finally, Lin Xiaobai began to rummage through Gu Fan's belongings. Upon opening Gu Fan's backpack, Lin Xiaobai inhaled sharply, for it was filled to the brim with the essence of various beasts, densely packed, with no less than a multitude of level 2 beast parts, and not a single level 1 to be found. How many beasts had this fellow hunted? Lin Xiaobai was astounded. This individual was truly formidable, biding his time. And this entire backpack brimming with level 2 beast essences suggested that he had likely entered the Silver Moon Valley forest even earlier than Lin Xiaobai. He was clearly racing towards the top position. However, now all of it would serve to benefit another. Lin Xiaobai smiled faintly, organizing his own backpack and transferring all his items into Gu Fan's, which was notably larger than Lin Xiaobai's, perfectly accommodating all his belongings. Lastly, he searched Gu Fan's person, discovering a pale gold card. Alliance gold card. Lin Xiaobai exclaimed. His heart raced. It seemed he had not merely eliminated a threat, but had also disposed of someone of considerable significance. The Alliance gold card was issued by the Beast Tamer Alliance's bank, and possessing one necessitated a substantial sum, almost exorbitantly so. At least it required an amount in the hundreds of millions. Such a person could not possibly be anything less than a high-ranking beast tamer or of significant stature. What was Gu Fan's true background? Lin Xiaobai pondered. The Black brothers gazed at Lin Xiaobai's Alliance gold card with awe, recognizing its value. It contained at least 100 million in wealth. Regrettably, they could not access it without the owner. Nonetheless, Lin Xiaobai accepted the Alliance gold card, for it represented not only wealth but also status, potentially proving useful in the future. With everything in order, Lin Xiaobai's haul could only be described as bountiful. Dahong successfully advanced to the second tier, acquiring the essence from the Haimu Shui Chong, the ice core of the Bingchuan beast, numerous second-tier exotic beast essences, and even a coveted Alliance gold card. It would not be an exaggeration to declare this a bountiful harvest. However, one coveted item remained elusive, the essence of the Jingji Jiachong. Lin Xiaobai resembled an insatiable serpent. Greedily eyeing the essence of the Jingji Jiachong, he ascended the ravine with his brother from the African descent, aware that even if they could not obtain the essence, witnessing the fierce battles among such formidable beast masters would be worthwhile. The air was filled with thunderous roars and the cacophony of exotic beasts clashing, creating the atmosphere of a chaotic battlefield. Lin Xiaobai concealed himself in the shadows, cautioning his brother to remain silent as they sought a vantage point to observe the chaos. In an instant, he was rendered speechless. Before him lay a vast, desolate plain, stripped of trees, where countless exotic beasts engaged in frenzied combat. Among them were the thunderous dark-toothed tiger, the swift-hoofed gale deer, the electric purple lightning weasel, and the earth-shaking silverback earth dragon. There were far too many to count, all controlled by unseen hands, embroiled in a wild melee, seemingly fighting for reasons beyond comprehension, while the Jingji Jiachong was relegated to the periphery of the battlefield. Yet, one beast was mercilessly attacking it. No, it was brutalizing it. The creature forced the Jingji Jiachong to retreat relentlessly, its anguished cries echoing in the air. Towering at 4 to 5 meters, its body was cloaked in a light golden fur that shimmered like dark gold, exuding power with each movement of its arms capable of cleaving mountains. It was a Bai Meng Yuan. Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected to encounter a Bai Meng Yuan here. His first thought was of Han Yang, who possessed one. Yet, he quickly shook his head. This was not Han Yang's Bai Meng Yuan. Even if Han Yang's Bai Meng Yuan had just reached the second tier, it could not inflict such brutality upon the Jingji Jiachong. This Bai Meng Yuan was far too powerful, at least a third tier. Whose could it be? A question lingered in Lin Xiaobai's mind. The Bai Meng Yuan, seemingly having had its fill of sport, let out a thunderous roar that reverberated across the battlefield, stunning all beasts before delivering a devastating punch that resounded like an explosion. The ground trembled beneath the force, accompanied by the audible cracking of bones. As the Bai Meng Yuan's fist struck the head of the Jingji Jiachong, shattering it and releasing a crystalline blue essence, the Jingji Jiachong was slain. The other exotic beasts were momentarily cowed by this display of might, and a strikingly handsome young man stepped forward with a faint smile. It was him, Gu Yuanquan. Lin Xiaobai's realization struck him. The Bai Meng Yuan belonged to him. No wonder Gu Yuanquan, as a third-tier beast master, commanded such respect from the fourth-tier Zheng Yuli at Wangnan Mountain. He possessed a third-tier Bai Meng Yuan. The Bai Meng Yuan, inherently unmatched in strength, was the initial form of the legendary Bai Meng, and if it were to evolve to the third tier, it could potentially rival or even defeat fourth-tier exotic beasts. Previously, Lin Xiaobai had speculated that Gu Yuanquan must possess a formidable third-tier exotic beast, yet he never anticipated that it would be a Bai Meng Yuan. A mere gathering of incompetents engaged in this chaotic battle, seeking to eliminate their usual foes and seize their spoils, while others deliberately stirred the pot, hoping to profit from the turmoil. If I were to intervene, wouldn't you all be left with nothing but your bare backsides to return to Wangnan City? Gu Yuanquan remarked, his handsome visage betraying an air of dominance. There were at least dozens of individuals present, including renowned hunting teams and illustrious beastmasters, even Zheng Yuli, a fourth-tier beastmaster. Yet Gu Yuanquan spoke with such audacity, looking down upon all assembled. What audacity! Did he truly believe a third tier Bai Meng Yuan rendered him invincible? Did he intend to challenge all of us? Finally, someone stepped forward to confront Gu Yuanquan. What if I do challenge all of you? Gu Yuanquan retorted, unwavering. Such arrogance. If one were unaware, they might genuinely believe he possessed an invincible Bai Meng Yuan. Take him down. It is said he has collected more than one four-tier exotic beast essence. Bringing him down would yield incredible rewards. The call to arms ignited yet another fierce skirmish, as dozens of individuals and nearly 100 exotic beasts besieged Gu Yuanquan. The dark-toothed tiger on the left, the Bai Meng Yuan on the right. Yet Gu Yuanquan remained unfazed. The impending battle promised to be even more ferocious than before, with beastly roars shaking the earth, transforming the area into a veritable realm of primordial chaos. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with anticipation, the essence of the Jingji Jiachong. Simultaneously, several pairs of eyes from the periphery of the battlefield were fixated on the same prize. Lin Xiaobai recognized some familiar faces among the beast masters from the academy. Chapter 54, Han Yang. Other students from the Beastmaster Academy had also arrived, each harboring designs on the essence of the Jingji Jiachong. From Lin Xiaobai's observations alone, there were at least 4 or 5 individuals keenly interested. With Gu Yuanquan embroiled in a chaotic melee, his attention was entirely diverted, presenting a prime opportunity to seize the essence of the Jingji Jiachong. Just as Lin Xiaobai was about to take action, a sudden realization struck him. With a swift thought, he exchanged his academy attire with one of his African descent brothers, instructing him to run in a specific direction. Why should I run that way? The bewildered brother inquired. Just run. No time for questions. Lin Xiaobai snapped, his eyes fierce. The thought of Lin Xiaobai's earlier ruthlessness sent a shiver down his brother's spine, compelling him to comply. The academy attire fit the brother snugly as he ran, appearing somewhat comical in motion. Lin Xiaobai's expression turned grave. Retrieving the essence from these individuals was one challenge, but escaping was another. If Gu Yuanquan and his chaotic cohorts discovered him, he would be plunged into a perilous predicament. Using his brother as a decoy was a clever tactic, but would it effectively draw attention? Short-haired monkey, go! Lin Xiaobai commanded without hesitation. The short-haired monkey, swift as the wind, darted forward with a glass vial in hand. While others from the academy who had been lurking in the shadows unleashed their respective exotic beasts to contest for the essence of the Jingji Jiachong. The essence resided within the bones of the Jingji Jiachong, with the most precious element located within its skull. Just moments ago, Gu Yuan's by Meng Yuan had shattered the creature's head, conveniently facilitating the extraction of the essence. To the left, a tumultuous battle raged, while to the right, a covert contest for the Jingji Jiachong's essence unfolded, as if two disparate worlds existed in parallel, oblivious to one another. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow swept past, startling Lin Xiaobai. Was that the Wind Leopard? Had Han Yang also arrived? Before encountering the monstrous creature known as the Bai Meng Yuan, Han Yang had already faced the Wind Leopard. Now that the Wind Leopard had emerged, it was inevitable that he too was lurking in the shadows. Lin Xiaobai regarded Han Yang as a rival, with both of them residing in neighboring villages, destined to cross paths sooner or later. The ultimate battle for points would ultimately lead to their confrontation, although he had not anticipated this encounter to occur here. A confident smile graced Lin Xiaobai's lips as he mused that the Wind Leopard, renowned for its speed, was indeed suited for seizing the essence of the thorned beetle beast. However, could the Wind Leopard truly outpace the short-haired monkey? As expected, just when the Wind Leopard galloped ahead, being the first to reach the head of the thorned beetle beast, an even swifter phantom darted past, striking the Wind Leopard back with a single claw. It was the short-haired monkey. Those hidden in the shadows were taken aback by this scene. In less than 2 breaths, the short-haired monkey had already plundered the blue, shimmering essence from the skull of the thorned beetle beast, filling a bottle to the brim before vanishing like a wisp of smoke into the jungle. The essence of the thorned beetle beast had been snatched away. For a moment, those concealed did not react, as the short-haired monkey's movements were far too rapid, executed with the precision of a well-rehearsed performance. By the time they realized what had transpired, the short-haired monkey had already vanished, leaving no trace behind. Everyone was momentarily stunned, a low growl of anger echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaobai, concealed in the shadows, gleefully stuffed the essence he had procured from the thorned beetle beast's skull into his backpack. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Over there!" The fleeting figure of the black brother, who had been running ahead, was spotted. Despite being larger than Lin Xiaobai, due to the distance, only the shadow of his academy uniform was visible. This shout drew the attention of Gu Yuanquan and others, who turned to discover that the essence of the thorned beetle beast had been taken. Gu Yuan's fury ignited. The Bai Meng Yuan, which had just endured an assault, pounded its chest and roared in anger. In a grand display, everyone pursued the black brother. While Lin Xiaobai's gaze turned cold, he recognized that the shout had been deliberately made to distract Gu Yuanquan and the others. This, however, presented Lin Xiaobai with a splendid opportunity to escape. Where is he? The remaining black brother, upon regaining his senses, found that Lin Xiaobai had already vanished. The black brother, in Lin Xiaobai's academy uniform, would soon be caught. Lin Xiaobai needed to distance himself from the area before they realized the ruse and returned. The sound of rustling grass accompanied Lin Xiaobai as he sprinted, weaving through clusters of foliage, unable to spare a glance back. He ran with all his might until he reached a place he deemed sufficiently safe. Just as he paused, sensing a disturbance, Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened in shock. "It's you." A figure emerged from the underbrush from the direction he had just fled, accompanied by a Wind Leopard. It was Han Yang. Indeed, Han Yang smiled faintly, having followed Lin Xiaobai all this way. Lin Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, realizing that Han Yang had sensed his presence during the theft of the thorned beetle beast's skull essence, not falling for the bait Lin Xiaobai had set. "Hand over the essence of the thorned beetle beast," Han Yang threatened, having followed him to ensure he could deal with Lin Xiaobai securely. Lin Xiaobai smiled, unafraid, fully aware that a battle with Han Yang was inevitable, though he had not expected it to occur here so soon. "If you want the essence of the thorned beetle beast, come and take it." Han Yang's expression turned grim, and he coldly snorted. "I have long been aware of your exploits. Defeating the Lu Xingxiang of Gongchangshan and the Shi Jing of Yixian shows you possess some strength. But today you face me." The Wind Leopard growled, baring its fangs, as Han Yang produced a capsule, summoning forth a 2-legged beast with fur resembling a light brown to near golden hue. Towering at 2 meters, it stood like a colossus, its muscles bulging like small hills, exuding overwhelming strength. It was the Bai Meng Yuan. The short-haired monkey screeched, its fur bristling as it sensed an intense threat. Though both were primates, the disparity in their presence was staggering. The Bai Meng Yuan truly lived up to its reputation. Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. Feeling the overwhelming aura that radiated from the Bai Meng Yuan as it slowly raised its head, its eyes sparking with electric intensity as it roared thunderously. The sound echoed like thunder, reverberating in the air, sending chills down one's spine. This was the might of the Bai Meng Yuan. Even a newly ascended level 2 Bai Meng Yuan was astonishing. Humph. Han Yang scoffed, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Is every summoner of a Bai Meng Yuan so arrogant? Lin Xiaobai remained unfazed, raising a hand as a searing heat burst forth, summoning forth a firebird. Level 3 firebird? No, it's a level 2 firebird. How can it be so large? Han Yang's expression shifted, astonished by the size of the fiery creature. Now, a level 2 firebird was nearly a meter in size, comparable to a level 3 firebird, and Han Yang's misjudgment was understandable. Very well. A level 2 firebird is indeed a rare find. Han Yang quickly regained his confident smile, laced with disdain. Creatures like monkeys and apes, due to their fur, were somewhat susceptible to flames. For instance, the first encounter with the short-haired monkey had been when the firebird used its scorching flames to protect itself and Lin Xiaobai. However, such a minor vulnerability posed no threat to the overwhelmingly powerful Bai Meng Yuan. The Bai Meng Yuan's defenses were formidable, with each hair akin to steel, impervious to both water and fire, making it a truly invincible beast. A level 2 firebird facing off against the Bai Meng Yuan was indeed at a disadvantage. You are overestimating things. The Bai Meng Yuan's opponent is not the firebird, Lin Xiaobai declared. The firebird, understanding its cue, let out a long cry. Its body enveloped in a torrent of flames, casting a brilliant red hue that distorted the very air around it. Han Yang focused intently, sensing the immense energy within the firebird. As the firebird opened its mouth, an infinite torrent of flames erupted, engulfing a 10-meter radius. Yet instead of dispersing, the flames converged into a single point. In Han Yang's astonished gaze, a colossal fire python began to take shape, first revealing its crimson eyes, then its triangular head, and finally its body and tail, each aspect composed entirely of flames, its scales distinct and lifelike, resembling a true giant serpent. Han Yang gasped, feeling a wave of heat wash over him, instinctively retreating. Even the Bai Meng Yuan beside him seemed slightly unsettled, its muscles rippling and low growls escaping its throat. The Bai Meng Yuan's opponent is this. Lin Xiaobai pointed at the fire python, a smile playing on his lips. What an astonishing fire python. Han Yang's expression grew exceedingly grave. Just then, someone approached, clapping, emerging from the path that Lin Xiaobai and Han Yang had traversed. It was a youth, muscular and with deep-set eyes, but most striking was his proud gaze, akin to that of a natural-born champion. Lin Xiang. Both Lin Xiaobai and Han Yang exclaimed in unison, shocked to see him arrive. Lin Xiang is hailed as the most gifted student of the first grade. Whether this claim holds true is yet to be determined. But his prowess is undeniably formidable, even surpassing that of most second graders. He is accompanied by a renowned thunder leopard, which is rumored to have never unleashed more than 50% of its strength. This astonishing fact, coupled with his rivalry against the elite of the first grade and the daunting task of quelling the unrest in Yinyugu, makes his lack of full potential all the more remarkable. What? You wish to partake in this contest? Han Yang gazes at Lin Xiang with an expression of indifference. Lin Xiang remains haughty. Only those with true capability deserve to possess everything. Ultimately, you are but vassals. The victor between the two of you shall fall before me. Until then, I shall not engage. Lin Xiang stands with arms crossed, uttering words that provoke a desire to strike him, for he is insufferably arrogant. Lin Xiaobai is rendered speechless. He previously thought Gu Yuanquan and Han Yang were boastful, yet Lin Xiang proves to be even more so, all hailing from the Zhuanghua family. Han Yang snorts coldly, shifting his gaze to Lin Xiaobai, speaking in a frosty tone. I wonder if your strength can rival that of this arrogant fellow. Do not disappoint. Bai Meng Yuan, tear apart that fire python. With this command, the battle commences. Bai Meng Yuan, a formidable beast awakening from slumber, has muscles rippling and expanding, emitting a roar that shakes the very forest, each footfall resembling an earthquake, moving with astonishing speed, utterly incongruous with its massive frame. The fire python, undaunted by the fearsome presence of Bai Meng Yuan, opens its cavernous maw and charges forward. The clash is thunderous, reverberating like the tolling of a great bell, as flames erupt in all directions. If others were present, they would surely exclaim that such a battle could not possibly occur between second-tier beasts, for the spectacle is overwhelmingly fearsome. Yet, the reality is undeniable. The fire python is merely a manifestation of skill. Gradually, Lin Xiang lowers his crossed arms, his countenance shifting from arrogance to a grimace, as he becomes wary of the powers displayed by the two combatants, particularly regarding Lin Xiaobai, whose gaze is filled with animosity. He, the most gifted of the first grade, far exceeding his peers, had initially dismissed Lin Xiaobai as a mere clown. However, Witnessing the might of the fire python firsthand instills in him a sense of threat and consequent enmity. On the battlefield, the short-haired monkey and the winged leopard engage in combat, but it concludes swiftly, with the winged leopard suffering a grievous wound inflicted by the short-haired monkey, howling in defeat. Han Yang collects the winged leopard into the beast capsule, indifferent, as the outcome heavily relies on the clash between Bai Meng Yuan and the fire python. With a resounding slap, Bai Meng Yuan's powerful hand strikes the fire python's tail, causing flames to scatter and scorch the earth. The fire python's tail quivers under the force of this blow, nearly disintegrating, illustrating the unimaginable strength of Bai Meng Yuan. With the upper hand, Han Yang's expression relaxes momentarily, only for it to shift again. The fire python emits a piercing cry, its body turning an even deeper shade of crimson. Its scales appearing as if bathed in molten rock, its temperature surging significantly, a formidable aura sweeping forth. As the fire python unleashes its fiery energy, its power multiplies, albeit at the cost of a shortened duration. It lunges once more at Bai Meng Yuan, embodying a relentless predator, each strike reciprocating the opponent's blows. For the fire python, injuries are inconsequential, merely a loss of fiery essence. The ground trembles with each impact, the sounds echoing through the mountains. As flora and fauna within 100 meters are incinerated, leaving fissures in the earth as if it had been split apart by Bai Meng Yuan's might. This astonishing display leaves even Lin Xiaobai momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated the fire python's overwhelming strength, which surpasses his expectations. At this moment, both Bai Meng Yuan and the fire python exhibit extraordinary prowess, far exceeding that of ordinary second-tier beasts. Even an earth elephant would likely find itself overwhelmed by the fire python or brutally beaten by Bai Meng Yuan. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Xiang grows increasingly alarmed. His heart pounding like a drum, his complexion paling as he cannot help but retreat, his face etched with bitterness. He recognizes that he cannot contend with the powers displayed by either Bai Meng Yuan or the fire python. His arrogance falters in the face of true elite competitors. And the realization that there exists a peer who surpasses him in talent is a bitter pill to swallow. The so-called most gifted of the first grade? His face flushes with shame, as he understands that the title does not befit him. Shortly thereafter, with a deafening explosion, the fire python dissipates, its fiery essence painting the sky in a magnificent display, heralding Bai Meng Yuan's victory. Yet, Bai Meng Yuan is not unscathed. Patches of its fur have been singed and its skin marred, suffering significant injury. Huh, what fire python? All shall fall before my Bai Meng Yuan. Han Yang cackles madly, his expression becoming somewhat distorted, bloodshot eyes giving him a menacing appearance. Lin Xiaobai remains unfazed. Is that so? At that moment, the fire bird unleashes a torrent of flames once more, conjuring a new fire python before Han Yang's stunned gaze, and not stopping there. The fire bird continues to spew forth fire, summoning a second fire python in the blink of an eye. Having ascended from first tier to second tier, Dahong can now conjure up to 3 fire pythons in a short span of time. At this juncture, 2 fire pythons stand tall, their keen red eyes fixated on the injured Bai Meng Yuan, while Han Yang's expression shifts to one of despair. Bai Meng Yuan roars in fury, its blood surging within. Yet facing a single fire python proves arduous enough, let alone contending with 2. You cannot be the fire bird. Impossible. Han Yang bellows. Lin Xiaobai refrains from arguing. Lost in contemplation, the fire pythons summoned by Dahong are indeed formidable, startling even him. Though the fire bird is unique, having evolved into an extraordinary entity, Bai Meng Yuan is a creature of considerable repute. Even a newly promoted second tier Bai Meng Yuan stands at the pinnacle of its kind. Yet a fire python birthed from the firebird can contend with it. This is astonishing. Is it truly that the firebird is so exceptional that it emboldens Dahong? Or is it the perfect synergy of Dahong's searing flames and the dance of the fire python? Lin Xiaobai furrows his brow, observing the imposing Dahong in the air, and after a moment of scrutiny, closes his eyes to attune to his mental connection with Dahong. A few breaths later, Lin Xiaobai's eyes snap open. This is not good. Dahong's essence is depleting. No wonder the fire python possesses such formidable power. Exchanging the essence of one's origin for great strength is akin to inflicting 1,000 wounds upon oneself while harming the enemy. Could it be an issue with the dance of the fire python skill? Lin Xiaobai gritted his teeth. The depletion of the essence of his origin is irreparable. To trade it for such fleeting power is an enormous loss. Haha, this is quite amusing. To exchange the essence of one's origin for the potency of skills, such a skill exists. This thought brings me some solace. My Bai Meng Yuan remains invincible. Han Yang laughed heartily. Laugh. Lin Xiaobai snorted coldly. The short-haired monkey understood the cue and swiftly appeared before Han Yang, its steel-clawed paw poised against Han Yang's throat. Han Yang's laughter abruptly ceased as he realized he was the vanquished. The Bai Ming Yuan roared in an attempt to protect its master, but was thwarted by two fire pythons. Hand over everything you possess. Lin Xiaobai's gaze was icy, as if he were ready to kill at any moment. Han Yang swallowed hard, intimidated by Lin Xiaobai's stare, and tremblingly laid down his backpack. Upon opening it, Lin Xiaobai was astounded to find it brimming with essence from exotic beasts, all at the second level, rivaling that of Gu Fan. It appeared these individuals had long made their way to the Yin Valley Great Forest, and Lin Xiaobai had arrived late. However, there was little to be done. Those with established reputations would naturally not be easily provoked, while soft targets like Lin Xiaobai's group required a show of force to deter others. A third-level red-eyed bull's horn? Lin Xiaobai was thrilled. To discover a third-level exotic beast's essence in Han Yang's backpack was unexpected. This fellow had obtained a third-level essence as well. Han Yang's face turned ashen, filled with rage, but with the short-haired monkey's steel claws at his throat, he dared not express his anger. Helplessly watching his hard-earned rewards being seized by another. Enough, you may leave now. Lin Xiaobai did not bother to tidy up. He simply snatched Han Yang's backpack and hoisted both heavy bags over his shoulders. If it weren't for his robust physique, he would have struggled to carry them. The short-haired monkey lowered its claws, and Han Yang grit his teeth, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Lin Xiaobai sensed something vibrating on him. He retrieved it to find a soul card intermittently glowing. Could it be due to the presence of the Bai Ming Yuan? Lin Xiaobai speculated. The Ni and Bai Ming are natural adversaries. This card contained the soul of a Ni, while the Bai Ming Yuan is in its primal state. Their encounter would naturally yield a reaction. Wait, Lin Xiaobai commanded. What do you intend to do? Han Yang snapped back to reality, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger. A top-tier sophomore with a Bai Ming Yuan had been robbed by a mere freshman. The thought of this becoming public was utterly humiliating. Dahong, Lin Xiaobai ordered. Dahong responded, commanding the two fire pythons, which still had a bit of time left before dissipating, to restrain the Bai Ming Yuan. Despite its resistance, it ultimately could not withstand the might of the two fire pythons. As Lin Xiaobai approached the Bai Ming Yuan with the soul card, it shone ever brighter. He realized that the head of the Bai Ming Yuan was the key, ultimately pressing the soul card against its forehead. Roar! The Bai Ming Yuan howled in struggle, and a beam of light shot from its forehead into the soul card, which then emitted a dazzling glow, seemingly infused with joy before settling into calmness. What have you done to my Bai Ming Yuan? Han Yang bellowed in fury. Why are you so flustered? I merely extracted a fragment of the essence of your origin. It has no significant effect, Lin Xiaobai rebuked. He was indeed telling the truth. That beam of light had contained only a trace of the Bai Ming Yuan's essence. However, for the Ni, which is inherently opposed to the Bai Ming, acquiring the essence of the Bai Ming Yuan would likely yield immense benefits. And the earlier flicker of joy was enough to signify that. Lin Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, departing with two bags filled with exotic beast essences, leaving Han Yang, filled with resentment, collapsed on the ground. It is a pity that Lin Xiang managed to escape. If I could have dealt with him, I might have reaped significant rewards as well. Lin Xiaobai muttered to himself while walking through the forest, having robbed Han Yang and still pondering Lin Xiang. Yet, with 3 third-level exotic beast essences in his possession, first place in this task was nearly guaranteed. During the tumultuous events in the Yin Valley, students entering the Great Forest were exceptionally fortunate to obtain even a single third-level exotic beast essence, often snatched from the jaws of numerous exotic beasts and the beast masters of Wangnan City. Many students had returned empty-handed from previous tasks without securing a third-level essence. Lin Xiaobai had struck it lucky this time, first acquiring the essence of a slain Haimu waterbug, then the essence of a thorned beetle beast, and finally seizing one from Han Yang. With 3 third-level exotic beast essences in hand, along with 2 large bags filled with second-level essences, his score was astronomical. Yet, he was concerned about Dahong. He watched anxiously as Dahong flew low. The loss of essence from the origin is irreparable, but fortunately, Dahong's condition appeared stable, seemingly not having lost much essence, possibly due to the limited use of the fire python. Otherwise, he would have no place to weep. Recognizing the situation early allows for prevention of further deterioration. Henceforth, it is essential to minimize or even cease the use of the fire python. Although this would significantly diminish combat capability, it is a necessary measure for Dahong's long-term well-being. That portly shopkeeper, I must confront him upon my return. Lin Xiaobai gritted his teeth, recalling the rotund middle-aged proprietor of the skill card shop, who had failed to inform him of such significant matters. How infuriating. Chapter 57, Flower-Toothed Beast. On the 10th day of the Yin Valley upheaval, the hunting in the Great Forest was nearing its conclusion. This time, an overwhelming number of exotic beasts had spilled from the Yin Valley, resulting in numerous fatalities in Wangnan City, while simultaneously yielding bountiful harvests for others. Some had already returned laden with spoils, while others clung to the last vestiges of the chaos, hoping for additional gains. In the lush expanse of the great forest, with its verdant foliage and the sound of cattle lowing, Lin Xiaobai sat atop a first-level green bull, two large backpacks suspended by vines on either side, humming a tune as he leisurely made his way back. On the 10th day of the Inu Valley Upheaval and the 9th day of the Beastmaster Academy's student tasks, it was now midday. The elite students entering the Great Forest were mostly beginning their return, preparing for the final day's contest. Lin Xiaobai's haul was indeed astonishing. 3 third-level exotic beast essences, 2 full bags of second-level essences, and a considerable number of exotic beasts he had personally hunted in the Great Forest following the incident with the thorn beetle beast. He couldn't help but wonder how many points they would yield upon return, as long as he was not robbed during the final contest. First place should be firmly within his grasp. Naturally, it was unlikely he would be robbed. The contest generally took place within neighboring villages, and it would be a waste of effort for anyone to venture far, as a round trip would consume an entire day. Moreover, in the nearby villages, even the formidable Han Yang had been thoroughly robbed by him, while others like Gong Changshan and Yi Xian had also fallen to his hand. Thus, first place was effectively secured, contributing to Lin Xiaobai's current buoyant mood. I wonder what kind of skill card it is. It must be extraordinary. How exciting, Lin Xiaobai mused, squinting as he rode atop the green bull. Several hundred meters away, 2 exceptionally young boys were advancing in the same direction, one with raven black hair and the other with dyed chestnut locks. Yao Go, look, the boy with chestnut hair suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Lin Xiaobai, who was riding a blue ox in the distance, his gaze fixated on the 2 bulging backpacks strapped to the ox. The black-haired boy furrowed his brow. So much essence from exotic beasts? Should we seize it from him? He appears to be on a mission for our academy as well. The boy with chestnut hair licked his lips, brimming with excitement. Wait, the black-haired boy cautioned, observing carefully. After a few moments, his expression changed. It's him. Who? The boy with chestnut hair inquired. Lin Xiaobai. The black-haired boy gravely uttered the name. Hiss, the boy with chestnut hair gasped, recalling tales from others in the vast forest, including how even Han Yang had fallen into his hands, losing a fragment of the essence from the Bai Meng Yuan. It was truly astounding to encounter him. Let's go? The black-haired boy turned without a backward glance, distancing himself from Lin Xiaobai. It was said that Lin Xiaobai had a notoriously ruthless temperament, and he certainly did not wish to see his hard-earned spoils pilfered away. Lin Xiaobai seemed to sense something and glanced in the direction of the 2 retreating figures. Their prolonged scrutiny had not gone unnoticed. They left? A faint, enigmatic smile crept upon Lin Xiaobai's lips. It's for the best. I don't wish to engage in any major conflicts right now, nor do I want to unleash the dance of the fire python, a formidable power bot with essence. Just then, Lin Xiaobai's brow furrowed as he turned to another direction, noticing a group of youths dressed in black attire from the Beast Tamer Academy passing by, heading farther away. Black Academy uniforms? Lin Xiaobai was taken aback. The uniforms of the Beast Tamer Academy were blue, so this black attire indicated students from other major cities' Beast Tamer Academies. It was unexpected that the turmoil in Inu Valley had attracted even students from other cities' academies. What a grand spectacle this was, Lin Xiaobai mused. Ignoring them, he urged his blue ox, go forth, Da Jiao. As the sun dipped in the west, traversing the forest, he occasionally encountered 1 or 2 exotic beasts, sometimes moving slowly, other times galloping until the crimson sun sank below the horizon. Lin Xiaobai finally emerged from the vast forest of Inu Valley, feeling a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. Let us test the efficacy of the exotic beast happy fruit here, Lin Xiaobai thought playfully, producing a vibrant red fruit from his possession. The exotic beast happy fruit, once consumed, could bring joy to an exotic beast for an entire day, dispelling boredom and negative emotions. Before his journey, Lin Xiaobai had purchased 2, one for himself and one for Xu Xiaoya. But he had yet to put it to use and was curious about its effects. Lin Xiaobai tossed the exotic beast happy fruit into the blue ox's mouth, and shortly after, its effects began to take hold. The blue ox emitted a peculiar sound, akin to laughter, its hooves thrashing wildly as it uncontrollably bolted in every direction across the wilderness. Hey, wrong direction. Turn around. Lin Xiaobai's voice echoed through the vast expanse. Feeding the blue ox an exotic beast happy fruit was not a concern. But the beast had rampaged for half the night, causing them to arrive at Shaohuang village only around 1 or 2 in the morning when they could have reached it by nightfall. The effects of the exotic beast happy fruit were indeed astonishing, leaving Lin Xiaobai covered in dust, almost cursing in frustration. Once he finally released the blue ox, Lin Xiaobai, weary and burdened with 2 heavy backpacks, made his way toward the west of Shaohuang village. Before he could reach his destination, he heard Lu Xiaoying's delicate cries and the sounds of battle. Xiaoya, attack from the left. Okay, got it. tossed the exotic beast happy fruit into its mouth. What were they doing at this hour? Lin Xiaobai wondered, quickening his pace. Upon approaching, he saw that Lu Xiaoying and Shu Xiaoya had summoned their flower vine beast and blue-eyed flame cat, battling against a creature resembling a shell. Flower-tooth beast? Lin Xiaobai's eyes brightened. The flower-tooth beast, a mutation of a carnivorous flower, possessed a massive maw resembling a giant shell, with sharp fangs protruding from both halves. Moreover, the flower-tooth beast had legs and moved swiftly. Once it bit onto any creature, it could ensnare and digest it, showcasing formidable strength. Lin Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised for Lu Xiaoying to encounter a flower-tooth beast at such a moment. The flower-tooth beast was also a source-type exotic beast, capable of being tamed, and would be a perfect match for Lu Xiaoying's flower vine beast, making it an ideal candidate for her to capture. Clearly, Lu Xiaoying shared the same intention. The exotic beast happy fruit has been consumed. Sister Xiaoying, quickly tame it. Shu Xiaoya's cheerful voice rang out. Lu Xiaoying and Shu Xiaoya planned to have the flower-tooth beast consume the exotic beast happy fruit before attempting to tame it. However, their plan faltered as the flower-tooth beast, after consuming the fruit, reacted similarly to the blue ox and began to rampage uncontrollably. As if under the influence of a potent stimulant, the two girls found themselves in a predicament as the flower-tooth beast charged toward the village at an alarming speed. If such a colossal creature were to breach the village, the devastation would be unimaginable. Lin Xiaobai's gaze turned icy, and he summoned the short-haired monkey. Chapter 58. A crisis emerges. The flower-tooth beast was impressive in strength, but its large size made it difficult to handle. Shu Xiaoya and Lu Xiaoying had hoped to utilize the exotic beast happy fruit, speculating it would induce a state of euphoric confusion. However, the outcome was chaos as it caused the flower-tooth beast to lose control. The beast barreled toward the village, and the potential destruction it could cause was dire. Xiaohua, flame claw cross slash. Shu Xiaoya shouted. The blue-eyed flame cat transformed into a swift streak, charging at the flower-tooth beast, unleashing dazzling cross-shaped flames. The flower-tooth beast let out a mournful wail but did not relent, continuing its reckless charge toward the village. Although the blue-eyed flame cat's attack was potent, it failed to inflict significant harm on the flower-tooth beast. Both girls, one older and one younger, wore expressions of sheer panic. If the flower-tooth beast crashed into the village, the damage could exceed 30%, resulting in the failure of their mission. Just then, a blur, equally swift as the blue-eyed flame cat, swept past, and several glimmers of cold light emerged, causing the flower-tooth beast to howl in agony. Short-haired monkey. Shu Xiaoya and Lu Xiaoying exclaimed in delight. Xiaobai is back. Shu Xiaoya cheered. It was evident that Lin Xiaobai had returned. Indeed, he was striding from the wilderness, his gaze locked on the flower-tooth beast. With the addition of the short-haired monkey, the pressure on the blue-eyed flame cat significantly diminished. Before long, under the coordinated assault of the short-haired monkey and the blue-eyed flame cat, the flower-tooth beast cried out in distress, its body marred with injuries, ultimately collapsing at the village's edge. Despite its size, speed, and decent defense, the flower-tooth beast was no match against the combined might of the short-haired monkey and the blue-eyed flame cat. Had they not been intent on avoiding lethal force, the flower-tooth beast would have likely met its end swiftly. For instance, targeting the stalk that supported the flower-tooth beast's mouth. Either the short-haired monkey or the blue-eyed flame cat could have severed it, leading to the creature's demise. At present, Lin Xiaobai and Shu Xiaoya deliberately refrained from attacking the critical areas of the flower-tooth beast, aiming to subdue it for Lu Xiaoying. The crisis has been averted, and Shu Xiaoya joyfully rushed to Lin Xiaobai, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Wow, Xiaobai, you're finally back. How was your harvest? Lu Xiaoying also approached with a smile. I gathered quite a lot, Lin Xiaobai replied, setting down two large backpacks from his shoulders and opening them, instantly startling Shu Xiaoya and Lu Xiaoying. Is this too much? About half of it was taken from Hanyang, Lin Xiaobai said nonchalantly, leaving Lu Xiaoying bewildered. Taken from Hanyang. Shu Xiaoya might not have felt much, but Lu Xiaoying, being in the second year, understood deeply the prowess of Hanyang. Now, Hanyang had been robbed by a newcomer? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Lu Xiaoying couldn't quite believe it, standing there in a daze, even forgetting to subdue the Huachi beast, taking a long while to regain her senses. Looking at Lin Xiaobai was akin to gazing at a mythical creature. She widened her beautiful eyes and questioned skeptically, did you really take down Hanyang? He possesses a formidable Bingming Yuan. Why would I lie to you? Lin Xiaobai laughed, summoning forth the great red firebird. Wow, what a massive bird. Shu Xiaoya gasped, her mouth agape, eyes wide with astonishment. A level 3 firebird? No, it's a level 2. Lu Xiaoying stared in shock at the firebird, her reaction mirroring Han Yang's initial disbelief, mistaking it for a level 3 firebird. No wonder. Your Firebird was already impressively strong, and now having ascended to level 2. It might truly be capable of defeating Han Yang's initial level 2 Bingmeng Yuan alongside the short-haired monkey. Lu Xiaoying's eyes widened in disbelief. Does that mean we are poised to secure first place? This is incredible. Xu Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with joy as she pointed at the 2 large bags filled with essence from various beasts, all of which contained level 2 beast essences. Indeed, this includes 3 level 3 beast essences, representing a nearly astronomical amount of points, Lu Xiaoying remarked, her experience allowing her to spot the 3 level 3 essences at a glance. Wow, Xu Xiaoya was so astonished she struggled to find words. Lu Xiaoying casually appraised Lin Xiaobai, who, despite being merely a 12-year-old boy covered in grime, evoked an undeniable sense of respect. To have defeated Han Yang and secured 3 level 3 essences, each of these feats would be unattainable for any seasoned second-year student, bordering on the impossible, yet here they were. Accomplished by a newcomer. Unfathomable? A prodigy? She couldn't help but recall the widely acknowledged most talented first-year student, Lin Xiang, and wondered if even he would pale in comparison. If she were aware that Lin Xiang had been frightened away by the confrontation between Lin Xiaobai and Han Yang, she would surely be struck with further astonishment. Of course, Lin Xiaobai had no need to boast about such matters. Once the task concluded, the tale of his triumph over Han Yang and the subsequent point tally would leave everyone with a clear understanding. This was not a deliberate attempt by Lin Xiaobai to assert himself as the foremost talent. It was simply the natural outcome of events. As night deepened and the wind turned cool, Lu Xiaoying successfully subdued the Huaqi beast, and the 3 of them meditated in the bamboo hut, attuning themselves to the natural rhythm of the wind, passing the night in peace. The following day, no beasts assaulted the village, and the final contest commenced. Lin Xiaobai was taken aback by how swiftly news of his conquest over Han Yang spread, such that everyone was aware he possessed a substantial amount of beast essences. Yet no one dared to covet them, or even approach, fearing reprisal. This was fortuitous. Lin Xiaobai sat serenely, observing the competition without participating, and as a day passed, the contest concluded. On October 18th, at the Beastmaster Academy, the vast square was abuzz with anticipation as the Academy's leadership and thousands of students gathered. With Director Zhao absent, Director Pai stood at the center, flanked by both first-year and upperclassmen eager to join in the excitement. A dozen buses arrived, and the participating students disembarked, greeted by a fervent welcome before the tense moment of score announcement arrived. The gigantic screen at the square's center was poised to reveal the points and rankings, and all eyes were glued to it, breaths held in anticipation. We have learned that 1 level 3 beast essence is equivalent to 10 million points, while level 1 and 2 essences hold market value, translating directly into points. Since you have obtained the essence of the elite beasts, their value will be significantly discounted, approximately half of their usual worth. A level 1 essence is worth around 5,000 to 6,000 points, while a level 2 essence amounts to 30,000 to 40,000 points. With 3 level 3 essences, you have secured an enormous advantage, Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng whispered beside Lin Xiaobai. Lin Xiaobai nodded, recognizing the vast difference in points represented by level 3 essences compared to level 1 and 2, highlighting the Academy's acknowledgement of the challenges posed to students during this mission. His fortune was evident in having acquired 3 level 3 essences, 1 from the Haimu Shui Chong, 1 from the Jingji Jiaochong beast, and 1 from the Homo Haonyao. Of course, strength played a crucial role. Otherwise, Han Yang and others would have taken them long ago. Yet, it was undeniable that luck significantly contributed to his bountiful harvest, as these 3 level 3 essences were obtained in rapid succession. But then again, isn't luck also a facet of strength? After a prolonged period of tension, the screen began to flicker, and in an instant, the results were unveiled. First place, the group from the western direction of Shaohuang village, members Lu Xiaoying, Xu Xiaoya, and Lin Xiaobai, with a total score of 56,327,000 points. Second place, the group from the southeastern direction of Dawang village, members Qin Chaodian, Wang Hauer, and Si Man, with a total score of 41,564,000 points. Third place, the group from the eastern direction of Wulu village, members Han Yang, Li Fei, and Zhang Su, with a total score of 33,526,000 points. Fourth place, the group from the southeastern direction of Lizhuang village, members Lin Xiang, Zhao Zihan, and Zheng Chong, with a total score of 31,228,000 points. Wow, we really secured first place, Xu Xiaoyao exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. As expected, Lin Xiaobai's group, buoyed by the advantage of the 3 level 3 beast essences, far outpaced the other groups. What surprised him was that Han Yang managed to secure third place after being robbed in the Silver Moon Valley forest, indicating his remarkable strength. The square erupted with noise. Some cheered while others lamented. Most were focused on the first-place group members, Lin Xiaobai, Xu Xiaoya, and Lin Xiaobai. These three names resonated in everyone's mind, leaving a profound impression. Who is Lin Xiaobai? Perhaps a few second-year students were aware, but her name did not carry much weight among them, let alone with the first-year students, who had likely never heard of her. Xu Xiaoya, Lin Xiaobai. These two names had already become well-known before their departure. Being two first-year newcomers, two freshmen and an obscure girl have astonishingly claimed the first position in the points ranking. This marks the most sensational upset since the tumultuous event at Inyugu. All eyes turned towards Lin Xiaobai and her companions, while even Chu Lanfeng and Li Ergo stood with an air of triumph. In stark contrast, Lin Xiang, who was initially favored by the majority, found himself overshadowed, his once proud demeanor notably subdued. This time, the task in Inyugu to protect the village involved 768 participants divided into 32 major groups. Two groups suffered more than 30% damage to their villages, resulting in the elimination of 48 individuals and a total of 13 fatalities. The group claiming first place in points was from the western direction of Shaohuang village, comprising Lin Xiaobai, Xu Xiaoya, and Lin Xiaobai. This group was set to receive a rare skill card along with 56,327,000 yuan announced by Director Pai. Suddenly, a loud and assertive voice pierced through the atmosphere. Leader, I suspect that Lin Xiaobai from the first place group killed the deceased student Gu Fan. Their points should be annulled, and they should face punishment. This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd, rendering the square momentarily silent. Lin Xiaobai's heart sank. This was serious trouble. In this era, danger lurks at every corner. Engaging in outdoor missions carries the risk of death at any moment, be it from a ferocious beast or other perils. However, being killed by a fellow student during a mission is strictly forbidden and considered a grave offense that incurs severe penalties. Now, with Lin Xiaobai accused of murdering a fellow student from the same academy, if proven true, not only would her points be revoked, but she could also face expulsion from the academy, a dire consequence. At this moment, Lin Xiaobai felt a tightness in her chest as her mind raced with questions. How could anyone know about her involvement in Gu Fan's death? The incident had occurred in a secluded ravine, hidden from the many Beast Tamers of Wangnan City. If word had indeed leaked, it could only mean one thing. Gu Fan had companions. But Lin Xiaobai quickly dismissed this thought. It was impossible. With Gu Fan's sly and secretive nature, he would never have traveled with others. So, what other possibilities could there be? As Lin Xiaobai pondered intensely, the square erupted in murmurs following the accusation. Even Director Pai furrowing his brow. The first-place ranking of Lin Xiaobai accused of killing a fellow student was indeed a sensational matter. The expressions of her companions, Li Ergo, Chu Lanfeng, Xu Xiaoya, and Lin Xiaobai, transformed, with Chu Lanfeng displaying a look of disbelief. Xiaobai, did you really kill a fellow student? Bang! Li Ergo slapped Chu Lanfeng on the head, scolding. Is that even a question? Would Xiaobai do something like that? No, she wouldn't. Chu Lanfeng replied glumly. Who would dare to falsely accuse Xiaobai? Xu Xiaoya frowned tightly. While Lin Xiaobai also expressed her indignation, having accompanied Lin Xiaobai, they were oblivious to any such occurrence. What is going on? Director Pai inquired sternly. The speaker was a black-haired youth who proclaimed confidently, I was in the same group as Gu Fan. He perished in the Inyugu forest while attempting to seize the essence of a level 3 thorned beetle beast. He never returned, and later, I learned that Lin Xiaobai acquired the essence. The revelation caused an uproar. So now we're accusing her of murder based on that. How absurd. I thought there would be some solid evidence. I even prepared my popcorn for a good show. It was indeed possible that Gu Fan had been killed by another, or even a beast. The black-haired youth's argument lacked substance. Merely competing for the same item at the same location did not equate to murder. Did you see that? The black-haired youth is standing next to Qin Xiaotian, the second-place contender. He must be envious of Lin Xiaobai's first position and incited that person to slander her, Li Ergo whispered, pointing discreetly. Among the group surrounding the black-haired youth was a particularly cold-looking boy. Qin Xiaotian was known for his aloof and malicious nature. He was indeed capable of such underhanded tactics, Lin Xiaobai mused. This is clearly a scheme to frame Xiaobai, Xu Xiaoya huffed. Most present shared this sentiment. The black-haired youth's claims were patently unconvincing, even causing Director Pai to relax his furrowed brow. Is there anyone who witnessed this or possesses evidence? He asked, assuming his authoritative role. No, none, the black-haired youth stammered, unable to provide a coherent explanation. Meeting adjourned. The awarded group should proceed to the Academy Hall to collect their rewards, Director Pai stated decisively, and the crowd began to disperse, with little regard for the incident. A few individuals remained near the black-haired youth, one of whom scoffed. Director Pai is clearly biased towards Lin Xiaobai. Since he has stated this, You should at least question her or investigate further. It can't just end like this. Lili, do you truly believe Lin Xiaobai killed Gu Fan? Another asked. The black-haired youth hesitated. I'm not sure. I inquired with Han Yang, and the only individuals present capable of killing Gu Fan were either him or Lin Xiaobai. It's possible that someone from Wangnan City or even a beast could have done it. One person interjected suddenly. There exists a possibility. Standing at the center, Qin Xiao Tian glared resentfully in Lin Xiaobai's direction, muttering, regardless of whether Lin Xiaobai is the killer, her days will not be easy. If the academy does not investigate, someone else will. He then turned to a companion. Go inform Gu Yuan Quan in Wangnan City that Gu Fan has died at the hands of Lin Xiaobai. Qin Xiao Tian's gaze was icy. As a top contender in his second year, he had anticipated a competition for first place between himself and Han Yang, never considering Lin Xiaobai would disrupt his plans. Why should we inform Gu Yuan Quan? What does it matter to us? One you've questioned. Qin Xiao Tian scoffed. Do you think Gu Fan possessed a glacier beast for no reason? His uncle is Gu Yuan Quan. Gu Yuan Quan. The others gasped in shock. One exclaimed. In this era, with high-level beast tamers in hiding, Gu Yuan Quan is a renowned powerhouse in Wangnan City. If he learns of Gu Fan's death, who knows what chaos will ensue? All the better. It would be best if Lin Xiaobai were eliminated. Qin Xiao Tian's expression twisted menacingly. The others glanced at him. Feeling a chill, Qin Xiao Tian's heart was indeed ruthless. If Gu Fan's death were pinned on Lin Xiaobai, it was conceivable that Gu Yuan Quan would exact vengeance. Li Ergo watched as Qin Xiao Tian and his group departed, muttering curses. What a despicable lot, conspiring to slander Xiaobai without evidence. Enough of this. Let us head to Uncle Zhang's restaurant for a meal. Shu Lanfeng chimed in. We still need to collect our items in the hall. Shu Xiaoya pouted, her expression one of discontent. Oh, I almost forgot. Shu Lanfeng awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. Subsequently, several individuals exited the hall of the academy. With Lin Xiaobai appearing somewhat contemplative along the way, he instinctively thought it would be prudent to dispose of the ice core and the Alliance Gold card, as they posed a potential risk. Initially, he had not taken the matter of killing Gu Fan seriously. But now an ominous feeling began to settle in. Someone might exploit this incident for their own gain. Logically speaking, it was Gu Fan who had ambushed him, and had it not been for the intervention of the Black Brothers, he might have fallen victim to Gu Fan's attack. The subsequent counterattack was merely a strategy to eliminate future threats. Thus, it was not entirely out of the ordinary. However, the stringent regulations of the Beastmaster Academy now complicated matters. Chapter 60, All Attributes Amplification. The hall of the Beastmaster Academy was adorned with a timeless elegance, bustling with individuals there to claim their rewards. In addition to the top-ranking individuals who received rare skill cards as part of the Academy's rewards, each group was entitled to a monetary sum equivalent to their accumulated points, effectively a means of selling their achievements back to the Academy. Lin Xiaobai collected his reward, totaling an astonishing 56,326,000 points, a staggering figure indeed. Furthermore, the affluent Shu Xiaoya voluntarily opted out of sharing the spoils, allowing him and Lu Xiaoying to split the amount, each receiving over 28 million, a sum that ensured they would no longer have to worry about financial constraints. In addition, each individual received a rare quality skill card, and the most coveted card, one that had piqued the interest of many, ultimately fell into Lin Xiaobai's hands. Quick, let us see what effect the skill card has, exclaimed Li Ergu and the others with palpable excitement. Rumors had circulated prior to the task that this card was applicable to all exotic beasts, igniting speculation and desire among many. And now they were eager to discover its effects. Lin Xiaobai activated the skill card, and with a resonating hum, moments later, words resembling tadpoles appeared upon it. All attributes amplified by tenfold, lasting for 10 seconds, requires continuous activation to trigger effects. Lin Xiaobai was momentarily stunned, as were Li Ergu, Chu Lanfeng, Shu Xiaoya, and Lu Xiaoying. All attributes. Amplification. Tenfold. Li Ergu exclaimed in astonishment. My heavens. This is incredible. Chu Lanfeng gasped, utterly flabbergasted. No wonder it was a skill card applicable to all exotic beasts. All attributes amplified. Strength, speed, defense, attack. Lin Xiaobai's heart raced with exhilaration. What does it mean to have all attributes amplified tenfold? Such a concept could equate to a leap in power levels. This was simply astonishing. It was hard to believe that this was merely a rare quality skill card. One could easily imagine it being legendary in nature. What does it mean that it requires continuous activation to trigger effects? Shu Xiaoya inquired, peering curiously. The group then regained their composure. Noting the latter part of the introduction, requires continuous activation to trigger effects. It likely implied a mechanism akin to a lottery, needing precise activation for it to work. Though the odds should not be excessively outrageous. Lu Xiaoying wiped the perspiration from her forehead, relieved it wasn't a case of triggering every time. otherwise. This skill card would be excessively overpowered. All attributes amplified tenfold. If it could trigger every time, it wouldn't even belong to the realm of rare quality skill cards. Why is it like this? Li Ergu grumbled, a hint of greed in his tone. Isn't it already formidable enough? Lin Xiaobai responded, her frustration evident, feeling a tinge of jealousy herself. Today, Xiaobai has struck it rich. We must celebrate. Come on, Li Ergu exclaimed with fervor. Lin Xiaobai shared in their joy, and the group made their way to Uncle Zhang's restaurant at the academy's entrance. After a delightful celebration filled with food and laughter, he ventured alone to the academy's rear mountain. The familiar scenery unfolded before him. A gentle stream flowed in front, while a steep cliff loomed behind. The verdant landscape offering a serene beauty. All attributes amplified tenfold. Lin Xiaobai held the skill card in hand, still exhilarated. Though it required continuous successful activation to take effect and lasted only 10 seconds, the card's formidable attributes could not be overlooked. Among rare quality skill cards, this one was undoubtedly unparalleled. Even the most ordinary exotic beast, upon learning this skill card, would exhibit astonishing power. However, Lin Xiaobai now faced a dilemma. To whom should he bestow this skill card for learning? Dahong, the special little red bird, had undergone a remarkable evolution and possessed immense strength. Acquiring this skill would result in a geometric increase in power. The short-haired monkey, known for its speed and attack prowess, seemed even more suitable for this skill card, especially with the upcoming integration of the soul of the Yi, promising a transformative metamorphosis. Both exotic beasts were formidable, and learning this skill card would provide an exponential enhancement in their abilities. Yet, it was precisely their strength that left Lin Xiaobai in a quandary, unable to decide. After much contemplation, Lin Xiaobai made his choice. Dahong's primary attack form was reliant on fiery flames, including the fire python dance at the cost of its essence, which depended on that particular mode of attack. In contrast, the short-haired monkey, with its emphasis on speed and attack, appeared to be a more fitting candidate. Thus, it was decided. He retrieved the exotic beast capsule, and in a flash of light, the short-haired monkey was summoned, its large eyes exuding an innocent charm that concealed a deadly intent. It was a born killer, all its ferocity hidden within. Lin Xiaobai affixed the skill card to the short-haired monkey's forehead, a brilliant radiance emanating for several seconds before dissipating, leaving the card blank, signifying the completion of the learning process. Let us test its speed first. Lin Xiaobai was eager to proceed. He prompted the short-haired monkey to attempt to trigger the All Attributes amplification skill. After more than 30 attempts, success was finally achieved. 30 attempts is quite reasonable. The odds are not excessively outrageous, Lin Xiaobai mused. With the skill successfully triggered, the short-haired monkey darted toward a distant target. With a thunderous sound akin to a sonic boom, the short-haired monkey shot forth like an untouchable flash of lightning, slicing through the air. Its speed increased tenfold compared to before. Lin Xiaobai was momentarily flabbergasted, dust clouding his face as he stood in awe. So fast, he muttered to himself, his heart racing with a mixture of shock and delight. Originally renowned for its speed and attack, the short-haired monkey now possessed a speed amplified tenfold. Even a third-level exotic beast would struggle to keep pace with the current short-haired monkey. Alas, the amplification only lasted for 10 seconds. Lin Xiaobai lightly shook his head, chiding his own greed. After 10 seconds, Lin Xiaobai prompted the short-haired monkey to trigger the amplification skill again, and following over 50 attempts, success was once more attained. This time, they tested the attack, yielding results akin to the speed, a tenfold increase. The enhancement reached a terrifying level. Even the short-haired monkey's otherwise mediocre defense, under the tenfold amplification, could rival that of certain second-level exotic beasts focused on defense. Now, in its amplified state, the short-haired monkey's speed and attack power should be comparable to that of third-level exotic beasts, and it might even surpass some of the weaker ones among them, while its defense could rival that of certain second-level exotic beasts specializing in defense. Lin Xiaobai assessed the situation clearly in his mind. He tirelessly continued his research on amplification skills, discovering that the frequency of triggering these skills within a short period would increase in difficulty, eventually requiring hundreds or even thousands of attempts to succeed once. In brief skirmishes, he could manage to trigger them 3 or 4 times. This could be deemed a minor limitation, yet overall, it was extraordinarily impressive. Chapter 61. The Arrival of Gu Yuanquan. The tumultuous conclusion of the Silver Moon Valley upheaval left a lingering warmth in Wangnan City, where discussions revolved around the outstanding hunting teams and beastmasters, such as the Shadow Hunting Team and the Rumen Exploration Team, all of whom had reaped substantial rewards in the sprawling Silver Moon Valley forest. Some trivial tales circulated, including rumors of Gu Yuanquan competing with a number of hunting teams for the Thorn Bug Beast, ultimately being outmaneuvered by a young individual from the Beastmaster Academy. The Beastmaster Academy always undertook missions to protect nearby villages during the Silver Moon Valley upheaval, allowing some exceptional students to venture into the forest, seizing opportunities to acquire essence from level 3 exotic beasts. This was common knowledge. Yet the fact that the essence was taken right under the noses of Gu Yuanquan and the hunting teams was indeed amusing. At this moment, in a certain part of Wangnan City, a striking young man sat upon a mahogany chair, his handsome features marred by suppressed fury, while before him stood a slightly hunched. "Fearful boy, is what you said true?" The striking youth's voice was notably low, restrained by anger. "It is true. It was Lin Xiaobai who killed Gu Fan." Li Li stammered, his voice trembling. Gu Yuanquan's piercing gaze scrutinized Li Li, intensifying the latter's fear. Gu Yuanquan coldly declared, "I hope your words are sincere." With that, Gu Yuanquan rose forcefully from the mahogany chair and strode towards the door, a distant thunderous roar echoing ominously, shaking the very soul. Only after Gu Yuanquan left the hall did Li Li collapse weakly to the ground, his expression one of horror. This Gu Yuanquan is truly terrifying. His strength is akin to that of a behemoth ape. At the Beastmaster Academy, on the mountainside, by a stream, Lin Xiaobai, having tested his attribute amplification skills, began to tally the spoils from the Silver Moon Valley upheaval. Firstly, he acquired over 28 million yuan, equivalent to his points, and combined with his previous assets, his wealth now reached 30 million. This astronomical figure was remarkable. A mere 30 million purchase could stir the city into a frenzy. Without the upheaval in Silver Moon Valley, it would have been uncertain when he could amass such wealth. Subsequently, he acquired a tenfold attribute amplification skill card, the Ice Core from the Glacier Beast, an elite gold card. In terms of strength, Dahong had progressed to level 2, and both Dahong and the short-haired monkey had gained considerable experience. Currently, Dahong's experience stood at 4,681,000 points, while the short-haired monkey's was at 8,273,000 points. Both closeness and battle experience gained would diminish over time, with the frequency of experience acquisition decreasing. Since the short-haired monkey had joined Lin Xiaobai later than Dahong, it had accrued more experience in both closeness and combat. Even if one considered Xiaohong Bird's 500 experience points, they were quite similar. Only the experience gained from feeding remained relatively fixed, with 2 feedings per day, each granting 5 experience points, accumulating to 10 points daily, unwavering. By this calculation, it would take some time until the next evolution, and indeed, it had only been about 2 months since Lin Xiaobai became a Beastmaster, yet his progress had been remarkably swift. In terms of mental strength, Lin Xiaobai had not fallen behind either. Whenever he had a moment of leisure in Xiaohuang village, he would sit and meditate. At present, the mental strain from the short-haired monkey was no longer present, although he needed to continue accumulating mental strength for the eventual recapture of another exotic beast. Enhancing a Beastmaster's abilities could be achieved not only by capturing more exotic beasts, but also by improving their combat experience, teaching them skills, and elevating their ranks. Generally, the only method to upgrade a beast's rank was through evolution. For instance, if Xiaohong Bird were of the Black Iron rank, no amount of training would surpass this limitation. To elevate its rank, it would need to evolve into a fire bird, whose quality ranged from bronze to silver. It was also possible for a Beastmaster's same exotic beast to ascend from a lower rank to a higher one, such as from a bronze firebird to a silver firebird. Of course, this could not happen for Lin Xiaobai, as beasts evolved through the system would achieve the highest quality attainable for that species. This was the system's advantage. Besides, Lin Xiaobai's primary motivation for participating in the mission was the soul card. Now that he had become a millionaire, purchasing by Xian Yichao and Xian Wang Yulu for 2 million was merely a trifle, leaving only the elusive Lei Xian Mu. Lei Xian Mu could only be found in Lei Ji Yuan, so he needed to inquire further about it. Xiaobai. Suddenly, the panicked voice of Li Ergu echoed nearby. "Ergu, what brings you here?" Lin Xiaobai felt a jolt in his heart and descended from the stone. Li Ergu rushed over, panting. "Xiaobai, something terrible has happened. Gu Yuanquan has come to the academy. He wants to kill you to avenge Gu Fan." Gu Yuanquan. To kill me? Lin Xiaobai frowned. Gu Fan was indeed Gu Yuanquan's nephew, and it was unclear who had informed him that Lin Xiaobai had killed Gu Fan, likely those scoundrels from Qin Chaotian. They were now openly declaring a vendetta against him. "Xiaobai, you must flee." Li Ergu's neck bulged with anger, his teeth clenched, thick with concern. Gu Fan was Gu Yuanquan's nephew. The shared surname made sense to Lin Xiaobai. However, to flee? Lin Xiaobai pondered, then shook his head. No need. What? Li Ergu's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "Xiaobai, that is Gu Yuanquan. He has a level 3 behemoth ape. He is a formidable figure in Wangnan City." Lin Xiaobai chuckled. "Ergu, you are being foolish. This is the Beastmaster Academy. Is there a safer place than this?" Li Ergu was momentarily speechless, then came to his senses. Indeed, This is the Beastmaster Academy. The Academy, in this era, held a significant status, having produced numerous super Beastmasters. It was a cradle for Beastmasters, a nurturing base for the guardians of humanity, a place of aspiration and respect, housing many advanced Beastmasters as instructors. Apart from the occasional attack from exotic beasts or a crisis in human civilization, there truly was no safer place than here. Come, let us see. Lin Xiaobai smiled and waved his hand. Li Ergo nodded, and they proceeded together toward the front of the academy. As they neared the square in front of the academy, they were met with a cacophony of thunderous roars. The square was teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity, as all the students had gathered there. Squeezing through the crowd, Lin Xiaobai was stunned by the sight before him. A nearly 10-meter-tall lava giant was locked in a fierce battle with a behemoth ape, and it appeared to have the upper hand. The Lava King, a dual-footed exotic beast of golden quality, composed entirely of fiery, solidified magma, its strength, defense, and speed were terrifyingly formidable, a truly powerful exotic beast. To think there was a Lava King here. Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened in shock, a chill coursing through him as if cold water had been poured over his head. At this moment, the Lava King emerged like a demon from the depths of hell, wielding immense power to subdue the Bai Meng Yuan. The thunderous sound of collisions resonated like an earthquake, and the terrifying force coupled with astonishing heat sent chills down one's spine. Ultimately, the Lava King struck the Bai Meng Yuan back by 20 meters, leaving a trench over a meter deep in the ground. Haha, Gu Yuan Quan, your Bai Meng Yuan is lacking, a bit weak, unable to withstand my Lava King. A young man laughed heartily. Lin Xiaobai's eyes brightened as he recognized Li Hanmo, the teacher. Chapter 62, Director Pai's Dominance. The Lava King was actually Li Hanmo's exotic beast? Li Ergo gaped in astonishment. Indeed, Li Hanmo was a level 5 Beast Tamer, and this was a level 5 golden quality Lava King, easily capable of repelling the Bai Meng Yuan. Someone nearby, having heard Li Ergo's exclamation and recognizing Li Hanmo, kindly offered an explanation. Suddenly, he spotted Lin Xiaobai and exclaimed, "Isn't that Lin Xiaobai? Gu Yuanquan wants to kill you." "I know," Lin Xiaobai nodded. At this moment, Gu Yuanquan stood in the square, his handsome face slightly pale, glaring at Li Hanmo with anger but showing no sign of fear. The Bai Meng Yuan roared fiercely before him, resembling a furious beast, indeed a formidable exotic creature. "Lin Xiaobai, I will kill you. Otherwise, I will turn the Beast Tamer Academy upside down," Gu Yuanquan said coldly, enunciating each word. "With just you? Even if you had 10 more Bai Meng Yuans, you would still be unqualified," came a sharp retort. A gigantic figure soared from the outskirts of the crowd, crashing heavily into the center of the square, creating a deep depression in the ground. A blonde beauty leapt down from its back, her proud gaze and form accentuated by her tight-fitting pants, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. Her high bosom and stunningly beautiful face could only be described as that of a celestial being. "Teacher Luo Lin?" Lin Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise. She was the teacher assigned to him and Xu Xiaoya in their second year, Luo Lin, a stunning mixed-race beauty who unexpectedly had arrived as well. Beside her lay a colossal beast covered in purple fur, sprawling majestically, measuring over 10 meters in length, radiating a breathtaking purple glow that evoked admiration. The Xingshou, capable of unleashing attacks akin to the power of stars, was of golden quality, proud and fastidious, a truly powerful exotic beast. Is this Xingshou also level 5? Is teacher Luo Lin also a level 5 Beast Tamer? Lin Xiaobai pondered in astonishment. Beside him, Li Ergu was nearly drooling, his gaze greedily lingering on Luo Lin. A Xingshou paired with a beauty, what a perfect match. If only I had been born 10 years earlier, I would have definitely married teacher Luo Lin. Gu Yuanquan, how dare you cause trouble at the Beast Tamer Academy? You must be tired of living, Luo Lin said lightly, her slender brows arching. Though a beauty, her words were more cutting than a man's, exuding an air of heroism. Gu Yuanquan, with an arrogant demeanor, still showed no fear and coldly replied, "My nephew Gu Fan was killed by a student from the Beast Tamer Academy. Since you did not pursue the matter, I, as his uncle, will take charge." "Lin Xiaobai, I will kill you," Luo Lin rebuked. "You keep mentioning Lin Xiaobai. Whether Gu Fan was killed by a student of the same academy will be fairly addressed by the academy. Do you think you have the right to accuse someone here? Do you know the consequences of maliciously summoning exotic beasts at my Beast Tamer Academy?" The Xingshou let out a mighty roar, its resonant voice echoing throughout the Beast Tamer Academy, filled with killing intent, causing even the Bai Meng Yuan to instinctively respond with a roar, its hairs standing on end in response to the threat. "Humph, this woman." Gu Yuanquan gritted his teeth, finally feeling a hint of trepidation. Even Li Hanmo had not instilled such a feeling in him, merely forcing him to retreat, but with Luo Lin's arrival, the killing intent was palpable, threatening his Bai Meng Yuan. Indeed, A level 5 Xing Shou could easily contend with a level 3 by Meng Yuan. No matter how formidable the latter was, it remained merely the initial form of the by Meng Yuan, both being of golden quality, making them evenly matched at the same level, especially considering the 2-level disparity. Teacher Luo Lin is truly fierce. I like her so much, Li Ergu exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Enough, enough. Lin Xiaobai could no longer bear to watch and shook him from his reverie. At that moment, the crowd surrounding the square began to part. As a large number of academy teachers and leaders approached, led by Director Pai. Director Pai has arrived. Gu Yuanquan is in for it now. Director Pai is known for protecting his own. It seems Gu Yuanquan chose to cause trouble in the academy while Director Lu was absent. What a foolish move. Whispers filled the crowd as Lin Xiaobai caught the gist of it. Gu Yuanquan, what great authority you have. I heard the roar of your by Meng Yuan from afar. Do you think this place is your training ground? Director Pai said as he strode forward, his words resonating with an air of dominance and authority. The accompanying teachers formed 2 lines, all level 5 Beast Tamers, and even Gu Yuanquan could no longer maintain his composure. Are you attempting to pressure me with your authority? Gu Yuanquan said slowly, his gaze sharp. Director Pai regarded Gu Yuanquan with a hint of surprise, followed by appreciation, nodding inwardly at the renowned Beast Tamer of Nan City, whose temperament was indeed extraordinary. Yet, no matter how exceptional, today he had crossed the line. You come here because of your nephew Gu Fan's death, yet you create chaos in the Beast Tamer Academy, disrupting its order. Do you not realize that for this alone, I could have your by Meng Yuan killed? Humph. Gu Yuanquan remained unfazed, a sneer on his lips, unafraid. Furthermore, you claim Lin Xiaobai killed Gu Fan. Lin Xiaobai, come here. Director Pai called out to the crowd, revealing that he had long since noticed Lin Xiaobai's presence. Lin Xiaobai stepped forward, standing alongside Director Pai, Luo Lin, and Li Hanmo. Both Luo Lin and Li Hanmo nodded slightly, indicating he need not fear. Lin Xiaobai smiled in response, his expression natural. The academy handles all matters with impartiality. Lin Xiaobai has no acquaintance with Gu Fan, nor any grievances, and there is no evidence to prove Lin Xiaobai killed Gu Fan. Our Beast Tamer Academy will neither let a murderer go free nor falsely accuse any student. You, an adult, cannot even discern this. I suspect you've been listening to some rumors, Director Pai said coldly. Those hiding in the crowd, including Qin Chaodian, all shivered at the implication of Director Pai's words. Rumors? Gu Yuanquan sneered, fixing his gaze on Lin Xiaobai. My nephew possessed many valuable items. If anyone killed him, they would certainly not discard them. Searching Lin Xiaobai will prove his innocence. Search him. Lin Xiaobai's heart sank. Upon returning to the academy, he had hastily gone to the back mountain and had not yet disposed of the Ice Core and Alliance Gold card. If searched now, everything would be exposed. At this time, the crowd around the square grew larger. An unprecedented number of people gathered, encircling the area tightly, all eyes focused on the unfolding situation. Do you think this is your Gu family? You can search him at will? I have said repeatedly that the Beast Tamer Academy operates with complete impartiality. It seems you are determined to remain obstinate, Director Pai bellowed, quite unceremoniously, issuing an order to the teachers. In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded, leaving everyone utterly speechless. A ferocious and powerful beast was summoned by the teachers. Each of these formidable creatures embodying the essence of a 5th-level beast. They unleashed a relentless barrage upon the by Meng Yuan, a sight to behold. You dare to strike at me? Gu Yuanquan's furious roar echoed, yet it proved futile. The by Meng Yuan howled in agony. An unprecedented display of vulnerability for a creature of its stature. Faced with such an overwhelming number of 5th-level beasts, even the by Meng Yuan could not withstand the onslaught. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, both the by Meng Yuan and Gu Yuanquan were forcefully expelled from the Beast Tamer Academy, each nursing grievous wounds. Do you truly believe that the Gu family is invincible? Not a single member of the Gu family is virtuous. Should they dare to wreak havoc here, it would not merely be a matter of one Gu family member perishing. Should all fall, I shall strike them down without hesitation, murmured Director Pai. Though no one else heard, Lin Xiaobai, standing nearby, clearly caught his words, momentarily stunned. Is Director Pai truly so domineering? Chapter 63, The Cunning One. Lin Xiaobai stood in a daze, aware of Director Pai's protective nature, yet he had not anticipated it to manifest in such a manner. Additionally, it seemed that he harbored considerable bias against those bearing the Gu surname. The Beast Tamer Academy has always been a bastion for those who valiantly protect humanity. Yet the Gu family, being a prominent clan of Beast Tamers, harbored ulterior motives during the Beast Wars, failing to exert their full strength. Naturally, a person as forthright and honorable as Director Pai would harbor a prejudice against them, as explained by Li Hanmo, who seemed to perceive Lin Xiaobai's confusion. A prominent family of Beast Tamers? Lin Xiaobai felt a jolt of surprise. It was the first time he had encountered such terminology, beast tamers and families. He felt as if he had stumbled upon secrets that were meant to remain undisclosed. Why discuss this now? The priority is to diligently complete one's studies, Director Pai admonished, his eyes narrowing. Indeed, Li Hanmo chuckled awkwardly. Even he, a formidable 5th-level beast tamer, did not dare to act with arrogance before Director Pai. Before long, the teachers who had mercilessly assaulted the Bai Meng Yuan returned. Director Pai dismissed the onlooking students, leaving only Lin Xiaobai, Director Pai, and a few teachers behind. Rest assured, Lin Xiaobai, as long as you are within the confines of the Beast Tamer Academy, you are safe, regardless of whether you killed Gu Fan or not. Do not let this incident affect you. Focus on your training. Li Hanmo, Luo Lin, I entrust this young one to your care, Director Pai stated with great nonchalance before departing. However, his words regarding whether Lin Xiaobai had indeed killed Gu Fan sent a chill through Lin Xiaobai, as if he were aware of the truth. This Director Pai was truly inscrutable. Lin Xiaobai was taken aback. The other teachers, upon Director Pai's departure, followed suit, each a 5th-level beast tamer, allowing Lin Xiaobai to witness their prowess firsthand. Gu Yuanquan, a 3rd-level beast tamer with a Bai Meng Yuan at his side, was already renowned in Wangnan City, while Zheng Yuli, a 4th-level beast tamer, could dominate an entire district. The weight carried by a 5th-level beast tamer is indeed immeasurable. Any one of these teachers could easily rank among the elite in Wangnan City, yet they willingly chose to teach at the academy. Hey, why are you daydreaming? Luo Lin, with one delicate hand resting on her slender waist, and the other playfully poking Lin Xiaobai's forehead, interrupted his reverie. Unbeknownst to him, Li Hanmo had also slipped away, leaving only Luo Lin and Lin Xiaobai in the expansive square. I heard from Teacher Li that you frequently skip classes in your first year, missing out on essential training. Let me tell you, you will not have that luxury here. Attend class diligently. Luo Lin's eyes widened in mock ferocity, yet her demeanor was far from intimidating. Rather, she appeared strikingly beautiful. What? Lin Xiaobai stammered. What do you mean what? Did you not hear me? Luo Lin shouted. Then, with a mischievous glint in her crystalline eyes, she added, I suspect it will be difficult for you to escape now. What do you mean? Lin Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. You will find out soon enough. Luo Lin replied with a playful huff, turning on her heel. If I do not see you in class tomorrow, prepare for punishment. Her melodious voice echoed from her graceful figure as she walked away. Lin Xiaobai touched his nose in silence, feeling as though being placed in the class of this enchanting teacher was akin to donning shackles. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaobai also departed. The square became desolate, marked only by the indentations on the ground, remnants of the Bai Meng Yuan and the teacher's beasts, silently narrating the events that had transpired. The incident of Gu Yuanquan being beaten out of the Beast Tamer Academy quickly spread throughout Wangnan City, with some students even capturing the disgraceful moment on camera. The once handsome Gu Yuanquan and the valiant Bai Meng Yuan were now both marked with bruises and swellings. Some even recorded videos, the pitiful cries resonating painfully in the ears of those who listened. Gu Yuanquan's arrogance in Wangnan City had reached its peak, yet he had dared to create chaos within the Beast Tamer Academy. It was truly an act of foolishness. It was said that Director Pai Changshan oversaw the matter. Provoking such a figure, Gu Yuanquan was fortunate his Bai Meng Yuan had not been slain. This time, Gu Yuanquan had bitten off more than he could chew. The local online forums buzzed with discussion, all speculating on this incident. Naturally, Gu Yuanquan was not an ordinary individual. Harboring resentment, he schemed for revenge. He sought out Li and others, uncovering the full details, and learned that it was Lin Xiaobai who had outmaneuvered him to seize the essence of the thorned beetle beast. Enraged, he nearly spat blood, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed across much of Wangnan City, as if he wished to rend the heavens apart. Sporting a swollen head, he set forth with a vengeance, targeting not only Lin Xiaobai, but also Han Yang. With no evidence to implicate Lin Xiaobai in Gu Fan's death, he resolved to eliminate the two most likely suspects in his quest for vengeance. Lin Xiaobai's name became well known, having outwitted Gu Yuanquan and a host of beast tamers. His audacity and resolve deemed extraordinary by many, ensuring a promising future. Wait, why does this manner of doing things feel so familiar? Someone mused. Such thoughts were not uncommon. And soon, with the insights of those acquainted with Lin Xiaobai at the academy, his past deeds began to surface. The incident involving the fire chicken, worth 30 million, was also attributed to him. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout Wangnan City, shifting from admiration to condemnation. This young man was deemed exceedingly cunning. The uproar surrounding the fire chicken involved not just hundreds but thousands of individuals, with countless citizens flocking to Wangnan Mountain, nearly turning the city upside down. Now that it was revealed that Lin Xiaobai was the one who obtained the fire chicken, many were left breathless with indignation, wishing to see him punished alongside Gu Yuanquan. This young man exhibited remarkable courage and audacity, unmatched by his peers, yet many still longed to confront him, accusing him of engaging in underhanded schemes and deceitful tactics. A young man sipping tea on the street, scrolling through his phone, was incensed enough to shatter his teacup upon reading the news. As the narrative shifted dramatically, countless individuals began to hope fervently that Gu Yuanquan would exact revenge upon Lin Xiaobai, if not through violence, then through a well-deserved beating. This young man was undoubtedly a genius, one who might someday become a formidable guardian of humanity. At this moment, within the confines of the Yusho Shur Academy, dormitory 440, Lin Xiaobai was busily tidying his bed. Xiaobai, something terrible has happened. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng rushed in, their faces etched with panic. What now? Lin Xiaobai inquired. A multitude of suspicious individuals has appeared at the academy's entrance, seemingly sent by Gu Yuanquan to keep a constant watch over you. The moment you step outside, they intend to kill you. Li Ergu gasped for breath. Lin Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Comprehending the words of Luo Lin from earlier, it seems it will be quite difficult for you to leave now. Chapter 64. Unbearable to witness. Who could have anticipated that eliminating Gu Fan would entail such a plethora of complications? Lin Xiaobai mused, his mind racing not out of remorse, but in contemplation of how to deal with Gu Yuanquan. If eliminating Gu Fan was unfeasible, perhaps it would suffice to eradicate the entire family. Yet, such thoughts were merely fleeting. Gu Yuanquan was a level 3 Beastmaster, possessing a level 3 by Meng Yuan of immense power, rivaling many level 4 exotic beasts, far beyond Lin Xiaobai's current capabilities. Let him be. Let him monitor as he wishes, Lin Xiaobai nonchalantly remarked, as he intended to enjoy a few peaceful days at the academy. Luo Lin was now tasked with keeping a close watch on him, forbidding any absences or truancies, making it improbable for him to leave the academy in the coming days. At least we are safe within the confines of the Yusho Shur Academy. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng nodded in agreement. Before long, news spread throughout the academy that Gu Yuanquan's subordinates were lying in wait at the entrance for Lin Xiaobai, who had now become a figure of intrigue within the academy. His exploits had been laid bare, and he had even received protection from the Academy's Director Pai, who had brutally thrashed the Bai Meng Yuan on his behalf. All were eagerly anticipating what would come next. Yet, Lin Xiaobai remained utterly undisturbed, content to stay within the academy, leaving many disappointed as he resumed his usual activities. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. The previous events were seldom mentioned, and Luo Lin paid particular attention to Lin Xiaobai, seemingly conducting lessons solely for him, vigilantly ensuring he did not skip classes. Gu Yuanquan's men continued their unrelenting watch at the academy's entrance, showing no signs of leniency. For Gu Yuanquan harbored an unquenchable fury and would not easily let Lin Xiaobai slip away. One day, as usual, the entrance of the Yusho Shur Academy buzzed with activity. Bustling with people and vehicles, a young girl, leisurely walking out of the academy, caught the eye. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age, adorned with a pink backpack, clad in a lily-patterned dress, and sporting a charming little ponytail. Her skin was as translucent as jade, her features exquisitely sculpted, resembling a delightful porcelain doll. However, her expression was somewhat peculiar, alternating between frowns and moments of distraction, as though she harbored an unspeakable secret within. Just then, a bus approached, and the girl quickly boarded. Wow, what an adorable little loli. Upon entering, she captured the attention of everyone on the bus. A beautiful older sister nearby, her eyes sparkling, reached out, eager to pinch the girl's cheeks. The girl remained silent, coldly pushing the older sister's hand away, turning her face toward the window. What a haughty little loli. The older sister pouted, a hint of displeasure etched on her face, yet she dared not pursue further actions. And others who contemplated approaching the little loli felt similarly deterred. This was a little loli who seemed oblivious to social norms, making her difficult to approach. As the vehicle gradually moved, tranquility returned, revealing a reflection through the window, a beautiful face, a cute little ponytail, and a lily-patterned dress. This was a little loli that anyone would find endearing, yet inside, she was gnashing her teeth in frustration. Damn you, Li Ergu. Damn you, Chu Lanfeng. And you too, Teacher Luo Lin. Why did you make me dress like this to go out? I'm going to die. The little loli screamed internally. Indeed, this was Lin Xiaobai. After a few days of calm at school, he could no longer remain still, yearning for the outside world and eager to gather the components for the fusion of the Divine Soul card. With an unwavering determination, the enchanting Luo Lin finally agreed to let him go, but insisted he must alter his appearance for safety's sake. Thus, he transformed into this, a suggestion from Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng, who had borrowed Xu Xiaoya's dress for Lin Xiaobai to wear, while Luo Lin enthusiastically applied makeup and adorned him with a wig. The result was the birth of a calamity-inducing little loli. As Lin Xiaobai felt the fervent gazes of those around him, he nearly wished for death. I possess the soul of someone in their 40s. I am decades old. Even as a 12-year-old boy, one should not be subjected to this. His mindset shattered for the first time. Little Loli, what's wrong? You look dreadful. Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Inquired the gentle older sister beside him, deliberately adopting a sweet tone to resonate with the little Loli. Lin Xiaobai felt a surge of chills, his face darkening as he had no desire to engage with anyone. He exited the bus and hurried toward the spirit herb market. How adorable the little Loli looked as she ran. Passengers gazed out the window at Lin Xiaobai as he dashed away, disappearing from view just as the bus resumed its journey. Lin Xiaobai headed straight for the exotic beast spirit herb shop deep within the market. Upon entering, the elderly shopkeeper beamed. What a cute little child. What can I do for you? It's me. Lin Xiaobai's eyes seemed like they could kill, his voice a deep, resonant rumble akin to a lion's, fueled by his frayed nerves. Ah! The elderly man was startled, clutching his chest as he took a moment to recover. I come to purchase by Xian Yi Chao and Xian Wan Yu Lu, Lin Xiaobai declared, placing his bank card on the counter. The elderly man scrutinized Lin Xiaobai for a full 5 minutes before recognizing him and exclaimed, What are you wearing? Such disgraceful attire. You're a boy. Oh my heavens. Haven't you heard of cross-dressing? Lin Xiaobai pouted defiantly. Unbearable to witness. The elderly man shouted, brandishing a rolling pin and attempting to chase Lin Xiaobai out. The exotic beast spirit herb shop descended into chaos, taking a considerable time to regain composure as the elderly man delivered a 30-minute lecture to vent his frustrations. Lin Xiaobai paid 2 million for the by Xian Yi Chao and Xian Wan Yu Lu, then inquired, Old man, do you have any news about the Lei Xian Mu located in Lei Ji Yuan? The Lei Ji Yuan is difficult to form and even more challenging to sustain. However, you need not search for it. The Alliance Auction House has Lei Xian Mu up for sale. Just go buy it directly. There's Lei Xian Mu? Lin Xiaobai exclaimed in delight. Yes, and it's happening today. Let me check the time. The elderly man donned his reading glasses and pulled out an old smartphone, slowly stating, The auction should begin in about 3 hours. 3 hours. Lin Xiaobai was taken aback, swiftly gathering the by Xian Yi Chao and Xian Wan Yu Lu before rushing outside. Hey, wait. The elderly man called out. What is it? Lin Xiaobai turned back. Take off that outfit. I'll give you my grandson's clothes. He has always wanted to wear a dress like that. The elderly man chuckled heartily. However, the smile that now graced Lin Xiaobai's face appeared exceedingly lewd in his eyes. Especially since his grandson was, after all, a master of cross-dressing. He had just reacted so dramatically. Lin Xiaobai cast a disdainful glance at him, having no time for arguments. The old man led Lin Xiaobai to the back of the shop, where he changed into his grandson's attire, which fit perfectly. How much more comfortable male clothing is. Lin Xiaobai mused, removing the wig and handing it back to the old man, saying, This is for your grandson. He then hurriedly dashed out, a pink backpack bouncing on his back as he ran. Chapter 65, A Reunion with Beilu. The auction would commence in 3 hours. The Alliance Auction House was located in the Beishui district to the north of the city, a full 80 miles away from the Lingyao market. In the bustling city, even the fastest bus would take over 2 hours to arrive. If the auction house were to close its entrance half an hour or even a few minutes early, catching it on time would remain uncertain. Hurry. Lin Xiaobai sat anxiously on the bus, desperate to find Lei Ji Yuan. He had finally come across the rare Lei Xinmu, and if he missed this opportunity, who knew when he might encounter it again? After an arduous journey of nearly 2.5 hours of stops and starts, the bus finally arrived at a stop near the Alliance Auction House. Lin Xiaobai hurriedly disembarked, his eyes fixed on the tall, dark building in the distance, the emblematic structure of the Beastmaster Alliance Auction House. Esteemed guests, are there any customers wishing to enter the auction? The auction is about to begin, and the entry passage will close in 5 minutes. Lin Xiaobai heard the pleasant voice of the attendant from afar. 5 minutes left. I can make it. A wave of relief washed over Lin Xiaobai, yet he did not slow his pace as he rushed forward. Good day, sir. This is the auction house, not a school. You seem to have taken a wrong turn. The two attendants at the entrance smiled politely at Lin Xiaobai. The Alliance Auction House is the most authoritative and reputable auction house in every major city around the world. It is challenging for anyone without significant status or wealth to gain entry. At that moment, the two beautiful attendants not only regarded Lin Xiaobai as someone outside these categories, but also as a child who had wandered astray. Lin Xiaobai glanced up at them, remaining silent. Calmly, he removed his pink backpack and squatted down to rummage through it. The two attendants couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Moments later, a light golden card was retrieved. The Alliance Gold card. The two attendants gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief, their astonishment beyond measure. The Alliance Gold card cannot be obtained without a certain level of status and wealth. Just a moment ago, they thought he was merely a child who had lost his way, and now he had produced an alliance gold card. What a slap in the face. Esteemed sir, please come in. The two attendants flustered, their cheeks flushed, spoke with utmost respect. Lin Xiaobai, with a hum, entered while holding his pink backpack. The attendants sighed in relief, their flushed faces gradually returning to their natural color. If they had encountered someone more calculating, their jobs might have been in jeopardy. Esteemed sir, do you require a private room? One of the attendants inquired as she guided Lin Xiaobai. No need. The hall will suffice, Lin Xiaobai replied coolly. Very well. The hall is this way. The attendant gestured in a particular direction. After traversing a dimly lit corridor, they finally arrived at a spacious hall. This indoor hall was vast, capable of accommodating hundreds of people, adorned in splendid decoration that exuded grandeur without appearing ostentatious. It was evident that the Beastmaster Alliance valued heritage over mere wealth. Lin Xiaobai waved his hand to dismiss the attendant, standing at the entrance and peering inside. Many people were already seated in the hall, the air filled with lively chatter among individuals of high status and affluent families, gathered in rare company to converse. Above the hall, there were several protruding private rooms, constructed entirely from special glass, allowing those inside to see out while remaining unseen from the outside. One could imagine that the individuals within were of even higher status than those in the hall. Although Lin Xiaobai could have entered a private room, he declined. He feared that identity verification might occur, and should it be discovered that the gold card did not belong to him, the consequences would be dire. At the very least, Gu Yuanquan would certainly come after him if he found out. This also illustrated the significance of the Alliance gold card, symbolizing a status of considerable standing. It was unfathomable that Gu Fan possessed such a card. Lin Xiaobai recalled that both teacher Li Hanmo and Director Pai had mentioned the Gu family. Gu Fan and Gu Yuanquan hailed from that family, a so-called Beastmaster lineage, suggesting that the Gu family must indeed be a family of considerable prominence. After scanning the room for a moment, Lin Xiaobai headed toward the few remaining vacant seats at the back of the hall. The crowd was engrossed in conversation, oblivious to his presence, and could hardly fathom that such a young lad was also there to participate in the auction. As Lin Xiaobai walked, he casually glanced around, spotting several familiar faces, including Zheng Yuli. Zheng Yuli was a renowned beastmaster in the Beishui district, and he too had arrived here, alongside others who were evidently beastmasters. It seemed that entry was not limited solely to those of high status and wealth. The most outstanding beastmasters of the current era were also present. Would Gu Yuanquan show up here? Lin Xiaobai paused momentarily, his steps faltering. However, it was clear he had overthought, for Gu Yuanquan was not in attendance. He was likely still guarding the entrance of the Beastmaster Academy, harboring a deep-seated hatred. Lin Xiaobai exhaled in relief and continued onward. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted another familiar figure, Beilu. In his line of sight was a handsome man with golden hair and blue eyes, engaged in conversation with a grizzled elder with graying temples. Beilu cared stewardly. Just then, Beilu noticed Lin Xiaobai, displaying a hint of surprise before waving his hand in greeting. Lin Xiaobai approached, finding an empty seat beside Beilu, who gestured for him to sit down. I didn't expect to find you here, Mr. Beilu, Lin Xiaobai exclaimed with a smile. Beilu replied with a chuckle. The private rooms felt too stuffy. The hall is much livelier, so I came here. Lin Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Indeed, someone like Beilu need not sit in a private room to flaunt his status. Residing in Swan Castle was already a testament to his standing. His preference for a lively atmosphere was a testament to his character, making the hall a fitting choice. I didn't expect to encounter you here, Xiaobai. You seem to be quite remarkable as well, Beilu remarked, dropping the formal address to call him Xiaobai more affectionately. He refrained from probing further into how Lin Xiaobai had gained entry, understanding the unspoken etiquette of not prying into others' affairs. Lin Xiaobai and Beilu engaged in delightful conversation. Despite their age difference, Lin Xiaobai's rich experiences from both his past and present allowed for a seamless rapport, even overshadowing the presence of Stewardly beside them. What? The Fusion Spirit card requires additional items? Beilu exclaimed in astonishment. When Lin Xiaobai shared that the Fusion Spirit card needed by Xian Yichao, Xianwan Yulu, and Lei Xian Mu, Beilu was utterly taken aback. Upon learning that Lin Xiaobai had undertaken numerous endeavors for these three items, an overwhelming sense of guilt enveloped him. He turned to Butlerly beside him and said, Butlerly, please transfer 100 million to Xiaobai's account. Chapter 66, The Resurgence of Divine Might. 100 million. Even Lin Xiaobai, who had traversed 2 lifetimes, was momentarily rendered speechless. Surely, the affluent could not indulge in such extravagance. Out of politeness, Lin Xiaobai tactfully declined, stating, No need, Mr. Beilu. I am not in want of money at present. Not at all. This serves as an expression of my apology. It was my oversight. Beilu replied with a smile, insisting on gifting Lin Xiaobai the 100 million. Butlerly excused himself briefly, and soon returned after making a phone call. Nodding as he reported, "Young master, the 100 million has been successfully transferred to Mr. Lin Xiaobai." Ding! Lin Xiaobai's phone chimed with a notification, and upon checking, he was astonished to see a message indicating, "Your bank card has received 100,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 128,730,000 yuan." The 100 million had indeed arrived. Lin Xiaobai felt a bit dazed, caught off guard by such an unexpected windfall. Bellu, however, appeared unfazed, as if he had merely handed Lin Xiaobai a single yuan. Their conversation continued, and it was evident that Bellu had heard the recent rumors about Lin Xiaobai in Wangnan City, holding him in high regard. They chatted until an individual appeared on the auction stage, prompting them to pause. An elderly man, exuding an air of ethereal grace, ascended the platform clad in a traditional long robe. He smiled and addressed the audience. "Thank you for your patience. The time has come, and we are nearly ready to commence. The auction of the Alliance Auction House is about to begin." After delivering this brief introduction, the old man stepped aside, allowing the auctioneer to take over. "Xiaobai, are you preparing to auction that Lei Xianmu?" Bellu momentarily faltered, struggling to recall the name after a brief pause. "Indeed, Mr. Bellu." Lin Xiaobai nodded in affirmation. "Oh, that item is not particularly rare. It should fetch around 5 to 6 million. I will have Butlerly bid on it for you later," Bellu said with a grin. Lin Xiaobai did not refuse. Several million was merely a trifling sum for Bellu, rendering any formality unnecessary. Moreover, he found himself in a precarious situation, with many recognizing him, which could potentially relay information to Gu Yuanquan. Having Butlerly bid on it would be prudent. "What rare treasures will you be auctioning, Mr. Bellu?" Lin Xiaobai inquired, curiosity piqued. "Qing Yuan Chao, a spiritual herb that purges the body of accumulated impurities and fortifies one's health," Bellu replied, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Lin Xiaobai realized that this was likely for his father, as the previous Hua Yinji had successfully restored his father's health from a critical state. At that moment, an exceptionally alluring woman graced the stage, instantly capturing the attention of the audience. Why alluring, you may ask? It was evident that she was somewhat older, perhaps in her early 30s, yet radiated a captivating charm akin to a perfectly ripe peach, embodying a femininity that surpassed that of a youthful maiden. The gazes of many in the audience were filled with fervor, and even Bellu's eyes held a hint of intrigue. Truly, the allure of a mature woman far surpassed that of a delicate young girl. Lin Xiaobai couldn't help but muse. The auction commenced swiftly, with the enchanting woman adeptly utilizing her seductive words and gestures to ignite the atmosphere. Under her influence, the auction thrived, with each item reaching exorbitant prices. Among the items were collectible antiques, spiritual herbs, various rare stones, and even exotic beasts, a veritable cornucopia. Yet Lin Xiaobai's awaited Lei Xianmu remained elusive. The next item for auction is Lei Xianmu, starting at 1 million. This wood is formed only at the site of a lightning strike, making it exceedingly rare. This particular piece has been entrusted to the auction house for the first time in the last 2 years, a true rarity not to be missed. Bidding begins now. "Oh, here it comes." Bellu pointed towards the stage. Lin Xiaobai leaned forward eagerly, and there it was, prominently displayed on the table before the woman, a piece of withered wood, approximately half a meter in length and the width of a bowl, darkened and cracked as though struck by lightning, evoking a sense of decay and obliteration. 1,500,000. Someone bid. 1,800,000. 2 million. Although Lei Xianmu held little practical value for most, the attendees were drawn to compete, propelled by the allure of the captivating woman. Soon, the price soared to staggering heights. Ultimately, with Bellu's intervention, Butlerly secured the Lei Xianmu for 5,500,000. Many turned their gazes towards this direction, and Lin Xiaobai bowed his head, while those who looked over could not help but focus on Bellu. "It's Bellu. Bellu Kelt. He has arrived." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as it was clear that Bellu held considerable renown in this realm. Even the woman on stage displayed a rare expression of surprise upon seeing Bellu, before smiling and nodding in acknowledgement, to which Bellu reciprocated with a gentle smile, suggesting familiarity. Bellu's presence momentarily halted the auction, but it quickly resumed its normal flow, with item after item being purchased until, in the latter half of the auction, the Qing Yuan Chao he sought finally made its appearance. The next item for auction is Qing Yuan Chao, a rare treasure that purifies internal impurities and enhances one's physical condition, especially valuable for families with elderly members. "The starting price is 1 million, the woman announced. As soon as she finished speaking, Bellu interjected, 5 million. With Bellu's proclamation, those who had considered bidding fell silent, leaving only Bellu's voice to echo in the hall, successfully securing the Qing Yuan Chao. "Truly remarkable, Mr. Bellu." Lin Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Once Bella spoke, not only did the crowd cease bidding, but even those in the private rooms followed suit, demonstrating a respect for Belu. Congratulations to Mr. Belu Kelt for acquiring Qin Yuan Chao, and congratulations to your father on his successful recovery. Wishing you a joyful life. The woman on stage, known as Paya, offered a rare flourish of words, her face aglow with an enticing smile. Thank you, Miss Paya, Belu replied with a soft chuckle. Paya nodded and continued with the next item for auction. It appeared she shared a significant relationship with Belu. Lin Xiaobai observed Belu as he remained focused on the stage. Xiaobai, Belu suddenly called out. Yes? What is it? Lin Xiaobai responded. Do you know what the final item of this auction is? Belu inquired. Lin Xiaobai shook his head, speculating. Could it be some extraordinary treasure? You guessed correctly, Belu replied with a smile. Otherwise, why would those in the private rooms be waiting? Lin Xiaobai's heart raced. He realized that throughout the auction, the individuals in the private rooms had scarcely placed bids. Only a select few had participated in a couple of auctions, while the majority seemed to be awaiting something. Those in the private rooms were predominantly elite Beast Tamers, all poised to bid on the final centerpiece, a spiritual herb known as Ziyi Wu Tong Jin, which enhances mental acuity. Boom. Belu's words stirred a tempest in Lin Xiaobai's heart, not due to the Ziyi Wu Tong Jin, but because of the preceding phrase, elite Beast Tamers. They were all elite Beast Tamers. Lin Xiaobai's gaze was vacant, his voice trembling slightly. What constitutes a senior Beastmaster? The classification of Beastmasters ranges from 1 to 9, with those above the 6th rank referred to as senior. This distinction arises from the transformative leap that occurs at levels above 6, marking a profound elevation in their capabilities. It is a realm where Beastmasters and exotic beasts inhabit a radically different dimension. Above the 6th level, the spiritual connection between Beastmasters and exotic creatures undergoes a seismic shift, allowing them to draw upon the power of these beasts. Feats such as hurling an elephant with one hand or tearing apart ferocious tigers become mere trifles. Humanity sheds its frail physical form, transforming into a humanoid beast, fighting alongside exotic creatures in bloody battles. This is the essential capital that enables humanity to stand against powerful exotic beasts. After the Beast Wars, these senior Beast Masters remain hidden, like silent guardians of humanity as strength, revealing their awe-inspiring power only when the threat of exotic beasts looms large. Presently, these senior Beast Masters resided in the private room above, leaving Lin Xiaobai astounded. Even after the auction concluded, his heart continued to race. The final bid for the root of the Zai Wudong was placed by a chilling voice at 90 million. A figure far from the actual peak price the root could fetch. This voice, reminiscent of Belu, commanded the room, causing others to retreat. After bidding farewell to Belu, Lin Xiaobai hurriedly clutched the Leishin wood and returned to the Beastmaster Academy. At a CAF near the academy's entrance, a man dressed in black sat by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor, sipping coffee while his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the academy's entrance. Suddenly, he jolted, spilling coffee onto himself without a care, and hurriedly pulled out his phone. Boss Gu, Lin Xiaobai has returned to the academy. Returned to the academy? How did he manage to leave? An icy voice emanated from the other end of the line. I don't know. A bunch of useless fools. An enraged roar erupted from the phone before it was abruptly disconnected. The man in black stared blankly at his phone, then glanced towards the academy entrance, his expression turning pale as he trembled. Right? How did he manage to leave? Within the Beastmaster Academy, Lin Xiaobai, breathless, raced towards the back mountain, invigorated by the presence of the senior Beastmasters. Although he did not witness their departure through other channels, he firmly believed that Belu would not deceive him. Senior Beastmasters. This term had only ever been glimpsed in scattered fragments online, with no authentic recordings or even photographs to speak of. Yet, he found himself amidst a gathering of senior Beastmasters at an auction. Since arriving in this era, Lin Xiaobai had longed for the mythical exotic beasts of legend. Having experienced this event, his desire for immense power intensified, yearning to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. At the back mountain, in the familiar spot by the stream and the cliff, Lin Xiaobai gasped for breath as he hurriedly retrieved the Bixin Yi Chao and Xianwan Yulu from his backpack, placing them alongside the Leishin wood. With a resounding crash, an exotic beast capsule burst open, releasing a flash of light as a short-haired monkey materialized, landing on the ground with its adorably wide eyes surveying its surroundings. Lin Xiaobai produced a card, its surface a pale gold, embossed with the image of a ferocious beast, emanating a sense of demonic rebirth in the setting sun. Ever since acquiring this Nishi spirit card from Belu, after numerous trials, he finally had the short-haired monkey. Bixin Yi Chao, Xianwan Yulu, and Leishin would all gather together. Unknown to the average person, the Nishi beast, a formidable adversary of the world-renowned behemoth, was poised to reclaim its former glory. In Chapter 67, Fusion of spirits. The short-haired monkey stood at the center, flanked by a crystalline heart-shaped leaf, a bottle of viscous liquid as white as cream, and a charred piece of dead wood. These represented the Bixin Yi Chao, Xianwang Yulu, and Leixin Wood. However, Lin Xiaobai found himself troubled, pondering how to proceed. Based on his previous conjecture, the Nishi and the short-haired monkey belonged to entirely different echelons of exotic beasts. Thus, for the short-haired monkey to merge with the spirit of the Nishi, a complete metamorphosis was inevitable. The Leixin Wood, infused with immense thunder elemental energy, could obliterate anything. The Xianwang Yulu, a treasured delicacy for exotic beasts, possessed remarkable healing properties, and the Bixin Yi Chao could strengthen the spiritual bond between beast and master. This was a process of destruction leading to restoration, a rebirth from ruin. Lin Xiaobai gazed at the piece of dead wood, his heart heavy with concern. The Bixin Yi Chao had 2 leaves, allowing both him and the short-haired monkey to consume 1 each, while the Xianwang Yulu could be administered directly to the monkey. Yet, he pondered, could he truly allow the short-haired monkey to ingest this piece of wood? He decided to call the old man for advice. Pulling out his phone, he dialed the number he had previously noted, and after half a minute, he hung up. With bare hands, he gripped the cracks on the surface of the Leixin Wood and, with a forceful tug, the wood splintered apart, revealing a purple core that fell onto the grass below. The core crackled with a terrifying electrical force, instantly incinerating the grass in its vicinity into ashes, showcasing its astounding destructive power. Is the short-haired monkey meant to consume this? Lin Xiaobai stared in disbelief at the small core, only slightly larger than his thumb, wondering if it could indeed be swallowed. However, its destructive thunder attribute was overwhelmingly potent. If the monkey ingested it, its insides would surely turn to ash. At this moment, the only hope lay in the Xianwang Yulu's restorative capabilities. The short-haired monkey dashed 30 meters away, casting Lin Xiaobai a peculiar glance, as if to say that only a fool would consider eating such a thing. Learn from Dahong, huh? Lin Xiaobai felt a wave of exasperation. Although the short-haired monkey was reluctant, it was eventually pulled back by Lin Xiaobai, who, to be cautious, first administered the Xianwang Yulu to the monkey. As soon as it consumed it, the short-haired monkey seemed to undergo a tremendous metamorphosis, leaping about energetically, exuding a vibrant essence of life with every breath. Its fur became extraordinarily smooth and lustrous, with some broken hairs regrowing in full. This scene brought Lin Xiaobai considerable relief. The effects of the Xianwang Yulu were indeed remarkable. Subsequently, he and the short-haired monkey each consumed half of the Bixin Yi Chao, and finally, the Leixin Wood core. As soon as the core entered the short-haired monkey's body, it let out a pained howl, a sight that tugged at Lin Xiaobai's heart. In an instant, he pressed the spirit card against the monkey's forehead. The card erupted in brilliant light, resembling a small sun that blinded those who gazed upon it. Moments later, the spirit card transformed into a stream of light, conjuring a colossal beast above the short-haired monkey's head. It stood upright on 2 legs, towering at around 10 meters high, its body covered in pale white fur, with muscles bulging like hills, exuding explosive strength. 2 fearsome tusks protruded from its jaw, and its silver eyes mirrored those of a divine being, gazing skyward. With a thunderous roar, the beast unleashed a deafening bellow. Though merely a phantom, it resembled a truly fearsome creature standing there, shaking the entire back mountain. Fortunately, it was the weekend, and few ventured to this area. Those who sought leisure had already departed, and those inclined to court companionship were otherwise engaged. My heavens, is this truly the Nishi in its authentic form? Lin Xiaobai stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock. Before him loomed a ferocious beast, its fearsome aura inducing a tremor throughout his body, as if he had been doused with icy water. Following a mighty roar, the beast transformed into a shimmering light that penetrated the body of the short-haired monkey, marking the true beginning of their fusion. The short-haired monkey bared its teeth and howled, its entire being consumed by a savage rage, as though a monstrous entity churned within it. Accompanied by a terrifying surge of lightning energy, the monkey's body endured unimaginable impacts. With a sudden rip, patches of fur tore open, crimson blood gushing forth to reveal flesh beneath. One could distinctly observe purple, serpent-like currents of lightning coursing through every muscle of the short-haired monkey, wreaking havoc, a torment of unimaginable severity. The fusion of a spirit card manifested such agony. Lin Xiaobai cursed under his breath, bloodshot eyes unable to bear the sight. Through their mental connection, he felt every ounce of pain inflicted upon the short-haired monkey. Had he been in his 12-year-old body, he would have fainted within a second. Yet, this was a necessary trial to endure. The monkey's muscles split apart, akin to a fragile porcelain about to shatter, its entire form drenched in blood, transforming it into a crimson beast. Simultaneously, the effects of Xianwang Yulu activated, rapidly mending the short-haired monkey's body. amidst the cycle of destruction and restoration. Every inch of its flesh, skin, and bone underwent transformation. The old was vanishing, while the new emerged. Low growls reverberated from within the monkey, as if a demonic deity was being reborn. The transformation persisted, the former body no longer recognizable, replaced by a sleek and formidable new form, with even the once large, innocent eyes now reduced in size, radiating a fierce intensity that could instill fear with a mere glance. Its once pale yellow fur shifted to an almost white hue. Chapter 68, The Bloodied One. Was this still the short-haired monkey, or rather the Ni? Lin Xiaobai was utterly astonished. The short-haired monkey no longer resembled its former self. The Ni was known for its imposing and robust stature, yet this creature before him bore little resemblance. The short-haired monkey gazed intently at Lin Xiaobai, and for the first time, he felt a sense of alienation. It was as if a true cold-blooded killer stood before him, with a fierce beast lurking within, poised to emerge at any moment. Tentatively, Lin Xiaobai called out, and the short-haired monkey, baring its teeth, softened its fierce gaze ever so slightly, causing Lin Xiaobai to exhale in relief. Where's the Ni? That gigantic creature just now entered your body, he gestured emphatically. After a moment of hesitation, the short-haired monkey began to grow visibly larger, almost instantaneously transforming from a small, slender creature into a fearsome Ni beast, with powerful arms capable of rending anything. It repeatedly struck its chest, producing a deep, resonating sound, before delivering a thunderous blow to the ground. The entire earth trembled. Lin Xiaobai was taken aback by the display of strength. Suddenly, a wave of mental fatigue washed over him, accompanied by an acute sense of burden and pain. The essence on the other end of their mental connection underwent a dramatic transformation, starkly contrasting with that of the short-haired monkey, as if he were now linked to an entirely different beast. Was this the Green Giant? Lin Xiaobai recalled a character from a blockbuster, and the resemblance to the transformed, short-haired monkey was uncanny, as if two monsters resided within one body. This extraordinary phenomenon of dual existence, one being the short-haired monkey and the other the terrifying Ni beast, had emerged from their arduous fusion. The spirit card he had painstakingly integrated had succeeded in manifesting the Ni, and perhaps due to this, the monkey's form had altered significantly. Lin Xiaobai attempted to revert the short-haired monkey to its original state. Despite the ferocity of the Ni, it was not entirely uncontrollable, and the monkey obeyed his command to return to normalcy. Testing the current strength of the transformed short-haired monkey, it flashed before Lin Xiaobai like a streak of pale lightning, its speed having more than doubled, and its attack power magnified significantly. Additionally, due to its unique physical form, it moved without a sound, blending seamlessly with the wind, resulting in a remarkable enhancement in power. A dual benefit. Lin Xiaobai felt elated. The short-haired monkey, already a formidable beast among second-tier entities, had now become nearly unmatched in speed and attack power. If it were to face the previous Lu Xingxiang, the short-haired monkey alone would suffice to deal with it. Given its current velocity, Lu Xingxiang would be unable to defend itself, allowing the short-haired monkey to swiftly strike at its vital points. Furthermore, even without considering speed, the monkey's current attack power was capable of inflicting severe injuries on Lu Xingxiang. Its steel claws now bore a wind blade-like sharpness, surpassing previous capabilities, and even Lu Xingxiang would find itself grievously wounded after repeated assaults. Should the short-haired monkey transform into the Ni beast again, its strength would escalate to unprecedented heights. To compare it with Han Yang's newly initiated second tier by Meng Yuan would be utterly futile. Lin Xiaobai even felt an impulse to confront a third-tier beast. All thanks to the enhancement provided by the spirit card. It was worth it. Lin Xiaobai rejoiced. Voices emerged from afar, drawn by the echoing roar of the Ni. Lin Xiaobai quickly stored the short-haired monkey in the beast capsule and hastily departed the scene. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Xiaobai's radiant expression astonished Li Ergu and his companion. What happened? You seem so happy. Did Gu Yuanquan spare you? Lin Xiaobai smiled and shook his head, offering no further explanation. Not quite. Li Ergu, undeterred, ambled around the dormitory with a bottle of spirit-made liquor, occasionally taking a swig, grumbling. That Gu Yuanquan has made it impossible for me to go out for a drink. Due to the influence of Lin Xiaobai, Gu Yuanquan has designated Li Ergu, Chu Lanfeng, and Xu Xiaoya as targets. Capturing any one of them would lure Lin Xiaobai out. Consequently, the alcohol-dependent youth, Li Ergu, has refrained from venturing out for several days, resorting to drinking alone in his dormitory. At the entrance of the Beastmaster Academy, Gu Yuanquan stands with a grim expression in a tall building 100 meters away, facing several youths, including Qin Xiaotian, who look visibly apprehensive. With a single wave of his hand, an exotic beast capsule lands in Qin Xiaotian's grasp, who stares at Gu Yuanquan in astonishment. Bring back that girl beside Lin Xiaobai. Gu Yuanquan's voice is icy. Kidnap. A trembling voice emerges from one of the youths beside Qin Xiaotian. Humph, do you not wish for Lin Xiaobai's demise? I am here to fulfill that wish. Gu Yuanquan threatens, gesturing behind him. Otherwise, your friend will meet his end. The door behind Gu Yuanquan swings open, revealing two men in black suits escorting a youth bound hand and foot. Lili, the faces of Qin Xiaotian and his companions pale in shock. Inside that exotic beast capsule is my dark-toothed tiger. If you fail to comply, not only will he perish, but so will you. Gu Yuanquan's words brim with menace. Qin Xiaotian's expression darkens, his teeth clenched, yet he dares not speak further. Outside Wangnan City, on Wangnan Mountain, following the incident with the fiery chicken, the number of exotic beasts has significantly dwindled, with only occasional low growls echoing from the remaining few. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerges from the underbrush. A bloodied figure stumbles through the grass, glancing back in terror as if pursued by some dreadful entity. He is fleeing for his life. This person is gravely injured, his strength waning, yet propelled by sheer fear. He traverses the entirety of Wangnan Mountain and enters Wangnan City. At that moment, a tremor shakes Wangnan City. Felt only within official circles, ordinary citizens perceive a shift as individuals seldom seen begin to appear in Wangnan City, clad in crimson robes, exuding a powerful, composed aura. They are members of the Beastmaster Alliance. Before long, a rumor spreads through the city, igniting fervent discussion and overshadowing all trending topics. The term Dark Clan, a simple phrase, spurs countless speculations. Yet, its meaning remains elusive, resembling that of a race, and perhaps only the official Beastmaster Alliance knows the truth. Silence speaks volumes. The official stance remains unvoiced, yet an inexplicable tension envelopes Wangnan City, even affecting the directly affiliated Beastmaster Academy. The Academy suddenly issues a notice, doubling the frequency of theoretical and training classes, as if hastening the educational process. Everything carries an ominous sense of impending storm. Bang! The dormitory door bursts open, slamming against the wall with a heavy thud, and Li Ergu rushes in, panic etched across his face. What is happening? Lin Xiaobai inquires, lifting his gaze. That little girl has been kidnapped by that guy Qin Xiaotian. Li Ergu gasps. What? Lin Xiaobai's complexion pales as he rises abruptly. Look at this. Li Ergu holds up his phone, engaged in a video call, revealing Shu Xiaoya's worried face. Her brow furrowed amidst a chaotic background of discarded steel and a vast empty space that does not resemble their school. As the camera shifts, it captures a few despondent youths, bruised and crying on the ground. Shu Xiaoya's youthful voice filters through the screen. Xiaobai. These are the ones who used that big tiger to kidnap me and brought me to this warehouse. Lin Xiaobai's fury ignites. These scoundrels. It was Gu Yuanquan who orchestrated this. He intends to lure you out using Shu Xiaoya, Li Ergu explains. Yet, Lin Xiaobai soon senses a discrepancy. This does not appear to be a typical kidnapping. Shu Xiaoya seems unharmed, while Qin Xiaotian and his companions appear battered. Did she overpower them? The camera shifts again, and amidst the cacophony, the sounds of beasts and humans in distress resonate, as a colossal foot sweeps across the screen. Boom. A tremendous crash reverberates, even through the screen. One can feel the battle unfolding on the other side, as a behemoth ape is mercilessly subdued. Purple-eyed, thunderwing lion. Lin Xiaobai's eyes widen in recognition of the beast assailing the behemoth ape. This is a formidable creature, poised to evolve into the apex beast, the purple-eyed thunderwing beast. How could such a being be present beside Shu Xiaoya? Dare to kidnap my lady, and I shall flay your skin. A quavering elderly voice bellows, revealing a shocking scene. Shu Xiaoya's butler, Grandpa Du, rolls up his sleeves to kick a person, Gu Yuanquan, who is being soundly beaten. Grandpa Du? The realization dawns that this elderly man, despite his age, can overpower a young Gu Yuanquan, leading Lin Xiaobai to contemplate the extreme elevation associated with level 6 and above. Rebound. Beast masters of level 6 and above can receive a boon from exotic beasts, enhancing their physical prowess to extraordinary levels, capable of tearing apart tigers and throwing elephants. The purple-eyed thunderwing lion is at least a level 6 beast. Is Grandpa Du really that strong? A level 6 beast master? A level 7 beast master? Li Ergu reflects, recalling the astonishing display of power that sent Gu Yuanquan nearly soaring into the air, causing him to drop his phone. Poor Gu Yuanquan has incurred the wrath of this elderly man. Lin Xiaobai wipes the sweat from his brow, re-evaluating Shu Xiaoya's background. Her butler is a level 6 or possibly higher beast master, an unfathomable revelation. Moments later, both the behemoth ape and Gu Yuanquan find themselves in a similar state to Qin Xiaotian and his companions, bruised and battered. Even the usually ferocious behemoth ape is left on the brink of collapse, showcasing the immense strength of the purple-eyed thunderwing lion, which far surpasses the behemoth ape by numerous levels. The phone crackles with the sound of surging electricity, revealing the warehouse illuminated by violet lightning. As the purple-eyed Thunderwing Lion prepares for a decisive strike against the Behemoth Ape, alas, Lin Xiaobai shakes his head. The Thunderwing Lion and the Behemoth Ape are natural adversaries. Absorbing the essence of the Behemoth Ape would amplify its power. If it could absorb the essence from Gu Yuanquan's Behemoth Ape, its strength would further increase. On the screen, a terrifying bolt of lightning shoots forth from the tip of the Thunderwing Lion's wing, striking the Behemoth Ape with devastating force, leaving it on the brink of death. The purple-eyed Thunderwing beast does not kill the Behemoth Ape, but rather brings it to the threshold of demise with remarkable precision. Lin Xiaobai recalls the two Behemoth Apes he has encountered, one belonging to Han Yang, the other to Gu Yuanquan, both meeting unfortunate ends, one beaten by Lin Xiaobai, the other nearly slain by the purple-eyed Thunderwing Lion. Yet, remarkably, Grandpa Du refrains from killing both the Behemoth Ape and Gu Yuanquan. What exactly is the Gu family? Lin Xiaobai cannot help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Xu Xiaoya's background is undeniably terrifying, and given that Gu Yuanquan instigated the kidnapping, it is perplexing that Grandpa Du has chosen not to eliminate him. When Gu Yuanquan first arrived at the Beast Tamer Academy, Director Pai merely allowed the teachers to give him a thorough beating, refraining from outright execution, evidently due to the influence of the so-called Gu family of Beast Tamers. It is clear that this Gu family holds considerable weight. Subsequently, Grandpa Du kicked Gu Yuanquan a couple of times, shaking his beard as he expressed his indignation with a few harsh words. Flaying and dismembering would be lenient. See, I told you that old man is quite fierce, Li Ergu remarked. The video call ended, revealing the harsh reality of the kidnapping, as they watched footage of Gu Yuanquan being brutally assaulted. Lin Xiaobai glanced behind Li Ergu and inquired, "Where's Chu Lanfeng? He went out to buy some liquor while that fellow Gu Yuanquan is not at the door." Li Ergu replied. At the entrance of the Beast Tamer Academy, Uncle Zhang's restaurant continued to host Lin Xiaobai, Li Ergu, Chu Lanfeng, and Xu Xiaoya for their meal. Finally, they could enjoy some respite. Had it not been for Xiaoya's Grandpa Du, they might have been cornered indefinitely. Presently, it was uncertain where Gu Yuanquan was recuperating, and the old man's ferocity was indeed terrifying. Li Ergu drank heartily, laughing uproariously. However, it would still be wise to remain cautious. One could never know when that individual might attempt an assassination, so vigilance was paramount, Chu Lanfeng warned. "If he returns, I shall have Grandpa Du drive him away," Xu Xiaoya said with a smile. "By the way, what level of Beast Tamer is Grandpa Du?" Li Ergu asked. "I don't know, he has never mentioned it. But he is quite formidable," Xu Xiaoya pondered, shaking her head. "If only Grandpa Du could eliminate Gu Yuanquan. That guy is too repugnant." Fixated on blaming Lin Xiaobai for his nephew's death, as if he were mentally challenged, Chu Lanfeng scoffed. "I did indeed kill Gu Fan," Lin Xiaobai suddenly declared. "What?" In an instant, both Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng were taken aback. They had never questioned Lin Xiaobai about it, having always trusted him. Regardless of whether Lin Xiaobai was the one who committed the act, it would not change the situation. After all, one could not truly expect a good brother to sacrifice himself for Gu Fan. Nonetheless, hearing the words directly from Lin Xiaobai was shocking. Haha. In the path of a beast tamer, one cannot avoid killing. It is a necessary lesson. Come, let us drink to that. Li Ergu was the first to recover, raising his glass to steer the conversation. Yes, cheers. Chu Lanfeng echoed, lifting his own cup. I want to drink alcohol. I want juice, Xu Xiaoya pouted. The tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant, and Lin Xiaobai felt a warm glow in his heart. The three of them, clearly intentional, chose not to dwell on the subject anymore, yet regardless of what transpired, they would always stand behind Lin Xiaobai. Chapter 70. The Academy Challenge Tournament. For reasons unknown, whether due to serious injuries or something else, Gu Yuanquan never returned to the entrance of the Beast Tamer Academy, providing Lin Xiaobai with a much-needed sense of peace. Meanwhile, the name of the Dark Clan continued to stir waves of unease, particularly within the Beast Tamer Academy, where an inexplicable urgency permeated the atmosphere. Classes accelerated, and the Academy seemed intent on hastening the students' growth. Consequently, the environment within the Academy transformed into a vibrant and thriving one. Talented individuals began to emerge, gaining notoriety within the Academy. Some possessed a natural advantage in mental prowess, while others demonstrated remarkable insight, leading to a flourishing of talent. Challenges and duels became commonplace, with battles between exotic beasts occurring throughout the Academy. Blade Mantis, Blade Stab, Earth Lizard, Earth Impact. On the training grounds, pairs of young students engaged in spirited duels. Bang! With a resounding crash, Li Ergu's rodent-patterned centipede fell to the ground. Well done, Chu Lanfeng. Your three-clawed monkey is quite impressive, Li Ergu remarked as he retrieved his fallen creature. Of course, I just acquired a suitable skill for my three-clawed monkey, and thought I detested on you. Chu Lanfeng replied with a smile, the three-clawed monkey standing beside him, its sharp claws extended in a posture of having just attacked. This was not their first duel. And in the current atmosphere of the academy, the two were fully immersed in the battles of Beast Tamers. Though they are both monkeys, your three-clawed monkey pales in comparison to Xiaobai's short-haired monkey, Li Erga scoffed, bringing Lin Xiaobai into the conversation to regain some pride. You have no idea, Chu Lanfeng replied. Xiaobai's short-haired monkey is simply extraordinary. Its speed, attacking power, and stealth are far beyond that of an ordinary short-haired monkey. It is like a born killer. And I've never heard of any short-haired monkey possessing such a form. What an impressive form, so agile. Lin Xiaobai, having been browsing online, stood up from the nearby bench, having come across some intriguing developments, not only within the Beast Tamer Academy, but also among external Beast Tamers. Significant changes were occurring as they all sought to enhance their strength, resembling the ominous signs of an impending major event. It had been 3 years since the last Beast War, and Lin Xiaobai pondered when the next one would come. The short-haired monkey followed closely, its eyes sweeping over the three-clawed monkey, which instinctively trembled in fear, letting out a wail. Truly terrifying. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng marveled at the short-haired monkey. The fusion with the inn had brought about a tremendous transformation for the short-haired monkey, and during this time, Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng had witnessed firsthand just how formidable it had become, bordering on the terrifying. Its speed was utterly unmatched among second-tier beasts, and its attacking power could likely overwhelm even a defensive second-tier beast with a single strike. Combined with its silent movements, it was practically invincible among second-tier contenders. At that moment, Xu Xiaoya dashed in from the edge of the training ground, her azure-eyed flame cat bounding alongside her with remarkable speed. Xiaobai, it's time for class. Xu Xiaoya called out. Oh, coming. Lin Xiaobai responded, leading the short-haired monkey along. It's infuriating. Both Xiaobai and Xiaoya are already in their second year. Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng looked enviously at Lin Xiaobai's retreating figure. I feel like I should be nearing the second-tier Beast Tamer level, Chu Lanfeng mused thoughtfully. Really? Li Ergu exclaimed in surprise. As nearly 3 months had passed since enrollment, many had already advanced to the second-tier Beast Tamer level. In 2 months' time, almost all new students would likely reach that level, as it typically only took a little over half a year for newcomers at the Beast Tamer Academy to advance. Chu Lanfeng nodded. Li Erga's expression turned grim. If Chu Lanfeng advanced to the second-tier Beast Tamer level, he would be the only one left as a first-tier Beast Tamer. In the teaching building, in the classroom of the second-year Class 2, Lin Xiaobai and Xu Xiaoya sat in the back row as the beautiful teacher Luo Lin stood at the podium. On December 20th, there will be an Academy Challenge Tournament, co-hosted by the Beast Tamer Academies of Wangnan City, Qingcheng, Rongqing, and Shashir City, to be held at Qingqing Beast Tamer Academy, teacher Luo Lin announced loudly. There will be 2 groups for the challenge, one for the second-year students and one for the third-year students. Most of us will participate, as this concerns the honor of our academy and provides you with a rare opportunity for experience. Over the next month, the academy will conduct specialized training for you. Oh, the students erupted in excitement before she could finish her statement. The annual grade challenge, known as Nianji Tiaozhan, is a prestigious competition that showcases the prowess of various academies, serving as an exceptional platform for students to shine. In a vast city with millions, the number of gifted beast tamers within a single academy is staggering. And the competition among these talented individuals from multiple cities provides a rare opportunity for exhilarating combat experiences. Some extraordinary individuals will undoubtedly emerge from this contest, receiving focused training from the Beast Tamer Alliance. What is the purpose of the Beast Tamer Academy? It aims to cultivate exceptional beast tamers to safeguard humanity. The Beast Tamer Alliance, the largest official organization, maintains a direct relationship with the academy, and some of its outstanding members will be regarded as key figures. How do we discover these exceptional individuals? Through repeated trials and selections, whether in life and death wilderness experiences or inter-academy competitions, which serve as highly effective means of assessment. This is a stage and an opportunity for self-validation that many have eagerly anticipated. For a month, Lin Xiaobai contemplated his strategy, determined to enhance his abilities during this remaining month. After relaying numerous details, the class drew to a close. Upon returning, when Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng learned of this news, one rejoiced while the other lamented. Haha, I am on the verge of advancing to a level 2 Beast Tamer, allowing me to participate in the second-year group, proclaimed Chu Lanfeng triumphantly. I am lagging behind, Li Ergu replied with a despondent expression. No worries, there's still a month left. If you strive hard, you should have enough time to advance, Chu Lanfeng encouraged, patting Li Ergu on the shoulder. Defensive-type exotic beasts, Lin Xiaobai murmured. What are you mumbling about? Both Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng asked in surprise. I might need to go out for a bit in the next few days, Lin Xiaobai answered, setting down his phone. What for? To search for a good defensive type exotic beast. Wow, are you already ready to tame another exotic beast? It hasn't even been 2 months since you tamed the short-haired monkey. Li Ergu exclaimed in astonishment. Your mental strength is improving at an astonishing rate. Chu Lanfeng echoed, equally amazed. They were aware of Lin Xiaobai's exceptional meditation results, but this was beyond their expectations. Within less than 3 months of enrollment, he was not only on the verge of becoming a level 2 beast tamer, but also preparing to tame his third exotic beast. This was truly extraordinary. My current mental strength is still insufficient to tame another exotic beast, Lin Xiaobai chuckled. Phew, that's a relief. Both Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng sighed. But Lin Xiaobai added, however, it should be soon. I plan to search for exotic beasts while practicing meditation. Chapter 71, Dxin Lu Li Hua. How long will you be gone? We have the Academy Challenge in a month, Chu Lanfeng inquired. I might not return to the Academy. I plan to head straight to Qingsheng. Lin Xiaobai revealed his intentions. Are you going to enter the Dark Forest? Chu Lanfeng gasped. Qingsheng lies to the northeast of Wangnan City, with a vast expanse of the Dark Forest nestled in between. I will avoid the core area and traverse the outer regions. Lin Xiaobai clarified. The Dark Forest is renowned as one of the world's most formidable mountain ranges, teeming with countless exotic beasts, including powerful apex creatures. This is not mere conjecture, but a stark reality. As a level 2 beast tamer, even the transformed, short-haired monkey cannot rival a level 3 beast. Thus, passing through the core area would be tantamount to courting death. I want to go too. Li Ergu licked his lips. Having only ventured into the wilderness once during the freshman trial, I want to join as well. Chu Lanfeng chimed in, eager to experience the wild. Generally, only level 2 beast tamers from the academy venture into the wilderness, often to small hills like Wangnan Mountain. True life and death experiences are organized only for those in their 3rd year or above, making the wilderness an alluring mystery for Chu Lanfeng and Li Ergu. What if we include Xiaoya? We could all go together, Li Ergu suggested with a glimmer of excitement. Lin Xiaobai was taken aback by this audacity. This was no mere game. Let us invite Xiaoya and discuss it, Li Ergu proposed. But you're still only a level 1 beast tamer, Chu Lanfeng remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Ergu, the implication clear. What is wrong with being a level 1? I might reach level 2 soon too. Don't forget my mental strength is twice yours, Li Ergu retorted. Is that so? Chu Lanfeng scoffed. Ultimately, Lin Xiaobai and his companions made a bold decision to venture into the Dark Forest, but they agreed to remain in the outer regions, avoiding the inner depths. The Dark Forest is fraught with peril, and even formidable hunting teams dare not venture too deep, let alone a group of level 1 and 2 students. The greatest challenge before them was securing permission from Teacher Luo Lin. Teacher Luo Lin, known for her decisiveness, promptly rejected their request, especially considering Lin Xiaobai's intention to enter the perilous Dark Forest. Had it not been for Director Pai's fortuitous awareness of their plans, the expedition would have undoubtedly been thwarted. Thanks to Director Pai, Teacher Luo Lin is indeed quite strict, Lin Xiaobai sighed with relief. Teacher Luo Lin cast a resentful glance at him, but after Lin Xiaobai fervently promised many things, she finally felt somewhat reassured. The following 2 days were dedicated to preparations for their journey. Lin Xiaobai first visited the exotic beast market, intending to confront the hefty middle-aged man over the excessive consumption of origin essence by the skill Fire Python dance. Upon arriving at the skill card store, he found the middle-aged man present. Your Fire Python dance has caused me great distress. Look at how my Firebird has suffered, Lin Xiaobai reproached the middle-aged proprietor sternly, summoning the vibrant Firebird to demonstrate. Seeing the lively Firebird, the middle-aged man wiped his eyes and lamented, does this look like it's suffering? It's clearly more spirited than any exotic beast. I don't care. I cannot tolerate such negligence from an irresponsible owner. You owe me compensation, Lin Xiaobai stated bluntly. You should have checked the packaging yourself. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes. Young man, where did you get this Firebird? Its origin essence is remarkably abundant. The Fire Python it can summon could rival even a level 2 by monkey. This is unusually impressive, the middle-aged man remarked. Lin Xiaobai coldly snorted, ignoring him and perusing the store. I have new skill cards, and fortuitously, one is suitable for your Firebird, the middle-aged man said with a grin. Retrieving a skill card from the new card section, Dxin Lu Li Hua, Lin Xiaobai read aloud the name. Indeed, this skill card was dropped by a mutated Dxin Lu Li beast. It's a permanent skill card that can continuously enhance the purity of the beast's flames. With it, your Firebird's flames can closely resemble the Dxin Lu Li Hua, and as your level increases, it's not impossible for it to evolve into true Dxin Lu Li Hua, the middle-aged man explained. The Dxin Lu Li beast is an exceedingly rare exotic creature that resides in the depths of magma underground, capable of reaching level 5 golden quality in adulthood. The Dixian Luli Hua is a natural flame of the Dixian Luli beast, possessing a terrifying power to melt anything, despite its moderate temperature. Before the fiery bird evolved into the blazing peacock, possessing the earth core glaze fire would indeed serve as an excellent means to enhance one's strength. Lin Xiaobai pondered this as the jovial shopkeeper remarked, "As a regular customer, I can offer it to you for a mere 2 million. A cunning merchant." This was Lin Xiaobai's immediate reaction. Rare skills typically hover around the price of 1 million, yet this fellow dared to demand 2 million. As if it were a skill card that elevated all attributes, a rarity beyond compare. 130,000. Lin Xiaobai countered directly. "That is far too low. I cannot accept a cut of 70,000, the stout middle-aged proprietor exclaimed. "I have yet to settle the score regarding the dance of the fire python with you, and it is impossible for the earth core glaze fire skill card to warrant such a high price." Lin Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. After a round of bargaining, they settled on a price of 150,000. As they departed, the stout middle-aged owner whispered, "The power of the dance of the fire python derives from the essence of the source. Although the cost is considerable, as the fiery bird's strength increases, so too will the might of the fire python, without diminishing in ferocity." Lin Xiaobai disregarded this advice. He had already resolved not to allow the fiery bird to utilize the dance of the fire python unless in a dire situation. Upon returning to school, he immediately instructed De Hong to learn the earth core glaze fire. The flames, several meters high, erupted in a dazzling display of crimson intermingled with glaze-like hues, extraordinarily beautiful. Yet, the air and foliage that came into contact with the flames were obliterated. Although De Hong's flames lacked the previous intensity, they possessed a unique lethality. This is the earth core glaze fire, a flame that exists solely within the body of the earth core glaze beast, renowned for its destructive power. Lin Xiaobai thought, "This increases our chances of navigating the dark forest." This time, he planned to venture into the dark forest with Xu Xiaoya, Li Ergu, and Xu Lanfeng, a challenge where strength would undoubtedly be advantageous. 2 days later, Xu Lanfeng successfully advanced to a level 2 Beast Master and enrolled in the Academy's challenge competition, subsequently procuring numerous essential items, particularly stamina recovery potions and repair jade dew, both of which prove remarkably effective for novice Beast Masters venturing into the wild. Chapter 72, The Wind Leopard. Outside the dark forest, Lin Xiaobai and his 3 companions arrived fully equipped, with a month remaining until the Academy challenge. After a month, the remaining participants would be organized by the Academy to proceed together, while Lin Xiaobai and his group would traverse a section of the dark forest, thus limiting their expedition to just 1 month. "I'm quite nervous." Upon arrival, Li Ergu and Xu Lanfeng exhibited trepidation. It was their first time leaving the city, and they had chosen the perilous dark forest. Xu Xiaoya, however, remained remarkably composed, even displaying excitement on her petite face. She was a remarkably brave girl. "Let us go?" Lin Xiaobai took the lead, guiding the trio into the dark forest. Each of them carried a backpack containing food for their respective exotic beasts, along with stamina recovery potions, repair jade dew, and necessary capsules. Each wore a belt of exotic beast capsules, a convenient accessory for those venturing outdoors, capable of holding up to 10 capsules. In this expedition, aside from Lin Xiaobai, who had De Hong and the short-haired monkey, Xu Lanfeng possessed a 3-clawed monkey and a swift dragonfly, both at level 2. The swift dragonfly, recently acquired from the exotic beast market, was impressive. Though named a dragonfly, its size approached nearly a meter, and it was once heralded as a perfect creature, excelling in vision, attack, and speed. Now mutated into an exotic beast, it was exceedingly formidable. Its attack methods included not only fierce bites, but also a powerful sound wave attack capable of affecting the psyche of other beings. Xu Lanfeng had carefully selected several suitable skills for it, making this swift dragonfly quite strong among level 2 beasts. Xu Xiaoya and Li Ergu each possessed a single beast. Li Ergu's was a patterned centipede, as he remained at the level 1 Beast Master stage, thus not yet having captured a second beast. Xu Xiaoya still had her emerald-eyed flame cat, seemingly with no intention of capturing any additional beasts. This old cat had shared many years with her, transcending the typical relationship between a beast master and their beast, resembling that of 2 family members. Thus, the 4 entered the dark forest cautiously, beginning their exploration from the very edge. Towering trees obscured the sky, cloaked in vibrant green, the vast canopy intertwined, allowing only scattered beams of sunlight to filter through, resembling shafts of light. The ground was overgrown with thickets, a mix of lush grasses and thorns, rustling as they walked. Not far off, low growls of exotic beasts could be heard, though they were not particularly loud. This was merely the periphery, where most beasts were of the lower level 1 or 2, lacking any dominant, powerful creatures. Nonetheless, this was enough to frighten Li Ergu and Xu Lanfeng. It was their first encounter in such a place. and their previous experience had merely consisted of camping a few days outside the forest. Now, in this environment, their smiles had vanished, and their nerves remained taut. Suddenly, Dahong called out. Leading the way, it was followed by the three-clawed monkey, the swift dragonfly, the patterned centipede, and the emerald-eyed flame cat. With the short-haired monkey bringing up the rear, Lin Xiaobai's heart tightened. There were exotic beasts. The dark forest was indeed vastly different from Wang and Shan. They had barely entered the dark forest when they encountered an exotic beast. What should we do? Li Ergu's eyes reflected fear. Kill it, Lin Xiaobai replied calmly. Taking several strides forward, with Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng trailing behind, needing time to acclimate. The wind leopard? The group peered from behind a cluster of grass, their faces peeking through the leaves, with Shu Xiaoya's eyes sparkling with excitement. They were astonished to encounter a wind leopard here. Just 300 meters further lay the edge of the dark forest. To find a wind leopard, a level 2 beast, so close was unexpected. Han Yang had a wind leopard, which was regarded as a top-tier level 2 beast, comparable to an ordinary fiery bird, excluding Lin Xiaobai's special Dahong. The wind leopard moved stealthily, seemingly foraging, yet when it truly sprinted, its speed was akin to lightning, exceedingly swift. Coupled with the sharp claws and fangs characteristic of felines, it could obliterate most similarly ranked beasts. Ergu, do you wish to capture a second beast? Lin Xiaobai suddenly whispered. Why? I only have a level 1 beast. You can't expect me to capture a wind leopard, can you? Li Ergu's voice trembled with fear. This one has recently given birth and is out hunting. Lin Xiaobai explained. What? You can even discern that? Li Ergu exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, Lin Xiaobai replied confidently. His extensive field experience allowed him to immediately identify that this was a female wind leopard, recently giving birth. If that's the case, we could strike it rich. Chu Lanfeng remarked. Why is that? Shu Xiaoyao inquired, tilting her little head. As we can trace this mother leopard back to her lair, it is certain that there will be leopard cubs there. The offspring of every exotic beast holds considerable value, explained Chu Lanfeng. We could also procure one for Li Ergu, allowing him to raise it as a son, Lin Xiaobai teased, quietly trailing behind the wind leopard. The others swiftly followed suit, striving to remain silent to avoid alerting the wind leopard, maintaining a distance of nearly 100 meters. Half an hour later, the wind leopard hunted down a prey and returned to its den. Lin Xiaobai and the others concealed themselves 30 meters away, observing intently. Upon hearing the faint sounds of the leopard cubs, they confirmed their existence and deliberated on their next move. Let my swift dragonfly and three-clawed monkey take action, together. They should be able to dispatch the wind leopard, volunteered Chu Lanfeng. My Xiaohua can assist as well. Shuxiao whispered. I cannot, Li Ergu lamented, feeling inadequate compared to Lin Xiaobai and the others. Lanfeng, I leave it in your capable hands. Lin Xiaobai entrusted the task of defeating the wind leopard to Chu Lanfeng. Along with his three-clawed monkey and swift dragonfly, Chu Lanfeng gestured affirmatively, directing the swift dragonfly to advance. Before long, the wind leopard was lured out of its den by the swift dragonfly's harassment, its growls low and filled with ferocity. A nursing mother leopard is invariably more savage than usual. Here it comes. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Chu Lanfeng's eyes. Sonic interference. He commanded the swift dragonfly, and a peculiar sound wave emanated from above its head. Lin Xiaobai and the others hastily covered their ears, but the wind leopard was not so fortunate. This invisible wave, affecting the mind through sound, caused the wind leopard to writhe on the ground in agony as it fell victim to the swift dragonfly's onslaught. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Lanfeng's eyes brightened, and he ordered the three-clawed monkey to attack. In a few nimble leaps, the three-clawed monkey reached the wind leopard, its sharp claws glinting ominously as they aimed for the leopard's skull. With some traits of the short-haired monkey, the three-clawed monkey possessed formidable attack power. If it struck the wind leopard's head directly, it would inflict unimaginable damage. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the wind leopard rose from the ground, its claws clashing with those of the three-clawed monkey, producing a resonant sound. The three-clawed monkey swiftly retreated as the wind leopard remarkably broke free from the swift dragonfly's soundwave attack, proving itself to be a formidable beast among the second-tier exotic creatures. Lanfeng, I can't shake the feeling that you might struggle against this leopard, Li Ergu remarked. Patience. I have other tactics at my disposal, Chu Lanfeng replied, issuing another command to the swift dragonfly. Sonic hypnosis. This technique also influences the mind through sound. But while the former is disruptive, the latter is more of a guiding force, making it easier to affect the enemy's psyche. The wind leopard appeared to be ensnared by invisible hands, growling in frustration while becoming increasingly agitated, targeting the three-clawed monkey. With a powerful leap, the wind leopard soared into the air, but under the effects of sonic hypnosis, its strength was significantly diminished. The ensuing confrontation with the three-clawed monkey was evenly matched. but it could no longer dominate its opponent. Sonic Resonance. The swift dragonfly launched yet another sonic attack, this time aimed at physically damaging the winged leopard through sound wave resonance. With the combined force of the sonic attacks bolstering the three-clawed monkey, the winged leopard soon succumbed, falling to the collaborative efforts of the swift dragonfly and the three-clawed monkey. Well done, Lanfeng. Your swift dragonfly was a splendid investment, Li Ergu exclaimed. Indeed. I selected numerous skill cards for it, Chu Lanfeng replied, holding his head high. Finding skill cards that align with one's exotic beast and possess considerable power is no simple task. Yet Chu Lanfeng invested significant effort and resources to obtain these sound-based attack cards for his swift dragonfly. Let us proceed to examine the leopard cubs. Li Ergu sprang forth from the brush. The group disposed of the winged leopard's remains and ventured into the den, where, at the deepest recess, they discovered 4 leopard cubs. Still not a month old, nestled together. How can this be? The group crouched by the cub's nest, astonished. 3 of the cubs lay lethargically, their eyelids fluttering, the breath of life wavering as if they were on the brink of demise. Meanwhile, one vigorous cub played energetically, tugging at the grass, its vitality remarkably robust, even larger than the other 2 cubs combined. Is this a mutation? Li Ergu's eyes widened. Lin Xiaobai observed the lively cub, pondering before nodding in agreement. Indeed, it has mutated. Ergu, you've struck gold, Chu Lanfeng whispered. Some exotic beasts are inherently superior to their kin, rare anomalies akin to humans with innate strength. Moreover, mutated exotic beasts possess extraordinary vitality, often monopolizing nutrients while in the womb, causing their siblings to be born with deficiencies and ultimately perish shortly thereafter. The condition of these 4 cubs aligns perfectly with that of mutated exotic beasts. Is it similar to my Xiaohua? Shuxie mused, resting her chin on her hand. Her Bai Yin Yin Mao is indeed superior to typical Bai Yin Yin Mao, yet Lin Xiaobai believed it more likely a manifestation of the elder cat's inherent prowess. Regrettably, before Lin Xiaobai and the others could depart, the 3 feeble cubs succumbed to death, leaving only the robust cub to whimper and cry. This is a tragedy. Sharing the same womb as a mutated beast, they were deprived of life essence, born with deficiencies, and destined to perish. After disposing of the mother leopard and the 3 deceased cubs, Lin Xiaobai and the others exited the den, carrying the bewildered cub. This cub now belonged to Li Ergu, who named it Dazhuang. What a splendid name. Ergu, your naming skills leave much to be desired. Shuxie chastised Li Ergu. Dazhuang, hurry and catch up, Li Ergu called enthusiastically. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lin Xiaobai and his companions had traversed the dark forest for 5 days, navigating through numerous perils and encountering a plethora of exotic beasts. However, it was precisely this environment that fostered rapid growth. And even Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng had adapted to this lifestyle, no longer gripped by fear as they once were. Feast on the meat of the purple deer, Dazhuang. Consume heartily and grow strong. Li Ergu offered the cub a sizable chunk of meat. This meat came from a second-tier purple deer they had recently encountered, prized for its exquisite flavor. Especially for an exotic beast of such caliber, its flesh was rich in life essence, providing abundant benefits for Dazhuang, the young cub, facilitating swift growth. Generally speaking, creatures like Feng Bao, upon reaching a month of age, are already nearing adulthood. Regularly consuming the meat of such life essence-rich beasts can significantly shorten their growth cycle, allowing them to mature in just 4 to 5 months. The dietary preferences of these extraordinary beasts are quite particular. What is commonly accepted as suitable food for them today is derived from past experiences that have identified the most conducive sustenance for their evolution. For instance, the Xiaohong Niao, based on its inherent capabilities, energy attributes, and preferences, thrives on the consumption of Hong Yen Dao Sui and Qing Yen Jizi, which are optimal for its evolution. After all, evolution is the ultimate pursuit of every beast tamer, and upon successful evolution, attributes such as quality, strength, and level cap are all significantly enhanced. Thus, such nourishment is most beneficial for the evolution of these extraordinary beasts. Of course, consuming other types of food is not entirely out of the question, but it may hinder their evolution. In some cases, prolonged intake of unsuitable food may lead to adverse effects on the beast due to mismatched energy attributes. Presently, Li Ergu is feeding the young leopard life essence-rich raw meat, disregarding any considerations of evolution. His sole aim is to expedite the growth of the young beast into a fully fledged Feng Bao. Chapter 74, The Two-Headed Demon Dog. Zhuang is quite the eater, Chu Lanfeng remarked with a smirk. A small white cat, no larger than a domestic feline, devoured several pounds of raw meat, showcasing an extraordinary digestive capacity that defies conventional reasoning. The young leopard lay nearby, continuing to eat, while Li Ergu, Chu Lanfeng, Lin Xiaobai, and Xu Xiaoye gathered around, feasting on roasted meat. Dahong and Sun Jieqingding perched on a tree, while the Sanjua Ho and the Niaowei band when Wu Gong played nearby, and the short-haired monkey and Bai Yin Yin Mao maintained a cool distance in their own corners. Xiaobai, shall we venture deeper into the forest and witness the other extraordinary beasts of the Heian Sun? Li Ergo mumbled with his mouth full. Certainly, Ergo, your courage is growing. You dare to venture in. Lin Xiaobai teased, then shifted the conversation. In fact, we are already approaching the periphery of the Heian Senior. What? Li Ergo and Chulan Feng exclaimed in surprise. Ah, you Xiaobai. No wonder we have encountered increasingly formidable beasts these past few days. It seems you have stealthily altered our route. Li Ergo fumed. Did you not desire a bit of excitement? Lin Xiaobai laughed heartily. His primary goal in approaching the Heian Sun was to seek defensive-type extraordinary beasts. Previously, he had been traversing the outskirts, encountering few suitable beasts. So he contemplated moving inward. Moreover, with the protection of the short-haired monkey, which could transform into an eye shell, he felt assured that delving a little deeper would not pose significant risks. Xiaoya, what are you doing? Chulan Feng inquired. Observing Xu Xiaoya diligently jotting down notes. A record book, documenting our experiences. I had prepared it earlier but forgot. I just discovered it. Xu Xiaoya smiled gleefully. An artistic little girl, Li Ergo remarked, his mouth still full. After a brief respite, they continued onward. A day later, Lin Xiaobai and the others had effectively entered the Heian Sun, encountering even more powerful extraordinary beasts along the way. Level 2 Fire Insect. My goodness, we have stumbled upon this. Li Ergo shouted. Before them, upon a small earthen mound, a swarm of insects glowing with flames writhed, resembling clusters of burning fire. Fire insects, classified as level 2 extraordinary beasts, are known for their ferocity, with body temperatures capable of melting steel. They are social creatures. A single fire insect poses little threat, but a swarm could spell trouble, even for a level 3 Beast Tamer, who would be wise to flee to avoid dire consequences. The entire mound was swarming with countless fire insects, easily numbering in the hundreds, enough to induce panic in those with a fear of tight spaces. Let us go. Lin Xiaobai turned and left without hesitation, preferring to take a longer route than risk encountering such a massive swarm. Courage is essential, but courting death is sheer folly. They circumvented the swarm of fire insects from a distance and pressed on, encountering various other peculiar extraordinary beasts along the way. These creatures, once only seen in books, elicited a profoundly different sensation now that they were witnessed firsthand. Lin Xiaobai was also deliberately searching for defensive-type beasts. With Dahong providing aerial support and the short-haired monkey handling ground assaults, he felt the need for a robust defensive creature. Some individuals are not swayed by a single extraordinary beast. Rather, they specialize in harmonious combinations, much like a game with tanks at the front lines, mages dealing damage, and healers providing support. As Beast Tamers progress, the variety of extraordinary beasts they can capture expands, and forming such synergy is undoubtedly ideal. A low, resonant roar caught Lin Xiaobai's attention. This way, he followed the sound, with Li Ergo and the others trailing behind. Upon reaching a hollowed area, they observed a massive extraordinary beast in a small swamp, cleaning itself of insects with mud. This creature was colossal, standing at least 10 meters tall, with a head resembling an iron plate that exuded an aura of weightiness and security. Jiagu Jusho. Lin Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Jiagu Jusho, a level 2 source-type extraordinary beast, is renowned for its astonishing defensive capabilities. Legends suggest that few beasts of the same level can breach its cranial defenses. Its quality is also exceptionally high, classified as silver grade, with a level cap of up to 5, making it a rare defensive-type extraordinary beast. Xiaobai, do you wish to tame it? Chulan Feng inquired. Lin Xiaobai contemplated for a long while, and just as the Jiagu Jusho was about to finish its bath and depart, he shook his head. Never mind. While the Jiagu Jusho indeed possesses remarkable defenses, its weaknesses are glaringly apparent. Its movements are excruciatingly slow, so slow that one could liken it to the gait of an elderly man. This means the Jiagu Jusho can only withstand attacks from one direction. Should an enemy maneuver behind it, trouble would ensue. Furthermore, Lin Xiaobai seeks a defensive extraordinary beast not solely for its protection of others, but also for his own safety. Hence, opting for the Jiagu Jusho would not be a prudent decision. The group departed, pausing intermittently along the way. They braved the elements, traveling by day and seeking refuge in tree hollows at night for meditation. This intimate connection with nature provided a cleansing effect on the soul, enhancing the efficacy of their meditative practices significantly. As dawn broke, the group gradually awakened, expelling stale air, and Lin Xiaobai mused. Now, it should be about time. It had been over a month since he had tamed the short-haired monkey. For him, this duration had greatly enhanced his mental fortitude. And due to Dahong being an evolved form of Xiaohong Niao, the mental energy required for taming such a creature would be considerably less. He felt confident that he could now tame another level 2 extraordinary beast. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air. Xiaobai, an extraordinary beast, is approaching. Shu Xiaoya, who had risen early to play high up, shouted. Lin Xiaobai leapt from the tree hollow, climbing up the thick trunk to join Shu Xiaoya at a higher vantage point. A level 3 two-headed demon dog. Lin Xiaobai gasped in disbelief. Li Ergo and Chu Lanfeng soon joined him on the trunk, their eyes widening at the sight of the dark, ink-like figure in the distance. A level 3 extraordinary beast. This is not the first encounter with a level 3 exotic beast for Lin Xiaobai and his companions in recent days, yet it is their first experience in such close proximity to one. The astonishing power emanating from the creature sends shivers down their spines, provoking a visceral fear akin to facing a brutal monster. Let us return to the tree hollow and wait for the two-headed demon dog to pass before we emerge, suggested Li Ergu, proposing a more cautious approach. No need for that, Lin Xiaobai replied, licking his lips, his eyes glimmering with intensity. In a flash, the short-haired monkey silently appeared beside him, as if a monstrous entity within was stirring, ready to unleash a torrent of power. Chapter 75, The Might of the Nishi Beast. The two-headed demon dog is not particularly formidable among level 3 beasts, lacking any outstanding attributes, making it a perfect target to assess the strength of the Nishi Beast. Since merging with the Nishi Beast, the short-haired monkey had never transformed to engage in battle. This time, Lin Xiaobai was eager to witness the true combat capabilities of the Nishi Beast. Whoosh! The short-haired monkey shot forth like a bolt of lightning, startling Li Ergu and the others. Xiaobai, you prepare for a show, Lin Xiaobai winked. The short-haired monkey charged directly at the two-headed demon dog, undeterred by the level disparity, resembling a sharp blade slicing through the air. Suddenly, its speed surged explosively, increasing tenfold. In the blink of an eye, it traversed the 1,000-meter distance to the demon dog. Clang! A glint of cold light flashed as the monkey's steel claws aimed for the neck of one of the demon dog's heads. Roar! Both heads of the demon dog howled in unison, but their reaction was too late. A spray of blood erupted as a horrific wound opened on one neck. All attribute enhancement, exclaimed Li Ergu and Chu Lanfeng in astonishment. A level 2 short-haired monkey could injure a level 3 two-headed demon dog, an effect solely attributed to Lin Xiaobai's extraordinary all-attribute enhancement skill card. Roar! Despite its severe injury, the two-headed demon dog became even more ferocious, its 4 chilling eyes instilling dread in anyone who beheld it. The short-haired monkey stood a few dozen meters away, poised and ready, its streamlined body slightly crouching as it awaited the expiration of the 10-second enhancement effect. If it transformed into the Nishi Beast at that moment, it would undoubtedly defeat the demon dog, failing to achieve the desired assessment of strength. The two-headed demon dog charged, its massive form nearly 10 meters long, one neck still gushing blood, advancing with a terrifying momentum reminiscent of a primeval beast. Boom! Both heads lunged toward the short-haired monkey, which leaped effortlessly into the air, causing the demon dog to crash into the ground like a falling mountain. The two-headed demon dog roared in fury, its head rising swiftly, its powerful limbs propelling its massive body upward, jaws wide open, aimed at the airborne monkey. This is bad, exclaimed Chu Lanfeng, alarmed. The short-haired monkey, unable to leverage any support in midair, could easily be devoured or crushed by the two-headed demon dog given the vast size difference. Yet Lin Xiaobai remained unfazed, composed. In an instant, the short-haired monkey's body rapidly enlarged, transforming from a mere half-meter frame into a colossal Nishi beast spanning several meters. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated, causing Lin Xiaobai and the others to feel a ringing in their ears, as if struck by a powerful sonic wave. My heavens! What is that? Exclaimed Li Ergu, Chu Lanfeng, and Shu Xiaoya, their mouths agape in shock. The towering Nishi beast descended from above, and the two-headed demon dog, once poised to consume the short-haired monkey, was now rendered minuscule, crushed beneath the beast's foot. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed, audible even 1,000 meters away, sending chills down their spines. The two-headed demon dog writhed in agony, one head crushed beneath the Nishi beast's weight, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. It was a gruesome sight that would make anyone nauseous. Yet the two-headed demon dog, known for its brutality, did not relent, even with one head crushed. The other sought to bite at the Nishi beast's body. The Nishi beast seized the remaining head, its other foot firmly planted on the demon dog's body, its mountainous arms exerting tremendous force. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth like a fountain, raining down in crimson torrents and painting the ground a deep red. The Nishi beast violently tore the head from the demon dog's body, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and entrails scattered on the ground. The two-headed demon dog lay lifeless. The Nishi beast stood bloodied, one head in hand, its foot crushing the other head, roaring triumphantly to showcase its power, a blood-soaked deity of slaughter. Li Ergu and Shu Lanfeng, observing from a distance, were utterly astonished. A level 3 two-headed demon dog had been dispatched with such ease, a clear demonstration of overwhelming strength. Lin Xiaobai mentally commanded the short-haired monkey to revert to its original form, facing some resistance, but ultimately succeeding. He sighed in relief, feeling the weight of mental strain. Although his mental power had significantly increased, he still struggled to control the Nishi beast in its true combat state. The Nishi beast contrasted sharply with the Baiman, being a thoroughly malevolent creature, which undoubtedly placed immense pressure on his mental faculties. Xiaobai, what was that? Questioned Li Ergu, Shu Lanfeng, and Shu Xiaoya. Their expressions a mixture of awe and trepidation. It is the Nishi beast, replied Lin Xiaobai. Just then, a resounding roar from another exotic beast echoed in the distance. The commotion from the battle between the Nishi beast and the two-headed demon dog had attracted other creatures. Lin Xiaobai felt a surge of urgency and swiftly moved to dispose of the demon dog's carcass, diligently removing the 8 fangs from its 2 heads. The body of a level 3 exotic beast is a treasure trove, capable of fetching a considerable price, yet the current circumstances did not allow for transporting the entire carcass. And for Lin Xiaobai, wealth was no longer a pressing concern. With over 100 million in his account, he could indulge for quite some time. Lastly, he searched the remains of the two-headed demon dog for any skill cards. Level 3 and above ferocious beasts often drop skill cards, but regrettably, this two-headed demon dog yielded none. Subsequently, he led Li Ergu and the others away from the scene, and along the way, they bombarded him with inquiries about the Nishi beast. Having shared many experiences together, they had become like family, and Lin Xiaobai did not withhold information, simply recounting the essence of the Nishi beast. My heavens, an exotic beast, even more formidable than the Baiman. You are destined for greatness, exclaimed Shu Lanfeng, his eyes wide with astonishment. Xiaobai is truly incredible, chimed in Shu Xiaoya, her mouth agape. Given the ferocity with which the short-haired monkey dispatched the two-headed demon dog, it seems it could easily contend with slightly stronger level 3 beasts, interjected Li Ergu. Lin Xiaobai pondered deeply, assessing the potential of the Yishou in battle. He had gained a preliminary understanding of its combat capabilities, deducing that it should pose no problem against ordinary 3rd tier. Even when faced with formidable 3rd tier, engaging in battle under a tenfold attribute enhancement would also be feasible. However, he was still reluctant to allow the short-haired monkey to harness such an enhancement while in Yishou's state, as the resultant strain could impose unimaginable mental pressure upon him, and a mere misstep could lead to mental backlash, which would be quite troublesome. Chapter 76, The Village in the Great Wasteland. At this moment, Lin Xiaobai felt increasingly grateful for the Bai Xi and Yi Chao he had acquired. Without it, he would likely have lost control over Yishou, or even suffered from mental backlash. After departing, Lin Xiaobai and his companions continued their journey eastward, following their revelation of the short-haired monkey's astonishing strength post-transformation. Li Ergu and others grew bolder, yet they only dared to traverse the fringes of the dark forest, knowing that venturing deeper could lead to encounters with even more powerful. Lin Xiaobai was also on the lookout for defensive, as participating in the Academy's challenge required assembling a well-rounded team that could provide both offensive and defensive capabilities. Regrettably, he had yet to find a suitable candidate, and thus, half a month had swiftly passed. 20 miles ahead lay a corner of the dark forest, with the vast expanse of the great wasteland in between. Traversing through the wasteland, then entering and eventually exiting the dark forest would lead them to Qingcheng. Lin Xiaobai explained the route to Li Ergu and the others. What? Are we about to exit the dark forest? Shu Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise. After half a month of living in the forest, they had not only adapted to their surroundings, but had also grown fond of it, enchanted by the myriad of peculiar and the countless delicious wild fruits. The harmonious blend with nature and the picturesque scenery offered a unique pastoral life. There are no to hunt in the great wasteland, so we must prepare ample provisions, Shu Lanfeng remarked thoughtfully. Dezhuang, are you excited about reaching the great wasteland? Li Ergu teased, lifting the short-haired wind leopard's front paws, as if coaxing a child. The wind leopard, which could weigh several hundred pounds as an adult, had been in their care for over a month since Lin Xiaobai and the others rescued it from a cave. It had grown remarkably quickly, now weighing around 40 to 50 pounds, already displaying signs of its inherent strength. This rapid growth was attributed to Li Ergu's daily selection of robust meat for its diet, compounded by the fact that it was a naturally mutated leopard, inherently stronger than ordinary ones. The little leopard, oblivious to its surroundings, had come to regard Li Ergu as family, playfully trailing behind him. As it matured, Establishing a mental connection would become imperative. Otherwise, once it attained sufficient strength, its instinct as in could lead it to break free from control. 3 hours later, they entered the Great Wasteland, where were scarce, making it a viable living space for those from the city. I wonder if there are any villages in this expanse. It shouldn't be too far from Qingcheng. Chu Lanfeng mused. Dahong. Lin Xiaobai called out. The flying Dahong responded with a cry and soared ahead to scout, accompanied by the swift Tingtin. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a shadow lunged toward Xu Xiaoya, causing her to scream in alarm. The short-haired monkey, swift as a flash, appeared before her and slashed down the threat, eliciting a gasp from the others. That's a rattlesnake, Li Ergu exclaimed, staring at the lifeless creature on the ground. The rattlesnake, a first tier, resembled the Qing Shi, adept at camouflage. However, it typically dwelled at the borders of the Great Wasteland and the mountains. Encountering one here was unexpected. It seemed that even in the Great Wasteland, vigilance was essential, Chu Lanfeng explained. Xu Xiaoya, still shaken, touched her chest. You scared me. Everyone, be cautious along the way, Lin Xiaobai advised. Having witnessed the earlier incident, the group remained vigilant. They're also alert in their surroundings. After a while, Dahong returned, bearing news of a village ahead. The four sped up their pace and, as the sun began to set, arrived at the village Dahong had scouted. Where's everyone? Xu Xiaoya wondered. Standing on a rise that offered a view of the entire village. It was not small, likely comprising dozens of households. Besides a few single-story homes, the rest were traditional brick houses. Given that the sun had just set, it should have been mealtime, yet not a single smoke signal rose from the chimneys. How strange. Could it be that this village is deserted? Li Ergu questioned, as the little leopard playfully tugged at his pant leg. Look at the clothes hanging on those bamboo poles. They were clearly just hung out today and haven't been taken in, indicating that people live here, Chu Lanfeng observed keenly. Lin Xiaobai furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing something amiss. However, he ultimately decided to join Li Ergu and the others as they approached the village. At the entrance stood a giant statue, towering several meters high, resembling a deity of faith. How peculiar. I've never heard of such a strange faith. Is this a guardian spirit of the village? Li Ergu circled the statue. Let us go, Chu Lanfeng urged, pulling Li Ergu to catch up with Lin Xiaobai and Xu Xiaoya, while they remained alert around them. There are people here, Lin Xiaobai suddenly stated. What? Xu Xiaoya gasped. I saw a pair of eyes over there, Li Ergu whispered, gesturing toward an old brick house by the roadside, where indeed a pair of eyes flickered momentarily. Everyone clearly observed it. Why would this be? Lin Xiaobai scrutinized the houses on either side, noting the poorly concealed eyes peeking from door cracks, rooftops, and behind walls. It was evident they were residents of the village, yet why were they hiding? If it were approaching, it would be understandable, but these were clearly humans. Even with the short-haired monkey and the Bai Yin Yin Mao by their side, they should be able to discern that they were Beast Tamers. Despite this, the villagers remained in fear, concealed from view. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air, as a wooden door nearby tilted awkwardly, revealing half of a young girl's body. Let us go see, Lin Xiaobai exclaimed, a surge of urgency compelling him to rush forward, with Li Ergu and the others trailing behind. Before them stood a girl of about 10, desperately trying to right the door. Upon noticing Lin Xiaobai and his companions, her face paled in fright, and she began to retreat. This door was a double one. One side remained affixed to the wall, while the other had tilted due to a worn-out latch. The girl had likely been attempting to secure the door when it suddenly shifted. Sister, what happened? Li Ergu was the first to speak. The girl remained silent, her face ashen, biting her lower lip. Though panic was evident in her expression, a fierce determination shone through as she produced a dagger, radiating hostility. Suddenly, the doors of every household swung open one after another, and the sound of stealthy footsteps approached rapidly. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, a chill gripped the hearts of Lin Xiaobai and his companions. Chapter 77, The Crimson Beasts. Nearly 100 villagers emerged from the village, each wielding shovels, kitchen knives, hammers, and other makeshift weapons, trembling as they encircled Lin Xiaobai and his friends. What is happening? Chu Lanfeng observed the surroundings with caution. The tension among the four intensified, and the beasts also entered a state of readiness. Dahong soared above, flames of red and glass-like hues flickering from its mouth, causing the encircling villagers to recoil in fear. Release Xiaohe, a burly man shouted, summoning all his courage, only to step back in trepidation afterward. We haven't harmed her. Li Ergu was bewildered by the man's words. Release Xiaohe. The stout man's wooden stick shook as he shouted again, his expression betraying madness. Before Li Ergu could respond, Lin Xiaobai silenced him. He seems to have lost his sanity, Chu Lanfeng whispered. At that moment, the burly man, caught between fear and frenzy, trembled as he prepared to attack Lin Xiaobai and his companions, while other villagers also readied themselves for an assault. Hiss! The short-haired monkey bared its fangs and let out a frenzied screech, appearing fearsome, causing everyone to stagger back. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled thud resounded from the village entrance. What happened? Lin Xiaobai turned sharply. As if spurred by the sound, the burly man and the villagers launched their attack, swinging knives, hammers, and sticks. Swish! In an instant, a flash of light swept through, severing all the weapons in their hands, which fell to the ground. This terrifying scene left the villagers frozen in shock. Their expressions filled with fear, as the short-haired monkey's steel claws glinted ominously. Brother Tao, you must flee. You are no match for them. The girl, who had been cowering in a corner, shouted through tears. At that moment, several dark figures appeared at the village entrance, 5 in total, moving in unison, seamlessly blending with the shadows. As they approached, it felt as if a mountain of despair pressed down upon the hearts of the villagers, causing many to tremble and consider fleeing. What is going on? Lin Xiaobai pondered, observing the villagers' reactions and the advancing figures. Xiaobai looked quickly. Shu Xiaoyao pointed at the 5 individuals. As they drew nearer, 5 distinctly shaped black figures began to materialize behind them, varying in height and distinctly non-human. They were 5 beasts. Hiss! Lin Xiaobai and his companions inhaled sharply. A second-tier greystone wolf, a second-tier blood mantis, a second-tier demon seed duck, a second-tier Qingshi snake king, and a second-tier tree warrior. Chu Lanfeng named the beasts in a grave tone. They are Beast Tamers? But why are they behaving this way? Li Ergu exclaimed in terror. The 5 beasts appeared exceedingly bizarre. Regardless of their original skin, they now bore dark hues, their eyes glowing ominously red, resembling demons emerging from the depths of hell. Some villagers could not withstand the terror and screamed as they fled. The greystone wolf acted first, moving with lightning speed, leaping against the wall like an unleashed beast, baring its fangs as it charged toward the fleeing villagers. Short-haired monkey, Lin Xiaobai commanded firmly. The short-haired monkey understood and darted forward at an even greater speed, overtaking the greystone wolf and intercepting it like a flash of silver light. Swoosh! The sound of flesh tearing echoed, black blood splattered, merging into the night. As the short-haired monkey's strike left the greystone wolf eviscerated, rendering it incapable of further combat. Yet, astonishingly, the greystone wolf emitted neither a cry of agony nor a howl, its intestines spilling onto the ground, one forelimb propping up its grotesque form. The villagers gazed at Lin Xiaobai and the short-haired monkey in shock, seemingly astounded by the monkey's ferocity. The previously indifferent expressions of the 5 men shifted to focus intently on Lin Xiaobai, their gazes chilling those who met them. These people are despicable. The inhabitants beyond the city live in hardship and vulnerability. Their lives are already precarious, and now these beast tamers further torment them with cruel intent. Li Ergu gritted his teeth. It was evident that all 5 were second-tier beast tamers, yet they were now attacking the villagers, suggesting a pattern of oppression that had instilled fear deep within the villagers' hearts. The man with the greystone wolf displayed no emotion regarding its injury, coldly stowing it away in a beast capsule. 2 others stepped forward, accompanied by a blood mantis and a Qingshi snake king, targeting Lin Xiaobai and the short-haired monkey. The blood mantis, a second-tier beast with sharp scythe-like claws, is swift and possesses formidable attack power. The Qingshi snake king, an evolved form of the Qingshi snake, although merely a second-tier beast, boasts superior camouflage capabilities and enhanced speed and penetrating power, rendering it exceptionally formidable among second-tier beasts. Both of these creatures exuded a palpable sense of danger. Overreaching, Li Ergu spat the words. While an average short-haired monkey might find these 2 beasts challenging, Lin Xiaobai's short-haired monkey was far beyond the ordinary, possessing extraordinary strength and the ability to enhance all attributes and transform into a powerful beast. The 2 men seemed oblivious to the dire situation, or perhaps were overconfident, commanding the blood mantis and Qingshi snake king to attack. Swift dragonfly, sonic wave interference. Chu Lanfeng promptly issued the command. The silver waves of interference constituted a non-discriminatory attack, affecting even the villagers slightly. Yet the most potent strike was directed at the blood mantis. Li Ergu and Shu Xiaoyao urged their respective beasts to join the fray, while the remaining 2, the demon seed duck and tree warrior, charged towards the corner where the girl had taken refuge. Dahong! Lin Xiaobai shouted urgently. Dahong screeched powerfully, activating its gale wings to swiftly ascend above the 2 beasts, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the demon seed duck and tree warrior. Already fearful of fire, both creatures rapidly turned to ashes amidst the flames, while the blood mantis and Qingshi snake king succumbed to the onslaught of the short-haired monkey and the other beasts. The faces of the 5 men paled, and they attempted to turn and flee. Ow! The little leopard howled, eager to join the fray. Yet, The short-haired monkey and the other beasts swiftly subdued the five, binding them tightly so they could not move an inch. The villagers watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend how events had unfolded in this manner. Chapter 78. The Dark Clan. Are you normal Beast Tamers? The previously burly man spoke, his voice trembling. What? Are they not normal? Liurga countered. They are members of the Dark Clan. The girl, upon realizing her safety, still bore traces of lingering fear and tear stains on her face. She hastily joined the crowd of villagers and uttered a shocking two-word phrase. Inzu. Lin Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiaobai, they all committed suicide. Chu Lanfeng suddenly exclaimed. The five individuals, bound by the monstrous creatures, had silently collapsed to the ground, seemingly having taken their own lives through a peculiar method. Lin Xiaobai approached to investigate, astonished. What on earth is happening? At this moment, the villagers' gazes towards Lin Xiaobai and the others had transformed from prior fear to clarity. After the recent battle, they had discerned right from wrong, clearly recognizing that these young individuals were not members of the Inzu and posed no threat to them. The Inzu were individuals controlled by a strange beast, which had twisted them into malevolence. Among them was a leader named Ling Kong, who frequently dispatched people to their village to commit slaughter and abduct young maidens, draining their blood. Over the past few months, nearly all the younger women in the village had been taken, with Xiao He being the last remaining villager. As an elder spoke, tears glistening in his eyes, without the elder needing to elaborate further, Lin Xiaobai could surmise the implication. This girl named Xiao He was indeed the final young maiden in the village. The five individuals were the so-called Inzu, and the villagers' attack on them must have been a mistaken belief that they were part of that group. Xiao He hid behind the elder, revealing a pair of innocent, tear-filled eyes. Such a small girl, yet she felt compelled to carry a dagger for protection. The atrocities committed by the Inzu against the villagers were indeed unimaginable. What beasts they are! Chu Lanfeng gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his flesh. How terrifying! Xu Xiaoya's face turned pale with fear. Can't you escape? Go to Qingqing and explain the situation, Li Erga suggested. Lin Xiaobai shook his head with a bitter smile. It was evident that the so-called Inzu would not allow the villagers to leave, perhaps intending to confine them or play with them, or worse, abduct the maidens. Could the Inzu be sustained by the blood of young girls? Li Erga posed a question. No, Chu Lanfeng clarified. According to the elder, the Inzu are humans controlled by a beast, merely turned wicked. Their inherent nature remains unchanged. It is unlikely they would sustain themselves on the blood of maidens. Perhaps the act of consuming their blood is merely a peculiar whim of their leader, Ling Kong. The villagers nodded in agreement, indicating that Chu Lanfeng's assertions were correct. Then what kind of beast can control humans? Is this Inzu the same as the one rumored in Wangnan City not long ago? Chu Lanfeng pondered. A beast capable of controlling humans is something I have never heard of, but regardless of whether this Inzu is the same as the one from Wangnan City, they deserve to perish. Lin Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with cold resolve. Do you intend to kill those villains? Xiao He suddenly exclaimed with anticipation. Xiao He, the elder scolded, and Xiao He's expression dimmed. We must eradicate them, Li Ergu declared, indignation evident in his voice. A group of second-tier beast tamers daring to commit such heinous acts. A villager interjected. The leader of the Inzu, Ling Kong, appears to be a third-tier beast tamer, another villager pointed out. Li Ergu was momentarily at a loss for words, but recalling Lin Xiaobai's strength, he straightened his chest and asserted, even a third-tier beast tamer must die. The villagers exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. They were torn between the desire to eliminate the demons and the fear that Lin Xiaobai and his companions might meet their doom. Only Xiao He, whenever the topic arose, would exhibit eyes filled with hope. We are from the Beast Tamer Academy. It is our duty to protect the people, and we are quite formidable. Xu Xiaoya chimed in with a smile. The mention of the Beast Tamer Academy startled everyone, including the village elder. Although they lived outside the city, they had heard of the esteemed Beast Tamer Alliance and Academy. Some villagers revealed excitement on their faces, yet none voiced their thoughts. After some conversation, they followed the village elder out of Xiao He's home. Those scoundrels, the Inzu, on my foot, let us kill them all. Li Ergu cursed vehemently after the elder and others departed. I am more concerned about the beast that can control humans, Chu Lanfeng contemplated. Just kill them all. Li Ergu replied as he entered a room adjacent to the hall. Let us stay in this room. Lin Xiaobai inspected the surroundings, noting 3 rooms available for lodging. One belonged to Xiao He, while the other 2 bore bedding, indicating previous occupants. Xiao He, do you have something you wish to say? Lin Xiaobai gently inquired. Returning to the hall, where Xiao He sat on the grass, tears suddenly streamed from Xiao He's eyes, her dirty little face marked by grievance. Her frail form curled up on the ground, evoking a sense of deep compassion. I, Xiao He, want to speak but hesitate, she said, her eyes red and filled with yearning. My brother was captured by the wicked in zoo. Can you help me rescue him, brother? Lin Xiaobai asked. Yes, Xiaohe nodded. Li Ergu, Chu Lanfeng, and Shu Xiaoya gathered around, their youthful figures illuminated by the flickering candlelight in the dim room. My eldest brother is named Ruan Tian, and my second brother is Ruan Quan. My second brother is a powerful beast tamer and usually resides in Qingqing. When those villains came, they killed my eldest brother. My second brother learned about this upon returning a few days ago and sought revenge against the villains, but he was imprisoned there. According to the villagers, my second brother is suffering greatly, and in a few days, the villains plan to kill him. As Xiaohe spoke of her second brother, pride briefly flickered in her eyes, only to be followed by tears and a heart-wrenching despair. Lin Xiaobai realized her full name was Ruan Xiaohe. Understanding that the village of Hsiyuan was not solely inhabited by the Tao and Zheng surnames, but also by the Ruan surname. No wonder there were 2 additional rooms. One appeared to have been occupied long ago, while the other seemed recently inhabited. Shu Xiaoya mused. Sister Xiaohe, we will certainly rescue your second brother, Li Ergo declared confidently, thumping his chest. Really? The tears in Xiaohe's eyes sparkled with hope. If we are truly to eliminate those who threaten our village, we must gather more information from the village chief and devise a suitable plan, Chu Lanfeng suggested thoughtfully. I can ask Uncle Shixiang for assistance, Xiaohe suddenly interjected. Shixiang? Lin Xiaobai and the others looked puzzled. The deity at the village entrance? Li Ergo ventured cautiously. Yes, Xiaohe nodded earnestly. No way, Li Ergo exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Is there really a living deity? Could it be some extraordinary beast? Lin Xiaobai frowned. He was skeptical of the existence of deities. But with the resurgence of spiritual energy, many peculiar creatures had indeed emerged. Could it be that the statue was a living beast? Follow me, Xiaohe urged as she dashed outside, with Lin Xiaobai and the others quickly trailing behind, summoning their beasts for safety. The village lay far beyond Qingqing. In this era, residing outside the city meant a lack of modern amenities, including electricity and internet. The village was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the silvery moonlight and the flickering candle flames from each home, dotting the village like stars. Xiaohe led Lin Xiaobai and the others to the entrance of the village, arriving before the towering statue. Is this it, Xiaohe? Li Ergo pointed at the statue, having circled it earlier that day. Yes, Xiaohe affirmed. She climbed to the statue's knee, which was positioned as if it were seated on the ground. Standing there, she gazed up at the statue's chest and head, the highest point she could reach. Uncle Shixiang, Xiaohe called softly. The statue remained unresponsive, still as a lifeless object, seated there like a colossal sculpture, formidable and imposing. Uncle Shixiang, I am Xiaohe, she called again gently. Lin Xiaobai and the others watched as Xiaohe persistently called out from the statue's knee, while the little leopard attempted to leap up. But its short legs struggled to even reach the statue's paw. Xiaobai, does this resemble a rock giant? Chu Lanfeng pondered, staring at the statue. A rock giant? Lin Xiaobai contemplated. They had occasionally discussed rock giants while studying the illustrations of exotic beasts in their dormitory. Some creatures were so rare that no photographs existed, only drawings based on memory, and the rock giant was an example of such a rare beast. It is a special life form composed of rock, a source-type beast of silver quality, possessing extraordinary defensive capabilities, capable of evolving into a rock giant king or even a titan, yet few have managed to tame it, as it is far rarer than the lava giant. It cannot be, though. Rock giants possess massive stone wings, which contribute to their exceptional defense, and this statue has none. Li Ergo shook his head, asserting that it was merely a statue, devoid of any wings. If it were a rock giant, we would know by its movements. Chu Lanfeng suggested eagerly, summoning the swift dragonfly to create some commotion. This is because rock giants have a peculiar affinity for sleep, often slumbering for months on end, and only the most astonishing disturbances can awaken them. From this perspective, the statue does exhibit some characteristics of a rock giant. Uncle Shixiang is sleeping and cannot be awakened, Xiaohe said as she descended from the statue, tears shimmering in her eyes, her expression forlorn. Is it truly asleep? Li Ergo queried in surprise. Xiaohe, has the statue ever awakened? Lin Xiaobai asked. Xiaohe nodded affirmatively. It has awakened before and played with me for a while before falling back asleep, and since then, I have never managed to rouse it again. Li Ergo and Chu Lanfeng exchanged glances, their meaning clear. Perhaps it truly is a rock giant. Lin Xiaobai was in search of a defensive beast, and if he could tame the rock giant, it would indeed be an exceptional choice. Let us discuss it tomorrow. The villagers have all gone to sleep. Lin Xiaobai gently shook his head. Very well then, let us return for now. Don't be too sad, Sister Xiaohe. Tomorrow, your older brothers and sisters will help you awaken Uncle Shixiang, Li Ergo comforted her. Back at Xiaohe's home, everyone began to rest. In the morning, they gradually emerged from their meditative states, and the outside was already bustling with activity as many villagers had gathered. When Lin Xiaobai and his companions expressed their intent to help eliminate the Dark Tribe, the villagers were overjoyed, showering them with gratitude and offers of assistance. Upon mentioning the statue, village chief Xingshanha reminisced. That statue appeared here suddenly 2 years ago, when the lotus flowers in He village were still in full bloom. Everyone was aware of its arrival, yet no one had ever communicated with it. Since its arrival, it had remained seated at the village entrance, unawakened. The villagers revered it as a guardian deity, believing it to be a living god that symbolized good fortune. In times of crisis, the villagers had attempted to awaken the statue to protect the village, but to no avail. The statue remained as lifeless as stone, and it seemed no one knew of Xiao He's secret interactions with it. Chapter 8. Awakening. Can you truly awaken it? Bully might just help you defeat Ling Kong. The villagers, led by Tao Yuan, were all aflame with excitement. Bully. It seemed they had given the statue a name, which indeed sounded divine. We can give it a try. Xiao He has seen the statue awaken before, Lin Xiaobai asserted. Really? Tao Yuan's eyes gleamed as he looked at Xiao He. Yes. Xiao He nodded vigorously. Let us go now. Chulan Feng exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. The village chief nodded, and a throng of over 100 villagers accompanied them to the statue, some bowing and paying homage to their god. Buli, great deity. Tao Yuan bellowed, his voice echoing into the wilderness, resonating far and wide. Yet the statue remained unchanged, showing no signs of life. Having endured countless similar calls with no response, let the swift dragonfly try, Chulan Feng suggested, urging everyone to cover their ears. The villagers, though puzzled, complied. The swift dragonfly flew before the statue, preparing to emit sound waves, while a little leopard joyfully danced around its feet. Dezhuang. Be careful. Liergo quickly scooped up the playful Dezhuang, covering its ears with his elbow. Following Chulan Feng's command, the swift dragonfly unleashed its power, sending forth sound waves, not in an offensive manner, but rather as a pure forceful resonance intended to awaken the statue. The air surged with ripples, rolling and tumbling like cotton, sweeping far and wide, rustling the villagers' clothes and hair, and shaking the branches and leaves of the trees at the village entrance. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the statue appeared to be stirred by the sound waves, its form quivering slightly, reminiscent of a mountain trembling, sending down clouds of dust that rustled in the air. The swift dragonfly retreated rapidly, while all the exotic beasts shrieked, their nerves taut as they regarded the statue, as if facing a formidable enemy. One arm of the statue extended, followed by the other, and its stone eyes opened wide, akin to two divine rays piercing the vast wilderness without a trace. Boom, boom. The statue stood up. All were left in a state of stupor. A giant, towering over 10 meters, nearly 20, loomed before them. Those less than 2 meters tall stood before it like mere ants. Its body, entirely composed of rock, which once appeared unremarkable, now gleamed with a luster akin to that of metal, its hardness undeniable. With a sudden whoosh, a pair of colossal stone wings burst forth from its back, casting shadows over the ground, larger than the statue itself. Indeed, it was a rock giant. Liergo exclaimed. The crowd, including Lin Xiaobai, was filled with fervor. Lin Xiaobai recalled the description of the rock giant, a creature of the earth with exceptional attributes, a paragon among giant beasts, born of the land, impervious, with divine strength capable of shaking mountains, unseen by ordinary folk. He was in need of a defensive beast, and here stood the epitome of defensive beasts, truly tempting. Divine presence of the rock god. Many villagers, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt in reverence. Even the village chief bowed, though they now realized this might be an exotic beast. Their ingrained beliefs were not easily altered, and they still held a profound respect for their deity. Uncle Statue. Xiao He leaped up in excitement. The rock giant also turned its gaze toward her, its deep voice resonating. I have told you not to call me uncle. It makes me seem old. Call me brother instead. A wave of awkwardness washed over all present, finding it rather strange. Xiaobai, look at the chest of the rock giant. Chulan Feng quietly nudged Lin Xiaobai. Lin Xiaobai glanced at the chest of the rock giant, where two regular patterns traversed horizontally, differing slightly in color from the giant's body, unmistakably hinting at something. A level 2 exotic beast? Lin Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Yes, it suits you perfectly. Chulan Feng thought excitedly, nodding discreetly. Lin Xiaobai fell into contemplation. After a moment of hesitation, he realized that while he indeed needed a defensive beast, this rock giant had always been a deity in the hearts of the villagers, a matter of faith. To seize and take it away would be rather inappropriate. Let us observe further, Lin Xiaobai resolved. Originally, it should have been called Grandpa Statue, yet calling it Uncle Statue was unacceptable. Now it even demanded to be called Brother Statue, but I truly cannot bring myself to utter it. Xiao He wore a face of grievance. It sounds younger as brother. The rock giant boomed. At this moment, village chief Xingshan he stepped forward in excitement, speaking, "Divine rock god, we beseech you to aid our village." The rock giant regarded the village chief with its stone eyes, remaining silent. It was unfamiliar with the chief, and only knew Xiaohe. "Uncle statue, no brother statue. Our village is beset by villains, and my brother has been captured by them. Can you help us?" As she spoke, tears welled in Xiaohe's eyes. The rock giant looked at her, still silent, but it seemed to regard her words with greater significance than those of the village chief, as if in contemplation. Boom! The rock giant moved, taking strides of nearly 10 meters, its colossal stone foot thundering upon the earth, causing the ground to tremble. The rock giant led the way. With Lin Xiaobai, the four of them, Xiaohe, the village chief, and the other villagers following closely behind, arriving at a dried-up pond beside the village, where numerous wilted lotus leaves could be seen, and the cracked bottom of the pond was visible. The lotus pond had withered due to diminishing water supply, ultimately becoming a desolate land. The rock giant stood beside the lotus pond, having come for the flowers, now awakened, yet the lotuses were no more, their former beauty now fading into oblivion. After a long pause, the rock giant spoke. "Where are those people?" Xiaohe, filled with joy, pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "They are in the southern plains. You and Xiaobai brother can go there together." The rock giant lowered its gaze upon Lin Xiaobai, its stone eyes first resting on the short-haired monkey, sensing a hint of threat, alongside a powerful force concealed within. Its gaze then shifted to Dahong, followed by Yan Mao, and Xiao Baozi, pausing momentarily on each. Half an hour later, amidst the fervent anticipation of Xiaohe, the village chief, and the villagers, the rock giant and the four of them set forth southward, its towering form striding into the wilderness. To Lin Xiaobai's surprise, the rock giant was relatively amicable, allowing the four of them to perch upon its broad shoulders as they journeyed together. "Brother Rock, where do you hail from? Why such an affinity for lotus flowers?" "I have never heard of a rock giant fond of lotus flowers," Li Ergo inquired with familiarity. "I am an elegant rock giant," came the deep, rumbling voice of the rock giant, akin to the thunderous sound of a war chariot rolling over the ground. "Elegance." Lin Xiaobai and the others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening in disbelief. "Ahem," Li Ergo cleared his throat, then asked, "So you are not of the same ilk as those mundane rock giants, then?" "Of course not. They cannot compare to me. Wildflowers, the beauty of nature, all of it is what I cherish." The rock giant spoke as if it were a poet. Lofty and refined. "You stepped on a wildflower." Li Ergo pointed below. Boom. The rock giant stumbled, and Shu Xiaoya cried out. She, Lin Xiaobai, and the others almost found themselves toppled off its shoulders. It was perilously close. Indeed, a small patch of wildflowers lay flattened beneath the rock giant's foot. The rock giant paused momentarily, as if in remorse, attempting to right the crushed wildflowers with its foot, but they were now beyond salvage, crushed beyond recognition. The rock giant shook its head and continued onward, silent. "If you wish to see a variety of beautiful flowers, you are welcome to follow us." Li Ergo began to entice again, the others watching him closely. Hee, Li Ergo grinned. "I know a place where vast fields of fragrant flowers bloom, covering the mountains, with colorful clouds rising, fresh scents filling the air, petals dancing through the sky, a beauty beyond words. Is there truly such a place?" The rock giant's voice trembled slightly. "Indeed, I stake my honor on it," Li Ergo proclaimed, thumping his chest. "Thus, once this matter concludes, you may accompany us, and I will take you there." "Very well," the rock giant readily agreed. Chu Lanfeng and Shu Xiaoya gaped in astonishment. "Is this truly possible?" "It's settled." Li Ergo gestured triumphantly. The rock giant remained unaware that its naive heart had already been swayed by Li Ergo's words, yearning for the beauty of nature's flowers and grasses, living like a true poet. Half a day later, following the villagers' directions, Lin Xiaobai and his companions arrived at a vast plain where a crumbling city stood. The old city? Lin Xiaobai and the others gazed in wonder. Indeed, this is a modern city, albeit one that has been abandoned. Everywhere are the traces of devastation wrought by the monstrous beasts. Crumbling skyscrapers stand amidst shattered pavement, evoking an indescribable sensation. The war with the beasts has ravaged the entire world. Apart from the major cities, nearly all others lie in ruin and neglect. This city must have endured significant assaults in its time, lamented Chu Lanfeng. "Let us proceed into the city," suggested Lin Xiaobai. According to the villagers, Linkong resides in the tallest building of this old city, while the Dark Clan lurks in its corners, using it as a stronghold to terrorize the villages. After the rock giant escorted Lin Xiaobai and his companions into the city, they dismounted from its shoulder, summoning all their beasts and standing guard. As they traversed the shattered streets, the remnants of collapsed buildings flanked them, with sewage flowing freely, and in some places, moss had begun to sprout, emitting an unpleasant odor. Xiaobai, look over there. Li Ergu pointed in a direction. There stood a relatively intact large building, its sign indicating it had once been a bustling shopping mall. Such malls were once the epicenter of human activity, encompassing all necessities of life, yet now lay desolate. Come, let us take a closer look, Lin Xiaobai urged. Leading the way, suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the street, followed by the sound of falling bricks, casting an eerie atmosphere. Be careful, rock brother, cautioned Li Ergu. The rock giant towered nearly 20 meters high, and in the narrow streets between collapsed buildings, any misstep could result in a painful bump to its head. I could smash it with a single punch, the rock giant boasted, its stone wings unfurling violently as it swung its massive fists, obliterating the obstructing debris. The sound of the giant's display of brute strength reverberated through the silent city, traveling far and wide. Lin Xiaobai and his companions quickly moved away from the scene. Their objective was to eliminate the Dark Clan here, but such commotion was unnecessary, especially without knowing their true strength. I hope we haven't alerted the Dark Clan. Lin Xiaobai pondered. They arrived at the large shopping mall, driven by two aims, to see what this long-abandoned hub of human activity looked like and to search for supplies, such as canned food, which could endure for extended periods. Although canned food may not be gourmet, it could certainly enhance their meals on the journey ahead. The rock giant stood sentinel outside the mall, its stony gaze surveying the surroundings, as its size precluded it from entering. Inside the mall, which boasted 5 floors, the upper 4 levels were dedicated to clothing and dining, while the basement housed a large supermarket. Both the upper floors and the supermarket were desolate. Save for the pervasive presence of fungi, any usable items had long been taken, and regrettably, Lin Xiaobai found no cans or supplies remaining. It seems the villagers must have taken all the usable resources, speculated Chu Lanfeng. Lin Xiaobai approached the rusted cash register, now a mere shadow of its former self. With the systems having deteriorated from disuse, the decay of human civilization weighed heavily upon him as he gently brushed his fingers across the register, behind which lay a vast supermarket overrun with fungi and debris. Although humanity still holds a place on Earth, the scene before him was profoundly shocking, stirring an indescribable feeling within. Xiaobai, come quickly. Suddenly, Li Ergu's urgent voice rang out from within the supermarket. Accompanied by the roars of beasts, something was amiss. And Lin Xiaobai sprinted towards the sound, the short-haired monkey trailing closely behind. Li Ergu, Chu Lanfeng, and Xu Xiaoya stood together, their expressions grave, while their beasts remained poised for battle. A rustling sound ensued as 2 black pythons slithered through the entrance of the supermarket, each as thick as a bowl and nearly 10 meters long, their crimson eyes sending chills down one's spine. The Dark Clan? Lin Xiaobai thought. Recalling the 5 members of the Dark Clan he had encountered in the village, each possessing beasts with similar red eyes, thus making it easy to deduce that these 2 black pythons were under the control of the Dark Clan. The sound of footsteps echoed as 2 emotionless figures emerged from behind the pythons, their eyes void of feeling, exuding an aura of indiscriminate slaughter.